10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
No.
Select your hero. Make the ultimate choice.
Buenos días, buenos días. Bueno, buenas madrugadas, en serio. Sean bienvenidos al stream. Ya empieza la batalla en breve. Un rato el bot estará muteado porque ya estamos en modo torneo. Pero como es hora... O sea, pucha madre. Con la cara de si me voy a quedar jato esta hora. No he dormido, el problema es que no he dormido.
Ante todo, muy buenas madrugadas.
Buenas
¿Cómo
noches.
estás, mi king?
Cansado porque no he jateado, weón. No he jateado. Hasta el culo todo. Pondré el bot kit. ¿Dónde está la cámara ya? La webcam lo dejaré desactivado un toque. Sí, pues no he jateado, gente. Ese es el problema. Gran problema. Ahí está Franco Palomino, Pause Rix, Fernando. Buenas madrugadas a todos. Y pues, ¿quién tiene el draft más sólido? Pregúntale a tu git. Chaos Knight. Qué alegría ver un Chaos Knight. Lamentablemente hay un Troll Warlord. Pues lo tiene Enigma. También tiene Invoker. Aunque vemos un Titan. Ah, su madre, Elder Titan. Sniper medio. Qué chucha estoy viendo. La siguiente partida pondré.
Chuy, casi te
predicciones.
quedas jato. Cervecita fresca.
No, el problema no es ese. Es que no he dormido. No sé, estaba con la duda de. Escucha, no he dormido. Prendo mejor, me duermo y prendo más tarde que va a haber anuncios. He estado con ese tema. Así que dije, ya saben qué, a la M. VO3, vemos este VO3. Acaba el VO3, me voy a jatear. Ya, qué chup. Si acaba el TI, me lo perdí, qué importa. Pero quiero ver al menos este VO3, a ver qué pasa con AME. ¿Podrá ganar Enigma? ¿Perderá? No tengo idea.
Señor Chuy. Buenas.
Buenas, Greno. Quiero ver esta partida.
Quiero ver esta partida por ese sniper, es mi héroe favorito.
Bueno. Vamos a ver. Quitaré el chat, eso sí. También puedo poner Kitbot, pero el chat creo que ya está como que mucho interrumpiendo acá. Vamos a ver la partida. Mientras tanto voy a traer algo de tomar. Recién empieza este día de Dotita. 3, 2, 2 de la madrugada. 3 y 22 de la madrugada. Piden un deseo. Piden un deseo en el chat. Deseos. 3 y 22 de la mañana, gente. Bueno, se acabó 3 y 23. Se acabó la hora de pedir deseos. Se acabó la hora. Jati prende más tarde. No, Joaquín Gamboa. No, yo quiero ahorita mirar esta serie. Tengo ganas de mirar la partida de Stream Gaming, lamentablemente. Más de que la de Heroic. Siento que la de Heroic va a perder, parece Heroic. Best Bunting, por alguna razón creo que va a ganar. Me está con el set carito del Chaos Knight. ¿Tiene la cabeza cara? Por si acaso, vamos a revisar. Sí, es la cabeza cara.
322 deseo no concedido.
No es eso, es otra cabeza. Unity de sus Core, es un set carísimo de acá. Bueno, no tan caro en realidad, porque hoy un ítem más caro en verdad. Está bonito su Chaos Knight. ¿Qué nivel está? 15. Estoy hecho borra, muteame, bajaré. No te preocupes. Cuando empieces a hacer eso, cubitos, yo te voy a banear un día. Y así estarás tranquilo y en paz en tu mente. Salen las runas de poder. Agarra cada lado 2 runas. Sí, 2 runas van a ser para cada lado. ¿Por qué miércoles estoy viendo la visión de Ame? Tan fanático soy que voy a ver cómo juega Ame. ¿Eso estás haciendo, Chuazor? ¿Quieres ver cómo juega Ame? ¿Fanático de Ame desde la cuna?
Y su item book del caos con gema etherea ñofi no madire xd.
¿Cuál ítem book de gema? ¿Qué? No tiene eso. No veo. Bueno, está bien. Somos fanáticos de AME, pero hay que ver cómo juegan todos. Al final van a ser, sí, 2 runas para ambos lados y empezó la partida. String Gaming contra Enigma. Partida de eliminación. Mejor de 3. En la parte de medio Sniper contra Invoker. Ventaja para Sniper. Tiene mayor rango de ataque. Es un héroe de
fracasado, Ame, para ir al
golpes.
over. Fracasado.
Así que pues le saca la mugre, un héroe de inteligencia que no tiene tanta armadura. Y pues Invoker es un héroe que lanza magia. Pero mira acá, su mail anticipa los last hits y está que le deniega. 2 ya ve, 2 acaba de denegar. La innata es la que... Ah no, innata es invocar. Ya tiene la otra innata que era la de que denegabas y ganabas algo de experiencia por denegar. Bueno, me siendo castigado. No sé, siento que el troll igual le va a sacar la mugre acá al Chaos Knight. Pero vamos a ver cómo funciona ese Elder Titan. Ame para ir al Hour fracasado, dice. Buenos días, señor Ainear.
Buenos días, insecto.
Buenos días, señor. Planta su totem acá, GH. ¿Cómo? Hasta ahora tengo presente que ese totem de pugna quita maná por segundo. Y en la parte de abajo inician acá, pero Chaos Knight pueden morir. También Xnova. Viene Sunstrike de su mail. Va a caer su mail. Va a caer. Me pasa un double kill. Bien jugado por parte del equipo de Enigma Galaxy. Por eso digo que... Qué mal lo hace el equipo de String Gaming. Y también cae XX hacia arriba. ¿Cómo un Pugna te hace esa jugada? Pues ahí lo vemos. Y Chinkyu sí se lleva la vida de ese Pugna. 1 tras el marcador. Empieza muy mal String Gaming. Y pues siento que esto va a ser un 2-0 para String. No, para Enigma. Sí parece. No me fijo. ¿Ha jugado Ame otro héroe parte que Osnai este torneo? O sea, ¿cuántas veces han jugado que Osnai? Quisiera ver esa estadística en un rato. Porque hasta lo que sé, Chaos Knight no es tan fuerte hasta que tenga 6 hits. Ni siquiera con Echo Saber, ni siquiera con Manta, ni siquiera con Mordilla es fuerte para mi gusto Chaos Knight. Depende de al menos 3 ítems para pelear. Mientras que el Troll Warlord, pues, le va a sacar la mugre. ¿Y con qué faceta está todo esto? La faceta de forja fundamental, que puede craftear ítems neutrales del futuro. Bueno.
Dormí nada, señor Chui.
Yo tampoco.
Ojalá alcance a ver el Bo 3.
Este veo 3 yo voy a ver y me dejo prendido el stream, farmeo sus Waka Coins y me voy a jatear. Y ojalá me despierte para al menos ver una serie más. De repente me despierto cuando ya Falcons ganó. O sorpresa, veo ahí a 9 clases otra vez en entrevista.
Dire should look to their middle tower.
Pero mientras carga mi celular y no puedo ver los comentarios de YouTube, miraré acá lo que hay, a ver qué dice acá. Ese Shinkyu dice, para mí es el mejor 4 del mundo actualmente y lo juega desde hace años, dice Fernando. ¿Tan temprano es ese tú? Pues sí, temprano empieza TI. Lamentablemente está en Alemania.
Abriste apuestas
Cayó
para
Shinkyu,
donar.
bien jugado por Yesh. Sumario, no puedo hablar mucho por la garganta.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ajá, me va a quedar afónico este paso. Ah. Son los efectos malvados de la noche y el frío. Tío Chuba, feliz por esa partida de que se viene. Y triste porque se elimina un Racing Corona. En el partido medio XM, buena rotación de Omar. Sobrevive XM y va a llevarse a su mail probablemente. Granada de sangre y va a caer su mail, pero también va a caer. Puede caer Omar, puede aprovechar esto Shinkyu. A punto de caer Omar, se recupera. Shinkyu se enfrenta a Yeishi. No le conviene esa pelea también contra Pugna Shinkyu. Pero sigue Omar esquiva ese balazo. Y se recupera cuando aparece un curativo. Vuelve a la parte inferior. Ahí está el observer del equipo de String. Shinkyu consiguiendo algo de experiencia en la parte de medio. Hasta ahorita Shinkyu es el que está más despierto del equipo de String Gaming. Planta observer guard de inmediato XM. Su mail. Ok, ese set de sniper es bien bonito, pero bien carito también, ¿eh? Es uno de los sets más chéveres que hay en el juego, pero también los más carolinos. Partida inferior, va a caer el Titan por el Soundtrack, muy bueno. Y ahí viene Chaos Ball que finalmente... ¿Gish? ¿Lo curaste? No me digas. No. El Clover se curó a tiempo, ok. Ahí tiene... Acá, okay. Y Omar se curó a tiempo con el Chaos, ante el ataque de ese Chaos Ball. AME no consigue acabar con ese Clockwork. Y abajo vemos a Jason rotando. Y arriba también problemas Troll Warlord de Ghost. Se acerca para que las hachas activen el Miss. Y en la parte inferior AME recibe el Loto, Tango. Lo recupera poco a poco X-Nova. 6 minutos de partida. Para mí, ayer acabó el TI y como mis predicciones y Setun. Bueno, está bien, Setun, está bien. Pero estás aquí. Curiosamente estás aquí. Runa de poder que consigue XM, runa escudo. Señor Chubi, un cafecito, dice. No, café no es bueno para la garganta, creo yo. Debo tomar algo diferente. Una manzanilla, hierba luisa. Anís tampoco. ¿Cómo que sería? Un té con limón. Tomar eso más al rato. La idea es no gritar para no malograr mi gargantita. Así que si no me emociono, perdonen, pero mejor es no quedarme afónico. Probablemente más tarde tengo que grabar video y le remueve el escudo con el tornado bien hecho por parte de su main. Y se me que tiene 7 cargas, se va a salvar finalmente. En problemas Omar, en problemas ese Clockwork. Balazo y a tu casa. Cae Clockwork a manos de XM. Bien allí por parte de ese sniper que estaba atento a las intenciones de ese Clockwork e Invoker. Ahora, XM ha comprado el orbe de hielo que no ocasiona daño extra, simplemente ralentización. Pero lo que sí es el efecto de sanación reducida en 13%. Eso sí no me acordaba. Pues casualmente yo no compro este ítem siempre.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Mira. Recién me percato. El orbe de hielo, si bien se hace con el orbe de corrupción. Espérate, en la parte de abajo, Mar atrapa a Ame. Y Edge, que pone el tótem, quiere detener a Ame, pero está muy lejos. Muy bien, no puede hacer nada contra Ame. Está mencionado que el orbe de hielo, lo que tiene es el efecto de ralentización de ataque. Perdón, su golpe ralentiza la velocidad de movimiento. Sin que se la torre. Y el efecto dura más. El efecto tiene más ralentización contra unidades de rango. O sea, el Invoker le iba a castigar todo el rato. Bueno, Sumei consigue lo que es el yelmo del dominador. Es su Midas del Invoker. En este parche están que aprovechan esa. Ese recurso, se puede decir, ese efecto, que al activar Dominate, pues consigues tanto la recompensa de experiencia y oro del Crick que dominas. También quiero sacarse a Messi, le falta poco para el Dominator, para el Mordillan. Battle Fury va a sacar de todas maneras todo el Warlord. XM ya sacó orbe de corrección con lo que es Power Threats. Va a ir ahora por Dragonlance. Además tenemos Mars que va a sacar Eul probablemente. Nightfire que está jugando muy bien. Shinkyu en su partida. Está topeando en Force. El Dark Titan que supongo que irá por pavés. En problemas Clockwork que estaba rotando a Mar. ¿Qué haces aquí, papá? Se lo lleva XM que no ha maxeado TKI, la habilidad que te asegura 100% de chance de headshot. Ha maxeado Shrapnel y headshot. Y está al punto de llegar a nivel 4. Qué bonito es ese set de sniper, de verdad. Bueno, voy a traer algo de tomar, amigos, mientras tanto. Papi, si pierde Stream Gaming, pierde mi familia. Pucha, mano, yo pierdo mi fantasy. Stream tiene que llegar a la final. Chinkyu dice que deja la torre. Ahí XM, like to give. Un tecito con limón y miel. Puede ser eso que arregle todo. Bueno, voy a estar calentando la jarra. Un poquito vengo.
For Radiant's middle tower.
Leche, chubaca, leche con miel.
bottom tower is in danger. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Dire are scanning for enemies.
Supplements.
Bueno, hasta que calienta. Stream, necesito puntos, dice Luis Loco.
Enemies.
Puesto bayón. Leche chubaca, leche con... Oye, ¿qué pasa, Jan? ¿Qué pasa, mano? ¿Cómo pelean? Dice Fernando, ¿qué pasó? En mi mente estoy en tu live viendo cómo juegas Invoker. ¿Yo? Está Palomino de Justo, el Franco Palomino de Justo, ¿no? ¿Cómo vamos? 3:40 de la mañana. Ah, tengo frío, maldita sea con el... ¿Por qué toca justo el día en invierno? Está mal, ¿por qué no en verano? Pero Chubaca, verano es allá en Alemania. Ah, ya. ¿Y dónde estoy? ¿En Alemania, acaso? Eso no es el marcador. 3000 de valor neto para stream. En la parte de abajo está Ame. Farmeando ando. Así como ustedes sus Wakacoins en Kick. Farmeando ando está Ame. Creo que vi un humo de engaño. Chamare, mi vista está fallando porque es humo de engaño, creo que es fit. Y pues lo dije, están fideando ese humo de engaño. Ahorita Omar, pero lo iniciaré que sí que es ese. Omar simplemente le mandará un pucho de otro lado y pues al final fallo y lo inicia más bien al equipo de String Gaming que dije. Lo canté, pero no. Al final también viene el equipo de String Gaming, se unen todos. Le canceló el tele por acá XM. Viene todo el equipo de String. Bien jugado por parte de String contra los 3 de Enigma. Y ahora su mail está revisado. ¿Dónde está el dash, papá? Ahí está el Sentry. Viene el Reality Rift y cae. Doble kill para Shinkyu. Yo decía que esto era fit de parte de String en el comienzo para Elder Titan, que al final lo iniciaba el Clockwork. Pero luego de eso, String se ordena y acaban con 4 jugadores. Troll Warlord, que no participa en esa pelea. Y pues está cerca de la Battle Fury acá el Troll. Mientras tanto, Chaos nadie tiene Mordillen. Y lamentablemente el Troll no puede pelear solamente con Battle Fury. Va a tener que conseguir un segundo ítem. Va a ser la Black Timber. Ami por su lado va a sacarse Manta Style. Falta poco también. El valor neto está, bueno, 2000 de diferencia, que se va a achicar luego porque el Troll farmea muy bien con Battle Fury. Quien está brillando ahorita mismo es XM con su Sniper, que tiene ya Hurricane Pike. Va a sacarse Maelstrom próximamente. Va a ir de repente luego por lo que es fragmento de Gunning. No veo probable que saque más sus Magnes por el hecho que está utilizando muy bien sus poderes. Hasta ahora, como lo spameo todo, está muy correcto. Y ahí cerca estaba el Pugna, estaba guardiando. Aparece por ahí también el Exnova de guardia de inmediato junto a XM. Mars, que no sacó finalmente un Sector XXS, ha ido directo por Blind Dagger para iniciar y ahora va a completar su Black Bar. Es el combo de Mars con Snapfire que recién que me percato. Su mail ya compró tambores, va a ir por Cetro de Gunning. Está jugando la faceta de Corix. En este caso se mejora Ice Wall y Ghost Wall. Ice Wall va a poder hacer un muro de hielo donde quiera, como Vector Turret, que amarra. Y Ghost Wall, bueno, perdón, Ghost Wall le permite hacer daño por segundo mientras está invisible. Ahora, viene hecho por el parte de Enigma Galaxy. Atrapa acá a Mars, que todavía no tiene Black Bar, así que no podría escaparse de todo eso, todo ese asedio. Shinkyu con runa de invisibilidad, esperando que aparezca alguien del equipo. No, espérate, ya vio que está Nut cerca. ¿Lo iniciará el Underlord que tiene pipa, Vanguard? No creo. Sería malísimo. Se acaba de seguir el canal hace un rato, Lilith2206. Gracias por seguir el canal. Omar farmeando en la jungla del rival. Sniper ya nivel 14. Se acerca más a lo que es ese Maelstrom. Más y más. Manta para Chaos Knight. Shinkyu farmeando la línea. Exnova, que pues ya tiene ulti hace rato y ya tiene tambores. Ítems. Manta para me. Hurricane Pie. Blind Dagger BKB próximamente. Forstaff en Shinkyu. Tambores en Exnova. En el lado de Enigma Galaxy. Battle Fury para Ghost. Dominator, tambores para su mail. Va a sacarse Cetro de Gunning en breve. Tenemos Pipa, Crimson Guard en Loot, en Underlord. Bota Arcana en GH. Y finalmente tenemos un Tranquil Boot con tambores. Doble tambor ha comprado el equipo de Enigma Galaxy en Omar. Dato extra, Shinkyu compró lo que es una... Leo también que ha comprado fragmento de Gunning. Qué malvado. Y ahora con fragmento de Gunning con su galleta cura 200 de vida a su aliado. Y además el impacto ocasiona 50% del daño de lo que es el daño por segundo del Mortimer Kiss, su ultimate. Buen engaño de Enigma. Está que se preparan para pelear ese Tormentor de minuto 20. Se alistan. Todo, bueno, abajo está Underlord. No, ¿quién está abajo? Invoker. Pero acaba de tepear, ok. Sabe que esto es un timing de Tormentor. Me aparece en la parte superior. Es demasiado obvio. Demasiado obvio por parte de String. Pero String solamente baitea. Tiene la visión. Quiere iniciar a Nud, pero será buena idea. Lanza de Mars. A ver. Elder Titan lanza el pisotón también. What? Pipa. Problemas. Acá Exnova le cae el Sunstrike. Pero acá viene también el Astral Spirit. Le da bastante aguante. Y va a salvarse Shinkyu. Exnova que se sacrifica, pero activa el Crimson Guard, la Pipa Underlord. Está que se prepara también Ghost. Se acerca. Tiene Yasha nada más. Otra vez Assassinate. Lanza contra quién. Contra Clover de Omar, que casi cae. Por poco. Y no la termina contando este Cloudware de Omar. ¿Se preparará todavía Extreme Gaming para Tormentor? Parece que no. Está más bien Enigma aguantando la parte superior. Ya va a llegar minuto 21. Sale, bueno, se activa el santuario de Conocimiento, pero en la parte de arriba, sector de experiencia listo. Underlord siendo golpeado, pero un poco de cogidas pareciera. Ahí está Pugna que venía por otro lado. A ver, primero limpia el totem. Nota que se va a caer. Underlord que va a caer, la galleta que no impacta el crit. Viene acá Troll Warlord que va a activar tu bate atrás. Ame va a caer, no tiene mata, está el Ame a manos de Omar. Sigue la persecución de parte de Enigma. Shinkyu que no tiene ultimate. Abogate atrás de Ghost. Va a caer Flower. Se compra Underlord. Miren la curación del Pugna. ¿Cómo recupera la vida Ghost? Bien jugado por parte de Enigma Galaxy. Ghost sigue curándose. Pugna que va a dar la vida, no. Sobrevive. XM que pelea contra su mail. No también se une. Activa todo lo que puede XM. Y va a caer Team White para el equipo de Enigma Galaxy. Y pues Stream pelea malísimo. El minuto 21. O sea, demoraron un minuto en mantener esa pelea. Contra pegándole a Nut todo el rato. Al final, por las puras ha sido iniciar al Underlord. Bien jugado por Nut. Forzando. Tanqueando ese daño del equipo de Stream Gaming. Y pues vemos el resultado final. Stream Gaming mete la pata al querer golpear a un Underlord que aguanta todo en estos momentos. Está muy duro ese Underlord. Fragmento de Gunning para Omar. Ahora tiene Jetpack, Clockwork. Y pues la partida está muy bien para el equipo de Enigma por ahora. Ya Troll Warlord con esto va a acercarse a la BKB. El Chaos Knight va a depender de 2 ítems más al menos. Orchid, Blocktor y probablemente Arpón. Algo, o BKB, pero no sé qué recomienda sacar BKB en Chaos Knight. Más se recomienda full ítems de aguante y daño y velocidad de ataque. Para tener más oportunidad de activar el crítico del Chaos Knight, el Chaos Strike. Y pues la firma. Underlord se pagó, ¿no? Claro, sí tienes razón, Light to If. Pero ¿viste lo que pasó, no? Al final cayeron todos. Todo Stream Gaming cayó. La gráfica cómo va. De acá que está, ¡pac! Se fue para abajo. Bueno, la diferencia no es menor. Vamos a ver cómo arma ese Chaos Knight. Después la manta, sí, va a ir por Orchid. Su mail por su lado y tiene cetro de Gunning. Ahora tiene la mejora del Ice Wall. Puede amarrar a los enemigos. BKB va a sacarse a Invoker. Ghost que solo, bueno, no es que solo, le falta, hasta que se acerca más y más a la Black King Bar. Sniper ya le falta poco para terminar su Mjolnir. Eso va a ser un ítem importante para castigar con furia a todo Enigma. Sin embargo, ¿cómo lo ayudarán? Bueno, ese tiene su propio Rick and Pie. Por ahí tiene también Forstaff Snowfire que va a sacarse igual en Glyph ahora. Voy a traer mi... ¿cómo se llama? Mi bebida caliente, gente. Ahí está Alberola. El frío es mental, imagina que estás en verano, dice. Chuy, ¿cómo adelanto el directo hasta la partida de hoy y verlo antes de mimir? No, yo voy a dormir en esa partida. Tengo sueño.
Scanning for enemies. tower is under attack.
No hay ítems. ¿Ese reto está ahí? Ah, no, recién la han puesto, ¿no?
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Ya no he puesto ningún botón. Decía yo ya. Estaba asustando. Hola Brian Soto, bienvenido al stream. Chubi, ¿cómo estoy? Me quedé ahí. ¿Hay que más? ¿Alguien dijo algo más? Por si acaso, aparte de ronda. Ah, bueno. La gente. ¿Qué pasó? ¿No? ¿Peleas? Ame se llevó a GH, tu racha. Santuario para vos. Sumei se lleva una torre. Aumar consigue una runa arcana. Dyer utiliza scan. Dyer utiliza fortify. Chinkyu consigue una runa de recompensa. No me perdí de mucho, parece. Y se quedó en que Underlord había hecho buyback. La torre de arriba pues ya va a caer. Pero ahora viene humo de engaño de Nima. Ok, viene una pelea inminente. Ah, uy, Hida y Nikeo Knight se manda contra Snova. Uy, clave y clave. Pero va a salvarse, probablemente no. Buen soft train de Sumail. Le ataca, lanza la zanja. Va a caer Pugna. Pugna tiene que caer, pero sobrevive. Esto es malo para el Stream Gaming. No, sobrevive acá GH. Se cura. Acá vi. Uy, se lo llevan al troll. Qué malísimo para el equipo. Sí, Vivo Ame. Malísimo para Enigma. Acá atrapa a Nut. Se salva por poquito ese Pugna. Pero no se va a salvar Underlord. Cae Underlord. Y son 3 bajas de Enigma por 1. Bueno, 2 de Stream. En este caso, Ame tenía égida. Así que no se cuenta como un kill. Y mientras eso pasaba, Sumail presionaba la torre de abajo que está por caer. Mucha presión de parte de Sumail con los hombres flama. Hizo muy buen trabajo Sumail. Forzó a que Ame tuviera que moverse. Y pues Sniper ya consigue terminar con la torre de arriba. Esa torre tier 2. Mírala, son 400 apenas. Uy, una presión más de ese Invoker y se acabó esta torre. Chubi, ¿qué hora juega Groy? Pregunta José Pachas. A las 6 de la mañana aproximadamente. Es aproximado, ya que puede ser antes, puede ser después. Depende cómo acabe esta partida. Hala, espérate, hay algo que sí debo destacar. A mí está farmeando demasiado rápido. ¿Qué tiene Examen? ¿Qué tiene eso? Oro por... Uy, pero el oro por minuto es de parte del sniper. Las hits. Bueno, están parejos. Hala, el sniper ha farmeado demasiado bien. No ha sacado Dominator. Simplemente es una gran partida de XM. Muy buena partida de XM. ¿GBytes? Y van por el pugna. ¿GBytes tiene XXS? Así es. Bueno, excelente por parte del Mars. Manta está... Bueno, no Manta, perdón. Phantom Stride acaba de utilizar este... Ami. Ando Phantom Stride. Phantom Stride de la Phantom Assassin. El sueño, pechugaca de miércoles. Tiene sueño. Ya, fantasmas. Fantasma, sí. Fantasma. Phantom Stride. Ah, llegó su mail. BKB, ¿qué os meteore? Problemas, Ame. La galletita para salvarlo. Se escapa con mi invoker. Sigue problemas, Ame. Marque, aguanta acá el troll. Se le acaba la BKB. El niño jugado por parte del equipo de Stream Gaming. Va a cargar, se lo salva por ahora pugna. Le cae la zanja encima. Ame, mira que le tiene quieto el Android y lo masacra. Aquí se me junta a Chinkyu. Combinación acá de Snapfire con Sniper. Balazo contra Jage. Pling. No, una recién activa lo que es el Skirmishes. ¿Por qué activó de Skirmishes antes? Porque el último es daño mágico. Así que pues, si se pone Skirmishes antes, se iba literal a dejar servido para el Assassinate de Sniper. Otra torre que cae a manos de XM. 24-18 marcador, 11.000 de valor neto para el equipo de Stream Gaming. ¿Cuántos puntos da las torres en el Fantasy? Voy a revisar el toque. Eso me interesa. Tower Keys. 340. O sea, 10 torres son 1.400 puntos. Lo bueno es que tengo mi fantasy en el Discord del canal. Te voy a revisar. No, mi fantasy. No, mi fantasy está en pocas muertes. Nah. Criscore sí me sirve, pero pocas muertes no. Once Sniper medio no agarra runas. Ah. Tormentor Kills no ha participado. Stream todavía. ¿Hay Tormentor disponible ahora? Gran pregunta. Sí, Tormentor. Probablemente vaya el equipo de... Ya avisó, acaba de avisar el Chaos Knight. Vamos al Tormentor, le dice. A mí junto a XX, pero espéralo al Sniper pues. No, el Sniper. Tengo Tormentor Kill con mis Sniper. Bueno, con XM. Nunca participa en Tormentor Kill. Está en 0 puntos esa vaina. Bueno, de modo. Así son las cosas a veces. Y otro problema es que... No, espérate. ¿Está en teamfight o en...? Lo bueno es que esta partida tiene harto teamfight. Ya, su madre, teamfight sí puede ser la chamba. ¿A qué hora juega hoy? Ya te respondí. Casi 4 de la mañana, doble daño para Ame. Humo de engaño de Enigma. Recién activado, ¿no? Hace rato. Son strike. Revisando si había... No, Roshan todavía no revive. Chaos Knight. BKB. Manta. Bloodthorn. Troll Warlord tiene Battle Fury. BKB. Sangan Yasha. Blink Dagger. Va a sacarse satánico. Daga de agilidad. Tiene la ventaja de String. Inician en la parte de abajo aquí. Acá inician. Ahí está. Y el jugador por parte del equipo de Stream Gaming atrapa 2. Pero el GA se escapa con Glimmer que se la huele. ¿Sabe dónde está? Ok. Va a blinkear. Forta. Pero igual. Me llega y lo acaba XXS. El único sorprendido por esto eres tú, le dice Mars. A pesar que esta partida... Espérate. O sea... Tiene buena ventaja Stream de todas maneras. Pero también no es como que tenga que llevarlo en una hora de juego. Porque al final el troll se va a armar si le da tanto espacio. Y ahí sería bien problemático. ¿Verdad, no? Todo cambia cuando tomo mi té con limón y miel. Pero igual debería utilizar al menos Una bufanda, una chalina. De guardia XM. Creo que tienen gema. Me parece. Si una gema tiene Mars que lo compró. Él mismo parece. ¿Qué Osnay compró? Octarine Core. Para spamear sus poderes a cada rato. Ok, no lo esperé. ¿Qué fragmento? ¿What? ¿Desoladora consiguió? Acaba de conseguir desoladora. ¿Qué minuto eran los neutrales? 35, no hace poco rato nomás consiguió el mejor ítem para carry. O sea, qué suerte hay que tener porque solamente te salen dos con la faceta te salen dos. Dos del futuro. Y justo uno de esos dos era la Desolator nivel 2. Stygian Desolator, cada golpe reduce, bueno, el golpe reduce ahora 13 de armadura por 7 segundos. Qué abusivo. Un engaño de Enigma. No le doy a nadie, bienvenido al stream. Roshan que es revelado, pero puede caer Roshan rápido debido a la desoladora que digo. La reducción de armadura es demasiado amplia. 13 puntos de armadura reducida. Enigma se prepara y te lo observer. Shinkyu en la parte de arriba. Hubo un engaño de string. Se va a revelar el humo. Nuke se revela. Ahí está. Se reveló el humo. A mí también tiene la visión. Sabe que está en Nuke. Lo van a traer. XXS. Sí. Parece que sí. Ahí está el Pugna también. Pero no. ¿Dónde está el Pugna todo esto? De otra parte. Andro no se compra. El problema es Shinkyu. Bien jugado por parte de Enigma. Se manda por atrás. Vos activa BKB, eso no sé qué tan bueno sea, lo bailotean acá, cortas todo el rato, Shinkyu va a caer. No, sigue vivo, Shinkyu, esto es problemático. Chameronta la cámara aparte. ¿Se salvó Shinkyu? Cayó finalmente, después de un ratazo, pierde la gema. En otra parte, Mark no atrapa a nadie, se salva a su mail. Con Blink Dagger, cae también Cloudware, es un diver de Underlord. Pugna que... Pues no se compró esa pelea. Que Osnay se manda contra Roshan. Ahí está la gema tirada. Avisa a Troll Warlord de Ghost. El equipo de Stream se olvidó que había una gema. ¿Y va a agarrar la gema? Me parece. Chick no me va. Hola, gema, ¿cómo estás? Roshan que se lo lleva el equipo de Stream. ¿What? ¿Qué hace con Pugna? Bueno, se lo llevan. Me consigue ese kill. XM por su parte ya tiene 11 kills en esta partida, genial por parte del sniper. Fragmento de Gunning. Ya. Tienen la égida. La banderola lo debe tener Chaos Knight. No, lo tiene Elder Titan. Van con todo, presión al equipo de String a la parte de medio. Presión en la parte de abajo Steam Gaming, ya que no las barracas, bueno, va a caer la barca recién en la parte de medio, la de Emilia sobre todo. Este sniper está muy achorado. Abusivo, ahí está el... Ok, va por las barracas en la parte inferior, ya que cayó la torre tier 3. Octarine Core activa, bueno, haciendo el trabajo acá Ame. Carga más rápido sus habilidades, puede spamear. Pues la barra que me iba a caer. Solamente faltaría ir a la parte de arriba. Enigma va por el último intento. Humo de engaño. Mars, que creo que sabe, por eso está listo aquí. El equipo Enigma también ya tiene conocimiento de la ubicación, pero ahí está la visión. Inicia Next Nova, pero ahí viene que sí que es ese. Vaya la lanza Mars, lamentablemente. En problemas ahora Ender Titan. Pelea con todo Ame contra Ghost. Problemas Ame, tiene BKB. Ghost que ya no tiene BKB, tiene Satani pero no tiene BKB, el Troll Warlord está en problemas, si lo aturden se queda ahí quieto un buen rato y que si me lo sabe, va a comprar él. Tiene Glimmer que encima, Sumail en problemas, siendo bastante golpeado, Nut que se acerca, Nut que cae en lugar del Troll. Balazo contra Ghost, Alecrity, pero sigue presionando, van por el Pugna, cae de un lapazo de Ame, mega kill para ese Chaos Knight. Vale, parte de arriba el equipo de Stream. Presiona con todo en la torre tier 3. El que sale la tier 4 puede defender todavía Enigma. Son 2. Bueno, 3 contando si Pugna hace buyback. Acá vemos clic controlado. Ahí está. Inicia XXS. Se compra Pugna. Retrocede. El equipo de Stream un poco. Troll Warlord tiene BKB. Refresh el de XXS. Ahora sí la lanza me ha puesto correctamente. Voy a entrar porque tiene nivel 25. Mira cómo la aguanta el Mars. Mira cómo la aguanta. La Satani no importa. Porque acá está el equipo de Stream. Acaba con él. XM también cae en esa pelea. Tiene cetro de Gunning. Omar va por la torre tier 3. Ame. Aguanta. Manta Style. Mega Krix para Stream Gaming. Esto puede ser todo para Anima Galaxy. Blink Dagger en Chaos Knight. Se manda el Clockwork. Omar queriendo, pues nada, ya cayó. Se lo lleva a mí. Y se manda Underlord. Sigue peleando Enigma. Invoker con BKB. El Death Titan pone la zanja. Cae Underlord. Cae también su mail. Double kill para XM. Y esta partida es victoria para Stream Gaming. Se lleva el primer juego. No suda mucho en el juego mediano. Y el juego largo se tranquila en paz. Gracias amigo Chubi, dice Don Nadie. Por si acaso ya podías usar el chat hace rato. Estoy en modo... ¿Cómo se llama? Estoy en modo... ¿Cómo se llama? Normal, modo normalín. Bienvenidos a la transmisión, bienvenidos sean ustedes, señores. ¿Dónde está el stream del oficial? Ya ni lo he puesto.
Bonito Sniper, mi héroe favorito.
Aquí están todos. Aquí está.
Take game one.
These guys who are coming into TI main stage.
Ese Jenkins ahora se ha vestido de Freddie Mercury. Mira. Anteayer estaba de Mario, ayer de Luigi y ahora está de Freddie Mercury.
Chubi,
Todo
¿cuántas torres
un
de
personaje.
XM, porfa?
¿Cuántas qué? ¿Torres hizo XM? Creo que habrá hecho unas 6 torres al menos, ¿ah? Unas 6 a 7 torres. Sí. Ha hecho un buen performance de torres. No creo que me cambie mi fantasy, porque en general la partida no duró mucho. Y no brilló tanto Ame. Aunque tendría pocas, no, igual pocas muertes que baten. 3 muertes tiene. No. XM sí hizo muchos kills, eso puede cambiar un poco el fantasy. Vamos a ver, no creo, ¿no? No creo que cambie acá. Sí, se mantiene en esto. Muy específico. O sea, faltaría que la siguiente partida dure 1 hora. O hora y media. Ahí podría ser. El tema es que esta partida tampoco, al ser un sniper, no agarra tantas runas el sniper, no se enfoca en eso. Su chamba es más ir a farmear, pegar. Pero no tanto de comprar botella, agarrar runas. Quieres que quizás ha salido bien, pero bueno, vamos a ver qué pasa. Recién terminó la primera partida. Aquí están los resultados. Exnova, ¿cuántos war plantó? 16. 7 humos usó. ¿Qué más tenemos aquí? Puede ir avanzando la... Tenemos un poco de los highlights. Voy a dejar de fondo el audio de los casters mientras voy sumando acá un poco. Stream contra Parivision no he visto. Chamadre. Parivision venció 2-0, ¿cierto?
You've nothing. You have no mobility. He's so slow, but you can turn and you can fight. Like he always knows when his team can come in and save him and he can run away, or he can turn and fight. Even in this second clip that we saw, getting a solo kill, 1v2.
Añadir filo de bajo.
I mean, this is like the sniper's playground. You know, the first 10 minutes he had a really good early game. His supports were playing around him, and then in return he was taking towers. He went to the Mars lane, he killed the tower, and then he also TP'd back mid to save his support. You know, repaying them for their early efforts.
El partido duró 43-04.
3-18. That is an insane scoreline. I really do feel like Extreme just hasn't had to pull out the Cardell up until this point.
A ver, 16-7, ¿no? 16-7.
You ban
6.
sniper. You get this thing out of the pool. Teams have done this time and time again. Like, you don't make this mistake a
Sí,
second.
XM juega muy bien su
No,
sniper, ¿eh?
there's no way you're letting that
Abusivo.
happen at all. This sniper was
Abusivo.
amazing. Chaos Knight, obviously, it was fun to get to
7
see him.
por
But the
2,
biggest
8,
thing
3.
about the sniper here, Lacoste, is the way that he itemized.
Oh yeah, this is pretty great because he is getting Orb of Frost, which is gonna be turning into Orb of
Campamentos
Corrosion. So
acumulados.
it saves you by
¿Cuántos hizo?
30%, which is
X-Nova
gonna
como
be under
Shinkyu 6.
16% slow on top of your shrapnel, very bad
6
for
por
it, it slows ranged
100.
heroes more, plus also the
70.
health against Troll, against Pugna as well.
20.
I did mention the GD Poland
Y
bag, the combination.
ahora,
between
¿cuántos
the
War
two, not
plantó
really getting the
Shinkyu?
kills. The only hero
3
so far in the tournament that did buy
por
Orb of Corrosion were Monkey
113.
and Lone
Igual,
Druid, they
3
buy it pretty
9.
much at the same time, between 6 and 7 minutes.
Smokes,
So this is the
dos
timing
smokes
of
de
the item, but
Shinkyu,
usually we don't see it for a good reason. It's not a
283
strong item,
por
but in a
2.
situation like this, he
Claro.
recognizes what needs to be done. He gets it, and he
Héroe
dominates.
de
Yeah, and these are melee heroes. Like, Lone
X
Druid,
Nova,
you put
el
light
de
on the bear,
Titan.
like, you're essentially a melee hero. You're using it to, like, slow and
Héroe de
kite, but I
Shinkyu,
think the way that
Snapfire.
XM was
Muy
using it
buena
in this
Snapfire.
game
Creo
was
que le daría
very
MVP a esta
good.
partida.
It's just not how you see it used a lot.
Hizo muy buenas
Let's
jugadas.
shift the focus a little bit because a sniper, we wanted to talk about it a lot. However, he wouldn't have had such
Nunca
a good
dudaste de
game
string.
if his team wasn't there to really
Sí,
save him.
¿cuántas?
He
Ahí
still
está.
needed
Ya.
someone to initiate for him. The Mars being a
El bot
big
sí
one
funciona,
here,
¿no?
they're key part of that initiation for team fights.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
pretty
mean,
much.
he had like 2 really big bodyguards in a team fight, right? Mars and the CK. I think that's what you want as sniper.
No
And the build
funciona.
too, like rushing the blink
Zog,
dagger into
Sook.
Sheepstick, we saw that come into play. I think
A
the
ver,
way
AME
that XXS plays mechanically
833
is,
de valor
very
neto.
underrated.
A la
This
miércoles.
is the fight where he actually gets a blink dagger. The 13 minutes in delivered. Omar had a pretty good understanding where he needs to stay. but the combination
1666.
between him and Snapper, like you're just dealing way too much damage.
Discord de
even though
AME,
it's the 1-2 combo we're
530
talking
más
about. It creates
6.
so much chaos. It also allows XM to be able to peeping from the distance. This is the
536
fight, have in
por
mind, where
3.
Underlord is
1600.
super farm. He's on the top of the network, so he's ready to join. He does have that pipe
No,
available,
pero,
but
chamare,
still not
se
enough.
pone
They're
ni
cutting the
correcto.
fight real
Es acá.
nicely. And XXS, look at his position. He's ready to land multiple spears, finds
Aquí
a
está,
really
AME.
good angle. This is pretty much the max distance for the spear.
El otro
and he's
es
gonna be able to
kills.
complete
¿Cuántos
out
kills
every
consiguió
single
AME?
time,
8.
turns around. I think both him and Amar are the
Kills
best
da-
Ars players in the world.
¿Cuánto quedó los
Collapse,
kills?
of course, is up there, but the way he
121.
turns every single time he needs to soak up the damage is just beautiful.
Por
Yeah,
8.
despite your sniper, being such a key part
¿Cuántos
of the win
veces
condition,
cayó?
the fact that you trade him off
3
for a
veces.
team wipe, you're more than willing
Eso
to
sí
do
me
that.
equivoco, es
I think
1260.
the way that Extreme plays right now and the way that they've won
180
games, which is
por
basically
7.
staying as a unit in fights and having this like extremely
Muy
good
bien.
synergy
Jugó
lends itself to
el
Mars
Chaos
super
Knight.
well. Like, this is one of the best heroes for them because it does so much. You can bodyguard
XXS esta
heroes like
partida.
Sniper, you can
Oro
split
por minuto
multiple heroes, like,
XXS.
in and out of fights. You can
569
use the spear to pull somebody back.
por
It's like
2.
the potential on this hero is really, really high. It's like a super high skill hero. When
¿Quieres
it
score?
falls off, you can feel like just another
305
score.
más 14.
But if you have somebody that knows how to play the fights and keep the ball rolling, it looks amazing.
Yeah, something that I think
Por
really
3.
helped Extreme Gaming with that one. We talked about the kiting, right? But also just how long
Kills
everyone was living
4
in this.
por
It felt like they were
121.
able to kind of just evaporate Enigma Galaxy hero, and then it's like you
4.
have the numbers advantage. Everything goes in your
Las
favor.
muertes, ¿cuántas
The
tuvo?
tide kind of turned a
3
little bit when we
también.
saw that
Todos
Underlord
prácticamente
finally get
tuvieron
a couple more items for himself.
esa cantidad.
About the 20-minute mark.
Mars.
There was one really good fight.
It was a big fight because
Y es
he was staying on top of the
este.
network pretty much throughout the whole game. having
Tubi,
Crimson
ahora me
Fight,
aparece
fight,
98%.
Correo as well,
Gaby me está
reducing most of the
ilusionando.
damage that is gonna be
Ojalá,
close,
señor,
and,
ojalá.
I think Noob had a pretty good understanding what needs to be done in some of these fights in terms of he used 2 buybacks.
La ilusión es lo último que se pierde.
38 minutes, he used 2 buybacks. This has to be one of the
Y
fastest
que se me
buybacks,
793,
1
qué
and 4.
abusivo.
Used it pretty much 20 minutes in to make sure, and this is why they last picked it, because this hero is very annoying, super tanky.
¿Qué más? A ver,
Sniper,
Chris Core.
unfortunately for him, outranges his
XM
aura
esta
in most
partida.
of the situations. He's gonna be dying here first, but,
7,
he
no,
popped
Chris
the
Core
Crimson
412
already.
más
Pugna
19.
is giving him the little bit of extra sustain. The problem with this
Más
fight for
19
Extreme Gaming was that Ami
por
got
3.
caught inside of the cogs, and they were ready to reset
mayor o
one more
peor?
time. This is a bit of a longer fight where Ghost is going to go ham as well. Good arena, but this time around there isn't that follow-up that they've been using, that this 1-2 combo.
¿Por qué está en 449 Chris Core de XM en el primer juego?
We talked about
Tengo que revisar
this
eso.
is going to be used in a similar fashion to Centaur
Revisar
Volta.
cambios,
Come in,
mostrar
find the sniper in the back lines, and in this one he's just going to die.
Yeah, you can see despite the deficit, the team play is still there from NGX. This is still a really high caliber team where they understand that they're behind. They have the Underlord
1329.
type Crimson timing. the way that they need to play the
4,
fight
4,
is
9.
have him going first,
Voy a revisar
and
eso.
with that comes the risk that he dies. And so he's not
X.
only
¿Cuántos que
not
tuvo?
only has to go for
15.
these items, he has to go for buyback as well, and he's willing to use it.
Menos
It didn't end
1,
up panning out for them,
815
but this gave
puntos.
them a very big window into the game where it looked like Extreme was completely snowballing.
Yeah, I think Extreme also kind of learned after that team fight because they realized that the CK cannot be too far away from the sniper. That's why he actually got caught by the hook. As long as they maintain formation, a diamond formation, the sniper's in the middle, and everyone else is
4, 4,
surrounding the
9. Ah,
sniper,
ya,
the
faltó
team fights are
multiplicarlo.
going to be really easy for them, and also
3,
they were really good at going in and out with their heroes. So they ensured that the sniper had all the time in the world to just keep
¿Qué
peeking everyone.
más?
Yeah, a fun thing that we have as well available for us with the players on stage and everything is getting to listen in a little bit to their comms.
¿Las comunicaciones? A ver. Escuchemos.
Watching CK.
Ok, miren a CK.
I have buyback.
Tengo buyback.
Needed. I have buyback. Not stun on me. Watching with. You need help?
Full HP. They're killing me. Are you salty?
Estoy matándome, dice. Eso
I
ulti.
heal you a bit. We get sniper.
Tengo de espalda.
I'm trying them. We're fighting.
Seguimos peleando.
Fucking shit, boys. I heal you. Nice.
Bien, dice.
I like it from Noob at the very start. It's clear, you know. I go buyback, I'm watching with buyback. And that's where that moment is.
Yeah, that was
very clear comms.
They definitely expressed that.
I like that Omar's dead too, and he just goes, "Good fucking shit, boys." Like he's the hype man.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes, you know, you do your job, you throw your buddy at it, you die, you're still going to be there for your team on the comms.
Yep.
Yeah, and also like GH with the call right at the end after the
Vamos,
buyback,
héroe.
he just said we are fighting, you know, don't move, you know. So that was also really cool.
Yeah, that
Vamos,
was
héroe,
one
¿no?
of the best fights for Enigma Galaxy. It meant that there was a lot more in the tank for them. It was unfortunate that it didn't continue along, but Purge for us is going to be breaking down some of the later game team fights and some of that information.
Esta partida ha sido buena de XM. General. Para los que han puesto kills, bajen kills. Soy inocente, ¿qué es ese Frank? Mentiras, que vuelo de muy cerca.
all of a sudden he can just kill you from 1,000
Siento
units
la
away, which
mentira
is a
ahí,
gigantic
Franco.
advantage,
Me
obviously. So
mientas.
very spooky things. This really mattered in two
Representa la
very crucial
impunidad.
fights. This Roche fight setup here
Eres
was great
un mal
for them.
para la
They had an
sociedad.
awesome ward. That was a little bit to the wrong tool. Sorry about
Eres
that.
la oveja
They had a
negra
really cool ward to the
de
north
la
that was basically
Army.
giving them this vision corridor of like this.
Sí,
and by
tú,
using the sniper shrapnel here, it
que
basically
me
allows them to
restregas
put
tus
all of this
campeonatos del
power
mundo de
into
la
their
selección
opponent
argentina.
from range. Very crucial things to point out. We have
Hablo
the
de ti,
spirit here
señor.
from Elder Titan. This is going to lower Omar's magic resistance closer to 0, which basically makes the kisses damage, which is launching from all the way over here, and the sniper damage from all the way over here. They're doing this from safety. And the one here that does go in is the Mars. This guy's got the Blink Dagger, and he's got a BKB. So he knows that if he goes in, he can also secure his escape with his BKB.
¡Y apagando! ¡Soy inocente!
Advantage that Enigma
¿Quién llegó?
Galaxy has.
¿Cómo que pagando y pagando? Si ni siquiera dice
Troll
apuesta.
does it here by
No
running
puse
from the
predicción.
side, but he has to do this really elaborate, basically run all the way over this position. It takes time to set this up. He can't just react to the moment. So with just
Oye,
simple
doble salto,
cookie
¿no? Mira.
and a Hurricane Pike,
A la
he gets out, and now all of a
miércoles.
sudden Ghost is
¿Cómo lo
kind of
sacó
just
de ahí
in,
o
and the
al
only hero
toque?
still kind of in danger was XXS on the BKB. So once this
Mira
fight
cuánto
kind of
daño le
goes
hizo.
disjointed, they just have to leave.
Eso
This
sí
is
es
all
por
being
la... Por el...
That's
¿Cómo
on
se
them.
llama?
He gets out,
Ese
and now all of a
por
sudden Ghost is
el...
kind of
Astral
just in,
Spirit.
and the only hero still kind of in danger was XXS on the
¿O
BKB.
no?
So
No,
once
espera, a la miércoles, le sacó la mura de
this
golpe
fight
feo.
kind of goes disjointed, they
Horrible.
just have to leave.
No,
This
ni
is
siquiera
all
fue por la
because of
Astral
range
Spirit.
advantage and because
Puro
Extreme
lapo.
Gaming managed to kill the one good jump that Enigma Galaxy had first. They get Roche for free. And then the other fight that matters is this one here by the tier 2. They do the same thing. They basically
Lo mismo,
swing
¿no?
in from the side, trying to hit the back line. They need to kill some of these heroes
Ya
for
saben
free
que van a
if
pelear.
possible, and they
De
use their jump
inmediato
to kill X-Nova.
se
Very
posiciona
crucially, not
sniper.
using the hook shot when they went on him, which is kind of helpful. He can save that for a follow-up initiation on a different
Mira el
hero if
sniper
he wants.
pegando
But
al
unfortunately,
Underlord.
with the Aegis being on the
Pugna se
Chaos side
aleja.
here, he
Shinki
ends up
primero
being the guy
acaba
that
con
gets
ese
jumped,
totem
and very
del
crucial here,
Pugna.
XXS lands the Hex on him, which he
Ah,
layers it with
inicié
his
con
next
Vice
stun,
al...
and then there's a
No sabía que
third
tenía
stun that
Vice
guarantees his kill.
el...
So the Troll
el
just
Mars.
simply doesn't get a good fight because
Eso
he
pasa
didn't
por irme
safety
a
pop his
peparme
BKB and
mi
because XXS
T.
had that really fast side of the Vice. So range was so important in that fight and in this game, and Extreme
TXM
Gaming
bien
used it to their
posicionada,
advantage.
muy gozo su sniper.
That they definitely did. Handy in the utilization of more mobility backwards.
I think what makes Extreme so scary with Sniper is that they understand better than any team that Sniper is this thing that you dangle in front of the enemy team. You have to get him. Okay, come on, try it. And then they all use everything to save him. They all use everything to save him, and then enemy team reveals themselves. All of a sudden, you have XXS jumping in the back.
Tundra
like, this team plays around the hero so well that most teams just ban it. They don't want to deal with it because
they know how to itemize as well.
Fue
If you look at
eliminado,
the
ya no
support, first of
sirve.
all, he has his Hurricane Pike, then they have double Force Staff,
Nada
they
más
have
por allá.
Vlads, they have Guardian Greaves, they have Cookie, plus they also have Solar Crest, they also have big drums as well to be able to run away from the fight, understanding that they can reset multiple times, and if they don't die during that like troll ulti when they go in with the big invoker combo, they're gonna be winning the longer fight.
Yeah. Before we get into that game number 2, and before we talk too much more about what we expect there, we want to show you guys one of our finalists from our shop.
Chuy, es cierto que tenemos que sacar 100k mínimo.
Oh, no. Ya, gente, empezó el problema. Hoy día van a anunciar... Ya, escuchen, esto es importante para todo mi público aquí presente, por favor. Hoy día, este preciso día, 13 de septiembre, sábado 13 de septiembre, Valve va a anunciar algo. Un nuevo héroe, un evento. Porque normalmente cuando anuncian el ganador del concurso de cortometrajes, ellos se atreven a lanzar el nuevo héroe. Va a ser quizás sobre qué cosa, algo demoníaco, la gran confluencia, no lo sé con exactitud. Ahora, el tema es que vamos a poder mirar estos acá cortos, pero no voy a poner música ni el audio porque voy a tener alguna música de fondo que tenga copyright y no quiero que se tumbe el canal. Así que salvemos el canal. Oye, mataron su armadillo. Ya llegaron, tú mismo eres. Mete ulti nomás. ¿Qué vas a esperar ahí? Que te digan... ¡No! ¡No! ¿Cómo es un Jagger feeder, ese Jagger de Juanito. Chamario. ¿Qué decepción ese Jagger, no? O sea... Es como que mete ulti y cae justo en la lanza del Mars. Ah, su madre. Cuando cae justo en la lanza del Mars, ahí cayó mi vida. Qué bajo. Demasiado decepcionante ese Jagger. ¿Qué pasó, Franco? ¿Qué pasó? Checa, ¿qué pasa? No sé, iPad.
Veamos al pro. Está Yesca tomando. Veamos un cacho.
¿Qué cosa? ¿Quién está mirando el profesor ahorita?
Report Hugger.
Ah, le sale el contexto novelero, no moleste. Estoy tranquilo mirando a mi tía.
Qué triste ese juguete.
Yo pensé que era de mi fantasy y predicciones, ZZ la noticia, dice acá Sebastián Carvajal. Ah, ¿tú quieres que siga viendo el fantasy? Ya está bien, Sebastián, voy a seguir mirando el fantasy, no te preocupes. Ayer mientras dormías pasaron cortos con copyright y no pasó nada. No. No, Franco, no seas mentiroso. Yo estoy mirando la transmisión, no seas mentiroso. No seas mentiroso, Franco. No, no, ya me pasó una vez. Me va a pasar 2 veces. No voy a hacerte caso. No caeré en tus mentiras. ¿De verdad ayer pasaron los cortos? Espero que no, mano. Creo, no deseo, no quiero creer.
Uy, ¿cómo va la serie?
¿Ves?
¿Cuánto va?
No fastidies, pelocotes. Tú sigues noveleando, pe. Anda, mira Smash nomás. Ve tranquilo, papu. Tú tranquilo. Nadie te fastidia. Report Jagger. Qué triste ese Jagger, dice. Ay. Ya, loco, te es rápido. Va ganando Stream Gaming 1-0. Sencillo nomás. Y dirás, ¿qué? Pero Chubaca, ¿haces Tundra? Pucha, me voy, perdón. Acá está el resultado. Sí, va ganando Stream Gaming 1-0. Chuy, te quiero aún que a veces te botas para leer los comentarios, Sebastián. Es que no es que me vote, sino que a veces...
Chihuahua puede revisar mi fantasy.
Me concentro mucho aquí en la partida. Y no... Y pasa a veces estos mensajes que me desconcertan. Volvió Grover, ¿no? Y puso su fantasy, dices. A ver, Grover, tu fantasy, maldito.
Uy, soy inocente, soy Grover.
Targeting what Sumail likes to play, it is taking out all these things that I think have been the good openers, the strong foundations on the side of NGX.
Ya va a empezar el juego
The
2.
foundation is
Juego
gonna be very, very
2.
crucial here. Who's going to be on which picks, which side. You're going to definitely have to plan everything around that. And I do feel like
Tienes
maybe it's more
MP,
beneficial for
string,
Nigma to be on the second pick.
Paravision,
Normally, I would say it's
Falcons,
easier to be on the
Nigma,
first pick side because now
a
the
punto
more
de
I
caer
think of it,
Nigma.
because they are
Voy a moverlo
both
un
teams
poco.
are very, very
Lo voy a
focused
dejar
on
hasta que
getting a
caiga.
mid matchup.
Yeah.
So
Y
being
hoy
on the
también a
second
punto de
pick side
caer.
means that
Aquí no
you
tengo
can-
información.
Activa las apuestas y
Debe
apuesta el
tener
marrón.
información.
Ara,
Es una roba, no,
Oh, there's this sniper.
Arra, arra,
Because I
sigue.
don't think they are going to open number 8 with sniper. No. So they're going to pick something
A
else.
ver,
And then
stream,
if you think
Paravision, ¿no?
Invoker is open, it's a good game for it. Then you pick the Invoker at 9,
Juego
and then you
1.
ban the
Ah, mira
sniper
este juego
in
1.
the second phase right away. So I
Qué
think
asco.
in this sequence, second phase is probably easier for Nigma to plan around.
And if XG
Igual tengo que sacar la
has
info.
last pick, you're just not letting Sniper
Yeah.
in the last ban through.
3-9, pero no hubo ni kills. Se han visto nomás las
couple of
caras.
solutions there. We'll see exactly
Dar su
what
po.
they've been able to bring up for themselves. 'Cause Brendan,
Dominator.
great joy to say. We've got a game number 2.
Extreme Gaming versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 2.
A lower bracket run.
It is Radius Dyer's turn to ban.
Predicciones, es hora de activar las predicciones en el Box Rigs. Ahora lo hago.
10 seconds.
No lo pongan más. Box
5
Rigs.
seconds remain.
¿Cómo va el puntaje?
Dyer's turn to Radiant.
Va ganando Don Nadie. 100.000 puntos tiene Don Nadie. Le sigue Chubaca Dota 2. Tui con 48.000. Miserin con 37. Satania, Yang, Danubio, Joel y Chameco y Debbie. Así está el puntaje actual. Nadie ha reclamado nada, ¿no? Sí.
A legend interrupted.
Ah, esto ya está entregado. Ah, ok. Ahí está. En revisión, ahí tengo que dejar. Entonces voy a revisar ahí. Ya, está la tienda.
10 seconds.
Vamos a revisar el draft.
5 seconds.
Machu, con esos puntos, ¿qué percentil
Amigo
tendría?
Chuy, con esos puntos, ¿qué porcentil tendría? No soy Crow.
No eres Grove. Ya. Canal Chiqui. Chuy, ¿nos conviene que gane Heroic? Así se enfrenta a String y seguimos ganando puntos. A mi caso, no por las predicciones. Yo prefiero que gane BB Team, pero como estoy que apoyo a Heroic, ya que es de mi región, prefiero que gane, obviamente. O sea, por las predicciones no, pero como es de la región, yo sí quisiera que gane. String. Gana String. Nigma.
10 seconds remain.
Gana Nigma. ¿Podrá remontar Nigma?
5 seconds remain.
¿Lo conseguirá Nigma? No lo sé.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Es hora de postarle 10.000 ahora a Nigma. ¿Quién se llevará todos los Waka Coins? Chuy, después de TI, ¿tu horario estará fregado? No sé, la verdad, ya estoy molesto con eso. Sí, ese está rico, estoy fastidiado, es cierto. Ya, después de haber puesto mis 10.000, ya 2 personas han puesto 5.000 a que gana Stream Gaming. Así, sin chistar. Oh, qué raro que no funciona a veces el botcito, ¿eh? Eso me molesta. Correr.
Dyer's turn to pick. Warlock.
Es cierto, Nasbrut, sí. Me corrijo. Antes que yo apostó Nasbrut directo al Stream Gaming. Es cierto eso. No suena el bot, está bugueado. Bot de Mel, a veces se queda jato. Lo chévere de ver la transmisión oficial es que puedo ver estadísticas. Clockwork aparece a manos de Stream Gaming para Shin Q. Clockwork aparece. No, perdón, para Enigma Galaxy. Entonces vas a jugarlo. Omar. Yesh va a jugar su Fénix. Uy, Strina dejó el Fénix de Yesh y va 3-1 su Fénix. Beastmaster que va a ir para Nut. Tenemos a String Gaming con Shaker que debería jugarlo XM. Debería. No sabemos todavía con ciencia cierta si lo hará. Puede jugarlo Shinkyu también su Shaker fácilmente. Clockwork es un buen counter de Shaker. Warlock que lo va a jugar Exnova. Shaker va a tener que sacarse Yashikaya para castear rápido la segunda habilidad, ya que la batería de asalto de Clockwork lo va a fastidiar. ¿Estas horas subirme el bot? Sí, probablemente, igual que yo. Yo estoy que me quedo jato. Voy a hacer casteo para sordos en un rato. Literal me puedo quedar jato mi... Snapfire aparece.
Trabajo.
Snapfire para String Gaming. Puck que va a jugarlo en la parte de medio XM entonces. Checker offlaner para XXS. Posición 4 va a ser Shinkyu con Snapfire. ¿No? ¿Qué? ¿Ustedes creen que de repente Ame juegue Shaker Carry? ¿Sería tan descabellado que haga esto el equipo de String? Probablemente, no lo sé. Baneo, Centauro, Shadow Demon Mars, Mr. Bag y Helicopter. Ya volvió el bot. Marcy, Muerta, Lycan, Nagasiren, Bane. Porque ahí está Don Nadie, ¿no? Cuando acabe el draft voy a poner un videito que es bien chévere. Me gusta un videito que encontró por ahí de internet. Medusa para Enigma va a jugarlo de Carry Ghost. Y pues esto da chance. Bueno, Anti-Mesh ya fue baneado, sí, pues estaba pensando. Un Anti-Mesh ahí sería muy fácil para el equipo de String Gaming. Vemos a Ame en pantalla. Cuatro personas hemos apostado aquí. Yo solamente le he dado la Fenigma. 3 quieren chapar los 10.000 Wakagoins que he puesto.
Amigo Chu, y cuando falla el bot. Es curioso, pero creo que usando el TTS se arregla XD.
Ojalá, señor. Ojalá XD.
Varias veces ya pasa. Y como que funciona. Eso siento XD.
Ojalá que sea XD al final, porque ya es una costumbre, ¿no? Cierras con XD, no con punto, con XD. Invoker baneado de parte de String para evitar que su mail lo juegue. Vamos,
¿Quién tú querer matar yo?
Oye, sí o sí, acabando el nivel 100 del pase cuatero.
Esa es mi forma XD.
Voy a jugar Warcraft 3, ¿ya? Ya me cansé, ya. Quiero jugar Warcraft 3 otra vez. Quiero poner ahí mi granjita de cerdos. Mi torre de magia de los humanos. Mi cripta de los muertos. Quiero poner un ayo que se vaya y se convierta en un árbol. Esas cosas. Tan locochonas. Y otra vez quiero ver a Arthas liberar la Frostmourne.
Construye más granjas
Ver
de
al
cerdos.
Moradín volar en pedacitos. Como si fuera Krillin. Como que, ¿qué pasa? Construye más granjas de cerdo. No hay suficientes granjas de cerdo.
Trabajo terminado.
Trabajo terminado, exactamente. Nos morimos de sed. Buena cervecita fresca. Banean a Monkey King. De Enigma, ¿qué faltaría? El midlaner nada más, ¿no? Bueno, baneado, Invoker baneado. Todos pinta que va a ser Shaker offlaner. Warlock 5, Snapfire, no creo que mandes Snapfire medio. Y Puck Carry, no, eso no se hace, String, no. Acá está demasiado fijo qué cosa va a jugar cada héroe. Bueno, cada integrante del equipo. No está pensando, ¿qué van a hacer esos señores? ¿Qué te vas a animar, papu? ¿Banea o no? ¿Qué banea Enigma? Igual tiene las piques de String Gaming, va ganando 1-0 esta serie. ¿Nos iremos al quinto juego? No, el tercer juego sería Snap medio, dice Locotex.
Es Snap mid y saco un Skirmishes.
Y el Puck, que el Puck de espectador. Puck 4 dices. Terrible. Most picked meat. Más piqueado, héroes más piqueados en la parte de medio. Puck, Earthshaker, Sun Invoker y Shadowfiend. Mira, 30 veces han elegido a Puck y lo han mandado a la parte de medio. Puck de Courier, Impossible. Ahí está la égida, esperando ser levantada por su próximo dueño. ¿Quién conseguirá la égida de los campeones? Mañana sabremos el ganador. Piensa, Ghost, piensa. Jagger, no, ¿por qué baneas Jagger? A ver, contes de Medusa. Anti-Mesh, ya, fijo.
Puck de 5, con Warlock 4, y Shaker 3, y Snapmeat.
No sé si Sniper es counter de Medusa. No sé si lo puedes considerar. ¿Qué más? Counter de Medusa. Ursa no, Ursa se friega mucho. ¿Ursa dices?
Troll es bueno contra Medusita.
Shadowfiend aparece para Enigma Galaxy. Ursa salió al final. Chamare, ¿Ursa de verdad? Bueno, mira ahí Locotex. Adivinaste. Pero se mantiene el draft. XXS va a ser Shaker al final. Warlock 5 Xnova, XM Puck, Chinkyu con Snapfire y ya me va a jugar Ursa para armarle Diffuser.
Yo veo el futuro, Tamare.
Ah, ves el futuro. Ah, no, peta madre. ¿Cómo que ves el futuro? ¿Estás viendo en Twitch o simplemente estás haciendo trucazo de acá? Vale, peta madre. Ya nos estamos yendo hasta la partida de Heroic. Ya, gente, acabó la serie. Va a jugar Heroic en breve. Uy, chuy, me fui demasiado al futuro. Estoy muy futurístico, ya está, ya volví a la normalidad. Ok. Se acabó el draft. Pueden utilizar sus audios normales a esta hora. No, la gente no va a chorarse. ¿Qué carajos?
Pero amigo Locotex, si ves el futuro porque ya no tienes Wakacoins de tus apuestas.
No, nadie, no seas así, ¿por qué lo asustas? No va a querer apostar, por favor, Locotex. Pero dice, ¿quién va a ganar por draft? Tú eliges tu Wakacoins, tienes que recuperar, papu. He puesto 10.000 en la panca, 10.000.
Por nivelar el destino, así ganó Heroic.
Chuy, buenas madrugadas. ¿Por qué no jugó Bebe primero? Dice Rafa. Ah, es una buena pregunta la de Rafa. ¿Por qué Bebe Team no jugó primero el día de hoy? Porque su serie fue la última. Como su serie fue la última, esa partida se queda como segundo, ¿no? O sea, empieza un poquito más tarde, que es a las 6 de la mañana hora Perú. Esa es la razón, señor. Chubi, juega Survival Chaos de Warcraft 3. Un mapa recomendado para pros. Survival Chaos. No, es que más me gusta jugar.
Normal ganó los 15k de nuevo.
X Hero Siege. Ese es un mapa muy divertido o nostálgico para mí. Aunque un poco aburrido en un juego largo. Y el mapa de Hero Survival. Hero Survival es un mapa que me gusta demasiado. Ese mapa sí jugaría bastantes veces. Ahí tiene bastantes ediciones. Me gusta mucho el Hero Survival. Bueno, empieza la partida, señores. Faceta alguna nueva. No. Igual. No. El menos volley, que cada 6 ataques ralentiza la medusa. Shadow Res que ralentiza, pues es Shadowfiend medio. Va a jugar con...
Chuy, apagaré la PC. Te veo desde mi celu, echadito en mi camita.
Dale. Hotspot, el rayo solar hace más daño mientras más lejos del enemigo. Y expander... Nada nuevo. Humo de engaño de Enigma, humo de engaño de String. Y se revela el humo. Kinkyu revela el humo. También revela acá Fénix. Saben que están cerca los oponentes, no se arriesgan. Hay un observer de Enigma, sin embargo. A mí la parte inferior solito.
Estoy desde camita, Chuy. Deberías habilitar un canal en Discord subiendo una foto desde donde se te está viendo.
¿Qué? Pero, what? ¿Por qué? No, estás loco. ¿Por qué harías eso? Si estoy con mi cámara web a veces. What the fuck. Pero la parte de arriba puede caer XXS. Y va a caer ese Earthshaker. Muy buena jugada de parte de Enigma. Su mail consigue el first blood de la partida. Y con esto una botellita va a venir muy temprano. Ya empezó el juego, gente. Juego número 2. Sí, don nadie. Está raro el pedido de Locotex. No sé por qué. No voy a entrar en detalles, pero no es un pedido que normalmente le haces a alguien. Ahí esquiva XM. ¿Se quieres el par? Pero ya asumele, no le importa. Ahí viene mi botella. A ver, toma tu Shadow Race. Que supongo tendrá su varita, ¿no? No compró varita. Va a ir de frente por lo que es la botella. Le pone difícil la partida XXS al Puck de XM. Buena esquivada. Evita el Shadow Race que conecte. Y Age cae a mano de Shinkyu. What the fuck? Shinkyu hoy día está. Pero recontra despierto. Se ha lavado la carita. Se ha lavado la carita con jaboncito.
Uy, cuando pasa los 1900 de rango no puede aparecer el foco. ¿Cómo funciona?
No, el orbe se desintegra. El orbe ilusorio se desintegra si supera el 1900.
Es normal, así se pone el amigo en la madrugada.
No, terrible. ¿Qué carajo? Yesh, bien castigado por Shinkyu. ¿What? No ha puesto ningún poder más. Sí, Yesh. Yesh, digo, Shinkyu más bien. Hasta que guarda la galletita. Pega a Shinkyu, sabe que tiene ventaja ya que es un héroe que no tiene mucha armadura. Y intercambia golpes porque Shinkyu tiene 4 de armadura mientras Yesh 1 apenas. Esa es la desventaja de jugar con Fénix. Su escala, ¿cuánto de armadura? 2 puntos.
No fue yo, Chuy.
Por nivel.
Fue Grove para que revise su fantasy.
Cae Clover de Omar a manos de Ame. No, ¿qué cosa con Grove? ¿Qué pasa? El Arara es de los animes, de las flacas. Las flacas dicen eso. ¿Pero qué significa? No sé, eso es un dicho, supongo, de los japoneses, como cuando dicen, como en Perú cuando decimos P, y dice las flacas dicen Arara, es lo que sé. Pero también creo que hay un personaje varón, el Meliodas, creo que dice también Arara, si no me equivoco. 2-1 el marcador, gente, 2-1. Qué bonito, hay kills. Marco Chávez dice, ¿cómo es que pueden ver las partidas sin delay? Pues porque el TI siempre ha sido así.
Como vamos.
Vamos. ¿Sí? Bueno, ¿cómo que será eso? Ah, no, el de Meliodas dice sate, ¿no? Ya me acordé. Esta tontería, ¿no? Vamos. ¿Qué? ¿Algún español o alguien de Latinoamérica que diga vamos? Acaba su frase y dice vamos.
Entonces, XD.
O a lo Naruto, no. Sí, así es, así, date bayo, así es. Sí, por supuesto. Claro que sí. ¿Qué más? Sí, te estoy prestando atención. Claro, ven acá, claro que sí.
O sea, la traducción sería algo así, es como el de Naruto date bayo.
Así es, señor Locotex. Suena gracioso, eso mismo, la gente lo utiliza más como de forma burlona, ese es el problema. Estaba pensando sobre... ¿Sobre qué estaba pensando que iba a decirles? Algo se me está pasando. Fisura. What?
Entonces, si es
Yesh,
como mi XD.
a punto de caer. Shinkyu ya no dice, ya fue, man. Entonces sí es como mí. Sí, Tron y los aranceles, ¿no? Uy, y Yesh fastidiando a Shinkyu. Estaba pensando. En sueño la noche y el cansancio ya no dejan que piense tanto. No, Yesh, te encontraste con una piedra llamada Shinkyu en el camino, te vio y un balazo le metió, bla bla bla, lo escribió, terrible esa Notfire. Oye, esa supernova siento que no va a reventar. Siento que ese Fénix no va a hacer su chamba que hizo tan bien contra el equipo de... Espérate, ¿qué? Jace, ¿cómo hizo bien? Contra BB Team, ¿no? Primer juego. No, espera, estoy mal. Sí, contra BB Team, el primer juego, el primer día, claro. El Fénix fue Gosu. Después BB Team remontó todo.
Ese chin, esta que mete bala.
Sí. Pero segundo el marcador. ¿Qué pasó, Sebastián? ¿Por qué?
Aquí debería estar Paridivisión y no Extreme.
Oye, es cierto, loco. ¿Quién dijo eso? Locotexino. Debería, mano, pero... Las expediciones, pues, así pasaron las expediciones, papu. No somos tan futuristas. Tranquil, para Clockwork. No, ya empecé con los rugidos ya. Empecé con los rugidos. El sueño me va a ganar. Vamos a poner valor neto. No, me he olvidado. ¿Qué cosa pensé? Bueno, le guardé Shinkyu. Algo había pensado sobre esta partida, pero se me ha ido de la mente.
¿Cuánto maná y vida recupera el Po por cada?
Creo que es 1% o 2% de vida y maná. Y creo que 6% o 5% cuando esquivan una habilidad, un poder, un hechizo, un spell. Y farmear los stacks enemigos el puxito. Qué moleste XM. Su mail se da cuenta y dice, oh mano, ¿qué pasa? ¿Esos stacks son tuyos acaso? No, papu, son míos. No, dice que se me pucha mal, se llevó todo. Sí, pues señor. Eso era mío, pues. Autores de experiencias que son uno para cada equipo. Que stringamen rápido nomás para que descanse para la final. Sí, lo chévere. Y Edge vuelve a caer. XS junto a Shinkyu. Otra vez. Siendo de las suyas. El dúo. Culebrítica. Me niega. Ame. Que va a sacarse Battlefield en un momento más. Para la parte de abajo pelear la runa de poder. Pero sí, se manda contra su main. Problemas de Lincoln contra 2. Siren contra Shadowping. Esquiva, Puck. Tiene que irse. Puck no tiene orbe ilusorio, sí. No, ¿qué estás haciendo? Fatal Bones, viene Shinkyu. Balazo. Galletita, toma tu galletita. ¿Y quién va por su mail? Obviamente, y también por Clockwork. Un sacrificio que no sale tan mal. Cae Puck de XM y cae su mail y Omar. 2 por 1. Bueno, bloquea el campamento de inmediato Exnova. Ame se lleva ahí el Dark Troll. Oye, ¿qué tal? Rotación del Ursa. Nut esperando que suba Ame para meterle su respectivo Primal Roar. Tiene acá su yelmo del dominador. Mar aparece también por un costado. Warlock nivel 5, se va a encontrar con Clockwork. No, espérate. Sí lo pidió el Clockwork, pero...
Chuy, viendo
¿quién viene
esta
camino?
fase final,
Viene Fénix
¿quién fue
de
el más
Yesh.
Messi mochila de cada equipo?
¿Qué pasa? Messi Fénix más mochila. Oh, Ame. Rebota con los Power Cuts. Pero que termine. El problema es Ame también Yesh. Le cuesta mucha vida el rayo solar. Dominator para seguir farmeando. Que tiene Drinkle. Ya sabe que está farmeando Ghost. Un poco difícil, porque si le manda el Drinkle a Ghost, vienen los teleports de Enigma. De todas maneras.
Amigo Chubi, una consultita.
¿qué?
No importa si el equipo que predije esté arriba o abajo, ¿cierto? Solo que gane necesita, ¿o no, amigo Chubi? Disculpa.
Sí importa. Te voy a explicar por qué. No. Lanza el primer error contra AMK. Estaba iniciando. Bueno, pues el Mortimer cae finalmente. Beastmaster a manos de Shinkyu. Otra vez Shinkyu brillando en esta partida. Brilló en el primer juego y este segundo juego también. Como vuelvo a decir, para mí el support de Stream Gaming debería ser el MVP de esta serie. Sí, Donald, sí, sí importa el orden. Porque si te fijas, pues de repente ese equipo de repente debía estar abajo o arriba en la bracket, en el emparejamiento, y pues al final sí lo fastidia.
Como si predije que gana Extreme, pero gana desde ya.
Uy, le dio el golpe final al golem, bien hecho por Yesh. Farmeando Ando su mail y tiene Kaya. Torre de medio que puede caer a menos de Shinkyu. XM con la runa de escudo. Viene acá. Fénix. ¿Tiene super nova? No, no hay mana. Pero después tiene cargas de Mainboard, ¿puede ser? Sí, 20 cargas y un loto. ¿Tiene mana para utilizarlo? Sí. Cae la torre de medio a manos de Shinkyu. Cae la torre de abajo a manos de Noob. 7-2 el encuentro, 1000 de valor neto para String. Modo de engaño de Clockwork. Y botas de fase en Earthshaker. Bueno, Ghost no lo inician, está tranquilo. Como siempre dije que gana String, pero gana desde la llave baja. Si gana, pero así es, tienes que predecir que gane de la forma que pusiste, llave alta o llave baja. Eso es lo que va a contar el fantasy. Bueno, el fantasy no, las predicciones. Ursa que no está tan cerca.
Entonces ya no importa quién gane o pierda para mis predicciones. Con fe Noma creo que me queda Heroic, que pierda Noma XD.
Ay, ay, ay. Vamos a bloquearme jato. Uy, inicia por fin pelea contra el Beastmaster. Ah, la melee con la... No hay oportunidad para no caer a manos de Shinkyu otra vez. Shinkyu va 5-0-2. ¿Qué vas a sacarte ahora, señor? Fortaf, ¿qué va a ir? Minuto 12. 12 de partida y ya parece que va a comprar su fragmento de Garin tan rápido. Orbilusorio. Una pelea muy difícil para el equipo de... No, para el equipo no, o sea... Sí, para el equipo de String. ¿Acaso quieren ingresar hasta la torre de Tiruno?
Yo andaba aún emocionado, creo que seguía sumando XD. ¿Habrá aranceles entonces?
A la firme que sí. A ver, aranceles. Ah. Ya no va a quedar jato, me va a quedar jato. Es que me duermo, pero aguanta, por favor, aguanta. Quiero abrigarme, pero el problema de abrigarme es que eso da más comodidad para dormir. Yasha y Kaya para Shadowfin. Va con modo de engaño, Enigma. Viene el Shaker. Ah, me vieron. Ahí Fortaf, no. No se manda. Guarda, ¿quién inicias? Al Ursa de Ame. ¿Qué haces acá, Ame? No sé. Bueno, ¿tiene problemas o no? Ah, no, tú estás en problemas. Ok. Ame dice que sí le gusta esta situación. Viene Warlock, locura, con palabras sombrías. 9-2. El encuentro, amigos. De borde XM. Una ilusión que embotella Shadowfin, ¿no? Uy, arriba lanzan todo en Nova. Dios, perdón, a Ghost. No fue buena idea.
Ya te termina de quilear XD.
No, no me estoy acurrucando en nada. Bien, buen drink con XM. No hay Stone Gaze. Va a caer esa medusa. Va a caer. Van por Clover, ahí está la supernova. Buena coordinación del equipo de String. XM que se posiciona. Y es que revienta la supernova, pero ni importa. Ni importa, parece. Para el equipo de String. Tormento, no, minuto 15, falta todavía 5 minutos. Ursa detiene Blind Dagger.
Pero igual mejor que descanses ahora, amigo Chuy. Así estás ready para lo del héroe.
¿Vamos a hacer entonces? Ya, que chupe. ¡No! Pero están los cortos. Pucha madre. No, no puedo jatearme. No. ¿Qué hago ahora? Están los cortos animados. Pucha madre. Hasta madre. ¿Quién cayó? Alguien cayó. Cayó Omar, ¿a manos de qué? ¿De qué neutral? ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Qué está aconteciendo? Su mail es encontrado por XX. No, Ecoslang, no. Acá aparece XM. Toma. Meu Deus. Nud ya tiene un crío ancestral capturado. Su Pokémon es un dragón ancestral de ojos azules. Y va a caer. ¡No, dragón! ¡No! Primal Rock contra XXS. Hay galletita. Viene los vencidos de Norte y medio Quasland, Dragon Drinkoid, cae también Beastmaster. Se llevan a su dragón de ojos azules. 13-13 el marcador. Valedor neto que va a 6000. Ame que sigue farmeando dando. Y que se me haciendo muy buena chamba. ¿Qué? Lleva por Roshan Ame. ¿Quién va a tanquear? Xnova le ayuda con palabras sombrías, pero debe tanquear Warlock, supongo. Yape, tanquea tu peli, dice a mí. Yape, hace rato que te doy el aviso. Gracias por tanquear. Está el Observer. El Rocket Flare. No, esto es malo. Tiene que salir ese día Stream Gaming. No creo que sea buena idea pelear esto, ¿eh? No creo, papu. ¿En Rage? Ame no quiere dar por sentado. No, es que llegó Mar. Es que el Golem. No me llegó ese Golem de Xnova. Y Omar puede caer la fisura. Cae. Bloodware. Su mail. XM. No tenía Drinkle para continuar peleando. Bueno, tenemos que Ame consiguió la eje del inmortal. Yo también. Uy, chamera, he visto una mantita por ahí. A ver, voy a ponerme un toque. Quedarme jato en la silla, nomás, ya que chulo. Qué rico. Ya me quedo jato, papu. Jato. Estoy bien abrigadito. Caracho, la manta se cae. ¿Quién cayó acá? El Fénix. ¿Se lo lleva quién? Ame. El Hoodshot que falla. Bien hecho por XM. Se escapa así tranquilo entre los árboles. Omar que revisa. ¿Hay algo? Nada. Uy, ya vi. Ahí está el XM. Me lanza el Primal Roar. Baitea nada más el Puck. Omar que planta el Observer. Estaba cerca por ahí Shadowfin, sí. Tiene daga. No. Que está listo para lanzar los besos.
La clave para despertarte será: soy Grog. Así diremos, amigo Chuy XT.
No. Pobre Grog, se ha quedado marcado. Y lo peor es que yo tengo la culpa. ¿Se acuerdan que ayer banía... No banía, sino lo borré de mi lista de amigos a Unknown? por poner una foto fea de... Bueno, alguien que puso, ¿no? Un nick ofensivo contra mí. Resulta que él no me había cambiado mi nick. Era otro jugador que había puesto mi foto de perfil de Steam con mi nick. Y le añadió esas palabras. Y en la parte de abajo va a caer XM a manos de Omar. Buena jugada del equipo de Enigma. Y va a caer Warlock. No, se salvó el Warlockcito. A las justas. Se lleva el Tormentor. Fragmento de Ganning para XM. Ahora el Pug cuando desaparece. Bueno, eso sí. Pug ocasiona daño extra. Un daño extra de 20. Daño mágico. A todos los enemigos cercanos. En el rango de ataque de Pug cuando activa Phase Shift. Eso le ayudará mucho a farmear. Para poder parar.
O sea, se quileo a un inocente.
Sí, don nadie, sí. Borré a alguien. Ya me disculpé, ya lo volví a agregar. Ya está todo solucionado. Pero sí, fue mi error. Y justo me había despertado y no había visto bien las cosas. ¡Equalan rapidito! Fisura, Enchantote, besos de Mortimer, a dormir. Cae Beastmaster a manos de Shinkyu. Sí, por eso ya está todo solucionado. Le expliqué que es que era la verdad. Estaba con tanto sueño que no me había fijado eso. Luego ya me fijé que sí, yo tenía la culpa. Él también se dio cuenta que había cometido un error. Y no dije en ningún momento que lo... Menos mal, a veces yo me vuelvo muy extremista y bloqueo o recuento. Uy, en la parte de abajo en problemas. Warlock, no, ¿qué pasó? Sigo vivo, uy, sigo vivo. No, me le dan su golem. Ah, me aparece allí. Su mail va a caer contra la detección. Drinkle contra 2. Viene acá la vida de Gage cae. ¿Stone Gaze activado? A mí tiene Blind Dagger. Lo va a corretear hasta el fin. Hasta los confines de la tierra. Malganis, ¿me escuchaste? Mega kill a manos de Ame. A su madre. Lo persiguió muy lejos. Se acabó. Lo bueno que se solucionó, sí. Hola Mijail, bienvenido al stream. Saludos desde Nepal. Ah, la gente no le importa cómo están en Nepal. ¿Qué arcana es más chévere? ¿Shadowfiend o Legion Commander? Para mí es la de Shadowfiend. Me hace recordar al Shadowfiend de Dota 1, por eso. Teleport. Llegan los teleport, los Power Rangers. Ame se va a llevar el crimen ancestral. Listo, mío. Y beso de Mortimer por si acasito. Uy, mira, no, ¿sí lo reveló? No, media. No, espérate. Este tiene una. Debe tener una explicación. ¿Cómo eres tan cráneo? Dime, ¿qué pasa, papu? Ya. ¿Eres muy hacker? ¿O qué tienes, Shinkyu? Ah, la visión. Ok. Ya. Voy a imaginar que esto de acá te anticipó y dijiste: este causa se ha ido a farmear abajo. Así que debo estar utilizando el portal gemelo. Los besos de Mortimer dan visión. Tú le haces tu fisura, le cancelas el teleport y ya está. Y pues lo atraparon infraganti al señor. ¿Saben que su mail está farmeando aquí? Han avisado. Se manda por eso con
esto ya aseguro
el portal gemelo, el equipo de Extreme Gaming.
Soy inocente.
Misma Galaxy que va retrocediendo poco a poco. Vamos a ver, aquí XXS con BKB, inicia 2. En problemas, Sumail llegó XM. Hola, Drinkle encima. En problemas, Sumail le pone el parasma. Pega que pega y cae. También cae Fénix. Clower nada más que se salva. 21-4 el marcador. Stream Gaming está que abusa. Da paliza al equipo Enigma Galaxy. Va a llegar fresco para su partida de las 12 de la tarde aproximadamente. Pero pues son las 5:05. Esta partida va a acabar en breve, unos 10 minutos más ponle. Medusa que tiene Butterfly, Manta, Ursa que va a sacarse Monkey Kimbar ahora después de la Basher. No está tan lejos. Ghost va a ir por Sky para aguantar más. Y ya sale Roshan en un minuto. Qué fregado. Vamos a Omar. No, Omar vio a Ghost. Farmeando la jungla. La manta para ir a farmear a otro lado, a la línea. Y ahí está la visión de stream. Saben que Medusa está farmeando a este lado de la jungla. Lo saben muy bien. Minuto 25, llega la noche. Mar que aparece por allí. Ah, casi me cajateo otra vez. Con esto ya seguro 8 predicciones que Rico Chubasor dice: soy inocente. Ara. Por fin me levanté temprano, dice Percival. Va ganando la primera Stream Gaming. Partido Chivo se ok, ya, listo. Continuamos esta partida. Esto es modo. A ver. Van por Medusa Ghost que le sacan la mura pura magia. A la mena. Cayó Medusa de Ghost. Parece como si fuera una partida muy dispareja, ¿no? ¿Eh? ¿Goles de Warlock? ¿Todo para farmear el kick ancestral? Qué exagerado eres eso, man. Exageradísimo. Roshan ya salió. Debería apuntar de una vez string. Ya, ahí está. Va por ese segundo Roshan de la partida. Rocket Flare para revelar la ubicación del equipo de Stream Gaming. Sabe Enigma que ellos están en Roshan, pero con tanta desventaja. Un sacrificio más de Clockwork no sería malo. La égida se lo lleva a Ame. La banderola de Roshan lo tiene Shin-Q. 22-4 el marcador, amigos. A favor de Stream Gaming, 19.000 de valor neto. Una pelea más y ellos entran a la base. Sí, 22-4 es muy abusivo. Pero bueno, así ha pasado esta partida. Minuto 28. Santuarios de experiencia que consigue doble el equipo de Enigma. Así es. La torre queda en la parte media y se la lleva Ursa.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Incoming!
Le bordea a GH. Ya tiene BKB su mail. Bueno, Stream tiene la ventaja, tiene la égida. El Ursa Warrior propone de forma tímida a Stream Gaming con toda la ventaja que tiene. Medusa en un rato todavía para la Skadi. Captura el outpost el equipo de Stream. Ursa nivel 22. ¿Qué ha puesto? Que Archot aplica 2 caras de Battle Fury. Ok. La parte de medio, a punto de caer. Esta es la banderola de Roshan, no caen los clics así de fácil. Tiene cuidado, Ame, le queda 2 minutos a esa ejida. Uy, que la atraparon a Clover, cae Clover. Sigue la presión de String. Creo que quieren hacer megas una vez. $23-4 el marcador, 22.000 de valor neto para String. Y yo aguantando lo que se pueda. Avisa el Blade de parte de Ame contra el Fénix de GH. Y pues Nigma Galaxy le va a decir adiós al torneo, gente. Top 6 conseguido por Nigma. Esto ya es una paliza de aquellas. String no había ganado tan rápido hace mucho tiempo. Bueno, no hace mucho tiempo. Creo que en este torneo no gana tan rápido normalmente. Sigue la presión de String Gaming. Sigue la pelea. Messi de Mortimer. La torre va a caer. Ya está. Recién segundo set de barracas para String Gaming. Ahora sí retrocede String. Ok. Se acaba la ejida de Ame. Y bueno, tenemos otro kill más. Goglife para Ame. Cae su mail. ¿Cuántos kills va Ame en esta partida? 904. Ya. ¿Cuántos las hits? 408. Las hits no está tan mal. Valor neto está fuerte. Bueno, oro por minuto sí está fuerte.
Ese osito gominola está potente, Chewie.
Esta partida está bien ZZ, que me estoy quedando jato. A ver, ¿qué más hay? Ofrezcan algo, Enigma, o lancen GG de una vez. Ah, su madre, ¿cuánta partida? 30.000 de valor neto. Probabilidad de victoria, ¿cómo va? 94% para que String gane. ¿Les queda algo en la base a...? Ni no escuché los tambores de megas. O sea, ajá, no. Todavía sigue... Hay chances. Cancelar. ¿Qué? ¿El fragmento de Dani se lo lleva a Snova? Bueno. Sigue la partida, gente. Nigma Galaxy que no puede defender. Eso es lo que vemos. Nada nuevo. Drinkó contra 2, cae Fénix, se manda con todo Ame, y Echo Lan contra la Medusa, también viene el Golem, cae Ghost, cae Sumail, esto es todo amigos, va a ganarlo Forza, uy, mira estos Forzas muy bonitos, GG lanzado de parte de Enigma, y Stream avanza al top 4 gente, bueno, no top 4, top, sí no, o top 4, sí, top 4.
Pretty much what happened, right? So, male draft stage, a total beatdown. I mean, everybody, right? Everyone on XG did so well. Their draft as well. Xiao Wei coming in, mastermind. I mean, Xingqiu. It's hard to give the MVP to anybody, right? But this Snapfire performance, absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Just covering all their bases and not letting Enigma get any of the timings they want. I think that's pretty much what happened, right? So he gets the early first blood, gets his bottles, having a pretty good lane, but can't actually get anything off of the floor afterwards. Just, yeah, clinical performance from XG.
Yeah, as I said, the Extreme's going to be terrifying in this lower bracket for whoever ends up facing them in their upcoming series. Yeah, this game too, we heard it, as you said, for Xiao at the start, right?
Está llenecito, ¿eh? Qué bonito, qué bonito el estadio.
What they wanted to do, what they wanted to draft against them, and how they wanted to play. And we really saw them bring that out to a T. It was perfect in this game too.
So much stun, so much control. They make it look kind of easy, right? When they have these type of stuns just so that Ame can just kill anybody he wants. Unbelievable performance from Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, a tough, rough series here today for Enigma Galaxy. They did well to get it this far, but they won't be making any further steps here at the internationals. Extreme Gaming take the series 2-0 and are ready to move on.
Y aquí está. XXS.
I'm here with XXS from Extreme Gaming, and my first question is, how fun is it to play Earthshaker in front of a TI crowd?
首先，恭喜获得本
场比赛的胜利。
我们想
问一下，在主舞台上，在 TI 的观众面前玩汉地者小牛有多爽？
我觉得现场的氛围太好了。当牛头选出来的时候，大家都很兴奋。
我很喜欢这种
氛围。
I think the atmosphere in the stadium is awesome. I love the atmosphere when we picked Earthshaker. Everyone's clapping. I love it. Brilliant. I mean, you guys came so well prepared for this series. Why did this aggression just work so well versus specifically Enigma Galaxy?
能看出来本场比赛之前做了很足的功课。你觉得这种非常暴力的打法，为什么针对 Enigma 特别有效呢？ 我觉得我们只是拿到自己比较擅长的阵容，发挥的比较好，所以赢了他们，就这样。
I think it's more of us picking our comfort heroes and making our strategies work. It's more of that. Worked extremely well for you guys. And I want to ask as well,
Se manda el
what did you
gorrito de
learn yesterday
Alchemist,
from your
es
series versus
chubasquero.
P-Vision that you're able to take into this one and just take it so dominantly?
我们还是想问一下，从昨天的比赛，在 P-Vision 上面有没有学到任何东西带入了这场比赛当中呢？昨天我觉得 PV 的带线，然后把我们搞得有点晕吧。然后我们今天比较注重一下带线和就是一些处理。
I think we were a bit knocked off by P-Vision's lane pushing yesterday. So today we learned from that and we took care of it. Excellent stuff. XXS, you played so well in this series. Hamburg, China, they may be down, but they are not out as they stay in the international. Make some noise for XXS and Extreme.
Pagando y apagando, para ya dormir en mi cama bien abrigado.
The arena having a lot of fun, seeing
no quiero que ver la partida de héroes. ¿Qué pasa? Me estoy quedando dormido.
Bracket, a lot of chanting, and I mean, in that interview there, we heard about it. It wasn't so much what they prepared for NGX, but very much having those comfort heroes look cost. And I mean, the sniper coming out. Can you get any more comfort than that? And then in that game number 2 as well, we saw them just feel flawless.
Yeah, Amazursa also another classic. These are the heroes that they love to play. Xingqiu on the Snapfire, on fire pretty much throughout the whole game.
Gracias por seguir el canal, Bruce.
Being paired up with
Earthshaker
with Ursa just to have +1 so that he can be grabbing the kills, and it was pretty much flawless. We said that Enigma Galaxy, they need to take it slow, and they took it slow, but you know what? Extreme Gaming, they wanted to end this one quickly.
Que rica,
that was a nice little tidbit about the lane pushing. Like, that was very honest from him, because I do think P-Vision, you know, we saw it yesterday, the way that they're using the Dom creep is very oppressive. So, I mean, this was not a close series, legitimately. So whatever they learned, like that worked out.
Yeah, Extreme Gaming getting to bounce back like that. We get to see them progress, but unfortunately, it does also mean that we have to say goodbye to Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I'm here with GH, legend of the game.
Ha jugado muy bien el torneo, pero bueno, no pudo.
I realize you've just lost this series, bitterly disappointed, and
Qué rica mi capita. Voy en mi cama también.
You've been incredibly entertaining to watch.
It's always super fun to play in front of such an amazing crowd, to be honest.
Tengo fe en que luego de esta partida X Nova haya subido su puntaje en algo XD.
So I would like to shout out all the crowd, all the supporters, all the fans. We truly love performing for you guys.
They love watching you as well. So other than that, what has been the highlight of this TI for you and the team?
I mean, for me, honestly, I'm just extremely grateful to be here in the first place. It's such an honor, such a great experience, surrounded by so many good, great players. It's just the overwhelming feeling.
The standard this year does seem very high. How far do you think XG can go? Because that was a hell of a performance from them.
I believe top 6 teams are all contenders for the top 1. So they could go all the way, they could do anything they want.
Fair enough. I'm going to get back to your team in a second, but I just want to say, can we get a huge round of applause and a cheer for GH Enigma Galaxy for entertaining us at this wonderful TI? Thank you, GH. Back to you guys.
A pleasure to see these players come out onto the stage, to just get the arena going. There is so much energy around it. Everyone has loved supporting them. Months ago, they put in that effort. They came through the qualifiers. We saw them last week put in a lot more effort to make it to the top 8. And here, they get to be happy still with a top 6 performance. It is, nothing to be ashamed of to be knocked out by Extreme Gaming. Someone who came into this undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, in TI, like, this is where you want to see NGX perform. And I totally agree with Ted, and I think the audience feels the same. This has been one of the most fun teams to watch. They didn't just get top 6 playing, like, normal, boring stuff. They did it with style. Like, they completely reinvented the meta, and I think it caught a lot of teams off guard. And we will definitely see in the coming day teams using stuff that NGX came up with.
Yeah, I mean, that mid
Amigo Chubi, me habla tu almohadita, me dice que te extraña, que estás distanciado y ya casi no te ve.
For him with the side of Extreme Gaming stepping it up.
Qué rica mi camita XD.
Early movements, even though he did have the first blood. I think SF needs a bit of a different setup, but this is a really nice move from Ame. This is why he's one of the GOATs when it comes down to being
De repente me despierto cuando ya dijeron los anuncios. Ya vendré a las 12, no sé. Estoy bien cansado. No he dormido nada. Ya vengo.
Ready, like even they mess up this gank a little bit. XM didn't go. He doesn't go to the up ground and uphill, and he dies. But guess who's here? It's Jinkyu. It's Ame. Cookie lands on one. He goes for the bigger target. Jinkyu gets the double kill. These type of moves, you don't expect them to happen. We've seen Yuma from Heroic going for these twin gates rotation 5-6 minutes into the game multiple times. But these type of rotations where carry leaves the lane 8 minutes into the game, goes to the river to secure the rune for his mid laner and try to grab a kill, it's very rare.
I mean, it kind of also solves the problem, right? We mentioned that the SF was going to be a problem. Yeah. And I mentioned after the draft ended, it's going to be interesting to see how they tackle it. And that was like a really important move, right? SF, he was top net worth at 8 minutes during the game.
Te queremos, amigo Chu. Descansa, cualquier cosa te gritamos. Soy Grobe.
Was figuring out if one hero is a problem and they can't just bring the support.
Madre, ¿a qué hora anuncian a mi sapo bardo?
Where Yatoro would go. So it's really cool to see XG pulling out that here in the top 6 because, once again, going back, like this is the sort of championship plays you need to win the whole thing.
Always the 1% when you're able to just min-max it a little bit more. Also, though, when we went further into this sort of game winter, the team fights that were coming out, having the numbers again, Extreme Gaming has always been so good at balling up together early and taking over so much of the map.
I mean, their draft literally screams team fight, in both games. And I also wanted to highlight that the way they involve everyone, because it's not just about starting the team fights, right? How are you going to involve all of your team? And right here you can see the Ursa once again comes in, Ame rotating in with his team. They have all the ultis up. They try to take a fight. They try to take the tower here. And Nigma, they just couldn't really respond with 5 heroes because the Beast didn't have a good start. And usually Beastmaster, you don't really want to TP into a fight. You want to be in a position when your team goes to you, right? So they took full advantage of that, and Nigma just couldn't bring 5 heroes, and they had to run, and they lost their carry.
With so many early rotations from Ame, we kind of see him take that extra leap. There's a much bigger gap between the two carry players in this game there, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Ame classic, the Ursa, and I feel like this is what Extreme has been playing really well around since day one of this tournament, which is having some, like, really bursty carry, and then heroes that can, like, fight the fight, do things from far, you know, they Snapfire, they Warlock, like, all of these heroes, just, they poke. Like, this basically lets XG play as a unit, and then Ame can, like, pick and choose his jumps and just not die. He went 9-0-4 this game, but honestly, this is how most of his Ursa games go, because they pick around it.
Yeah, a big difference between having an active early game carry compared to a late game scaling carry in the Medusa Lacoste.
Yeah, I think Ursa did a lot more Medusa, also a bit of a slower hero on the side. She needs 2 items to come online, and we can definitely see the difference, even though Ghost was farming really well, but also you have Shadowfin. Like, I think the problem was between Shadowfin and Medusa, because both of them are kind of needing other heroes to go in, and the hero damage at this time, all of that is from the laning stage as well. He did join in one of these earlier fights, but Ame, like, he's ready to take the fight. This is the best hero in the game to take objectives. They took the first Roshan, they did take the first Tormentor as well, and this time around they're trying to go for a kill. Again, this is not the target you want to initiate on. This is your Warlock. He still gets the rock, even though Shadowfin's not going to die because they're going to be losing the vision of him, off of that Glimmer Cape, but still Ame, he's ready to join in. They have so many stuns, so many ways to disengage a team fight. Pre-BKBs, you have this Earthshaker with the Fisher, with the Enchant Totem, and you can see the big difference between carry-to-carry matchup once they left alone, where Medusa's still not ready to take the fights with her, like, 3-4 items that she wants to have.
It wasn't easy, though, to find the right target to initiate on. That Warlock, we saw it there at that 20-odd minute mark, how they struggled to kill him off. That's a position 5. Later on in the game, though, we also see them try and have a gank on the Earthshaker too, right? Caught just slightly out of position. You have the numbers advantage, and that one still doesn't work out for them, Jenkins.
Yeah, you can kind of see, like, the struggle that they were facing in the draft as the game progressed, where the only combo that they really had was Clockwork Hook into SF Requiem, and even though they basically did it perfectly here, they still have enough in the tank for XXS to get the BKB off, because the Chain Stun is just not long enough. So I guess you also need the Beastmaster in position, but then you have 2 cores in the same place. It's one of those situations where, like, one team drafted a lot of heroes that had many fight conditions, like ways that they can take the fight, and the other team drafted something which requires a lot more, like, outplay and maybe a higher cap.
I think if you look at the score, it tells you the story of the game, where both of the supports are trying to make something happen, because all 3 cores are really not having a fun time. They did die 8 times on both of the supports. Noob didn't have a good time at all. Every single time Snapfire with the Earthshaker paired up with the Coil. Very easy to execute combos once they go on him. He doesn't have much of a defense. And they managed to shut him down. He was the playmaker who was supposed to take care of the map. You did talk about the Clockwork and the Shadow Fiend, the combos that we've seen that they missed. Executed the 2 times as well, but Ame, standout player for a good reason.
Yeah, the 2 moves that he made just now in the highlights, the gank in the mid and the top rotation, those are the 2 moves that kind of just cemented the lead, you know, for Extreme Gaming there. And especially like the Ursa, I think same can be said for the other side, on Nigma Galaxy side, when they had the Beastmaster. I felt he lacked that carry gate rotation, right? And not to say it's Ghost's fault, but as Medusa, you generally do not want to
You can't do that, yeah.
And so maybe you have to go back to the draft. Maybe it's probably better for them to enable the Beastmaster, because like I said, you know, with the SF being in the pool at the end, it means that a lot of the responsibilities of the momentum of the game falls on the Beastmaster. And if your Beastmaster doesn't have a good game, you don't enable him, it's very difficult for your team to move around the map. And because he wasn't really the overall last pick, they picked the Ursa to kind of win the lane. So and you don't help him, so how is he ever going to get into the game?
Right, I mean, he's overall first pick, and they didn't flex him out of offlane. Like, it was very clear throughout the entire draft that Extreme expected the Beast to go offlane. They picked an entire lineup that countered Beast offlane, and then NGX felt like they still had to run it offlane, but then they have this whole game that they need to play through him, and it just results in this problem.
It probably, I think, went differently because they saw the 2 supports, right? They were caught between 2 minds. So either we go with the original plan to enable the Beast, Or right now we try to abuse the fact that they had these two supports, which doesn't really offer a lot in the early game, and we pick a greedier mid, right? So in the end, they went for that, and it clearly showed why it didn't really work out.
Yeah, a lot of symptoms that came from what could have been a very simple fix, but that's all in hindsight. Enigma Galaxy now out of the international here. We're going to take a look at our bracket because Extreme Gaming's day is not over. Whilst they have won this elimination best of 2, they are going to have, best of 3, they are going to have to play later today as well. And that is going to be the winner of either BB Team or Heroic. So it's a long day for them, a lot of time between, and maybe time to reset. Lacoste, it's a really fine line of resetting but preparing too.
Oh, for sure. They did manage to reset after the Road to TI playoffs, where they were kind of undefeated. Everybody was starting to copy, try to figure out what Extreme Gaming is doing. They did lose to P-Vision yesterday, which was one of the game was competitive. The second one, they couldn't figure out what P-Vision's doing on the map. Very annoying team to deal with, and now they have a couple of series left to figure out who they're going to be playing, either BB Team or Heroic. But Extreme Gaming, they're definitely resetting, and you can see them powering up. This is pretty much Extreme Gaming from Road to TI.
All right, we would be talking about these teams, what's to come, what their time is going to be filled with, and we have a little bit of time to fill with you guys. And so over the last few days at this international, we got to catch up with everyone and ask them about who they think is the best mid laner.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, got your mid, got your off laner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the mid laners. I want you to cast your minds back to TIs of yore and perhaps of yesteryear and choose who you think has been the most impactful and bestest mid ever. The best TI winning mid player as selected by the players, the Hall of Fame.
Oh. This is a really tough one, I think.
Oh, really?
It's Miracle, end of the show.
You're saying
Done.
Miracle, end of show?
I know it's Miracle. I know Miracle's #1 on that list.
I think there's a case out there for Dendy.
Okay.
I think if people want...
Okay, this is a bold one.
Look, I love Dendy. You know I love Dendy, but come on, brother. You're saying Miracle? What are you saying?
It's not what you think. Let's be clear. What do you think the players said?
It's Dendy.
It's not Dendy.
Who is choosing?
In terms of multiple TI victories,
Oh, yeah?
it's Thompson.
Oh, that is a good... But
Right? Because they're swapping out the mids on Spirit, you know?
That's true.
They're throwing them around.
It's Miracle.
It's a joint first.
Oh.
Really?
Yes.
Joint first.
Oh.
Between Miracle and
Joint first
Sumail.
place. You're saying Miracle Sumail?
Is I would guess that Sumail is the other one.
You are incorrect.
Really?
It is Miracle and Thompson.
Okay, they're just Redlers. We're all the same. The pro players are just us.
Yeah. When you think about Miracle and Thompson as joint firsts, they're worthy joint Hall of Famers, I would say. Well, what is it about these two guys that elevates them above everyone else?
I think they're just the most iconic mid laners we've had. Both of them were a step ahead of their competition. Sumail, probably the largest skill gap there's ever been in like roll-to-roll matchups at a TI. I think that Thompson was also ahead of people, but in a more creative aspect. He wasn't necessarily mechanically that much farther ahead of the rest of them, though he was a god in that regard.
I think it was his brain was that further ahead.
He had the galaxy brain, yeah.
It's funny because they're all so different too. Like those three mid players, despite all being there, are quite different cases. Like for me, Thompson is not only because he won TI twice, but it's this idea of just like all the different ideas he brought to the game.
And he seemed crazy sometimes.
Yeah, of
like
course.
you'd be watching him be like, what is Thompson doing? It's like, oh, he's destroying.
And it's not just heroes. It's not just like the items. I feel like that's what we talked about a lot. But like the way he played, like they were just psychotic. Like he would dive behind that tower and the buds are there and they're rolling in deep. And it just kept on working.
It was mad.
And it was very, very impressive. And I think that's why we remember it so well.
Thompson, he's the man that's going into the fountain once again. Bathe in the glory of the radiant. Thompson, he just does not give a crap.
Do you have anything to add to this?
Style.
Style. One word. Style.
I think it speaks for itself.
Baby.
That's what mid lane's about. Mid lane's about style. That's why every mid laner who plays it, they play it because they want to style on some dude, and they got style.
The one thing that's weird about it is that Miracle has a couple more of those like standout moments where he had the enemy team in the palm of his hand.
Literally outplayed 5 guys.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, yeah.
The reaction time was all about Miracle, the bar start from Kaka. It'll connect, follow up Fisher, but KP, he'll get the sun up the map side, most in the middle of the field, Darcy, cordon off, Miracle, the echo is left there from GH on the Omni side, and damage outpost Turbin with the side, SDC is gone for 2 minutes.
That's what gives him the most credit.
Yes.
Is that he was like the individual. And the Buds were there like helping him out. But Thompson was more of like a gelled into the team thing, I think. Like
Yeah,
they
I
played a
think
lot
you're right.
around him and you saw the success together as a unit. But when we think of Miracle, you think of just like some giant like, 25-0-7.
Can you think of a play or a moment each for say either Miracle or Thompson where you would thought, holy crap, that's
The Thompson Invoker, that iconic moment where he's casting a billion spells and outplaying everybody in that team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God that wasn't against me.
Yeah.
Seb, can he keep this man alive though? He doesn't have the black hole backup. You have an Anna with a big gust heading him back. Tornado, Thompson, he's in with the backup. The beat Tony Blas coming down. Thompson with the save, gets both of them. Thompson Invoker.
As far as Miracle goes, there are too many highlights to think of just one.
Okay.
That's entire half of YouTube's video list is just
True.
Miracle highlights.
Even now, it's all just Miracle
true.
highlights. Yeah.
That's
well,
what
yeah.
half the Dota audience is still watching.
Miracle
TI
highlights.
ended, and they started loading up the Miracle 2016 highlight reel.
Miracle highlights and Thompson builds. That's what people want. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. That was mid.
Well, don't go uploading, and searching for those highlight reels just yet. TI is still going. There's still space for some new mid laners to carve their name in that Aegis, and of course some moments for themselves as well. But that was our casters talking about who the pro players had voted as the best or most memorable mid laners. Do we have any differing opinions on the panel about it?
I mean, Miracle has been such an iconic mid player. It's kind of hard to go against him.
Yeah, those are pretty good ones.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a
Miracle
biased one.
Okay.
Of course, I want to say SCA mid.
You can still do it, Winter.
Nah, but they're totally spot on. Both of them, like Thompson and Miracle, they definitely change a lot of players' mindset in the mid lane. How you're supposed to play, how you're supposed to lane, what items are you going to go, how are you rotating. They definitely started a totally different trend.
Yeah, and now we see, mid lane, just exactly how it is played out, how much more support is given around it, what the teams like to do. It's very indicative of their playstyle as well, and two teams that have extremely unique playstyles or hero pools are the two that we're going to see next. We have BB Team up against Heroic, and I mean Heroic coming out with these Pudges. Obviously, they also love their clockwork. We've seen them with the off-lane Phoenix too. It just feels like you can never put this team in a box. They always go above and beyond expectations in any regard.
Yeah, to me, this is the most fun team to watch of the tournament, and it's not just because they pick Pudge. It's because they create so much chaos in a game that they make their opponents, no matter how skilled, they will make their opponents make mistakes. And Dota, where there are no mistakes, is boring. You just see objective to objective, and the game ends. This is why TI is so great. You have the pressure, you have mistakes, you have a team that's willing to create these mistakes, and then you get these long games, opportunities for really cool plays to happen, and it just seems to happen every game with Heroic.
Yeah, every single time. Game that they played yesterday against Tundra, if you gave their draft, this Pudge, Shadow Demon, Broodmother, Tusk, and Phoenix, to I think any other team, I don't think they would be able to win that game, because this is not like a super strong draft. It's just that it suits Heroic's playstyle. They know how to utilize these heroes. This is pretty much their classic heroes as well. We're talking about Tusk, we're talking about, Shadow Demon on KJ as well. Support duo has been really the shining stars of the team, but I also got to talk about Yuma. This guy has been amazing throughout the whole tournament. I don't think he had a single bad game.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. We're seeing him step up in every regard when it comes to it. Is he going to be able to step up when it comes to the side of BB Team? They're drafting a lot more stable in what we see for their supports. I mean, that Hoodwink getting picked up 10 times. And it just feels like there is the big difference in what they want to do for stability in finding success.
Yeah, the dynamic is definitely going to be interesting between the two teams, where one team is just trying to make everything chaotic, whereas BB Team, I think they have to try their best to ignore that the other side, what they're doing. They have to focus on what they are doing and just make sure that, oh no, we see a random Schofield walking around, should we kill him? Those thoughts should be blocked out and just focus on our objective. Are we getting the Tormentors? Are we going for Roshan? Are we getting a tower? Don't just go after Schofield every time you see him doing something silly in the game.
I will say for BB Team though, the one word I would use to describe this team, even if they have just lost the series, is confident. Okay. And I think that is what could potentially break the chaos of Heroic. As much as I love the chaos, I think the BB team could be so confident that they're just not swayed by the Schofields running around. They find the answer to the Broodmother coming out mid, or they just ignore it and let it exist.
I didn't think I was gonna say this ever, but you know who's the stabilizing factor in BB team?
Is it Pure?
No, it is GPK. Like, this guy has had tremendous year. Like, maybe before a couple of years back, you know, he would be on the flip coin side, but I don't remember last time this guy did something that was like game throwing or anything. Like, in most of their games that they played, he's the most stable. He's the one leading the charge in a game where they're losing 5,000-10,000 gold behind. He is ready to pull it back with his puck performances. This guy has a massive hero pool, plays those heroes to extreme, and always fun to see. Like, this guy has some really nice moves. One of the most talented mid laners we still have.
I feel like he changed a lot after the break where they were trying out Kiyotaka. And then
Right, it was that swap.
It was during that swap, and then when he came
He
back,
got angry. He came back and he's like...
a vengeance.
Yeah.
He had something to prove, and I know that they've still got a lot to prove when it comes to being on this TI stage. So let's bring him out.
And we're back.
Seems to be where this team loves to go, making their series so far on the TI main stage go the distance. They have been one of the most entertaining teams that we've gotten to see when it comes to gameplay and execution. But someone else that loves to bring some ethos and some energy is, of course, their opponents. These 5 players are striving for their best result at an international, not just personally, but for the South American region as well. Top 6 is where they currently sit after this best of 3. If they can get a win, a top 4, that is the best we've ever seen from these players and from that region. A lot is on the line for them, a lower bracket run. It's definitely possible. They showed up yesterday. They can definitely show up again today, Lacoste.
Oh, they definitely can. This is a team that is super explosive, and when we talk about South America, Thunder Awaken, they did reach that 5th, 6th place at the TI 11, infamous 7th, 8th place Beast Coast, Heroic TI 13, and Beast Coast and Infamous during TI 9 and TI 11. So for the region, this is pretty massive. Having a team that is doing so good at the TI main stage is just pretty impressive, and doesn't seem like they want to stop. I also think that this matchup might be a bit of a different one for BB team, because I mean, they did meet a couple of times throughout this year. BB team did win every single time, but I think Heroic powered up. This is the team that learns a lot from their mistakes after the loss that they did have earlier, and all I'm seeing is a completely different mentality and a completely different playstyle than any other team that we still have left at TI.
Yeah, so for these players, you know, their best results at previous TIs as well, but also how many they've been to. So quite a lot of them playing at 4 TIs, including this one, Miro. This is his 3rd one. So there has been so much growth already in previous placements for them. But Pure, he's the standout one there in terms of having achieved so much already. I feel like he's one of those players that just would not be happy going out here now. This elimination, I think, means more than anything to he wants to make it to that final day is essentially what I'm saying.
Yeah, he did reach that with Tundra, but also I don't think Pure has reached his full potential yet at TI here, because in the previous performances, this guy is the dominating factor. He's the one controlling the tempo of the game with his Monkey Kings, with his CKs. He plays Don't Do It as well, but I don't think he's playing 100%.
It really feels like BB as a team, they live or die off of the back of Pure. This is what we saw in the series yesterday, where he was rotating on anti-mage, you know, level 2, level 3.
Oh yeah, that mid rotation.
It was really interesting. Like, he has very creative ideas when it comes to the game. He has a lot of confidence, but as a result of that, you can have these games where it's very volatile. Like, either he's 18-0 or he's 0-18, which makes for very interesting Dota.
I mean, on top of that, I think it's very rare nowadays to see a carry player leading the team as the captain.
Yeah.
Like, usually you see it come from the supports, or maybe sometimes from the mid player, because a lot of the plays come from the mid, or maybe sometimes in Tandra's case, you know, the 33, you know, the offlaner is the captain, you know, but you rarely see nowadays players from the carry role actually captaining the team, because on the carry side, there's a lot of responsibilities on your own, right? You have to really focus on your game, your itemization, your laning, what you have to do in the game. So having to hold that extra responsibility with the draft and taking care of the team aspect is something that is really, really big.
He does have a lot of interesting ideas as well. This is the guy that during one of the Valakias, he was pretty much the only one who was playing Lifestealer, so if he sees something is good, he's definitely going to try to push it. I believe he had 90% win rate on the hero, 9 out of 10 games.
He played Hoodwink Carry too.
He did play Hoodwink Carry. You did mention that they are playing a lot of Hoodwinks from position 4. Got to be careful about that one. When you're playing against Heroic, Meepo can always come out. Guess what? Guess who also plays Meepo? Yep. Not so far at TI, but he loves to run it.
See, this is the thing you have to be worried about if you're Heroic, is that the way that BB is making their way through this tournament, the way that they're changing every game, the way that Pure is trying things, and yes, he has some games where he doesn't look so good. Guess what? This is exactly what they did in Wallachia Season 5, and they won. They won the entire thing by doing this.
Yeah, I think you also had a great point yesterday about BB Team Jenkins, where you were talking about how they are under people's radar. Like, they're sliding right underneath. Nobody's talking about BB Team too much. You know, we're talking about Heroics, Extreme, you know, P-Vision, and Falcons. But BB Team, I haven't seen people talk too much about them in terms of, like, being the hot contenders to potentially lift that Aegis.
That's the thing, is they're always expected to, it's like, oh yeah, they'll get top 6, they'll do fine, but they won't win. This is what everybody thought in Milwaukee. And guess what? Yeah, and guess what?
Something will happen.
They didn't throw. Something happened, Pure goes 0-17, and still, the next game, he comes back. The next series, he comes back. But GPK, like you mentioned, he has been so stable for this roster, where it even feels like in games where his team is not doing well, he is like 16-0, and sometimes they win games off of the back of that, and usually it's his Puck. I remember after Wallachia Season 5, the entire community was gaslit that there were no bad matchups for Puck, and Puck was getting brutalized mid because of this in every other game for every other team, and it was just GPK was so good at the hero that's what it looked like, but it wasn't right.
I mean, it's not just the hero. I think he's also one of the best laners, right? I think in this specific matchup between BB Team and Heroic, the lanings are going to matter a lot. Because if you can actually take control of the lane early on, you control the runes, you make sure you don't give it away. I think it's going to be very hard for Heroic to do their chaotic style of Dota if they don't actually get a decent start of that, you know. So I think BB Team actually matches up really well against Heroic because of how they play the game in the initial stages.
So here's a question about the matchup then, because Analog, historically speaking, like literally when the guy came onto the scene years and years ago, he has always been I am going to cheese pick you mid. I will pick Broodmother. I will pick Bat Rider mid. This is what he's playing in the tournament. Monkey King, destroy you in a melee-to-melee matchup. Is this something that is actually going to matter against GPK?
I would say no, because GPK has been so stable. He's basically the rock of BB Team, but Analog, this guy has been also powering up. He has a very interesting hero pool that he loves to bang out. Like yesterday, we've seen that Broodmother that you talked about after seeing Invoker. This is the hero that GPK loves to run, so gotta be careful, especially at these, I would say, early picks, something that we've seen Nigma in the previous one kind of did a bit of a mistake opening up with that one hero getting countered immediately because they couldn't really flex it.
I want to see their past encounters, because we've talked about how it's always been slightly favoring BB Team, how in tournaments when they're sliding under that radar, they're able to go the distance, go on to even potentially win it there. But for Heroic, this is just something that doesn't feel normal in terms of a tournament for them. There we have it.
It's been hugely favoring BB team.
Right.
So yeah, it's not been looking good for Heroic.
But this is months ago that you have to factor in. There has been a lot of significant growth for Heroic.
It may be months ago, but it really comes from, I think, the root of how both teams actually play. Because when I was watching their games, right, I feel like Heroic likes to play on the side lanes more. They prioritize Whisper's game a lot. So they tend to give a lot of rotations towards the side lanes, whereas I think against BBT, if you don't control the runes and if you don't pressure GBK, he's going to try to snowball the game from there. Then after that, if Miro gets pressured, he doesn't mind coming to the mid lane, or even Pure, for example, he's rotating to mid lane to help the mid laners get runes and make plays, and that doesn't really happen the other way around. When Heroic, they are going for the mid runes, I don't really see Whisper come down as much because he prioritizes his own game a lot more. So I think the dynamic is what makes a difference there.
Yep, and in the draft he's also prioritized. So you might end up with Analog not having a extremely good matchup to 1v1 against GBK. So I do agree. However, this version of Heroic is not really the same, because I feel like for the... Oh, come on.
Take that phone away.
That's a good way to...
The arena was definitely vocal about what
Where's the security? Escort him out of the arena.
Do either of these teams pick Tinker? I don't think we have... No Tinker
Wait, okay,
mids,
when
at
you
least.
say
No
that,
Tinker mids.
I was going to say, they're not necessarily like Tinker experts, but I do feel like there is one person on almost every team.
They're not going to bang it out. Anyway, Heroic has powered up in this tournament, and I think every other tournament this year, barring the Parker PGL Wallachia, when they had him, they have pretty much played to their expectations. They don't beat the good teams, but they beat all the bottom tier teams, and then they just get knocked out by when they face their first good team.
I mean, usually that's like a sign of a team not being flexible enough, right? Because to a certain point, you might need to play out of your comfort zone to make certain adjustments to beat the stronger team.
Yeah.
And maybe right now, they, like you said, they've already powered up, and we'll have to see whether they are really willing to make that change, like the prioritization. Are they going to try to move that away from Whisper and try to help Analog more to make sure that they don't get run over by BB team in this series?
I think the offlane duo for Heroic is pretty similar to way P-Vision plays, where Schofield, I'm going to say, they put their offlaner in a really weird position, whether they're going to be dominating the lane completely like they did yesterday with this Marcy plus the Batrider, or he's going to be doing his own thing on the clock, would be very annoying, something that 9 class does really well, compared to the offlane duo of BB team with Miero and Save, who's been so stable in the last, pretty much ever since he joined the scene. Miero, I also think that this meta does favor him, because we're talking about these Helm of the Dominators, these Zoo metas. These are all of his most successful and the best heroes. We're talking about the Lycans, Beastmasters, Visages as well. So he knows how to micro.
Look, those fans are getting passionate out there. They're seeing Heroic on the stage and in their booth, and all they want to do is just get on into this series.
BB Team versus Heroic. Game 1.
Yeah, we have another elimination on our hands here between BB Team and Heroic. We've talked about the chaos that could potentially ensure for these two, pending on what they get their hands on in the draft. The stability coming from that offlane, especially in the position 4 on the side of BB Team. However, on the side of Heroic, it's the chaos that is somehow stabilizing their lineup in a position 4.
I'm never going to get used to a first phase ban punch. That is so goofy and wacky. Actually, speaking of the 9 class comparison that you made, Lacoste, I think one of the best measures of goofiness in a position 4 and chaos is courier kills, because you're just on the enemy side of the map. That's where you're going to snipe couriers. 9 class is number 1 in the record for this tournament. Schofield's number 2.
Why am I not surprised?
So the comparison is definitely very accurate.
I mean, the counter to that is to pick Marcy, so your couriers don't die easily.
That's true. Genius. And it might actually make it through here.
Yeah, I think it's something that's not highlighted enough. Whenever you have Marcy, it actually helps the lane a lot because of that.
It does, yeah. More of a counter to Heroic, but they snag it. Such a strong hero. Literally the reason that the whole Dominator meta even happened. The fact that you can run it as a core position, it can play in every core role. I think even mid would be fine. You can run in any core role with the Dominator, play for having a lot of damage. You can run it in either support position and use the double jump, jumping your ally in.
The facet is also really strong, right? It's not just the helm, like the fleeting fury facet. I think those are the two things combined together make the hero so hard to deal with right now.
Yeah, the position 4 pick me up facet, getting people out of trouble. Or
didn't we see one game like previously, like someone did it on a Correo? I think it was Omar.
Oh wow! Oh, support facet for the damage. Yeah. I think that's fine in some games. If you feel like if it's all like ranged cores that you have, you don't want to jump them in, and you don't feel like there's anything good to save from, or you think you can scale. It's definitely okay.
Yeah. So we are seeing a trade here between Marcy and Lycan.
Yeah, the crowd definitely is cheering for the Lycan. They love the how that he's been doing. I don't know if you guys were tuning in last time he was playing. It's a lot of fun. I do wonder if Heroic are going to get their hands on the Shadow Demon though, because that was something that was a big factor in their series yesterday.
I mean, I want to see like how both teams deal with the helm, right? So both teams got the helm hero, and you have to kind of build the draft to deal with it. And I would always kind of favor the Radiant side a little bit more because of the fact that you get the earlier Roshan access and the Tormentor. So I feel like you have to like really plan your draft around that, whether you can actually stop it if you're on the dire side. Is there any way of having heroes that can actually stop it from happening early on? Like you want to have, I think, heroes that can sit in mid lane and defend a tower. Because the thing with the mid tower is the Radiant side, once they kill your mid tower, it's very easy for them to kill the Roshan between 50 and 20.
Yeah.
So
that's a good point.
I would like to have heroes that can push away her. Like we've seen Sniper, we've seen like Puck. All these type of heroes I think are really, really good at defending the tower.
And that's an interesting ban. Heroic removing Dragonite. Not many people wanted to play Dragonite.
It's a
but
GPK
BBT,
specialty.
Yeah, they did play it on Pure as well.
It takes the tower, you know, so I feel like it has a lot of... it doesn't really defend the tower as well, but it takes your tower, so I think it can make it difficult for the Radiant side to get that early Roshan also. There's a lot of like thought behind this ban here.
And BB team taking out the Meepo. Not going to let Yuma get his specialty. Some teams will wait and ban it in the last phase, but they're not willing to risk it. Heroic does have the pick out of phase for the last pick.
Yeah, this one not really being too much of a surprise. The Hoodwink.
He should.
Yeah, I was going to say the crowd. Yeah, put it up for Thompson, you know? Who knows? There might be a return.
Hey, there's Divide Llama in the back. I saw Divide Llama there.
We're seeing everyone in the crowd.
Shout-outs to Divide Llama.
Yeah, awesome. We're going on to Heroic and their pickup here with the Chen. So this is a different sort of take that KJ can go for.
It's a very fast-paced lineup with Marcy and Chen. They're just planning to run them over from the early game.
They're like, Falcons. You know what Falcons did yesterday? Yeah. They removed Dragonite. They did beat Dragonite as well in one of the games, but they also did play Chen, which gives them quite a lot of momentum. Like Chen brings all these auras, very annoying for the offlaner to be laning.
Yeah, I think you might
your mana burn.
We might actually see a Wyvern actually popping out here for Katalmi. I think Wyvern is very good against these two heroes. He's very good against Chen. He kind of blocks the Marcy's damage. So it'll be interesting to see whether they actually go down their route after this.
Oh. Okay, Queen of Pain. I would say this is quite punishable from her.
It's also really good with the Chen, right? Because Chen likes to go mid and pressure and take the tower. Co-op always keeps the enemy mid lane low on resources, so it gives you a lot of opportunities to kill the tower.
That's a cool point. That's a cool point. I feel like there are heroes that can counter Queen of Pain, and I don't know. She doesn't really like playing into Lycan that much. This is a very interesting one. I mean, Hoodwink is a really low HP hero and very hard to catch. So I do feel like Queen of Pain loves playing against Hoodwink. And the thing with Heroic is Schofield does play co-op. This could be a co-op 4.
Could be a Whisper co-op as well. So for now, they're just keeping the flex open to see the two heroes that BB team is going to pick. They need some kind of a control. I don't think having Hoodwink as your control is going to be enough because this is not a reliable control. Maybe in Save's hands it is, but also Lycan doesn't provide you with much. But again, if we talk about the Lycan, this hero gives you very strong timing. It gives you like 12, 13 minutes Helm of the Overlord as well. Then you're going to be pushing with your Wolves, you're going to be pushing with your Shard. A lot of ghost pushing that's going to be happening on the map, which means that the lanes are going to be in a good position, which opens up potentially you going for Tormentor, collecting all that information. One of the reasons why this hero is first pick.
Yeah, we love being able to open up the map for those objectives there. I just don't really know where they go for this. If there is this comfort that needs to be relied on, or if you're going to try and go for something that is going to be catching someone off guard.
I think BB kind of have to just like pick their heroes. They don't really know the lanes, right? It's very hard to tell what's the lane. But they have to pick their position 5 and their carry, right?
Because they're picking twice in a row. So I feel like they just pick a really strong lane. I'm trying to think, like, what can they pick that will hype.
Casual Disruptor, I think, is fine. Good for catching the Queen of Pain, because you're going to be having vision. And this is going to be the hero for GPK.
So they're deciding to pick the mid lane right away, which, I mean, we already discussed, maybe the Corp is not a mid laner, so it might not be the lane that the Void Spirit is expecting to go in here. So, but they're putting more stock on keeping the carry hero until last year, probably because he doesn't see the lane, so he doesn't know what he wants to play yet. Right, this is a decent catch against the Corp here, and Lycan gets people to run away from him, so guess what? Disruptor brings them back.
Yeah, he loves an anchor, for sure.
I mean, this is like one of the best duos, right? I think I remember seeing these two together. I think earlier today, Matt, you mentioned the combinations, Disruptor and Lycan.
It's a very strong trio too between the mid and the 2 supports. Like, they have a lot of kill threat, lots of magic bursts, lots of ways of locking people down. And even if the 2 supports go with Lycan, like, these are really good.
This is what Lycan likes to have with himself. Any kind of lockdown, any kind of a slow, something that can keep him in place just so that he can be the one dealing that damage. And I would say that this is relatively natural response to what they do have. Because
so I guess Oshaker's going mid now?
Yeah, I assume so. I think this Queen of Pain will be shifted to off lane, I would say.
Yeah, it's very similar to like the Bat and the Phoenix that he plays, right? He plays all these like range heroes that deal a lot of damage, aiming to destroy you in the lane. I think that's probably the reason why BB team felt like they are more comfortable waiting for the carry pick to fully understand what is a lane matchup, because that's what Heroic like to do. They like to destroy the safe lane.
They do. They're always having that strong offlane. That's what we guys talked about coming into this one. And so it does make sense that they're looking to try and hold off, give Pure the best game, because he hasn't really been having the greatest showing. He has a lot more potential than what he's been bringing to the main stage so far. So we'll see what exactly gets taken out from the side of Heroic. What are you worried about? What is a Pure hero that could do so much damage to their lineup?
I feel like if you know you're playing into Queen of Pain in the off lane,
Lifestealer, Abaddon?
Abaddon would have been great. Lone Druid does very well against Queen of Pain.
Oh.
And I feel like that's something you should be afraid of, not necessarily because it's the best, but because it's very good and it's BB team.
But does it depend on who's your 4 as well, right? Maybe the right position 4 would enable the co-op against that specific matchup.
I don't know if there is a position 4 that enables co-op versus Lone.
I mean, some of these melee position 4s, if we're talking about Task potentially coming out, but for now it does seem like they are thinking that this, I mean, Marcy is kind of the same type of the hero if we're talking about melee position 4s, that they do have stuns. Queen of Pain, Marcy could be their offlane duo.
Yeah, just pick another carry, right, if they want to.
Yeah, that's true. That's what BB seems to think. They're banning out the carries. Yeah, Marcy Quap is definitely a very strong lane. Disruptor can feed in that relentlessly.
Yeah, so that Queen of Pain and that Earthshake, still having some questions, but now I feel more confident that a Marcy is going to be a support. So yeah, just straight up banning out what carries are good here. So both of them trying to get the best lane matchups, the best possible last pick.
Yeah, but Pure gets to see his lane, and he gets to see the carry-to-carry matchup first too. So.
I mean, if you're picking a carry, I kind of feel like it has to be like a more general one, like something like Gyro.
For Heroic?
I mean, yeah, for Heroic.
Yeah, I like either that.
Because you don't really
like
know your carry-to-carry matchup. You want something that, TA, yeah. You need something that can maybe fight a lot more early and just help your team, you know.
Gyro Chen would do very well against Lycan in lane. Yeah,
you have the flag for the creeps.
Yes.
You have the armor.
I think.
And it's an excellent gate hero as well. I think Heroic loves to have a carry that can come through the gates to unleash their offlaner Whisper.
I was building up because they're still thinking about this ban that goes into that pick for themselves. What else has Pure just really been?
I think Lifestealer. I think Lifestealer is a really big one, but the one that you did mention as well could work out, especially if this is going to be Queen of Pain from the offlane, and it does look like it's going to be.
It's just too scary in the hands of a team that's willing to.
So they need to pick something that kind of covers the Lifestealer's bases here.
I agree.
Would that really be that gyro though, or do you lose a little bit of faith that was the matchup?
Gyro in lifesteal is a bit complicated. I don't think you can beat the lifesteal later.
What about picking up the lifesteal for themselves? Wow, well that answers my question.
Yeah.
Maybe like, do you just hard push? You go Nature's Prophet? You just
Nature's Prophet looked so bad from
We're gonna
Correo, I gotta say. I think TA Gyro are really good options if they want to speed things up. These are also heroes that allow your supports to be playing around you. So you are not going to be afraid of Lycan. Chen's going to give you protection. Chen's going to be giving you some armor as well. And if you're fighting close to them, these heroes are going to be strong. But they're going to take...
Oh, I like that.
This is good. This is something that Extreme Gaming did try yesterday as well, to go with the Bristleback, to have a little bit more extra pressure, something that comes online super early. And that did work out for them at the early stages of the game. They did end up losing that game, but Bristle, I got to say, it looked good from the carry roll.
I mean, lifesteal looks pretty nasty here now. I mean, I like the Bristle too. Like you said, it's an answer to the Lycan. There is Void Spirit who can face you, force you to face in a certain direction, which is always rough for Bristle. But carry Bristle will get a BKB.
They do have break mechanic though.
And
this
they have
is
break
relatively early hoodwink pick that you're gonna be be careful about, and you have something to pull him back. You did mention Void Spirit as well, turning him around.
I mean, the thing about the Bristol is it kind of enables their whole lineup, right? Because if you don't have the overall last pick, I think the next best thing you could do is just try to make sure you have a draft that covers all your bases. You enable each other's timings, and hopefully you can, pull through. And this anti-mage means it's gonna go totally the other way for PRX.
I see. Okay. I mean, this is a
co-op counter in the lane.
This is a lane dominator against Queen of Pain. Although I will say.
Wait, do you change your lane matchup right now? Put the co-op on carry and put the Bristol there.
I think that's what
they're doing.
Yeah,
they're doing Schofield 4. Wait, on Queen of Pain, and Bristle versus AM.
Oh, that's actually a very nice switch up here.
Smart, very smart.
Because Bristol loves anti-mage.
Yeah, he's not worried.
Now, is this anti-mage last pick really lost its value, or is there still a lot of value in having it?
I think the value is to win the lane. I feel like their lineup is slow with the anti-mage, but if you can actually win the lane, then it kind of compensates for that fact. But Heroic is noticing that how important is AM needs to win his lane, so they're swapping their heroes down to try to destabilize that. So I think I kind of like what Heroic is doing here, and I feel like this AM won't have time to farm.
Yesterday against Falcons, this anti-mage was level 2 in the mid lane, trying to go for the gank. I think this time around things are going to be slightly easier for him, but overall, when you think about how much control they do have against this anti-mage, there's Earthshaker. That's pretty much about it.
That's true. I like the switch up. I think Heroic has 3 winning lanes. Earthshaker should also do very well against Void Spirit mid. The question is, it is GPK. He seems to win matchups that he shouldn't. Does that factor in? But I love the switch up.
I mean, it's not just the lane, right? After the lanes, they're going to group up with this Shaker and Chen Creeps and the BB in front. How is the AM going to stop the push? They're going to lose their towers, they're going to lose Roshan. They're on the Radiant side, Tormentor is going to go down. And I feel like AM is going to need too long, and he's going to miss his timing in this game.
Well, is there a timing on the side of Heroic now that we're seeing? Is there a moment where you feel like they might lose some power and kind of fall a little bit short? Is there that time limit?
I think this is where Lycan comes in, because this hero comes online so quickly, so it's going to be a lot on Miro to be able to do a lot. If he's not shut down, it's going to be him and GPK buying just enough time so that Anti-Mage can be able to push back, because this is not an early game-oriented hero. Even with the Helm of the Dom, I just want to see how good of a start you're going to be having on this AM.
Alrighty, we're almost ready to get into our game. Before we do, we're going to head on down to the stage with Tsunami and the coach of Heroic.
Thank you very much. I am indeed joined by Caps of Heroic, where I've got some questions about what you made Schofield do this game. You picked up the Queen of Pain, decided to turn it into a support. What's the idea here?
Well, I think everyone that plays high-level ranked know that Schofield plays a lot as a core. And Queen of Pain is one of the go-tos. He's always playing co-op randomly, and I think he plays really well on the hero, and we needed that for the draft. We're doing that a lot this tournament, and I believe him. I think he's going to show he's good on the hero.
I'm more than happy to see that become a reality, and what you're doing for the draft is working consistently. You put Analog on Shaker. I'm biased, but that has been my favorite hero to see him on. I'm happy you're making it happen. What was the reason in this matchup?
They picked the Void Spirit. It is a flex for them, because Spirit already plays. And we figured that if we pick Shaker and we have Co-op, we can have 2 good lanes against Void Spirit on both mid and off lane. So we could double flex and just play for that.
It kept him guessing. I need a one-word answer for this last one. Anti-Mage, 25th, 24th pick. Are you scared? Yes or no?
Nah.
He's not scared. Let's see if it happens as we get into game number 1.
And you cannot afford to be scared going this deep into the international. Elimination on the line, but no matter which way this series goes, history is about to be set, Avery. We either have BB Team outdoing their previous performance in 5th, 6th in 2023, or a South American team top 4 for the first time in the history of the international.
So many TIs have come and gone, and they have never gotten that far. It would be historic indeed. A lot on the line for these two teams, and one series to prove they are worthy to advance farther here. This is quite a Game 1 draft we have in terms of how much skirmishing, how much teamfight has been prioritized, and already the action commences. First blood to KJ on that bottom lane. Exactly what you want to see if you're a Heroic fan. This is a team that plays better when the action is fast, chaotic, in your face. You don't know what's going on. Classic South American style Dota.
And Pure, he's going to fall as well. Heroic taking this laning phase by storm just as they intended from their draft.
This lane swap is really going to hurt the AM pick. And we saw how much damage this AM suffered yesterday on the hands of Pure. I mean, he had one of the worst lane stages I think he's ever had in his career on this hero in that last pick situation. He got lane swapped into another rough situation again, already suffering. You do not want a repeat of that game if you are BB Team here.
Yeah, the upside being that it really can't get much worse than the last Anti-Mage performance, but the downside is this time around, elimination is on the line. You can't afford to drop the series.
This is a very different team too. Heroic will play fast. They will push the pace. They will kill you around the map. They will hunt you. They are extremely good at it. And they have a Chen Bristle lineup where if you give them a lead, we could see something similar to what Falcons did yesterday. You just push 25, 35 minutes, first, second Roshan. If you can get it down quickly, high ground is absolutely on the menu for this lineup. You do not want to give them that 9, 10K gold lead. They will just end the game out of nowhere. This AM, he's on a clock. He needs to find his items fast enough to contribute in the team fights as Heroic try and push the pace, and the howls are already coming out.
Collective 10 denies already from the Heroic side. You see not just the kills, but the denies that they're getting out of things, and it's only escalating from here. You're going to expect that, particularly with the Earthshaker matchup. And the fact that the Bristleback is able to get as many denies as he has as well. BB Team are going to be walking into this early game behind in gold, but certainly behind in experience.
Heroic got the lanes they wanted. They should be confident pulling ahead in this laning phase, particularly with that Shaker matchup mid. You have Shaker against a melee hero. You should absolutely free farm. You should get the denies. Fight for the Lotus will go BB Team's way here.
KJ, he's going to try and hold on. It seems like Pure, he'll take some damage, but in the end, gets that Lotus. And how did that fight with the Chen? I have to imagine KJ, actually, he was able to sit there. He was able to force BB Team back, so he got the Lotus on the safe lane.
Big win for them. Putting mana into these two side laners for Heroic, really important here between the Bristle
especially
and the
with a jump. Yuma, he's going to make expert use of that mana. Pushes Miro out of position. A healthy amount of damage. The Bushwhack, the only thing that saves his life there.
Putting the pressure on these Helm heroes always feels good. You just delay it a little bit, it counts for a lot down the stretch. If you can pick up a kill on this lane, it would be amazing for Heroic. Extra experience going into this Chen would go a huge way for KJ in this game. Get those auras up, your team fight's a lot stronger. Another jump, another rebound, another toss in.
Double hit, the Lotus. Bit and heal going the way of the Lycan.
Will survive to the Helm though, flying out now. Feels like Miro got through at least a tough early portion of this lane. Analog feeling heat of his own. This glimpse is coming for you, just out of range.
Almost got him. Has to hit him with the Ren. It does manage to do so. Now the glimpse is in range, but it's not even required to get the kill.
Nice little rotation from Katayomi. I mean, that top lane not going well at all. Try and make something else happen on the map. And this will skew that mid matchup that was going Analog's way. Now it's going to swing back to GPK. We saw how much of a rock GPK has been for this team. If you're going to put resources into one lane in this game as BB team, it's got to go mid. Enable this man, let him carry you, let him carry those early mid-game fights. He's your one playmaker. He's got to create space for this Lycan and this AM.
Look at this body blocking. KJ, true to his name, king of the jungle, but apparently not good enough as Kataomi continues his roaming experience.
As a glimpse.
The Disruptor with the glimpse ready to go. 1 kill, looks to turn to 2. It's an immediate bushwhack after the glimpse, guarantees a double for Miro.
This double Disruptor rotation completely broke that stranglehold Heroic had on the early laning phase. They're topping the CS chart, but the net worth is starting to swing. And more importantly, there's just not the equivalent pressure going into the AM. The helm is flying out for him. He's getting some decent net worth on that top lane. Top CS. Way better start for Pure than we saw that other time around.
Yeah, the fact that BB team is actually up in gold now, is that, how concerning is that for Heroic, considering the fact they put in so much effort to win the laning phase, and it seems like the latter part of this has not worked out for them?
Still fine. I mean, you can still snowball this game. You can still put pressure on the lanes with Chen rotations. You can look for the Shaker Blink. You can look for the stacking on the triangle too, right? Schofield trying to just deward these sentries to free up the camps. It's been a nuisance for them. So no stacks created at the 6-minute mark. Could hamper Analog's momentum here. If you can't find kills, you got to go back to that jungle. And if there's nothing waiting for you in the jungle, then where are you going on the map?
I was expecting to see teams put more resources into blocking out these camps, just because it has been one of the reasons that Earthshaker has been so highly valued, right? You just pick this hero up. Even if you lose the lane, you have this guaranteed fallback. And if you win the lane and you get it a bunch of ancient stacks, you're just so far ahead of anybody else, it's hard to fight.
If I see Shaker or Saiyan King mid, I'm going in there and I'm blocking those camps as much as I can. That's your biggest accelerant going into that mid game. Analog definitely getting slowed down here. Whisper trying to make up for it, doing some creep cutting. Very hard target to all in and bring down.
They might be able to get him here.
They're going to try.
Yeah, a decent amount of mana, so Pure can do some damage, and with a Void Spirit, it's guaranteed. They pull him back in off of the glimpse. And GPK nets another one. Analog will cut what waves he can just to try and deny some golden experience away from BB team, but the damage has been done. Pure, despite Kataomi's roaming around the map, is 33-7 in CS. This is, I mean, he had this similar CS score in like 15 minutes last time around.
Oh, he's cruising here. Way stronger and more fluid early game for BB team than we saw yesterday. They're picking it up here, and this is the right time to do it, and against the right team. Again, you do not want to fall behind in this game. You get those helms up, your laning is really solid at that point. You can start to push heroes off of the lanes. You can threaten the towers. Those gank rotations are going to turn into objectives if Heroic can't battle back.
And they need Analog in order to battle back. The faster he gets his Blink Dagger, the better. Good glimpse. Make sure the Kataomi stays alive. Schofield is getting a little behind here in experience.
I was just looking at it. This Queen did not want to take a lot of the experience off the lane from the Bristleback and has done some stacking, so Schofield's going to be the one super far behind in this game. And absolutely make up for it in the fights. Get that experience back. He's a big playmaker for this squad. It hurts to see him on this super sacrificial role. Maybe he'll leech a bit off the stacks here. I mean, you got to pay him back somehow, right?
Kataomi certainly knows this is going on. He secures a power rune for GPK. Question is, will GPK go into the triangle at the right time here? The Earthshaker has been missing for such amount of time. He's got to be careful not to get too close, though. Analog is going to hold on to the Echo Stem for as long as possible. BB team will manage to soak some of that experience. Now GPK, now the stacks are cleared, he goes in for a kill. He'll chase after Schofield, misses the Remnant this time around, still got the glimpse on him. 2 seconds till the blink is back up. The bushwhack lands before the blink can get him away to safety.
They did get some of that experience leash. Kataomi getting to level 5 off that stack being cleared. They sapped it across both heroes, I believe. Pretty decent win for BB team. It's really tough to get in there and contest the actual creeps, but if you can get the experience, it's a huge boon. Schofield will recover his game a little bit, also pushing up to level 5. Very even across the board. Just be a matter of Analog finishing up this blink, and then you can look for some aggressive plays onto this Void Spear, potentially. Quick smoke here from Save. He wants to get GPK's momentum built even more here.
Dynamic duo of Save and GPK. They have been the ones on BB team who have secured them or brought back many a mid-game. Just these two running around, finding kills. And they're looking for one on Yuma here.
He's tanky.
He is. If Yuma had some sort of creep to jump to, he might have been able to get away. But even after the rebound, there was still the glimpse. BB team brought in Katomi, 4 heroes in the bottom lane. And why not? If they get a kill like this, if they clear out this bottom lane, the tower is free for the taking. It's a Lycan, it's a Helmet Dom, it's kind of guaranteed.
It's just dying. Double troll summoner down here. All this skeleton rally on top of wolves, on top of each other. So much tower damage. This tier 1 just got shredded.
Try to secure power runes here. Instead, going for the kill on Katomi. A Fisher will help out here, slowed down by the Hellbear. They certainly got it, but the trade-off. GPK tried to do some damage. Sonic Wave just got picked up. Big damage on save in the back lines. They focus on GPK, though, and they've got the sentry in place. Despite the Invis Room pickup, they still hit the kill. Necessary for Heroic, as it felt like things were slipping away a little bit.
Really nice connection from Schofield. He hits 3 screams plus the Sonic Wave on 2. Max damage coming out from that fight. Your Queen of Pain right there. Hits his mark. That's exactly what you want from this support. It'll get him to an early fighting item here. And a really nice connection with the cores.
I will say this combination of mids that are able to go hit jungle, the Earthshaker, Beastmaster, the 2 that come to mind, clear out stacks, giving an opportunity for supports that fall behind like Schofield did in this game, and just give them the mid lane for a while. Right? It has done wonders for a lot of these 4 positions that have found themselves a little bit starved in experience trying to give solo to their off lane.
I agree. They did a nice job recovering Schofield here, prioritizing him. Do not want that Sonic Wave on off the bat for too long.
Straight up Echo is the burst damage. There it is. They got him with the trio of Whisper, Analog, and Schofield. They pick up that kill, but the pressure from BB team is still on. They may be finding kills around the map for Heroic, but BB team are taking towers.
The rally continues here. Glyph already popped this tower. It's gonna fall really fast, and you use that Echo top, so they're very confident to push. In fact, they want more. They want mid and a kill top, looking for the glimpse, plus the sharp shot.
Managed to get the shot on him. He's gonna be broken into the Static Storm for the guarantee. Not messing about whatsoever. As Heroic back away after taking the tower of their own, they lose a core.
This is a really fast-paced game right now. Everybody's just looking for more off of the initial play, and those are generally the games where Disruptor thrives, because you always get that +1. You always get that secondary kill off the little tower of the fight. Kataomi having himself a very strong early game here. Sonic Wave back up for him.
Got him, but they used the glimpse, so unfortunately a bit of overlap there. It doesn't matter. GPK, thanks to the amp damage, had more than enough to bring down Schofield and another outer tower pressure. The kill combo of GPK and Save, combined with Miro and his efficiency in taking towers, is taking map control away from Heroic at a blistering pace.
This is where this anti-mage looks so much different than past iterations of the hero. I mean, Pure has contributed with this helm to a lot of pushes. He's been stable on that top lane. He's farming incredibly fast. You picked him off twice, but he has not slowed his game down at all.
And you simply can't say the same about Yuma's Marcy.
Nope.
Another break onto the Bristleback. Underneath the tier 2, this just cannot happen. Sonic Wave goes out, already got the dissimulate. Nice hit from Yuma though, lands on top of the Void Spirit, toss him back into Kataomi. They'll finish off the support, but can they get the core? This is a crucial kill. GPK trying to hide away, goes to the desperate teleport out, but there's a Fisher. That'll stop him in his tracks. Heroic, they do strike back. Just about to point out the fact that Yuma, despite having top net worth, has not really been an active force in this game, but he shows up at the perfect time.
The points he has chosen, though, have been very good. That mid-fight where he helped them get extra kills, and now this top lane, you help pick up the Void Spirit again. He has shut down the Void Spirit's momentum off of the carry roll. Can't really ask for more. He's had himself probably his best tournament ever. I think that is easy to say. He's continuing to put the pressure on here. Quick smoke from Heroic. The pace just does not stop. They want to free up some space to finish the Marcy BKB. No Sonic Wave for this play, but you do have that Echo Slam Blink Dagger available for Analog. Looking to find his mark. Would love to find a big core target off this smoke, especially if you're bringing multiple cores. This could be Whisper just farming that Ags. Instead, he's looking for the aggressive potential. Scan hits.
All right, as he's on top of the Ancients. Perfect opportunity for a big Echo Slam. A ton of damage. Miro, he's going to go for the shapeshift, and they don't have enough stuns. In fact, they're going to turn back around. The Earthshaker's in trouble. A static storm on 2. The Quap runs out of it, but the cores are stuck inside. Schofield makes his blink away. A glimpse to pull him back to his doom. They thought the opportunity. Miro was farming up Ancients, but the damage, they underestimated just how tanky this Lycan truly is.
A total disaster of a play for Heroic. They just didn't have the Ags on the bristle. You're missing a lot of damage. There's not that many creeps around for this Echo Slam, and that Wolf, he's got over 2,000 HP. That is not an easy target to go in, especially without that Sonic Wave. Again, you made that play without the Queen of Pain ulti. If you have it, it's a guaranteed kill.
With the Lycan coming online, this Helm of the Overlord, with the Void Spirit picking up a shard soon. We've seen the way that this is just kind of clears out waves or neutral camps wherever he lays this Aether Remnant. And all these outer towers gone. It feels like Heroic is just going to be shoved into, you know, their own little 1/3 of the map. And it's going to be BB Team owning everything else, which is really scary to think about when the Battle Fury is completed for Pure. Right? He's just going to be hoovering up the entire map.
And their catch is really limited. This is a great catch team, but you only have so many spells to try and find this AM with. And as you said, there's a lot of units that are going to be on this map from both teams. A lot of Doms in this game. You have Chen Creeps, you have Lycan Wolves, a lot of scouting potential to help you rat if you really want to. And that is part of BB Team's game plan here. They want to free up the space for the Lycan and the AM to just get these side lanes in. They're going to be ghosts on the map. You're not going to be able to catch them. This next 10 minutes could be really difficult for Heroic to find the type of team fight they're looking for.
If they can find that fight, though, the BKB on Marcy
it's good
should
right now.
ensure they win it. Like, I feel like they do win on 5-on-5. It's just unlikely they get the initiation for it as BB Team continues to pick them off around the map. Schofield shot down right in front of his mid-tier 2. Not even the middle of the map is safe.
And this is the issue. This kill team can play around that mid lane. You're going to have issues shoving it back out unless you commit multiple cores here. And the whole time you're worrying about this situation, AM's farming out top, Lycan's farming out bottom. Side lanes are getting pushed back in from units. This map is not fun to play right now.
Analog will be able to match the Void Spirit's Ghost Shove that he's able to do with his own Fissure spam.
Yeah, but look at how clumped they are. Afraid to go on GPK. I mean, especially with the shield rune, he's just unkillable right now.
Yeah.
But you're getting corralled. A lot of heroes by this bottom tier 2. You have to regain some map control here. Either smoke out, get some wards, look for the pick-off, or back each other up to get these lanes out. You have more information to play off of right now. This is turning into a lane shove game where the AM has free reign, and that is not the style of game we want with this Heroic lineup.
No, not at all.
Here's that smoke. They have everything available. Sonic Wave gives you the extra damage right now. And that BKB timing on Yuma, really powerful if he can just lay into some cores.
It feels like if this smoke doesn't land.
I mean, how do you land this smoke, though? This is the issue.
You just got to go blind. But if it doesn't land, I feel like they are almost going to be forced into late game scenarios. Right? It just doesn't feel like they're going to ever get enough map control to take over the mid game the way they want to.
This might land. Smoke from BB going straight into them, unaware of the positioning.
And it's 2 supports, but they threw it inside the Fissure pit. They do not hit the 2 supports that are on the side, but thanks to the Bristleback cutting in from the side, they should be able to still get them. Schofield makes his blink away, but he's still going to take out in the end. Pretty clumped. Miro's going to chase after him here. Echo Slam attempted, but GPK's already jumped away with it to simulate. He's got a haste rune here. Oh, they're trying to blow him up with the Marcy, though. The Fissure goes out. They've got the damage. 2 swings from Yuma, 2 rounds of that ultimate. And the Void Spirit, he may be tanky, but not enough there. Winning a fight right outside the Roshan pit. You couldn't ask for a better situation for Heroic.
Very awkward start. They thought the smoke broke because they were doing Roche, so you had to kind of blink in blind. But it gets the job done. This Shaker's just such a menace in these early team fights. And both the supports going down for BB Team early means you lose all your control. Your cores are not that useful if you don't have stuns to back them up. The Lycan's a threat here. It does force a buyback out of Schofield, but Schofield's happy to commit this buyback to get a fight into that Roshan. It's just such a big win in this game when you were getting ratted onto these side lanes. And Pure not confident enough to go in here with limited resources. Not great mana void targets this game. He doesn't want to be dragged into these fights right now. He'd rather have the game just be split up across the map. He was having a great time. Now all of a sudden, Heroic pick up some steam. They're going to get another aura on the Chen as KJ will finish Mech on top of the drum. A lot more sustain coming into this already pretty tanky lineup with the 2 brawlers on the front line, plus the Marcy.
Ya llegue, señor maldito.
Momentum shifting back over to Heroic side after that team fight. The smoke, it worked out beautifully. Now it's time to see if they can actually be a little bit more on the offensive, if they can actually get some of that map control back. Some of the ways they're trying to address this, they've got Schofield going more lockdown in the Rod of Atos. Here, he got hit by the stun, push back in, so much burst damage.
Beautiful connection there. That's a very limited window to hit that. They hit it absolutely on point. Yuma making his presence felt again. And that was pure getting a little greedy, trying to kill some Chen creeps and Dom creeps. He actually man avoided them too. Just shows you how much it takes to get some of these off the map sometimes.
Oh yeah, he's been man avoiding neutral creeps probably every 2 minutes or so.
Yep.
He hasn't done it off cooldown, but he has been done it a number of times this game. Probably feeling like if he can just get to the late game, he'll be able to win it for his team. But farming that area in particular, I think, is dangerous because you know that Heroic, considering they have the Aegis, they're going to go for the Tormentor at some point. They're going to play to that side of the map soon.
Straight into the Queen of Pain, rewarded for the buyback earlier, and a nice shard to pick up. Silence could be really influential in this game, especially against the AM, against the Void Spirit. This is a super nice game for the Queen of Pain shard, especially when you're on support. Like, you can just aggressively blink in, go for the silence. If you trade your life for a core, that's a win. You're not a core Queen of Pain, who cares?
Found the Disruptor. BB team maybe trying too hard to get control of the map. The Disruptor very far forward there.
Oh, their momentum has been killed in this game. Heroic starting to take a lot more control than I expected.
Save spots KJ, trying to take some Lotuses, and he's got no allies in the area. He's definitely going to die. And BB team know it too, thanks to this lane ward they have at bottom.
Awkward area to end up as the Chen.
Yeah.
He's getting farmed though. You gotta remember this Chen lineup, that like 30, 35 minute mark, you get that third aura item on him, you have Hand of God to back it up. That's a lot of HP for this BB team to get through. They have pretty good single target focus, but their AoE teamfight is really lackluster. So they have to pick their mark very well. They have to all in that first core that they see. Potentially even reset the fight after that. Getting one kill is not going to get them a teamfight victory here.
Save, getting a bit of information. Spotting some heroes, maybe trying to block any potential smokes. Playing off this ward.
I would be surprised if BB want to fight right now. It just doesn't look possible.
I mean, the way that Katomi is playing into Heroic, I don't know. It's a little different. You know, 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, yeah, BB team had full control of the game. They may be able to pick off Analog here. As, yeah, he is shot down, just too much damage.
Playing around that one ward they have down there, super nice find. Felt confident with the shield rune plus Hand of God, but the Vessel off of GPK will negate a lot of that potential healing to come through. It gives you confidence to go for these pickoffs, and that's where this lineup will thrive. Just keep finding solo kill pickoffs. Don't let Heroic group up and take objectives or force the team fight. You're going to be a lot happier around the map. We see what the anti-mage is doing top. He'll instantly get pinged. I mean, you can ping him, but to go and kill this man takes a lot of time, takes resources.
Yeah, if you don't kill him right now, he's going to have a Manta, making it even harder to pick him off when you get that jump, like that silence from the Quap, for example.
Interesting smoke from BB. Going through the gate. Almost like they're reading some sort of play that was going to go on the AM and they were trying to back him up. Instead, they just run into Whisper.
Yeah, it's just a Whisper. Now he has a BKB. He pops it now. He's got his team joining him. They've got some Suns on Pure. Pure is the one who has to blink away. And what they get out of it, still 250 gold off of that Helm of the Overlord creep. Something to work with.
BB team just out. Continue to farm the map. No reason to take that fight head on. That'll waste the Aegis period here for Yuma. Time's out. So that next Roshan potentially in 3 minutes, you're looking at that. And you really want it if you are Heroic. You gotta gear up for that fight. Could be a fight that BB easily contest if they have some nice item timings for it.
I don't know. I mean, you're going to get Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit, but is that going to matter if you're matched up against triple BKBs?
The BKB timing is going to be tough for BB to fight into, but they potentially have Nullifier on Lycan, that Ags on the Void. If you can get to another item on the AM, I think that team fight is absolutely doable. Again, you're looking to go in, get a target, or pop BKBs, reset, kite that fight out, re-engage. It's not just an all-in slam.
Sure.
For Heroic, it's a lot more straightforward. You can just go in and slam.
Yeah, see hero, stun hero, all in.
Especially Yuma. If stuns connect on a target and he can get in there with the rebound, he's just going to shred anybody in this game. This Marcy AM matchup is not fun for AM until, you know, 4th, 5th item. You can start to kite the fight out and maybe survive.
Even then, I don't think it's
still
ever
good for Marcy. Yeah, I don't think it's ever good, but at least then you have a route to take the fight. Right?
Sure.
You can try and dodge and play away from the Marcy, kill other heroes, kite him out. But Yuma's going to be really confident in this matchup, and if he can finish this data list, which is coming out very soon, it's going to take 2-3 seconds of stun duration. This AM's gone. And there it is.
There's the data list and the damage buff up of the Vlads from the Chen.
Could also potentially find an Alpha Wolf in this game. You could buff his damage considerably here.
Yeah, and Bristleback won't say no to that either, right? We have 2 big physical damage hitters. And because we see this Bristleback scale up, we've unfortunately seen a Battle 3 Bristleback even, but the Seeing Red facet is no joke going into the late game. And even the Earthshake, a lot more magic damage out of him, but that Enchant Totem still hits pretty hard. This AM is not going to be protected in this game.
So I think you have to almost go 4 or 5 items on Pure before you take the head-on fight. I just don't think he can enter it. Maybe you get a really nice Mana Void target after BKBs are out.
They know he's here, but the Fisher just a little shy. GPK able to get a jump away, and now Schofield is an easy pickings for BBT.
Well, their long-range poke and kill is so nice with this trio.
Yeah.
Just so low committal. You can't turn that play. There's nothing to turn on.
Yeah. What much harder for, I think, particularly for Marcy, who is kind of the shortest range core of these initiators. Like, you really need... You can't really contest this, like, 1,500 range that BB team is working with.
No shot. The fight for Heroic has to be within Yuma's range and has to be centered around that Marcy damage. And every time you overreach or that fight gets stretched out, way harder to connect with your biggest damage source. So more time for BB to split this map. Game continues to be dead even.
Yeah, well, look at that. I mean, Whisper, he's thinking the same thing. Yeah, I need to get on top of these heroes. He buys up a Blink Dagger. Yuma buys up a Blink Dagger. Double blinks for Heroic, trying to solve the gap close issue.
I like it. More mobility in the fight to find your core target. More instant damage follow-up on the stuns from the Shaker. That could be a big problem for you in this game. The blinks should fix that. And Analog, he's going to find a gift down here.
Yeah, what is this? Pure, once again, farming just a little bit too aggro.
See ya.
They are more than willing to drop double ultimates to get a big kill like this, particularly when Roshan is in that spawn tier.
That's a huge find. Absolutely huge. Just gifted. I mean, I think that was a look of surprise from Analog. He's like, wait, this is real AM just sitting here farming.
Yeah. That Roche will be in 30 seconds time. So Heroic are going to set up for it, hoping it'll spawn sooner rather than later.
That's a really long spawn for them. A little unfortunate here.
But it also means they can just keep trying to take fights. They'll run into some wards, clear out the area. Thanks to a gem on Yuma, not even the Wolves are safe to scout out Heroic.
Max spawn. You try and force it now. 15 seconds on the AM. There's a window here. I mean, they have a lot of physical burst to put into this.
I also feel like it's easy for them to do it with just 1 or 2 heroes. Not a ton of risk in that regard.
Yeah, you just man up here. I mean, again, BB's pit fighting is pretty lackluster. Even if you're clumped in that pit, what's to punish you? Static storm drop on a mass BKB lineup? Who cares?
And even the Wolves, if they're not killed by the Marcy, they're converted by the Chen. Schofield, I mean, he's been punished a number of times for these aggressive blinks. Apparently, he just does not care. The smoke wraparound, though, is coming from DBT. Moving up through the river, and Heroic have a lot of heroes inside of this pit right now. This is pretty dangerous. They're just all inning for it. trying to finish up this Roshan now, and they will be able to do so before BB Team strike. Now, a bushwhack grabs a couple, Sonic Wave goes out, and with Whisper blinking up to the high ground, it's hard for BB Team to get through. Nevertheless, they get on top of the Static Storm and take away the 2 supports. But do they want to fight this Marcy? After all, he's got BKB, he's got the Aegis, but it looks like Yuma has called it quits. He wants to back away. Whisper doesn't want to do the same. Nullifier placed onto Yuma as he's being hounded by the Wolf, but they go after the Bristleback now, who's just barreling forward still, refusing to back away. Now he pops his BKB, but it's a bit too late. The physical damage, it's stacked up, and he's dead.
Gem on the ground. Beautifully played fight from BB Team. They got the angle, they take the Chen down first. That's your biggest target. Take the sustain, the auras out of the fight. You get the other support on top of that, and then you're able to kite it out. And there's just no ult for Yuma halfway through. He's got to bail in that situation.
Yeah, I don't mind Yuma making the call to bail, but why are they not on the same page? Why is Whisper pushing after kills and Yuma backing out?
It got very disconnected very early. The start wasn't terrible, but they could not protect their supports, and this Lycan is doing some work in these fights. He's just chasing people down. There's no real control for him. Nobody wants to commit on that target. Big team fight when, even though the Aegis will go to Yuma, he does keep it here. Something Heroic can play around, but not the team fight win they were looking for.
I mean, I think the bigger loss, I think the Bristleback dying, you know, that sucks. But I think the loss of the gem,
it hurts.
It hurts so badly when you're the ones wanting to take team fights. We already saw the last Aegis expire without a big team fight forced, right? Oh, they're coming through the gate. Miro, you see this, right? You see what's coming your way. You just took the Tormentor, but you might just die for it to get the grab on him. Hit him with a stun, lock him down with a Rod of 8 Toes, and once again, the Unleash combined with the Sonic Wave, they've got him. A Bushwhack, grab on a 2 though. See, it's gonna burst down KJ, and he makes a break for it. He's out of here.
Nice little pickup from Save. That is a 7x streak on that Lycan. And
yeah, Analog's not messing about. He could have waited for that Ghost Scepter to fade away and just enchant Totem hit him, but he didn't want to take any chances.
That's a very hard exchange to evaluate. I feel like it's kind of worth it for the Lycan. The Shard went to the Hoodwink. That's the one you wanted here.
Sure.
It's to use that Boomerang to pick up another support kill. Like, that exchange is okay, but that was a big streak on the Lycan. A lot of gold going into the Queen of Pain there. Still, it's time for Pure,
who does have a Butterfly. So he has an answer, kind of, to the Marcy for a little while.
But he has to pick his blink target perfectly in the fight. Like, if he blinks in and he just ends up in the middle of the bristle of the Marcy, his fight's over.
Yeah.
Nothing to bail him out of that situation. So he really has to let other heroes go in first. He needs to see the fight develop and come in later. It cannot be the first point of contact for BB Team. And Heroic will take that every time. I mean, if they see Pure, they're jumping him. They're all in him. Marcy is just going to slay him.
2 minutes left on the Aegis, and the lanes are actually kind of in Heroic's favor. They're getting them all over that mid line of the river.
They have some map
See what they
control
can
to
do
play
with it.
Right, it's likely they will try and smoke during this Aegis period. I don't think they are confident enough to push mid tier 2 straight up. That feels a little brazen, given how these fights are going.
Whisper trying to catch Analog. He gets him with a blink for it, hits one stun. They need detection. They really want to get this gem back into their favor and should be able to do so. There's just no outrunning this situation. So the gem is back on Heroic's side. That means that they can make these movements without wards or wolves scouting them out as often.
That was the easiest gem recovery of their life.
Kind of was.
Surprise Save was out that far carrying it. Could have given it to GPK or something. I mean, this gem is just so valuable for the wolf scouting. Having confidence about the vision going into the team fight, and you give up pickoffs like this, it's going to lead to objectives for Heroic. They're going to feel a lot more comfortable grouping. This will be a free tier 2 top, as Pure gets a free tier 2 bottom. Santimage picking up the rat action.
And I think he asked to rat because I still don't believe that BB Team are going to be able to take the 5-on-5. You've got, even with the Aegis expiring, you've got this Chen who's going to pick up a shard, right? He gets one of those golems. That aura makes this squad, this triple strength core, so tanky. I just kind of don't believe that Pure has the damage to deal with that.
He doesn't want to take the fight straight up, but if you can rat, you can put Heroic in an awkward position. Maybe you get a numbers advantage somewhere. Maybe the single hardcore pickoff that we've seen BB do a bunch of times with the damage from this Hoodwink comes through and gets a hero really low, forces out early BKBs. This kind of chaotic situation can create openings for the anti-mage to come into that fight later. Again, you're not looking to go in here and man-fight the Marcy, but he can do a lot of damage. He is incredibly farmed in this game. Helmet Dominator, Battle Fury Anti-Mage is doing what it does best, pushing towards that level 25, getting incredibly farmed. There's a full Abyssal Blade. That is something that lets you fight this Marcy. In fact, you probably have the advantage right now with full Abyssal plus Butterfly before the MKB comes out on Yuma. In fact, well, he just finished it, actually. He's also very farmed, so...
Yeah, I
didn't get a fight out at this exact timing. That's kind of what they're looking for, right? You get this Abyssal, you're, okay, I can go in. I can Abyssal stun this Marcy. I can give us a little bit of a bigger window.
Whisper, he's going to be one to break this smoke. They do not want to go after this bristleback, but maybe they have to. Oh, go! They actually can go for it. Still, though, the Echo Slam hits on Miro. He gets off his BKB, and Yuma does not get a bash. He couldn't get the lockdown. A glimpse back with the BKB lasts just long enough for Analog. A Fisher as they try and retreat backwards here. Yuma does not see the opportunity. They may have to leave behind KJ, whether it's the Void Spirit or a glimpse. Maybe they can protect him still with the Fisher as he gets up to the high ground. Pure with the Helmet Dom spots him, but Disruptor too far away for now. So in the end, it's Whisper to die. Not much else out of that fight. I guess Schofield did buy back once again. He is certainly not making a whole lot of progress in that network chart.
Just huge burst damage coming out on that first target they run into. No bristleback back interaction. They just go heads up, chain stun him off the Bushwhack Remnant Abyssal. Overwhelming damage. Trying to pick up Save again.
Yeah, Save once again not expected. Ooh, at the Sonic Wave. He tried to push him back into his team. That's okay. All is forgiven as long as the outcome is still income for Heroic.
The crazy thing is they took that Bristle down, they have Heroic on the run, and you're still hesitant to straight up chase with the AM. Because you don't want to blink into this Marcy just yet. Will be 25 for Pure. And that'll be Mana Void cooldown. Nice little talent for him. Thinking about BKB here, that would give him a lot more confidence to go in early in the fight. Not afraid of the Shaker chain stun potential.
Now he can Mana Void even more neutral.
It's efficient. Brought the Shaker down bottom, plus the Marcy, maybe looking for a quick pickoff on one of these waves. They will only find illusions. This feels like the point in the game where BB wanted to get to with this lineup, right? You stalled out the early momentum, you fought through those first two Roshans. Now you're getting to the late game with the Anti-Mage, with the Lycan split push. You have a lot of scaling to fall back on. You have a Disruptor Ags you can get into. You have 3 more items on GPK that he can eventually build into here. A lot of room to scale.
I feel that way for both sides. I mean, the Void Spirit, known to be quite the menace in the late game, and they've got some very solid supports behind it, but Heroic also have like this tri-core lineup. It's not just all in on the Marcy. I think their biggest problem is going to be, yeah, that man right there, Schofield, and how well he's able to progress. Having to buy back 2 different times, and the sacrifices he took in the laning phase means that he is not scaling the best. But even he is working towards a Scythe device, and as long as he's got levels, he'll have damage.
Smoke coming through, BKB done for Pure. He buys out for this moment.
A fresh blood right for Analog. This Octarine opting for that over the Refresher. They're going to spot Whisper, try and burst him down again. Whisper wants to make sure he gets off the BKB first. But it does mean that the commitment from BB team, they can just go in and out. Oh, the Echo Slam whip there. Analog takes a bit of damage from somewhere, stopping his blink forward.
Got clipped.
Covers them with the Fishers. Miro. Okay, they managed to get the glimpse back. All in for the Earthshaker. The Mana Void is ready to go. Pure will use it, puts it to use, brings down the mid laner Heroic. Now Schofield in some trouble, looking for his blink back inside the base. Heroic again losing the fight, but also still limiting their losses to 1 or 2 heroes. These fights, they just are not clean one way or the other.
Can see what BB team are trying to do though, right? Go in, get that target, kite the fight out. They threaten the Chen, you have to BKB Lycan, he gets out of there. There's just no clear jumper target for Heroic. If that Echo Slam lands, it could be a very different story. But Analog is really struggling to find the window here. It's just units constantly on him. There's random damage sources. It's not clean. GPK continuing, just trying to get something out of Heroic right now.
Yuma is not a threat without a basher.
Nope.
Like this Void Spirit and this Lycan just keep on going into the fight, and there's nothing to control them during their BKBs. You have to get that BKB piercing disable for Yuma. I think there's no other way.
You have Hex on the Queen now. I mean, most of the control that Heroic have, especially with the Hex online now, is them initiating. Them finding the first target and letting the Marcy go in on top of that. I don't think we've seen that for probably 20 minutes.
I think it's always difficult to do, right? That is one of the advantages that Lycan gives you.
100%.
All these Helmet Dom creeps plus the Wolves, they just always seem to have vision over you. Combine that with the Disruptor.
You have to just smoke and jump off the smoke. That's your best chance in this game.
And this may be the perfect opportunity. BB team very brazen in their attempts. It is going to be interrupted by GPK here, but if they get the jump on the GPK, got him with the Echo Slam. A response from Conte on me. It's not good enough. He got a good static storm, but the BKBs are already out. Pure, he's going to go for Whisper once again. Hits a big mana point. Whisper, not dead yet. Gets a little bit of heals out of the Chen, and he's staying alive for now. Pure, he has to back away. Miro's right in the middle. They saw one jump in, but Echo Slam, no, it doesn't do much. Pure, he finishes off Analog with the lock-in. Radamatos and BKB is gone for Miro, and so is his life. 2 cores down on the side of BB team for the one of Heroic. Heroic have the advantage for Roshan, but now it's switching over to the other side. Oh, God, the shield rune. Right in front for Heroic. The Scythe of Vice doesn't stop the rune grab here, but they do have an nullifier. Oh, what a beautiful bushwhack on the 2. They try and blow up Yuma. Not quite. He blinks after him, hits him with another bash, and finish them off. Now Whisper. He's up next. Radamatos holding back for now, but he's got to blink up. He'll chase after Whisper. And save once again with the bushwhack. A glitch back, pulling him back to his demise. Here working him through. A Scythe of Vice and a buyback.
Yuma's
this
back.
has to work for Yuma, and he gets it. A monster kill on the enemy. Stops Katomi as well. And that means Heroic. It was a risk, but it pays off. They have control of the pit.
Sick bushwhacks from Save, but BB end up overextending into the Marcy buyback. Not ready for Yuma round 2. And Whisper dealt so much damage to that anti-mage. He bursted him down with the Quills, 11 stacks, 2,000 going into Pure. He just could not survive the physical onslaught.
The buyback, I think this is coming too late.
Oh, they're committing.
Try jumps inside the pin. Can he grab it? He's got it! JPK, he rips it away from Heroic. And now, it came at a cost. It cost them the buyback. If Yuma dies here, he's in trouble. He got BKB unleashed. Now it's Pure. He's in trouble. Gets off the man to hit by his stun. And Abyssal Blade goes off. A Fisher to try and stop him, but he's away. And now, danger time. BKB not up for Yuma. He's a dead. A dieback. 2 minutes. Heroic kept the fight on without him. With just 1 core to do it. And being pounded by the wall. Miro chases after them all the way back to their fountain. All the way back if necessary. They will find that 3rd core. And Heroic now on the brink of death. They've been cleaned up all over, and BB team have full control to push as many buildings as they want.
What is there to say? One time and time again, this team goes to GPK to make the plays. Absolutely salvaging that team fight, steals the 2nd life away from Yuma, destroys his presence off of the buyback.
Will it be enough?
The chase down. They pass
Listo,
over
ahora
to Pure with a beautiful
sí.
itemization usage, gives him the strength to keep pushing on, and they just want the game here.
As always, Pure has called to end the game, and it's going to be an Earthshaker buyback to try and hold it.
Without the Marcy, though, it just feels impossible. No bristleback buyback available.
They simply just do not have the damage. Nothing will stop BB team at this point. Try as he might. He tries to go in with his BKB. They pop the cliff. But it is delaying the inevitable. BB team, they have routed you, they have outfarmed you, and they will take game number 1.
What a game 1 it was. These teams are just here to brawl. There's a lot of creep action going around in the map. I'm sure it's very uncomfortable for Heroic to play, considering how they would prefer to play this game, but that is what you're up against. And this BB team is just... they're weird, man. Like, they have these games where it looks like a struggle, and then at some point, the switch gets flipped, and they are just in zone. They are hitting every spell. They are routing you in the fight. The game just ends instantly within 2 minutes. We saw this yesterday in that game 1 they played. I don't really know what's causing it. I don't know if the early game is just so awkward it slows all their pace down, but once that switch gets flipped, this team is on, and they are terrified.
35 minutes of farming. The Animage has come out of the jungle. He says, I'm done farming. It's time to end the game. And Pure does just that.
The acceleration from BB Team closing out this game. I mean, an Aegis snatch is really what turns the tides here, Lacoste, because there's all these fights around.
Ya regresa desviador donde
estás. Teams, but it all comes down to that Roche.
One thing I always loved about BB team is that they're ready to use their buybacks, come into the fight, and make sure that they're going to be ready to, like, they are a team that's, I would say, out of the other teams that are still left at the International, that are willing to risk it the most when it comes down to the buybacks. We saw like 2 buybacks in Enigma series, but they are on point. They use those buybacks, and they're going to be winning the fights off of that.
Yeah, that game was awesome. That was like a UFC fight where they just like brawl right at the end, and then one guy gets knocked out. That was S-tier cinema. Like, I love the buybacks from Heroic. I really liked that they were trying to like risk it all there. That is well within their character. But on the flip side, BB Team is, like Cap said, this is the team for just, we're going down mid, boys. Yeah. We're throning right now. Even if it's like really risky, they're gonna go for it. Like, you cannot give them that opening. They will take it.
Yeah, they know exactly when to take it, when it's offered.
Este final de game acabó con la mentalidad de Heroic.
Lacoste, because there was so much done by this disruptor to really help out the lanes, to really help Miro, which you said that Lycan was going to be a big question mark in biding the time for this anti-mage lineup.
Yeah, and he was throughout the whole game. I think Hataomi understood that top lane wasn't really playable in terms of who he's laning against. He was laning against Bristleback, which is not the lane that they want to play to. They got one early kill relatively early on, but he is ready. This is level 3 Disruptor, 4 minutes in. Kinda leaves Anti-Mage alone in the top lane, gets a really good pick-off, and then moves to the bottom lane 20 seconds after, which is going to be resulting in another good kill. Hataomi was pretty much involved in most of the kills at the early stages of the game. That's why this Disruptor pick, when we talked about it, it gives them so much value. Like, you're trying to get out, Yuma's going to try to go with the rebound, but Disruptor's going to be able to catch him anyway. And the Miero, they needed a good start on him. I think Miero had an insanely good game, and in this type of a matchup, we know that Whisper, he's not the biggest enjoyer of the Lycan. He only has 18 games so far in his professional career on Lycan. The trade that they got, getting this Marcy for Lycan and giving it to Miero, who's one of the better Lycan players in the world, I would say was a big mistake.
I mean, the Lycan just made so much space for the AM, right? He could just single-handedly pressure. I think the lanes was like a huge problem. The waves are always pushed out. Lycan's pressuring on a tower. It just makes it very, very difficult for even the Chen to move forward on the map, right? There's this battle going on in the mid lane. The Lycan creeps is in the mid lane. The Chen creeps is in the mid lane. They're both trying to shove up the wave, but it just gave AM so much time to farm after that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a really interesting thing about the Dom meta in terms of how it's progressed is support's understanding that if they have a safe lane core that is building into Dom, you have these items that give you regen and like health and stats in the lane, so you can actually leave the lane. Like, you can get active. It's the Dom is not just affecting the meta for the cores, it's also very affecting the supports as well.
I mean, do you think the matchup actually should go that well for the anti-mage? Because I felt like part of why the early game went so well for the Disruptor is because he didn't need to babysit the AM. You know, the AM had a really good start. He could be left alone, and then he could just run around and setting up kills.
I guess I'll respond to a question with another question, which is like, your understanding of the matchup, isn't that based on a meta where anti-mages weren't going Dominator? Because I feel like that changes things a lot in the calculations.
Yeah, it just changes so much of the viability of anti-mage. That's been one of the biggest questions about us seeing so many more heroes being picked up in that carry role. What really makes it viable? Something, though, that we weren't really too sure going into this one was if Yuma was going to be showing up today, right? He's been having an amazing series, an amazing performance on the main stage, but for this one on the Marcy, there was a lot of great fights for him, but it was rough to come up against a Lycan in lane, and it required him having to do so much more for the team earlier on.
Yeah, he was doing a pretty good amount of work, honestly. Like, he, you know, we talked about the Yuma rotation through the portal, but even going into the early to mid game, he rotates quite a lot. And on Marcy here, like, he needed to be the hero that's going to deal the damage. Earthshaker has some burst. They're waiting on a Blink Dagger for a while. You know, he's got to get in there and do things. And he was active. Like, this was pretty much the only reason that Heroic was able to stabilize this game past the laning stage.
A big key factor for them. And then we go into more of team fights, something where people are bringing more of the numbers, because that's something around that Wisdom Rune, right? The 7 and 14 minute, it feels like not everyone's committing the numbers, Lacoste, but when it comes for a big objective like a Roche, that is where you're going to see the first big clash of a 5v5.
Yeah, the team fights in general, like Anti-Mage, he doesn't provide you with much. He's never going to be ready. pretty much he first joined 35 minutes in and making sure that he has his 6 items. This hero pretty much is never ready. One more. Do you need more time? Yeah, just one more big item. These are very expensive items that he's buying. He's buying Butterfly, he's buying Abyssal, BKB. He's never going to be ready, and this is the fight where they're going to pretty much get the perfect initiation. Look at what the GPK is doing. He goes in, gets out, and turns him around with the Remnant, and then they're ready to join. You can see that Pure, at this point of the game, he has enough of farming. He's going to be blinking in. And there was also a couple of later fights as well where they were unable to get the Echo Slam. I don't think Heroic, they were on the same page. And at this point, you see that Anti-Mage, he's ready to take the fights. He's ready to jump the target with the Abyssal Blade and blow him up instantly.
I mean, the reason why you're going to really find really good Echo Slams is you think about their heroes like Anti-Mage, Void, Spirit Lycan. They're not going to be next to each other. They're always playing different sides of the map. They're trying to break your formation. So it makes it very, very hard for the Earthshaker to find a good Echo, in the team fights.
Yeah. There was a moment that we saw how impactful the Echo was, right? When it didn't actually end up connecting.
We have to look at this. I'm curious. I want to look at this very closely because I wasn't sure exactly what clipped Analog here, because he had a really great, big Echo opportunity. Look at BB all stacking together in the top right of the screen. What was it that clipped him? Oh, it was Disruptor. The Disruptor Q. Okay. Extremely heads-up play from Katomi then. I mean, we talked about how he performed in the early game, making the rotations for his team. But we can see from this clip that his impact in the fights was more significant than we were even noticing on camera.
Yeah, the Disruptor from the early and now what feels like into that later part of the fights is massive for Disruptor. Yeah. But that Earthshaker not connecting with his Echo was so impactful. They were actually kind of lucky that BB Team didn't take more off of that they had a second chance where we saw a significantly better Echo Slam take place, and that's what led into that next Roche fight and ultimately the Aegis Snatch and then into the BB Team victory.
Yeah, we have to take a look at the Aegis Snatch. I mean, that's a given. It's so funny. We talked about GBK as being the stable one on the team. He always seems to do something clutch to keep his team in the game, even when things are not going so well. This was such an important moment because Heroic was committing all of these buybacks for the fight. This was their Hail Mary. Yeah. And BB is like, well, okay, we also need to take a Hail Mary. And GPK in these moments, I don't know what it is, but it seems like he always seems to be able to pull it off.
I mean, this was like the game ender right here. Once they killed the Marcy again, I think the game was practically over already for Heroic. There's nothing much left they could do in the game. The Anti-Mage is unkillable. You don't have the Aegis, and yeah, I mean, this is just you're just thinking about the next game at this point.
I do wonder, as amazing as seeing an Aegis Snatch is, and we obviously see the outcome of that, how much would this have differed if we had have seen the Aegis go to the side of Heroic and have all of those buybacks come out from BB?
I still feel like the BB side are going to be happy with the situation, even though if they don't get the Aegis, but they felt like they could have just ended the game there. That's why they are a very special team to watch, right? I think most teams would maybe just prefer to, okay, we have AM, we have the better late game, let's just not use the buyback and
slow
risk
it down.
Right? Play slowly. We're still going to be able to win it, but Pure says, no, I want to end the game now, GPK, please go and get the Aegis.
That's because he finally had his items. He's like, guys, I can finally fight. Let's just do it. And of course, GPK going to be our standout player for this game one. You just can't look past it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that Aegis steal and also the itemization that he did go for. He understood that they need to be able to punch back at the early stages of the game, so didn't go for Aghanim Scepter. Instead, opted to go for Spirit Vessel. That gives him a little bit more tankability. Yeah. Gives him extra bit of a damage. Once you finish off your Spirit Vessel, once you get to tier 2 neutral items with the Strength Treads, you basically have 2,000 HP. If he didn't steal that Aegis, I would say that Miero, he's kind of my MVP because of how well he moves across the map. And this guy, it's pretty much his meta. I think I said it pre-series that this guy enjoys playing these heroes, and they got a very good pick for him. And also understanding how far he can push the limits of his hero with that wolf pack, getting extra 5 seconds when he gets the kills, and also itemization. This time around, he didn't go for a relatively early shard that we usually see. Opted to go for different items, picking up that AC relatively early on, understanding you're playing against Bristleback, you're playing against Marcy, there's going to be a lot of physical damage coming out, so making sure that the whole team is tanky enough.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this game from a different point of view. We're going to head on over to Purge, who's going to give us some more details.
Hi, everybody. I know what you're here for. It's about Chen, right? That's why you're here? Yeah, he's one of my favorite heroes sometimes, but something that was really interesting about what King Jungles did this game, he got a completely different facet. Every single Chen player that I've seen grabs the Sages because it helps them control the early game. But there's little things that are interesting about this early Hellbear. It gives an aura for everybody's attack speed in the early game, and if it dies, it gives your team 120 attack speed. So this means you can actually fight your opponents in the laning stage. And Heroic drafted this knowing that draining the Lycan's mana is not that big of a deal, and instead they can use this Hellbear to fight. If you kill the Hellbear, your heroes attack fast. And so you have to go for hero kills instead. And this allowed them to get a really early first blood here. That big chunk of damage, by the way, was the bodyguard linking these two guys together and save attacking him once. So he got attacked a couple extra times. So early first blood gave them a really nice advantage. Look how strong this facet can be when he fights. He contests the Lotus by himself with his summon. And he uses his third skill on him, which is going to give him and his creep 5 bonus armor. So 2 different heroes actually get zoned by him by himself with that facet, and he offsets the minus armor from Lycan just by casting that third skill. So look at the pressure that they're able to put on Miero in the laning stage. It's actually kind of a miracle that he was able to recover and have such a good game, because this lane pressure that came from this different facet on Chen was huge. And when the Wolves come in, you steal one of them, the one you have has 300 more HP, so they basically just took away his first skill and all of his skill points. Great lane pressure there by Heroic. And then how this transition was really interesting here. They used this Ogre to stack. Basically, King Jungles focused a lot on farming because he wanted to buy aura items, like plus armor items that made them more resistant against the physical damage that was being done. And something really cool about this, about the Chen that got buffed recently, look at this damage for Clap here. He's level 5 and this thing's doing 250 damage. This is his special one that he summons here. So he's basically using this facet to not only win the lane, but also increase his farm speed and counteract his opponent's minus armor. And then he's using his creeps basically just to push out the lane while they go get ready to do stuff, because now he can do this much faster than a Helm of the Dominator can. And by pushing these lanes, what it does is set them up for a perfect Roshan. So they basically just stop every single creep from getting in Roshan while they prep to do this, partially using the lane push, because all of those lanes got pushed in really effectively. So everything they send in there to try to kill it gets destroyed, and that's why they were able to take this Aegis before BB Team was able to respond in time. Great use of map control, the summons and all that.
Si hubieras casteado la primera partida, hubiese ganado mi chala.
I love to see when a hero has so many viable facets, the way that you can play the lanes so differently. Of course, we see that Disruptor really helping Miero the Lycan get back into this one, but it's crazy how different of a game it would have been just based off that one Chen facet.
Yeah, he's right. I've never seen that one before. I had no idea that the Ursa Creep did 350 damage when you have it maxed out. That's kind of crazy. I mean, obviously it falls off. But for the early game, if you want to farm, you are going to get your auras faster.
Yeah, maybe something that people who like to spam Chen might be starting to pick up for themselves. This arena, by the way, is very full. There's a lot of cheers for both the side of BB Team and Heroic. And someone who's down there right now with our fans is, of course, Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. The house is packed here tonight. But as I had mentioned at the very beginning of the day, it is a bit solemn. We have to have eliminations. Such is the nature of competition. And for every single iconic moment we've had in Dota, there's always been a team on the receiving end of it. So I'm sure Eastern European fans, do you remember the $1 million Dream Coil? S4, Puck. I know, it's tough memories for the Na'Vi fans, but the Alliance fans remember it fondly. Meanwhile, Chinese fans are still haunted by the voice of
Mira ese pin de silenciado Osu.
And South American fans, yeah, South American fans, we have a lot of these. I mean, there's no TI for South America yet, right? But there's one play that is still in our hearts. Allow me to set the stage, Tsunami. All right. TI-11. There's the howl. TI-11, Singapore. The smell of chili crab in the air. And, more importantly, hope. For Thunder Awaken has made us the farthest they've ever done at a TI. That's it. Liquid, one of the best teams in the world, fighting in the lower bracket, literally for their life. Last game of the best of 3. Income Sacred gets the black hole, Pango inside of it, 1 HP. 1 HP, and every single South American fan skipped a beat as they saw the Pangolier roll away infested by the life stealer of Meke. All hearts broken, many Liquid fans would cheer, but Thunder awaken, and all of Peru will forever remember this day. But that's what they are, resilient. We are the 1 HP warriors. We're the ones that survive. We're the ones that make it through. One game lost means nothing. Heroic can do it this time. Let's go!
If there's one team that's going to benefit from a crowd mob, it's Heroic. These guys have looked fantastic when they've been on that verge of elimination. They've got to be more comfortable, right? And I think hearing all those cheers out there from their fans, that's what's going to bring them that energy. I'm hoping they've had the time to really put their heads in the right space here, Lucas. Think about it and come back and be more chaotic than ever. Make sure that we're seeing what South America is really made of.
Oh, for sure. I think this team comes in very well prepared. They have like double coaches that are working quite a lot. Like it's always nice to see from and hear from them because they always give good insights. They're not afraid to show it to the rest of us. But I think a lot of teams that are still in the tournament have hidden strategies, and I want to see something else that is going to come out from Heroic because this one I really didn't feel that much coming out from this Queen of Pain. Yeah. I feel like there's been good flex that they kept until the end. Even like the damage numbers, if you look at it, I believe he dealt 17,000 damage on Quap, pretty similar to Earthshaker, but something was just not clicking. I want to see Schofield on a bit of a different hero, something that can be more annoying. Even Queen of Pain, she does have a Blink Dagger, but some of these melee position 4s that he
traduciría, pero mi inglés me alcanza solo a mí.
Tasca, I want to see them on a heroes like that, something that can buy time, something that can relieve pressure off his mid lane, something that can have a greater impact.
To me, yeah, it's not chaotic enough. It doesn't create enough space on the map. And honestly, I thought Queen of Pain was completely imba about like 2-3 weeks ago, but the meta has changed so much since the road to TI. There's people building all of these DOMs. You know, Lycan is very popular, like tons of summon heroes. I don't think Queen of Pain is that good anymore.
Is that because of those items you're saying that Queen of Pain has kind of fallen off?
But you also have to look at the reason, right? Why did they want the Queen of Pain there? Because they wanted a hero that could be moved around, flex, and confuse their opponents. But I think they didn't really count for the anti-mage at the end. Or maybe they did, and they figured that, oh, we could just do the co-op support, but it didn't work out. Because for their lineup to work, they really need to get away with like some sort of early game advantage so they can snowball.
Yeah.
But they just didn't do it in the game.
It felt like it was leading up to that for the support Queen of Pain, but we see double buybacks throughout the duration of this game, and I think that's going to slow. It doesn't matter what hero you play, that's going to be
Schofield's going to do that regardless, no matter what hero he's playing.
Okay, all right. You know, maybe I'm a little bit misguided on that one.
Yeah, I feel like it just came down to like the strategy that they chose, right? I think in the first game of the series, it's fine if you have some idea that you think it might work. Yeah. You know, you try to use a flex pick, but maybe your opponents are not aware of, and you try to lead them astray with the draft. Okay, fine, didn't work. Next game, you know, you have to just keep your heads up, held high, and go for something else.
Our teams are waiting in the wings, eager to come back down onto the stage here, get back into their boots, and focus up. This is elimination. Heroic, if they can make it back in this series, they will have the best placement that a South American team players have ever gotten. On the side of BB team, their expectations are high. Coming into this one, especially for Pure, who achieved so much at last year's TI, it would feel like a disappointment to get top 6, and it's a feat in itself to even get this far.
Yeah, and I think BB team are also a team that having one game advantage in a series is pretty scary. Like, they're willing to pull out some crazy stuff. I think that they also play better.
Despierta Chuy. Esta puede ser la última partida de Dota.
1 in 17 anti-mage games after just winning a game, especially with the anti-mage. You know, like he's gonna pop off in the next game.
I mean, also for Heroic, right? Every time they lose the first game, they kind of lose the series, right? They haven't really played any 3-game series so far, you know. So this is definitely going to be like a huge challenge. How are they going to overcome this BB team here?
Yeah, but that's funny because BB team right now on the main stage, all they've had is 3-game series. So it feels like what exactly is going to win out here in these two teams? Because BB team, there is the confidence that carries over. I 100% agree with you there, Jenkins. But sometimes it's a little bit of overconfidence. Maybe they try and think a little too far ahead.
Yeah, it's possible it's a blunder against Heroic because Heroic does like to play chaotic. If you play overconfident into that and you give them some openings, they will definitely take it.
one scary thing about BB team is whenever we talk about them, this is the one scary team that has an extremely good early stages of the game. We haven't really seen that so far at the TI. I would say that this is something that they've been lacking, but if they can start doing that as well, that they've been doing ever since they've been formed pretty much as a squad, this is going to be a very, very scary team. They already are, but imagine if they can really push the limits, win the laning stage, have that 5k gold advantage 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you're right.
This is a team that is extremely aggressive and knows how to close out the games early.
Historically, they've dominated lanes and then snowballed that into a dominating game, but that's just not how it's been so far.
I felt like they've been a lot more patient than compared to like a couple of months before, right? I feel like whenever they were having this sort of lead before a couple of months ago, they would try to push it maybe a little bit too far, hence the the throw-in nature of the team. And in this event, I feel like they have sort of like addressed that. They played more defensive when they could just sit back and farm. And
they muted Pure's mic.
Yeah, and when they needed to go aggressive, they would have tried to use their buybacks and do something aggressive. So I feel like I like that balance. I like that change, and it certainly paid off. So far.
Anything else though? When you guys see this, it could potentially be Heroic's last game on a TI main stage. There's going to be some staples that you guys are eager and itching to see.
I mean, you're dangling it in front of me. I want to see the Pudge if that can come out. Like, I would love to see an early phase Meepo. It wouldn't even surprise me if BB is expecting this and that they first phase ban like these cheesy specialty heroes. I feel like Heroic backs against the wall. Like, they're going to take risks that we have not seen before, because this is them right about to be eliminated.
Yeah, if they have to play like a normal game, I think it's going to be difficult for them. They have to throw things off the balance and try to surprise them.
Just first pick the Meepo. Just whip it out.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing KJ going back on that Shadow Demon as well. I know he still had a really good early game for the Chen, but there was so much when it came to team fights on the way of trying to pick up that hero. But we don't want to discuss Theorycraft anymore. Our elimination series continues between these two teams.
BB Team versus Heroic Game 2.
With BB Team up one game, they're feeling confident, they're in a good position. Our draft has already begun, and the bans and first picks coming out already, where we're going to see a Nature's Prophet for the side of BB, and of course, here we have an Earthshaker for the side of Heroic. They're going back for it. They feel like they've not lost confidence in it, and maybe it's more open to be flexed now.
It still does a lot in most of these games. So, like, you could see that BB team wanted to invade enemy triangle. They saw him going into the triangle, but they were keeping the distance, not allowing them to get instantly killed on one or two heroes potentially, but wanted to get something out, knowing that Earthshaker is still going to be very low HP after clearing those Ancients, because you need to drag them close together. But again, you get very good timing on a Blink Dagger after taking the Ancients, and Analog, he did have a very good time in terms of killing the enemy carry hero.
Yes.
Bird got killed like 3 or 4 times by Earthshaker because he got that early Blink Dagger.
Nature's Prophet to me is such a classic Game 2 hero, because especially if you win Game 1, because I feel like BB thinks that they are just simply the stronger team, and if they can win the lanes, win the early game, they can absolutely up the tempo with this hero. Nature's Prophet is a lane dominator almost against anything, and very few carries can TP around and get kills and take the towers like he can.
I mean, you sort of see like a heavy emphasis on carries that can be around the map to push out waves, right? I think that's why we see it in a resurgence in Anti-Mage, because he's probably one of the best, right, outside Nature's Prophet to push out those lanes, and we saw it how much he could influence the state of the game by just chopping out lanes and making it difficult for your opponents, and you give your team time to get objectives.
This is very interesting, the bans that just happened, seeing that they are banning out Spectre, which means that this Nature's Prophet is definitely going to be a core. So far, BB team didn't have much success with it. They only played it once, they lost that game, and Nature's Prophet at main stage TI also didn't win a single game. He's been played 5 times, didn't find much success. I think the nerfs that did happen also are not in his favor, and now you're going to be playing into Earthshaker, into Clockwork. These are two very difficult matchups for you, allowing you to get on top of him, having multiple stuns. So he needs to do a lot. Even though he builds into Hurricane Pike, he builds into a BKB, still not an easy matchup by any means.
Yeah.
If it is going on pure, I am also wondering about how susceptible it is in that early laning phase, because that has been the biggest weakness so far for pure, is how punishable is this Nature's Prophet in that first 10 minutes.
It will depend on the core that he's playing against, because Clockwork needs a core that will like actually jump on top with him and kill the Nature's Prophet. Although great Timber pick, excellent against Clockwork, high strength hero, excellent against Earthshaker, high strength hero. 0% win rate though in the main stage.
Yeah, but why are they showing?
Solo mira ese narizón. Quinte de puerta, él ya está feliz por solo jugar.
Better at 18, unless there's something that's going on here, you know, like maybe one of the heroes.
I think this is a statement from BB team. They are picking a hero that has 0% win rate on main stage and 0% win rate, 0 out of 8 games, road to TI playoffs and main
why,
stage.
the reason I'm confused is because they chose to ban the puck, right? So they seem to think that the Earthshaker is not going to be mid. And now they're picking Timber, I presume, against the Earthshaker, which he wants to go mid against the Shaker. That's what I find a little bit confusing here.
I mean, one argument is Nero is level 30 Timber. It's easy to talk about, you know, the Amars of the world and forget that Nero is, like, he came onto the scene playing Timbersaw every single game. So maybe it's just a confidence thing. I also think it blocks Meepo a little bit. You don't feel as good playing Meepo into this, and I think Heroic could maybe bang it out here. We'll see. I mean, they have last pick, so they could look to get it there, but it's not going to make it through the second phase ban, or the third phase bans.
No, I don't think so at all. That's something that everyone's very cautious of, about letting them get their hands on. A Bane here as well for BB team. Kataomi's done wonders when it's been picked up. That's something that gave them success so far on this main stage as well, is when he's on that hero.
Yeah, Bane plus MP is absolute pleasure to have. You know, as a teammate, you're playing Bane. You want someone that can just come to you instantly when you catch a hero with your sleep or your Fiend's Grip. Even though it might seem like counterintuitive to pick Bane into Clockwork, because Clock is one of the worst matchups in the game for Bane. But I do feel like they put a lot of emphasis in enabling this MP. That might explain the Timber, you know. Maybe they are feeling that we need some offlaner to keep shuffling the wave and pressure. So you draw the attention to you, and then the Bane goes to you, sets out with the MP TPing in. Maybe that is the idea of their first 3 picks here.
Yeah, BB is definitely prepping to be really active, because Timber also...
Villa despierta, es la última partida de
That
Heroic.
means they can pick a support that can run to the mid lane, play around GPK, have Pure on Nature's Prophet TP in, and Miro's just chilling, farming.
Yeah, Heroic seems to agree that the Timber is going to be on the off lane, picking the TA right away. TA is like one of the better heroes against Timber in the lane. So let's see if like maybe BB team try to, you know, adjust, try to move the Timber away, or they have to try to figure out what type of support they pick to enable the lane. You know, TA is just going to be, I think, a very strong lane matchup into the Timber.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot, allowing them to have a super strong laner, and this is not gonna be an easy game for Bane by any means. He might need to shift priority. He might need to play as a position 5 in this one, because you're playing against Earthshaker, Clockwork, One Fisher, Clockwork with the hook shot, the trap silence from Templar Assassin, just the global silence in general is gonna make things a lot more difficult for Bane than maybe he expected.
Yeah, that's a nasty silencer pick. Like, even Timber, Arcane Curse, he hates playing against this. The lane, too. Like, just the silencer versus the Timber and lane, I think, is a winning lane almost no matter what carry you have.
If you're forcing Timber to deviate from his build, okay, that's why I felt like the Timber is gonna be, there's gonna be something interesting with the Timber. So they're moving the Timber mid, they're picking a Darkseer, changing the lane matchup. So they are trying to outfox Heroic in the lane. So Darkseer against TA, that's a pretty good matchup here. In the lane, they need like a strong, probably strong position 4 to make sure that the silencer can't really bully the Darkseer too much.
They could still get a very good matchup for them if they want to get something like a Lifestealer maybe for themselves and use this Nature's Prophet as a support plus the Bane. I know that the Darkseer loves to have, you know, something that he can run in, some Tiny, some Tusk potentially, but overall they don't have the last pick. But after seeing this Templar Assassin, I think they use Nature's Prophet as a bit of a bait to see where the heroes are going to go and try to counter-react it, because I'm seeing Enigma as well. This is one of the few matchups that Lifestealer doesn't like to play into, and also another hero that I think overall, Whisper plays really, really well, and it would give them the momentum. I think having Templar Assassin building into Deso, having Earthshaker from the mid lane, 2 supports who can easily rotate, and they want to rotate to get that +1 for Silencer. Clockwork wants to be active. Could be that they just want to shut down the tempo that Heroic is building up.
I love the Hoodwink ban because that could be either
be a
the carry or the 4. You have to ban it for both. Because, you know, I agree with what you're saying. Maybe not Lifestealer, like there are also other options. You know, Faceless Void is an option there as well. Like, I mean, any hero that builds a Manta style you want against Silencer, and something to win the core-to-core matchup against TA. I guess TA is kind of solved by the Darkseer.
Do you split your band then, or are we still looking at a potential strong position forward to come out? Because you've given a lot of good carry potential for the side of BB team. Is it that easy to take it out? Is that easy to all in that's the last pick that is required?
It could just still be a 4 for save. That's also possible. We're just thinking of like interesting flexes because they don't have the last pick.
I mean, he usually likes to play like range heroes on save. You know, we've seen him on usually Grimstroke, Rubik Tau Muerta.
I mean, Batrider is banned. Okay, well, that would have been great. I'm just trying to think, what are the ranged heroes that play well with Darkseer? Willow?
Yeah, Willow is okay.
It's like Bat and Willow are the 2 good ones that you can actually Ion Shell.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like they want more than one initiator. Right now, that's only Bane, right? If your core is going to be MP, Timber, and Darkseer, you kind of want more stuns and catch for your lineup.
And Save Lion is a classic. He lanes well with the Darkseer.
Yeah, Lion's actually really nice for their overall composition here. You have the vacuum into stun combination. So it's going to be the Dark Widow. So you have instead of the stun, you have the vacuum into multiple brambles, which can be really nice in the laning phase.
Mira ese pendejo. Está con cara de que está pidiendo una pizza.
As well, between the brambles and the Willow ult.
Not a very conventional hero right now.
No.
Yeah.
It was prior to the international happening. Pro level pubs, people were spamming this.
That was before the nerfs, I think. She did take some nerfs to the Shadow Realm.
The regen in the Shadow Realm, yeah. Doesn't feel as broken as it did before.
So what is she offering in the lane? Because you guys said that needed to be something that was really going to help the Dark
She's a pretty strong laner at level 1. One of the best level 1 heroes.
I was wondering where this hero's made. The mid Leshrac, it deals so much damage. The Link Dagger, you just jump in, suicide. It's like, I'm going to kill you or you're going to kill me, or maybe both.
Oh, they definitely upgraded the draft from the previous game. This draft kind of plays itself out. You're never going to be lacking damage. You have enough stuns. You have a global presence. You have very good scaling. You have heroes that come online super fast. Lashrak going for the Blink Dagger. You have Templar Assassin with your Dragonlance Deso. So it does feel like they're going to be ready relatively early on to be able to punch back against what BB team is bringing in this one.
What I love is that they have 3 extremely high burst cores with a silencer. Like, if they cover a jump with the silence, they will kill like 2 or 3 heroes potentially. This is very strong. I think the pipe timing for Miro on Darkseer will be very important. Like the pipe in Crimson Aura timing.
Yeah, they have to make sure whenever the silencer global comes out and with the Earthshaker jumping, they need to survive that initial burst. If they can actually do that and make the fights drag out, then it'll be really good for the Timber and Darkseer. But overall, I feel like execution-wise, it's a lot easier for Heroic here. I feel like their team fights are just pretty straightforward. Laning phase also pretty straightforward. They're very, very solid lanes. So I think we are actually going to see a game 3 here.
Winter, I feel like you've changed your viewpoint. You went from not sure if Heroic were going to be able to bounce back in the series to loving exactly what they're bringing in game number 2.
Yeah, you gotta love if someone gives you something you like to see. You know?
What do you love so much about this one, Lacoste?
I like that they are shutting down the
Uy, se fue a dormir porque sabe que esta apuesta es fija.
A lot of momentum as well, and
Desperté. Ya traje la bendición a Heroic, mierda.
Or have no win rate whatsoever for a good reason. Ace Prophet didn't win on the main stage. Neversaw didn't win a single game, and they're really trying to push the limits. This is also a bit of a test. If they are going to be managing to win this one, it's also a bit of a statement for the rest of the teams that are still left in the tournament.
Yeah, I like that you're bringing up those statistics. It hasn't been working for other teams on at least 2 of their cores on the side of BB team, and so I feel like we need some answers exactly what that coach and how this draft is going to play out.
And I can make that happen. And that, yes, I am joined by bulk of BB team, where I do have some questions about your draft. Timbersaw gets picked up. I don't know if you know this, 0% win rate in this tournament. It has been picked 8 times so far. Why do you like it?
Тимберсон на этом турнире выбрали уже 8 раз, но у него винрейт 0%. Почему вы продолжаете его выбирать?
Мы захотели исправить эту ситуацию и поправить этот винрейт.
We wanted to fix that win rate.
No more 0% win rate after this game. Makes sense to me. Last game, I asked Cafs if he was afraid of your last pick anti-mage. He said no. Are you afraid of the analog last pick Leshrac?
В интервью тренера после прошлого пика он сказал, что он не боится вашего антимага. Боитесь ли вы их Лешрака?
Нет.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. What was it again?
Нет. No.
No.
Oh, no, that's what it was. I see. Well, then, let's see if it happens in this game number 2. Good luck, Bulk.
And luck may be needed here. It seemed like the panel liked the changes that Heroic made to their draft. I personally like to see that Whisper is going to be taking over the Earthshaker, and they got Analog a Leshrac pickup. That felt like a nasty last pick here, Avery.
There's a reason Timbersaw has been struggling this tournament. Now he's going to have to go up against another hero that can just absolutely burst and chunk him down. I'm looking to Analog to step up his game in this game too. I think he struggled the most in that game 1. It wasn't all on him. It was just a really tough game to find the angles for those Echo Slams against so many summons, so much scouting, a long-range poke lineup. You're against the anti-mage. Not the easiest Shaker game here. He gets the priority in that last pick. They put him on a super high damage dealer that can just get in the fight, play against a lot of heroes that he can just take down instantly. Looks like a great game for the Leshrac, and he has the silencer to cover him. I mean, what a silencer game. You're against Timbersaw, Darkseer, Dark Willow, Bane. This curse is gonna hurt in the team fights. The global silence can bail out the grip. Looking at those 2 heroes for Heroic to have big games here in game 2 and force this into a game 3. And if you're BB team, as the panel mentioned, you are trying to play some heroes that
no me gusta esa forma de cámara, me confunde mierda.
Doesn't mean they can't work here, but they have been struggling.
Save in some trouble. Already used the Shadow Realm. Unless he could juke through the trees, he is gone. That's going to be first blood to Yuma. And that is quite the boon because the off lanes on both sides are suffering. Schofield will end up going down. Both supports will die, but it's Heroic who walk away with the extra bounty and first blood.
And there's some money tree action going on.
Wait,
Nature's
what?
Prophet looking for the gold bags. Not a facet we see a lot, if at all. But if you start snowballing with it, it's definitely a little extra income. I did not have this on my TI bingo card.
No, I didn't either. I do remember that it was so bad they had to buff it up. But it seemed like it's still, the numbers still weren't quite right. I guess in this matchup, it does kind of look like a free lane for them. So if you don't need the extra lane sustain out of the heal, why not, right? It's a double range matchup against a double melee matchup. Like, surely you should win this scot-free. Oh, flat vacuum pull back in, trying to go for KJ Fairy Fire. Ooh, he walks back into the Ion Shell and will be run down and saved. He's already healed up enough. Refraction from Yuma is quickly burned through, and he'll have to back away. No rebuttal here. Schofield, meanwhile, Fairy Fire of his own is going to be popped to stay alive.
This double melee offlane's really suffering against the double range, plus the presence from this Furion. Look towards Pure to have a big game for BB team. He can set the pace, he can drive tempo around the map, he can TP into all these plays, give you the extra gold on the money tree sprouts.
Martes duerme, miércoles duerme, jueves duerme, viernes duerme, sábado duerme, domingo duerme.
Have some bigger presence in the earlier team fighting. Particularly if the other lanes are going to be a struggle. This Darkseer lane is not going the best for BB team. And Yuma has had an incredible start on this TA. Despite some of the early skirmishing going both ways, he's absolutely free farming down there. And they picked up the early kill. So it's going to be another strong laning phase for Heroic. The Leshrac's going to free farm. The TA is pretty much going to free farm down there. And if they can get something out of this double melee off lane, it's another really good start to a game where they can pick up the pace. Be very interesting to see who rotates supports into mid lane first in this game as well, because you are really eyeing these 6 and 8 minute power runes, and this is an explosive matchup. Start taking some of these later points in Edict, just so much damage on isolated targets fighting for those runes, or if you get an early haste or arcane, Leshrac can be devastating with it.
And frankly, if your Shaker is already kind of struggling, and he can maybe do some Fisher shenanigans to pull the lane back, why not move the clockwork and try and help the Lesh win that matchup?
I think Schofield has the most freedom here to decide what he wants to do, trying to deny the water rune.
Miro chased down. The teleport will be canceled. A little bit surprising there. They were a bit low. Schofield brought low by the Nightmare. Katomi continues to menace this opposing support. He just cannot seem to use his cogs effectively at all. Every single time he tries to go for the cog hit, he just gets nightmared and hit a whole bunch.
Getting outplayed in this early game. Will at least deny the water rune out from GPK. It's a little minor win on that mid lane. That was his goal here, but another slow start for Schofield. Once more have to make it up, and this is not a game where you're going to get a huge amount of stacks up with this clockwork and be able to fall back on that. You have to find some action around the map. Action continuing in this lane.
KJ not respecting the Shadow Realm Ion Shell combination. Maybe Yuma can, if he gets the kill on the core, it will all be worth it. But it's taking a lot of time off of lane. He still hasn't got to put the treads pick up. That'll help give him some extra movement speed to get the kill, and he does not get caught in the brambles. Perfectly manages his way through. Whisper, alone in lane, does not die. He still has some stick charges.
Veré cómo estoy en el fantasy. Si no estoy percentil 90, reportan al nomás directo.
I think KJ, he's more than happy with that exchange. His TA is going to be ginormous. Already almost level 5. Level 6 on the Leshrac mid as well. I mean, it's Whisper being sacrificed up here a little bit, but this lane was going to be the toughest lane no matter what. You pick these heroes for the mid game, not their laning prowess. You just have to survive through it here.
Considering how well Yuma is doing, I halfway expected the silencer KJ to go through the gate, maybe help out this top lane, but he's opted against it, instead playing for power runes.
They're just too weak up top. Too many resources got burned out there. That play is not available. You can look for the mid clash, however. Again, these power runes are super valuable for the Leshrac if you can secure them.
I love that, though. They already have the ward in place. They will run down KJ first, go back for the power rune, which spawns top. Works out well for them. Analog would have gotten it otherwise, but instead Katomi gets an amp damage, and he's going to pull the Leshrac underneath the tower. Now it's going to be the Clockwork who wakes up that Leshrac. Leshrac going back in with a dive ball. He's doing massive damage onto Katomi. 1 kill and trying to get out. No stuns left. Save has already blown everything there, so Analog will be able to get away. Support for support trade-off.
Money bags collected for Pure. Happy about that. Analog, did he overstep into the river?
He certainly did. Not having dive ball, he's in trouble. Sounds goes out though, and now GPK is the one who has overextended himself. Analog, he'll tick out. Analog didn't have to run forward. KJ will collect that kill. GPK offering a respectful tip to KJ for the rotation.
It's just such a good silencer game. They got it really late in this draft. He has great core matchups, great heroes to punish with the curse,
99.
and a great target for that global silence later.
Bueno, Chuy, estás a salvo por el momento.
King Jungles here, feeling the heat of a Yuma rotation. Rocket Flare gives a little assist.
Yeah, a bit too late. If it had caught him as Pure ducked away into the trees, maybe they could have killed it, but now Whisper has been baited to go for that Pure kill. Templar Assassin can't jump into this, not with GPK. Timbersaw is showing. Analog still going to show up, though. He is so strong right now. He's going straight to Pure. That's a guaranteed kill. What else can you get out of this one? GPK tries to pick up Yuma real quick. The refraction, blocking the damage, and missed the Timber Chain. Meanwhile, Analog, he cuts him down with that long-range chakra. The Facet comes through in the clutch for GPK, and he still has plenty of mana to work with. No more Diabolic Edict, so GPK has free reign of things. A triple kill for him.
Man, that's the kind of fight you wish you had that silencer involved in a little bit more. 3 points in Curse. He could do some serious damage to GPK in these skirmishes.
He thought he was going to get involved there. Instead, Nightmare pulled into the Chakram. Analog, he goes for the Pure kill again, but around these ancient stacks and 2 heroes behind him, Analog can't go for another kill on this Nature's Prophet. Pure trying to get nice and aggressive. They know the ward's up there on the high ground, thanks to the Nightmare from earlier.
And Whisper comes to defend these stacks. Does not want to lose anything. Does not want to split the experience. He needs this Echo Slam to recover. He will get it here, uncontested.
Yeah, Schofield's going to block out Katomi. No way that he ever gets close enough. In fact, if he tries, he'll just add more experience to Whisper's coffers.
Slowed down by lightning a bit.
Hasted timber.
Oh, yeah, that's a little scary. Oh, that hit for the Shadow Realm. Not good enough. GPK.
He wants
Are you going to try for it? Timber chain up, and he runs him down.
GPK boss gets that steal in game 1, and he is off to a 7-in-1 start here at the 8.5-minute mark. Just pure destruction coming out from this mid laner right now, who is on a warpath in this tournament, man.
Yeah, is there any doubt? He has to be the team, the player that is carrying his team the most in this tournament.
He is MVP in my mind right now. BB team are not here without his plays on the main stage. He'll have to go back to heal, but man, what a start for him. Playing into some tough heroes too. These are not easy heroes for the Timber to skirmish early. He really just played the fights well. You end up inside the cogs, you end up against the silencer spells, you end up against chain stun from the Shaker or the burst damage from the Lesh. Not the easiest Timbersaw game in my mind, and he's had an incredible start here. It's going to go a long way.
He is the only reason
La Templar está primero en farm.
Broken away.
Hay esperanza,
early
gente.
laning phase. I mean, they're still up by a K, but it could have been so much worse, right? He gets that kill on Yuma, and that top lane rotation, that could have been just pure dying again. He's kept Analog down a bit, but he will be the center of attention for Heroic. Hook shot does land, and really no way out of this one.
Nope.
The cogs lock him in a cage, and the silence prevents any spells. Analog, he knows that he's going to have to stay one step ahead of this Timbersaw if they want to push this to a game 3.
And these smoke plays are so strong. They're not going to have a lack of damage like we saw in that game 1 where that play
block
got
off.
turned around.
Not needed. Whisper already has his blink dagger. He gets in front of Katomi, and they chain the stuns for another kill into Analog. Now second in net worth, and Yuma is topping out the charts.
This is a perfect pace for Heroic. They love this style of gameplay, and this draft is built for it.
You just showed so many heroes, though. Yuma, he's left alone in this bottom lane and run down by a simple 1-2 punch of a Miro wall and save with the Bedlam. That is going to cost Heroic a decent amount.
Gotta respect this Helm creep with the Darkseer Ion Shell and the potential back stomp that can come out. It's been a while since we've seen this combination, but it'll be live in this game. And all that space that the Timbersaw created allowed Miro to catch back up. He was doing farming. He was doing big stacks in the jungle. So this Darkseer's absolutely back in this game. They're trying to pick up the pace themselves.
Ese ulti del silencio hasta el pulsero cuando ya metieron todo.
Get the kill on Pure, it'd be massive. Whisper doesn't have enough damage by it. Oh, what a Cox hit! A Sprout over to the other side. Enchant Totem to stop him, though. And Pure, he's dead. He's aggressive. He's tried to be. Multiple of these rotations have resulted in his death, and Whisper is taunting him all the way to the grave.
You got to have some respect for BB team. They went in this game, and they're trying to play Heroic style of Dota. They are just taking the clash, just getting aggressive. But this is a terrifying team to play this fast against because they'll take it to you every single time. I mean, these are some of the best skirmishers in the world. Schofield in his element right now.
Smoke breaking, Schofield. He'll just wait it out. GPK runs right into that brick wall.
I'll try and smoke the supports around. Tower goes down. Scan still hits on that hill. They're looking for a bigger core target in the jungle. They want Yuma right now with this grip.
Is this two-man squad good enough, though?
They land the grip. They're going to try it all.
They got him. And long-range hook shot. The grip is stopped, but the burst damage is still there. Now Schofield, big whirling death hit underneath the tier 2 tower. Cogs on cooldown, but BB team, they'll respect what Heroic have to offer. Backing away from the cliff and the multi-shot of the tower, not worth the risk for a simple support.
First part of that smoke did not succeed up the high ground, but they get the nice flank. Yuma just not expecting 2 supports to be taking him down, but Wrath of Nature gives you that extra damage on all these plays. There, however, is the Blink Dagger for the Leshrac, and this is when this hero becomes the scariest hero on the map. You pop the Edict, you blink on anybody, they're just gone. It's way too much damage for an isolated target.
Viejo SGPK, luego del día va a necesitar un año de tratamiento muscular en la espalda concha su madre XD.
You can take that kind of fight. You can rely on KJ to bail you out of a really tough situation or some grip deep in the formation.
Did he have that global for the Fiend's grip on Yuma earlier?
Porque dices eso que pasó con
Tarjeta. Did have it, right? You would have popped it, right?
It's true. We have not seen it used.
Maybe Yuma expected he was going to get some sort of bailout here, but let's hope that global silence is put to better use here.
This is the same smoke path. They scanned it, and they have this ward still on the high ground. Their sentry in range never killed it.
Yeah, this is insane that this is still up. BB team unaware and caught out by it once again. Global silence just in case.
I think that was a little wasted global there, but...
Yeah, that did not feel necessary at all. They had that kill guaranteed. One courier. And a second
couriers?
Pure trying to juke it through the trees. Analog and Schofield, they tried their best, but distracted by the courier, they still got it. But it is Whisper dying on the other side of the map. As the aggression from BB team, they see all these heroes on the other side of the map. They're going to go for the Wisdom Shrine, expecting that Schofield will do the same on the Clockwork. But they're going to fight. Analog, he's going to jump right into the bait. Opts not to go for the Wisdom Shrine, gets the quick kill on the support. Can he get to the Wisdom Shrine in time? He opts for the stun. He does not want to go into melee range of this GPK Timbersaw that has been menacing the map the entire time. He takes the experience and makes a run for it.
Hook shot in 7 seconds here.
Save, he knows, I think he's given up his life to block the pass. Miro, he's run down by the dog ball. That TP is not going to work for him. And it's GPK, the only man perhaps who can make it out. Schofield spots him. Oh, that hook shot just barely off the mark.
That is still a fight Heroic will gladly take in exchange for that shrine. They got so much of that. Some extra in for the silencer. It's up to 7 brain drain. And that Darkseer, he was the most farmed hero going into that fight. Miro quietly just having himself a game here, farming up at a very fast pace. Big kill to give away. It's your best team fighter on the side of BB. He just got locked in the cogs from Schofield, who chose to go to that fight over stealing the shrine. Absolutely the correct call. Arcane Rune in the river. Huge rune for both mids. Analog snags it. GPK not getting all the power runes he's used to. This is almost the downside for him having the best start out of everybody. Is this Timbersaw went 7-1, but you can't push your advantage into this lineup. There's too many spells that counteract you. You need defensive items. You need either super fast Lotus or super fast BKB, and I think it has to be the BKB he's eyeing up because there's just way too many disables for you to play into.
He also couldn't really use that momentum, not just because of the counters, but because his own supports don't start the fights. They can't really guarantee that heroes will stay inside the Timbersaw AoE, whether it's because of the global silence. Frankly, Heroic's heroes are just better for that, right? The Clockwork and the Earthshaker, they're going to be much more active at starting fights for their mid than BB team could be.
Control is just more reliable here. It's also longer range. Fissure plus hookshot, you can start the fight from anywhere. This Dark Willow Bane has to get in pretty close, and that's super risky against this lineup. There's a lot of interrupt. That grip is 0% guaranteed against the global especially, but even if the global gets thrown out, there's still a lot that can stop you.
Adesso online for Yuma, puts it to use, does not get the last hit on the mid tower. So missing a bit of bounty there. Analog, meanwhile, working his way through the jungle with this Invis rune, spotted out by a sentry. Did BB team with the night vision of Katomi. They certainly know this is coming, and he's going to be so far forward. He's going to be caught out the global silence. It hit, but the hook shot did not. Baited in by BB team. Analog will overstep himself, and his team might be punished for it. Schofield, the force staff, gets him away from Pure. They will not lose anybody else for that blunder.
All 5 heroes were there to punish him. Even the Furion coming in, landing a little helping hand, and the damage is just overwhelming. Even though you get global to bail you out, you're stuck in the brambles. You're stuck in the chalk room. Just can't get out of there. If you have BKB, I mean, that looks way different, right? But that is a ways away right now.
Slowing this down is crucial. Any pickoff because of the Deso could lead to Roshan, right? But the faster you get this early Roshan and Templar Assassin, the happier you'll be, especially if you could do it during this night cycle where it is on the Radiant side. You can continue that cycle throughout the rest of the game. You'll always have that outpost advantage.
You just want to find any sort of pickoff right now. Keep hunting, keep abusing the fact that Lesh is super strong around the map and you have good initiation. Any sort of big skirmisher fight will lead you into that objective. They'll find a little Katayomi. Nice little pickoff there. I don't think this is enough to instantly force the Roshan, especially where you are on the map, but you can chain this into something else as well. And you look at the vision right now, you would love to get some deep vision on Dire side of the map if you are Heroic. The more information you can get of where BB team are sending their heroes, the faster you can set these plays up.
Pipe complete for the Darkseer. BB teams...
Pure almost just TP'd into Analog up top, but they actually had a Dire ward on that camp, so they saw him.
Oh, so he was teleporting to the Ancient camp?
And he was about to go in there and farm. Would have been instant death. Nice defensive ops. Saves Pure's life.
It does. Now that's the sort of pickoff that could have led to a Roshan scenario, but as it stands, Heroic With the team fight item complete of the pipe, you can't just force this. The game is beginning to slow down.
Yeah, very strong pipe game. The TA is your one solution to that pipe, but the TA is also not the hero that wants to go in and just be in the middle of all the ion shells, the brambles, the dark willow, chakram damage. Like, it's a little overwhelming for Yuma right now.
So you have BKB, that refraction isn't going to last long.
Just going to say, there's a lot of heroes who are going to want an early BKB in this game just so you can take the fights with confidence and ignore a lot of the damage coming out from both lineups, because both lineups are going to struggle against early BKBs here. You're negating a lot of control and a lot of spell damage. Huge amount of survivability to come out. Both teams playing a little scared right now. Clumped on the map. Again, there's just a lack of deep vision on either side of the map. You see how many sentries were spammed through these jungles. Yeah, it's ridiculous right now.
It is.
It's just both teams are kind of playing blind, looking for the next objective, which will be this Tormentor up top. BB camping it. They're a little early to the party, but...
I mean, better to be early than late. That's what it feels like Heroic's going to be. Are they not... Do you feel like they're at a disadvantage for contesting BB team? I don't think so either. I'm surprised they're playing so passive right now, but as we say that, both teams are going to go for their own smokes. Not going to be met, not going to be surprised on a Tormentor. Instead, they will clash inside the dire jungle where BB team do have the ward advantage. With the initiation, it's going to be jumped onto the dark here with the golden sounds over the top. Two are wiped off the face of the earth, and now Heroic want more. Can they get that? Whisper, he's going to chase after him here. The silence wearing out. GPK, he gets the Timber Chain out of there, and Heroic call it quits. Good enough for them, I think, to do the Tormentor.
Gotta take it away right now. This area is entirely Dire's vision control. So you win fights here, it's super nice. Get a chance to D-Ward, get a chance to take that objective, save. Wants to get something going.
Good four staff. I mean, this early four staff picker has done wonders for GPK though. He was pulled in by this, and there's too many stuns.
Overreaching, trying to find a little opening and stall this objective up. You end up paying even more of a price. The damage is overwhelming from this lineup right now. It's just no way to take an easy fight if Heroic are the ones jumping you. And that was a very fast hook shot Cogs, very fast blinking from Yuma. They have so much confidence to go in with their cores before all these BKBs are out because they have the global silence to back them up, whereas BB team do not.
And this jetpack could actually do a lot of work for Schofield. Helps him get out of Sprout, will help him find some of these supports.
Muy confiados
and, maybe even the
para regresar. Creen que Heroic en cualquiera huevada. No hay respeto, carajo.
Play. Schofield, he'll be Fiend's Grip right off the start.
Still gets it.
He still gets the Shrine. He will die. That's going to be triple ultimates used to kill this Clockwork. I think Heroic's perfectly fine with that.
If they can dodge fights when Global's on cooldown, that's the MO. And that's why BB team were getting aggressive. They want to fight when the Global's on cooldown. Massive opening for them, but we're just seeing, just dodge them on this cooldown, then you can regroup. When you have it up, you should have BKBs by then too. Though I say that, and Yuma opting for Daedalus instead, just wants more damage. Feels like the Global will cover him enough, especially with his other cores going in besides him.
There is a trade-off. I can see both sides of this, but do you believe this is the right item choice for him?
Honestly, yeah, the way these fights are going, I think if you get the BKB on the Lesh, he can go in, the Shaker can go in, you have the clock to create space. The grip should automatically be canceled every fight. You're not too worried about that. I think just ramping the damage faster here is going to be amazing, especially if you get an Aegis on this TA. That's when it will pay off, right? If you get 2 lives on Yuma and he went this Daedalus over the BKB, he is going to be an absolute beast in the fight. It's a very scary item for BU to play against because they just don't have the physical mitigation right now. You don't have like a Shiva's on Timber. You don't have an AC on this Furion. You can dice these heroes up.
GPK backs out right as Heroic.
No,
the Echo Slam starts things off and he's gone.
Too easy.
If they have your Shaker and the Leshrac on one target, it doesn't matter who it is. Schofield finds the extra. He's going to jetpack, keep the vision on save, and eventually these Blink Daggers should catch up to him. There's the Fisher. And a Shadow Realm trying to dodge. They're actually maybe thinking about fighting this one. Miro's going to try and TP in. This is a little crazy, though. They still have the global silence.
Yeah, what is he doing?
And now Miro's in the middle of no man's land with nobody to help him. He tries to go for his own wall. Dead again. BB team, what is going on? They're bleeding out hero after hero in fights that should just be simple pickoffs.
That is a massive blunder. You're going to feed some heroes away while Roche is on this side of the map. That is an instant draw for Heroic. They will claim this objective, and that is why this Daedalus build is going to pay off. Yuma, he knows they're stronger right now. He knows they can win the fights into the Roshan, pick the Aegis up, scale the damage. Way too fast for BB Team's lineup right now. They are now in a position where they have to find a way to stabilize this map, slow this game down, get the split push going, get some pickoffs going. That's 8 Deso charges on a minted Daedalus Templar Assassin at the 24-minute mark. That is not a hero you want to run into right now. It's just baiting the rune. This Lesh pick has been nasty this game. 9-2 for Analog. He's absolutely struck back, and there's just no clear answers to it in the short term. Now, you could maybe outscale it with Furion in the ultra late, but with Global to protect him against the limited control you have, I don't see anybody taking down Analog early in these fights now that he has BKB. And if he gets more items here, he just becomes an absolute god. I mean, you're looking at that Sanjin, you're looking at Shiva's guard. You're going to prevent a lot of the physical coming out from Pure. This Disco Pony dancing it up here.
He's getting strong, and BB Team are forced to concede parts of the map. Something you never want to hear if you've got a Nature's Prophet carry on your team.
La verdad, Heroic es la fácil del evento, pero igual a Bebe les duele.
I just don't think Pure, he's willing to fight against an Aegis, especially without his BKB.
Oh, no way
Still needs another 750 for that.
But even then, you're still not winning this man fight. Yeah. So you still have to find a solution to Heroic's team fight. Or just continue to rat the game out. And if you're Heroic, you would now have options because of that team fight dominance. You can leave Yuma alone with this Aegis. He's not going to be a target they go for. You can let him push. You can look for the smoke gank across the map. You can try and hunt the Furion. You can also just force the high ground and make BB come back. Doesn't mean you have to commit to that high ground, but you can get a lot of information off this and then go for that same smoke play. You have so much catch between the clock and the shaker. These kind of moves are easy. Yeah, you still have this tier 1 mid.
Every time you cross the river, you run the risk. There's just so many blink daggers, so much initiation, so many stuns. Heroic is bound to catch some of these heroes that cross over into their side of the map, catching a courier on the way too. BB Team, they're doing what they can to rat the map and try and prevent the loss of some of these objectives. Their tier 2 towers, though, will start falling with 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Is there any world that Heroic would ever hit the high ground to see how BB Team respond, or are we just going to systematically work our way tier 2 to tier 2?
Rather get the tier 2s off the map right now, but you can absolutely hit that high ground and try and force some heroes back. The thing is, Pure is always going to be farming. So you have to weigh this economic advantage you're gaining versus what he's going to take off the map. If you can catch him, I mean, that's the dream. Catching any core out on the map right now. Schofield, does he have a read?
It just slips right past Miro.
That's insane. Still, Yuma taking matters into his own hands. Kills.
The Terrorize goes out. Timbersaw will try and take advantage of this. The first life of Yuma, they're burning through this refraction. BKB goes out from Analog, and a quick echo slam for Whisperer. Knock it down 2. Miro, he gets a force stab to save his life. Analog's fighting up against the physical damage. Pure pops no BKB. Down. He makes the commitment to Left Track, and he gets it. Meanwhile, Yuma, on his second life, almost dies here. Goes back against Pure. Knows that BKB is going to wear out. Knows that the stuns are coming in. With the cogs they do have this nightmare in the back line, so Yuma just can't get down to this cliff. Schofield and Whisper, the two-man tag team of stuns. They can't get the kill on Miro right away, but they'll get it on Pure, and Yuma cleans up both.
The control tag team from Heroic, getting the job done where the damage falls. This shaker was massive. Double echo slam coming out from Whisper off the minted refresher. Absolutely feeling himself right here. Just decimates that fight that was once looking good for BB. Gets turned around with overwhelming damage from this offlaner. That's a buyback on the Bane for no result. And there's a little high ground poke. That was a scary fight for Heroic, though. They got caught on that ramp choke point into some wall illusions off the TA. The Darkseer Ion Shell was doing a lot of work there. Pure had a pretty good early start to that fight, bringing the Leshrac down with some decent damage out of this Furion. That got a little dicey.
They were able to kite around this Templar Assassin a lot, but this was your one shot.
This was where Yuma was maybe a bit out of position and doesn't have that BKB. You won't have another opportunity like this. The BKB is going to be done by the next time you go for a team fight like this.
And a lot of that echo damage did go into the Darkster who had that pipe, so Miro was able to tank it. At this point, kind of, if you can get out, it's an okay-ish outcome, but man, the control from Heroic is just overwhelming, and they will always catch you. Power of the clockwork here. Schofield's just in the middle of you, causing chaos. It's not a target you want to focus. Sets up the return from Yuma. Collects some more Deso charges here, up to 16 off that fight.
Oh yeah, he's huge. Analog. Ooh, he runs into him and Yules. Save. He's faster than Analog. The BKB will be forced. They got to get out of here. Save. He does manage to get a helpful force staff to get away here. GPK is going to go for it. Now that Analog's BKB is on cooldown, but the global sounds over the top of that BKB. GPK, he is left with no offense, no bite.
Whisper has an Echo Slam here.
I can't believe they're right next to each other. Jesus, what is happening? A Fisher goes out, and Whisper is getting some stuns and Echo Slam on the two of them. GPK is in trouble. He got baited into a fight he was not prepared for. Not with Yuma. 1,000 damage crits raining in on BB Team. Another stun. That'll stop the Bane. There goes the Dark Willow. And BB Team on the ropes now. They managed to hold on with their barracks left alive because of the glyph before. Now there's nothing left to protect their base.
This is a lane for sure. Yuma's got a clean house here. Another great Echo Slam from Whisper. Probably not the way he wanted to get it, but he'll take it. An immense amount of damage going into the Timber. Yuma cleans it up. No BKB on GPK because he used it earlier, and the Global Silence canceled the grip that was on the clockwork on the back of that fight. So you don't have grip to throw into those cores later on. I mean, this silencer is just ruining the Bane's day.
Oh, Fury's walking into a ward.
Oh, they see him.
He's got a BKB, but they've got the stuns. They've got the instant hits.
Yeah, that is some overwhelming damage.
Double wards in this jungle area. Heroic knew exactly what Pure's playbook was going to be. When he's behind like this on the Furion, he's going to play to your side of the map, and Heroic were more than prepared enough for that.
Just look to the camps on the sides, right? There's only a few places he's going to go, and you know he wants to go to some of those ancient camps. They've been setting up for multiple times in this game, especially with the vision from the clock and the TA traps. Put wards on top of that, and you have a lot to play with. This game is firmly in Heroic's grasp right now.
All that's left is to get another Roshan, and then you can start to think about ending things. BB Team, I mean, if you're on their side of the equation, what are you looking at? What is the opening that could possibly bring them back into this game?
Baiting out early usage of BKBs or Global Silence will create an opening in that team fight. That is very difficult to do without getting punished, though, because of the range on the catch, right? The other opening is Massive Vacuum.
Yeah.
It sounds a little difficult to get here, but in theory, if you can vacuum 3 or 4 heroes, you have some spells to combo with it. You have the Terrorize off the Dark Willow, you have Brambles, you have potential Centaur Stomp off a Dom Creep, you have Chakrams that can go through and dice everybody up. A Massive Vacuum into a wall, create a bunch of illusions, make that fight chaotic for Heroic can be another pathway to victory here, but I think it has to be one of those two options.
I mean, that timing is tight. Vacuum into Terrorize?
Yeah, it's not easy against the BKBs that are now available for Heroic.
Heroic will lay claim to that Roshan and that Aegis. That'll allow them to go high ground once again, take the outpost as well. Every little thing you could ask for is going the way of Heroic for this next high ground push at 33 minutes. Yeah. All that's left is another pickoff to make it that much easier for them.
I've been watching Pure TP, and his TP decision making is not easy. You look at how much Radiant Vision is on some of these camps. It's like pick your poison. You have to pick the one camp that is not spotted and then try and get out. That is not the one you want to pick.
That's not the one. That's not the one. Whisper. Oh, this could be the death blow. Back to back, side of the map pickoffs on Pure.
Read him like a book. It's just nowhere to go. He's just playing Minesweeper out here. Too much vision control on Radiant side of the map, and you don't want to keep farming your own because your team also has to get something right now. Nowhere safe to go for this Furion. Nowhere safe for GBK either. He's going to be forced to pop BKB. No teleport available. Is already canceled.
GBK knows his life is forfeit. Does a little dance. Whisper, he's going to be chased. You do manage to catch him before the Blink Dagger comes back up. He turns around the Echo Slam, does what damage he can. His team is making their way here. KJ's now here. He slows him down. Thanks to the 4-step, Whisper can turn back around. The BKB will last long enough, but save. Big hit there, and a Fissure to finish him off. They couldn't get the Earthshaker. They'll catch both Save and Katomi. Worse comes to worse. They're losing their tier 3. They're losing their second lane of barracks, while Pure is still dead for another 30 seconds.
And there's a refresher on the silencer. Why not? If one global silence caused you problems, how about two? This game has completely spiraled out of control for BB Team. They had some brief windows in that early game, but since Analog has been playing decisive, it is all been heroic. No hope in these fights. No chance in the skirmishes. No ability to contest Roshan, and this game is just going to end before the 35-minute mark. You went into the Coliseum with heroic. Next time, you better come prepared, because this is not the team you want to come with less team fight against.
Heroic say you want to play that early game brawl. We'll match you every step of the way and beat you with experience. They have pummeled BB Team to a pulp on this one. And BB Team are not equipped to be able to stop this one. It feeds a 3-man Quags. Why not? Schofield, land things in style. We are going to game 3.
This has been a really fun series to watch, and game 3 is going to have it all on the line. When the pressure is at its greatest, who will step up to lead their team to a historic finish between these two squads? You have to remember how much is at stake here. None of these players have made it to a top 4, and you are one game away from making history, potentially for your entire region.
Les dije mierda, traje la bendición a
They've
Heroic.
been here before. Game 3 on the line for top 4. What is going to happen when we go to game 3? Well, let's first break down game 2.
It is a game 2 SA fans around the world are going to remember. They were one game away from elimination. Now they're one game away from making it to the top 4, the highest placement for these players. And what fashion they do this game 2 in. It felt like there was just nothing stopping them from all of their heroes doing exactly what they needed to do.
I agree. Completely incredible showing. They went from playing against a team that made them
así,
look like they
Chubaca.
were getting pub
No
stomped
castes
to
las partidas
pub stomping
importantes.
BB Team. Analog ran around on Leshrac owning noobs like he was smurfing. But it's easy to forget that this is one of his like staple heroes. He's played this time and time again. You can see the comfort. And what's really impressive to me is that, like Winter said, it's been 2-0 all the way for Heroic. This is the first time in a long time that we've seen that they win a game 2 when they haven't won game 1. So this bodes very well for them as a team.
What an execution of the strategy. After seeing their draft, they were all like, so much better than what they did have in game number 1. Whisper on the Earthshaker, he had Pure's number 12 every single time he shows up in the side lane. You have 2 supports who can actually hunt him down. That's why when we saw this Nature's Prophet opener and seeing Earthshaker and Blocker, we said he's not going to be having a good time. And there's also a reason why Nature's Prophet is not winning, why Timbersaw is not winning. He got that ultra kill, but guess what? Heroic, this is the team that's every single time they're going to be bringing in numbers. How many times so far at TI we've seen them use early buybacks, make sure that they have the numbers. They're bringing numbers into every single fight.
I mean, the Timber was kind of the only hero that was keeping BB Team in the early
Es el Freddie Mercury en la etapa final de su vida.
Pretty good time, but then it just came to a point where when the team fights, the actual real 5v5 started to happen, you could see that it's so difficult for them to fight into the Shaker, the Global Silence, and when you look at BB Team's lineup, the Darkseid and Timber, they don't really have a lot of synergy between their heroes, right? It's very hard for them to start the fight. They can only maybe rely on the Bane if he gets a good sleep, or a grip after the Silencer uses his ulti.
Yeah.
It's basically a lot of things need to be going in their favor for them to be able to start the fight, you know.
Yeah, when you're in these positions, the easiest execution is what you
El que
want.
salió en el fondo al sitio era más parecido a
looking at
Freddie
these replays, just seeing how quick Heroic are to react on everything that BB Team is trying to do. It felt like immediate rotations all the time coming out for them. But Jenkins, leading into this, when the Lesh came out, you absolutely loved it. We see Analog pop up on it. Where did this hero go? Why is it finally now making its face at the stage?
I think it was a perfect draft for it. The pure damage that he does.
1-1 se van a la tercera partida mía.
Through all of the barriers that would come up from the Darkseer, it bursts through the Timbersaw's reactive armor. It's very good at jumping and killing Nature's Prophet. There's not much he can really do when you get on top of him. And the global silence coming out, it is risky. I think that's why Leshrac has fallen off. It's that if you don't get a good early game, he jumps in and he tries to kill you and he feeds, right? You just have less HP, you have less stats to work with than they do, and they just kill you before you kill them. So you need to snowball, and he did. It requires a lot of comfort, especially in this situation where you're lower bracket. You're about to get kicked out of International right now, and you're potentially breaking a record for South American Dota. There's a lot of pressure there. So the fact that he's able to do this under that pressure is very impressive.
Yeah, especially when they have never, came back from losing the first game, This is not do or die for them. And so being able to actually turn this around takes a lot of mental strength.
Yeah, Jenkins, you mentioned how good of an early game Leshrac needed to have to make impact. Let's go have a look at that, right? Because the lane went so well for him. He actually ended up helping out everyone else on his team, or at least shutting down what BB team were trying to do.
Yeah, this early game was kind of like the battle of the mids. I think GPK's rotation here was very good because Analog was also making the rotation. Of course, Timber versus Lesh is not so easy, so Timber was level 6, Lesh level 7. That's max Edict with the pure damage. It is quite significant. So this was a very chaotic fight. Going back and forth, I think GPK ends up with a triple kill here. Analog gets some kills as well. But I totally agree with Avery when he said that you are playing Heroic's game. To run around in the early game and engage in this chaos, you are entering into a chaos pit with a team that they were born there.
Yeah, probably that's why we saw in the first game how slow they were taking it. They did not want to risk it too much. They were trying to mimic some of the rotations as well. Again, GPK on the Void Spirit in that game number 1. And coming into the third game, I think they're going to need to address this issue, not fall into a trap to try to play the game that Heroic has been playing. And also for this second game, they really didn't have a way to initiate a fight, especially if you're playing it from behind. Who's going to start a fight? Timbersaw jumping in and be like, yo, guys, I'm here, try to, maybe use some spells on it, but they do have the overwhelming damage that we talked about, having this Leshrac with the pure damage, having Temporal Assassin. Yuma had an insanely good amount of farm, and we talk about the team fights, but you now have global silence to counter any kind of team fight, even if it happens, but there is none on the side of BB team, so they will definitely need to fix the draft coming into the third game.
Agreed.
Yeah, struggling to initiate, but it also felt like they were struggling to disengage. Heroic thriving in that chaos, and they kind of just got to chase whenever there was an attempt from BBT. They get to keep getting more out of a team fight, out of a pickup.
Yeah, there were a lot of Benny Hill type situations in this game, which I think favors Heroic a lot, and you could tell that when they smell blood in the water, they continued to strike and strike and strike. They did not only take this kill on GPK in the mid lane, they figured that the rest of BB, well, they had to be positioned somewhere here on the map. And also, they know that if GPK is going down as the most important hero, that the rest of BB is probably going to retreat. So they get kill after kill after kill. A BB might stand for bleed bleed because they're bleeding out in this situation. That was kind of the entire game. It was just BB team bleeding kills. It looked like a pub. I think the elephant in the room is that their draft was almost disrespectful with the picks. You heard Bulk at the start. He's like, nah, we're going to up the win rate.
Yeah, I think the data leans very heavily one way for a reason. We also look towards people who are specialists in certain heroes. Are they picking it up? Are they also just as confident? It doesn't matter where in the draft you pick it up. It's still going to have that question mark. Is it good? And for both the Nature's Prophet and the Timbersaw that has bad win rates on main stage here, you open your draft with both of them, and there's no actual real flex potential despite seeing everything else that comes out from Heroic.
Yeah, and also the bans, right? Because they banned the puck, which is really confusing, right? So they thought that the Shaker was definitely not going to go mid or some reason. But then why would they actually show the Timber? Because I would only show the Timber if I'm absolutely certain I'm getting that specific matchup. So everything itself needs to be looked at, and maybe a little bit of overconfidence after winning the first game, so they felt like they could, do whatever they want in the second game, and they got humbled.
Yeah, they really did. Nature's Prophet on stage doesn't have a good win rate. I know a lot of other people, though, putting high priority on it because it's a hero that once you shut it down, it's still able to find farm anywhere in the map. And I think something Heroic did so fantastic was having defensive wards, being aware that the Nature's Prophet will want to still be looking for that farm somewhere that he possibly can.
Yeah, they knew exactly where he's going to be farming. Like, these are, I would say, anti-Nature's Prophet wards.
Yeah.
There were a couple of them in the bottom part of the map as well, as you can see on the minimap, that they are ready. Because this is where Nature's Prophet, he wants to farm. Like, he knows that he can just show up in the lane playing against Clockwork, playing against Earthshaker. They can easily initiate it on him, so he needs to find the farm somewhere, and they caught him every single time.
My thought process with this, and maybe this is a reach, was that, like, Heroic is so dominant in their region that they play a lot of these qualifiers where they have a huge lead. But there's a lot of these pub players, right? People are really high skill from pubs that they're still playing against, and they know where to farm. So Heroic is very good at stopping a team from farming when they're behind, because from their qualifiers, they're always ahead to this degree. Because this was not just like a win by Heroic. This was a stomp. And Heroic, because of their regional dominance, is actually very good at stomping teams if they're ahead. Like, BB's not going to come back.
There's a lot of competition going on here at TI. It's not just our players vying for the Aegis. It's also, of course, all the creative people at home that are doing some submissions for our short film contest. So we're going to take a look at one of our finalists.
Freddie Mercury en la etapa final.
Sunstrike.
Ese Freddie Mercuricillo, a Chewbacca en sus predicciones. La Marcy con cáncer.
I love the creativity that comes out there. I mean, I had the arena when it showed up that there could have been Pudge being removed from the game.
It's never going to happen. This is the most iconic Dota 2 hero.
Yeah, I loved it. The dual use of the Lincolns and the Lotus Orb there as well. He was making sure there was no way he's getting removed from that game. But in our series, he's not showing face at all. The only time we're seeing him is in that band.
Yeah, he's kind of removed from the game. I mean,
True, in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we get to see him. Hopefully.
Yeah, I know Jenkins would love to. I'm sure Heroic, if it got let through, they would love to play it. We've seen it on two different positions for them as well, whether it's in that carry, if it's in that offlane as well. But we talked about the overconfidence of BB Team. That's something they haven't gotten overconfident in. They're still very strong and standing by, taking out these niche and unique heroes from Heroic.
Yeah, I don't think you let it through. I mean, especially game 3. I think BB is gonna straighten up. You know, this is what they tend to do. We've seen this time and time again in their tournaments. They're still an incredibly strong team, and I also don't think that Heroic, they're of course going to play with confidence. They're a momentum-based, emotional team, so the win is very good for them. But you gotta still keep respecting BB, because they have. This has happened so many times before, and they just end up winning the series. Like you said at the start, all of their series have pretty much been 2-1s. So.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a switch in the draft when it comes down, because they gave him Earthshaker twice, and I don't think they're going to want to give them Earthshaker one more time. If they have first pick on BB team, they're definitely going to take it, because they do play it from 2 different roles as well. This is the team that really excels at playing that hero, even though the last 3 games that they did play with the Earthshaker, they did lose them, 2 against B-Vision, 1 against Enigma Galaxy as well, but this is the hero that allows you to have such a good game. In previous game, Whisper, he didn't have BKB. He went for Refresher. Yasha Kaya into Refresher, making sure that he has just unlimited amount of stuns, making sure that those stuns are coming in instantly so that they cannot react to it.
I mean, also their own drafts, right? I feel like that's on the enemy's draft, right? But for BB's draft, I think they need to maybe prioritize pure more, you know, give him the later picks. Don't show his hero out, because I think in most of the games that went long, he has a really good carry-to-carry matchup. He has a like the strongest hero in the game. That's why they tend to play a little bit more slower, you know. They're like, okay, we don't have to rush. We can just take this late. We only go when we reach our timing, so it doesn't feel like they're going to be forced to make a lot of moves in a game.
Yeah, is that something that's also dependent on if they get first pick or second pick?
Yeah, of course. I think with the second pick, maybe they feel like they could do it more. And on the first pick side, I still think you can do it, but maybe just don't open the draft with his hero.
Well, I mean, a few weeks ago, you could just open the draft with Nature's Prophet, and it would still feel like the strongest hero in the game. That's just how overpowered it was. But, you know, nerfs come into play, and the meta changing comes into play. Like, the Dom meta has really changed everything because everyone is reacting to that, and because of that reaction, Nature's Prophet maybe isn't as strong.
Yeah, but it also depends on why, how they're diagnosing the problem, right? Do they think that Nature's Prophet is the problem, or the other pieces that were picked after
I think the whole
Nature's
composition of that team was the problem, but also picking that hero so early, and also with the bans that they did have, removing that Spectre that one time Heroic did use with the helm of the Dominator to have
mi amor, ya regresa al bebé, te necesita.
Prophet. But then again, we had a lot of those heroes being countered in the previous game. You do have Bane, who doesn't like to play into Clockwork, doesn't like to play into Global Silence. Then you have Dark Willow playing into Leshrac. I feel like every single hero on side of BB team got countered by what Heroic did have.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to first pick a hero and then you have to use some of your bans later for that hero, then it probably means that that hero is not suitable for first picking. Because ideally, you first pick a hero and then you don't really care what the enemies are going to pick.
Yeah, that's definitely where the flex could come in too. You just run it as a support, like 4 or 5 position. And maybe that's part of why Nature's Prophet has not looked so great as a first pick in this week compared to like the couple weeks before, because people were flexing to 4 and 5 position if it was a bad game for it, but the core Nature's Prophet is what is better at killing the Dom creep, you know. So people started playing it more as a carry. I can say as a support, yes, you can sprout the Dom, but it's a lot harder to kill it. So maybe that's the thought process, that like in this meta, it's just not as good as a support as it was previously.
And I also think that there are supports that are way more impactful. We're seeing them do so much more if it's team fight securing lanes than what the Nature's Prophet could potentially add. You're relying a lot more on your second support to offer more in the way of team fight or setup.
Yeah, and also to go back to your point about Held with the Dom and Nature's Prophet, you're playing against Heroic. This team is an honest team. They will only buy Dominator.
What? Heroic is an honest team?
They are. What do you mean?
When it comes to Helm of the Dominator,
they want to win it by picking the heroes, team fighting. They want the constant brawl. They want the chaos. This is what people want to see as well.
I can't believe you're calling a Meepo team honest.
They did not get a single Helm Dom that game though. That is quite impressive.
It's nice to see teams doing well, though, not picking it up, because
Estuve diciendo que todo lo que hace es porque quiere que la región mejore, pero en la partida donde tiro ahí que está abusando no aparece.
Are still favoring it and having impact with them. It's great to see that this lineup is going to run over it, right? Heroic still know a way to play around it and without it too.
Yeah, they have their own style, and you know, it's exciting to see that their style matches up so well against a team like BB, who has for this whole year been incredibly dominant. And as we saw, they've been incredibly dominant against Heroic this week. So it's like Heroic kind of stuck to their guns, and they improved it, they refined it to the point where now we have a very interesting and fun team to watch.
We do this series as well, going to a Game 3. This is actually the first time in TI and Road to TI that we're seeing Heroic go to a Game 3. Every other series they've played has been either that 2-0 or that 0-2 to a win or to a loss for them. So it's like, now how are they going to be managing the energies, the expectations, the pressure of an elimination Game 3?
Do they have the stamina for it? I mean, they've only played for a couple hours here or there. Now we're getting to that 3-hour limit, you know, especially if this game goes long. Who knows?
I mean, it's Dota players, you know, they can play 10 games a day. I'm sure they'll be fine in this series, you know. And on the other hand, BB team, they are quite used to playing 3-game series so far. You know, they've been playing a couple of those. They've come out on top of those. I'm sure they know what they need to do to just calm down, make sure that they can play a clean game in the last game of the series. And for Heroic, they are going to be in totally new territory. So how are they going to play?
This has also been their arch nemesis, I would say, when they start to feel that they need to fix things and they're unable to fix them, when they start losing on the brink of elimination, one game away from it, it could definitely affect a team like BB Team, even though they definitely got better over the last half a year or a year because they started to win the tournaments as well. They kind of got into that territory of being able to breach the barrier and win, but still on a big stage.
Secret son los amigos que hicimos en el camino.
They are also feeling the pressure.
Yeah, the main stage series, when it has gone this way, if they won game one, they ended up losing the series. If they lost game one, they ended up winning it. And I wonder if that trend continues or if there is going to be that reverse. How are they going to be able to bring it back from here? Is it as easy as being like, way too open?
Sometimes it's not just like about fixing, right? Sometimes you just have to remember in the games that you win, what did you actually do correctly in those games, right? And you just go back to those games and just do it again. There's nothing to fix sometimes.
So what was it that they did right in game one that you want to see them go back to?
I feel like the draft, the hero matchup, they left Pio's hero till last. He got a good anti-mage game, and they were able to play calmly, and they knew that they were going to outskill them.
So it was more that rather than the execution aspect?
Yeah, I think it definitely affects. I mean, the execution is definitely something. They didn't really play a perfect game, but you can't expect your players to play perfect.
I mean, GPK tried in that game. They had a 0% win rate hero. Timber's just, it's bad after the nerfs. Like, this is an easy excuse that Bolt can say, my bad, guys. Pick Timber, G next. Let's go.
Yeah, expectations, you just have to throw them out the window right now, because no matter what you think you're going to get, one thing you can know for certain is it's a game 3.
Bienvenidos a todos a esta tercera partida.
Versus Heroic Game 3.
Is it going to be the same from BB Team? Confidence coming in and sticking to their guns about what happened in Game 2? Do they just straight up open for something that is not a conventional opener? The answer is yes. A Queen of Pain is going to be the first pick.
I think this Queen of Pain is just a statement. We want you to pick Earthshaker, and our Queen of Pain most likely is just going to be following wherever your Earthshaker is going, make his life miserable, use that Shadow Strike, try to push him out of the laning stage, maybe try to invade the enemy triangle in terms of not getting killed by Echo Slam, but try to block them, try to be annoying, stop those stacks from going off. Maybe position 5 can go into the triangle, try to battle it out with a position 4 on the enemy team. But yeah, Queen of Pain, like even on that position 4, Schofield did look good in the first game, but his damage was pretty much on par with the Earthshaker. But we'll see where it's gonna end up going.
I do believe that is the best role for Queen of Pain right now, is to follow a hero and just dominate it in lane. There's a reason I think that she's fallen off since the Dom meta has sprung into Dota. I honestly don't mind Queen of Pain against Templar Assassin, as long as you win the sentry battle in lane. A lot comes down to those supports, because otherwise she can meld dodge the Queen of Pain dagger. If you're winning the sentry battle, then TA gets destroyed in this matchup. If you're winning the sentry battle for TA, then Queen of Pain gets destroyed in this matchup. So a lot of pressure on the supports here between these picks.
Yeah, the support heroes are going to play a really, really pivotal role. Like in the first game, I felt like the BB side were able to kind of rotate around. Remember the first game where Disruptor was like running around 4 minutes, he ganked mid, he ganked bottom. It's all because of the hero lane matchup that allowed him to do that. So if I'm BB team, I'm going to try to replicate that. I try to have maybe the corp, keep them guessing where my corp is going, and then try to figure out a way how do I get a favorable lane matchup so that my supports can move around. I mean, this TA is definitely a very good answer to it. Like Andrew already said, you have a lane matchup where you're not worried that the corp can pressure you, and you're like daring them to put the corp in your lane.
They are removing Silencer. He did one hell of a job, even though they didn't have too much of a team fight to break the team fight. Not even ways to start a fight in the previous game, but they're going to give it more respect in this one. Disruptor is still available. You did mention it. I think this could be very good against Queen of Pain in general. It makes your life so much more difficult to play. One bad blink into Static Storm, then you can get pulled back again. Unless you have some kind of a save, it could be very difficult.
Are you surprised that they still banned the Earthshaker? Because I was with you with the way you rationalize why they first picked the pop, right, to kind of block the Earthshaker, but right now they're still blocking, they're still banning the Earthshaker.
Probably thinking about it and maybe deciding it's better to remove it.
Don't give a whole second phase of picks to also protect the Earthshaker. Because I do agree, I think it's worth being worried about it in the first phase, you get some bans out, but BB team, they are one of the first teams that was using Queen of Pain off lane. So I feel like this as a pick, it doesn't just have to counter Shaker. Like, yes, you can use it as a tool to not have the first pick Shaker come out, then ban the Shaker because it was too good in both games, and then later on, you just have Queen of Pain and Nero plays it. It's one of his best heroes.
And do you think it tells you that Quad might be a support? That's why they're banning the Shaker, because they don't want to go mid?
I don't think for BB team. I feel like it's almost guaranteed going to be Nero playing it, unless somehow GPK in the end of this draft still has a good matchup for Quab, then he'll take it. BB will make these plays in the draft.
Well, now with these teams picking up their supports, we thought the Disruptor could have been good for Heroic against the Queen of Pain. We saw its impact. However, BB team going to go back for that Hoodwink, picking up Saves Hero a lot earlier in this second phase, along with the Disruptor. So double support showing here.
Do you like the lane though, if Quab's going off lane with the Hoodwink, with the double range?
I was thinking about that. I think it's fine. I don't think double range is that bad. Like, Quab as an offlaner honestly acts as a tank anyway. You get the strength talent, you blink in with Blade Mail, you tank.
It's a lot of damage, a lot of cheap damage on low cooldown inside of BB team, so they can keep fighting. If they want to be matching the aggression that Heroic did bring in the previous game, that's also doable, because we have seen them kind of lacking that in the previous one. When there was no Diversaw, they couldn't really help out when the Heroic was running at them. And this is also relatively cheap, long distance, low cooldown abilities that can stop Bane's ulti from going off. Like Disruptor with the Glimpse, Hoodwink with the Bushwhack as well could easily stop it. Queen of Pain later on with the Shard. There's a lot of things that the Pain doesn't like to play into.
I do think BB needs a mid that is more like an offlaner. Some DK, Void Spear, Hangolier type hero.
Turns out it doesn't matter what you guys like. The audience is enjoying this Enigma pick.
Everybody loves Enigma pick, you know. It's an explosive hero, very strong team fight.
One of Whisper's best heroes too. Oh, where did this hero go the whole time?
Is that a position for Dawn?
I think Dawn in any position is good against Enigma. So maybe and Silencer is out of the pool, so maybe they pick it to block the Dawnbreaker coming out as a response to the Enigma.
And it's also a pretty good lane here. Dawn plus Enigma. You're gonna have a very, very strong lane setup here. I think even if the enemy has a gyro, the lane is gonna be tough.
I like what Jenkins is saying a lot, because you're asking where this hero went. In the road to the international playoffs, Dawn had an abysmal win rate. It was something closer to 30%. It was below 40, and it was struggling so much. And that's because people were leaving that silencer in the pool.
I think the counters to Dawn are such hard counters. Like the two big ones are Silencer and Nyx Assassin. Anything that can stop her from ulting in.
The next one is not even that easy when you get the X, because it's so quick. Sometimes you just don't get it in position in time to stop it. But
yeah, it's true. And you can get a BKB on Dawn. So it's not like impossible to play.
Silencer,
that's a hard one.
Yeah, that's very difficult. But we do see the gyro here, so like standard hero against Enigma, but Heroic definitely had some plans towards dealing with the gyro. They probably feel like with the Dawn, the lane is strong enough to handle the gyro and Disruptor.
It's a super strong lane. Enigma plus Dawnbreaker, you have the slows for your Eidolons, you have multiple stuns plus the Blood Grenade. If someone's getting caught in that lane, either Disruptor or Gyrocopter, they could be definitely getting the kills. And with Enigma, the lane is going to be closer to your tower, so you can kind of always play aggressive.
Yeah, BB does have one problem, which is they lack a melee hero. They
frontline.
They do not have a guy to just run in and be tanky. Queen of Pain is not terrible at it, but it's also, you're still an inch core. Like, her stat gains are really good, you build a lot of stat items, but it's not like a Brewmaster, for example, or a Bristle, which have both been banned out.
Yeah, they need like some sort of aura frontline hero. Underlord kind of hero, someone to stand in front.
Tide Hunter, something like that.
Centaur maybe, you know, someone that can actually be a frontline for the gyro, buy some auras. Gyro loves heroes that buy auras and can be the mid shield for you. So I think those are the heroes probably we would maybe see from BB team here.
I think they need a Blink Initiator. I think they need somebody to go in and just stun people, because starting a fight is going to be a bit hard, something that they did struggle with in the second game. Sure, you have Queen of Pain, you have Disruptor, Gyrocopter. He wants people to be kept inside of a certain area to be able to go in and just, you know, keep them in a place so that Gyrocopter with the Flak Cannon, Queen of Pain, Centaur is getting removed. This is, I would say, one of Miro's better heroes. I would say that potentially Mars is okay, but you have Enigma, you have Dawnbreaker, Sanking, there it comes. Sanking is the hero that could give them that just blink initiation on lower cooldown.
It kind of does both. It gives you a hero to run in and be tanky and start things off, and then also be a blink initiator and a team fighter later on in the game.
Yeah,
I like this a lot.
I also like the lane setup a lot more here.
Yes,
with the Hoodwink.
It's a hero that plays much better with the Hoodwink, and honestly, any like pairing of the heroes on BB has a lot of damage, a lot of stun, a lot of catch. This is a very solid draft, very magic dependent.
Gotta start them young. You gotta get all the information you possibly can. Give them all the lore. Know that they've been to all the TIs.
Have you heard this one before? I didn't know Arteezy was in the audience.
That's gonna enjoy that one.
That's a classic. That's a classic right there.
I mean, do you guys like a Dragon Knight here? Dragon Knight against Quark, and then you have Dawn with Dragon Knight.
Good call.
An amazing prediction from Winter. What are some of the key reasons that you wanted to see it being picked up?
Lane matchup against the Queen of Pain, and it's also really good with Dawnbreaker ulti. It's a good setup. I think it allows them to play together as a unit.
I also think if he's going to be going for a Blink Dagger, potentially Mage Slayer, you have Mage Slayer plus Pipe coming out from the off lane, and
so good.
You might be having a lot of issues in terms of dealing with damage. This is something that Sanking really hates to play against. There's also going to be Queen of Pain. Sure, she does have some pure damage, but most of the damage that they do have is going to be magical early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much all magic damage. Even Gyro doesn't like playing into a Mage Slayer plus Pipe combo.
I'm looking at where these heroes are going for Heroic. And it's the Enigma position 5, which I feel like has not been seen as a support in so long for competitive.
It doesn't work most of the time when you see it. It doesn't work.
It's like a Chen, right, in a way. It's a weaker version of Chen.
Yeah, if someone's going to pull it out, it's either Insania or King Jungle.
I mean, so basically they're doing this to avoid the Enigma against Gyro matchup, right? They're trying to improve their odds of winning the lane, which I can understand why, but it means that their whole draft is slower, a lot slower, I think, with the Enigma position 5, because you don't really offer much to your team early game.
So then how are the lanes going to be looking if we feel like this Enigma might be good in lane, but not towards the later part? How important are we going to see BB team focus on having those lane wins?
I think this is solely because they have this DK plus Dawnbreaker ulti combo in the game. They want to accelerate the game, give Dawn a core role, so they can keep doing this when they get the X early and just keep finding pickoffs on the map and play around that. I think they're hoping that will actually carry them through the game.
They have very good counter initiation as well. You have this Dawnbreaker, Aghanim Scepter is pretty much your core item. You have Dragon Knight who can blink in, Enigma. Eventually you're going to be getting the items as well on this position 5 Enigma, because you can always go to jungle, try to get some farm. Maybe stay in the lane a little bit longer depending how that lane's going to go, but you know, we always talk about Sanking not being the strongest laner. I want to see how much he's going to be able to get out of that lane.
And some final thoughts from you, Jenkins?
Hay Freddie Mercury en el panel.
The refraction charges off, you got a Hoodwink in lane with you too, you're against Enigma 5. It's pretty easy.
All right, with our game number 3, we've already talked about how important this game is. It's elimination for Heroic. If we see them advance, it could be the best placement South America has had. Before we get into the game, of course, we're going to hear from their coach, Caps.
Thank you very much. It is time for game number 3 of this elimination series. Caps, you seem pretty pleased with the heroes you got on the board. Tell me about what you got. Or we can just soak this in. Guys, are you ready for this game number 3? All right, let's get to the Dota. 5 heroes on the board. Tell me what you got.
We've been practicing this for some time. I love the draft setup. KJ is a fucking beast on Enigma. I hope he can deliver.
I think he just might. And since it is indeed elimination, and we heard it from Nat, if you win this game, This will be the best a South American team has ever done in South American and TI history. And you are no stranger to being a champion. I know in October of last year, you brought South America to their first ever LAN victory in Wallachia. Are you ready to get these guys hyped up? Tell me what you're gonna say to this Brazilian crowd, to all the South American Dota fans out there.
Can I get a mic?
It would be my honor.
I want to try something. Who is cheering for Heroic? Stand up. Who is cheering for Heroic? Stand up. Woo! I think we got more than 50%.
I think you did, Cass. Now let's get into game number 3.
A top 4 on the line for a South American team. A game 3 that is sure to be a banger because the last time we were in this position, Avery, we got the 1 HP miracle or curse, depending on how you
Ya
look
dicen
at
que
it.
los trabucos alzan.
Right now, a game of dreams, a game of nightmares. That is what TI always seems to deliver. And these guys have delivered some insane games so far on their run in this international. It all comes down to this, a final game to try and set history. And it's going to be an absolute barn burner because this is just skirmish city, man. Team fight on skirmish on more team fight.
Oh, already snags the first blood. BB team, I had a fear for Heroic going into this, that they might just be overwhelmed by the pace that BB team have picked up. It is a lot of run at you Dota they're going to be bringing to the table, but if they can secure a laning phase win, that would do a lot to bolster their mid game.
You got the first blood on this gyro pick. This pick to me says, I want to be able to fight. I want to be able to have a strong lane. I'm going to skirmish. Everything about this game points to fast-paced fighting Dota. That is Heroic's wheelhouse. Once more, BB have decided to meet them on their ground, on their turf.
Schofield does everything he can to teleport away. They got the damage. BB team will return the favor. Kill for a kill in the top lane.
I don't think Pure wants to...
Ooh, almost falls as well. Turns Malphite back around on the Sand King. Does end up going down to save in the end.
There's going to be a lot of kills this game. It's already really fast. These teams are just going to go at it. And I love it. I mean, we might not even see some Helmet Dominators here. Dare I say it? Everybody just wants to fight. They want to take the team fights. Very low cooldowns in this game. I would love to see some of the early magic resist items for Heroic. The panel talked about the pipe, the potential Mage Slayer on the Dragon Knight could be super influential against BB. And if you're BB, you want to get this gyro online so you can contribute to the team fighting, and you want to make sure that GPK has a big game because, man, this guy has delivered it and time again. Last game, I think he was way too stifled from the draft. This time around, he has a very strong hero in that Queen of Pain that can always scale, can always find teamfight impact. Can he deliver one more time?
He does feel like, though, he is still a bit addressed, right? We've got some single target stuns that are rough for the Quap to be blinking in aggressively into. We've got the backline Fiend's Grip, we've got the Dragon Tail, and he also is going to be walking into some serious team fight between the Dawnbreaker and potentially the Enigma. Now this Gyrocopter is pulled out of position a bit. Whisper conserving his mana for now. I mean, this is a offlaner that wants to get kills, but you've got to be very careful in how you use your mana.
Still has that Lotus victory, though. That'll go a long way for the Dawnbreaker in the offlane. A lot of resources at Whisper's disposal. Schofield tanking a lot.
If they don't go soon, Schofield's just going to die without anything in return for Heroic. The momentum now beginning to shift into Pure's favor in this safe lane.
And I love seeing BB get aggressive on their safe lane for once. It's felt like they've just been trying to survive in this lane for almost 2 series now. Yeah, pick a hero like Gyro that has Barrage. Run at your opponents, deal the DPS. You're going to take some back. I mean, that's a guarantee, but at least you're getting something out of this lane. Pure having a much better time in this game 3, at least at the start. Whisper trying to get some
wants one more hammer on him.
Out of range.
Katomi doesn't have the mana for the glimpse back. They were going to try and sandwich him here on the trees.
Oh,
they got the hammer on him and he got him! A teleport away denied! Pure, the walk of shame for him.
He almost should have just taken the death and been able to TP back with full resources right inside as if this lane was going terribly for you. Now it is going terribly. That is going to be a lot of time off the lane for the Gyro. Big moves from Whisper. Getting a lot of experience off these kills as well. There is that walk of shame.
Oh God, with
it's
no
a slow
boots,
one.
So slow.
No boots, no smoke. It's just playing Dota the hard way right now for Pure. I felt like this game was going to be a little better, but it seems this man is destined to struggle this event.
It really is. Mid lane matchup, let's talk about that. 18-11 compared to the 22-3. So the Quap walking away with a lot more denies, so should have the experience advantage, but Dragonite still getting some good gold out of the lane.
I think it's just lane for the Queen. GPK just winning that CS battle early, putting him in a really good position. You will have to get value out of these Sonic Waves, though. That's the biggest thing. If you're BB team, you want to be playing a fast-paced game with the glimpses and the bushwhacks, but Queen of Pain's your biggest early game damage dealer, particularly when that ult is up. Got to get GPK involved. That means focusing on those power roots, making sure his lane is good, and making sure Analog can't just push into that tower and force the Queen to sit here on low resources. Some situation like that is not going to feel great.
Save already marking his territory here. He's just going to camp out for 30 seconds if need be.
There's a triple stack potential for these Eidolons right now. KJ eyeing it up. Can he get them all?
Oh, yeah.
A little tricky.
As Cav said, they've been practicing this, and maybe this is exactly how a triple stack for KJ.
Absolutely beautiful. This is the stuff you have to practice in lobby. Nail that timing exactly, especially with all these camp timings changing every patch.
Still, at the same time, GPK did pick up the shield rune, and he has the level 6 advantage. So let's talk about, you said you have to get value out of this Sonic Wave, particularly if he's going to rotate out of lane, because that means the Dragon Knight will hit this mid tower. What's the plan for GPK? Where is he looking to make this use of this ultimate?
I mean, you're either just trying to kill the Dragon Knight with rotations into you if you think you have the damage. Might be a little iffy with the lack of really strong moves from the supports. Otherwise, you wait out this Dragon form, and then you can maybe TP turn around one of these aggressive plays from the Dawnbreaker. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Like, punish Whisper if he tries to go on Pure again.
AJ, what are you up to? Sneaking his way in. Is he going to go for the Wisdom? No, he's not. He's already got the scan on them, so he knows not to contest that. Instead, just plays to make sure that they can invade the triangle when the time comes to contest this gyrocopter.
Blocks the camp, gets vision up, trade out the shrines. This will pay off later, especially if these get stacked up for that Sand King. You can go in there and contest it with full vision. It'll be really influential down the stretch here. Still, Yuma coming out on top of this laning phase. Top net worth hero, getting solo XP now. Potentially can also have some ancient stacks built up for him and waiting, and there are. I mean, there's all those stacks in the jungle as well. KJ just playing an economy game. He's not really playing the lane. He hasn't been pressured to sit on there too much. He's not using the Eidolons into the Sand King. He's just using them to stack. Could potentially get another triple stack up in this Radiant jungle. They're sitting there, they're waiting. This would be a huge boon for that TA when he moves in there early. And not something I think BB expect. This is not something you're looking for right now.
No, certainly not. And this is, I love that you're doing this in a game 3-2 because BBT, again. All right, he missed one of them. But I mean, double stack this time around. Nightmare pushing him up the cliff. Katomi in a bad spot now with Whisper cutting across too. They ensure they get that kill, but now with Miro at the epicenter of the Dawnbreaker ultimate, the Sonic Wave has to be used to finish off that tanky Dragon Knight, and now Whisper, victim of both the ultimates, will fall as well. Miro cutting across the map to make this happen. A big win for BBT.
That's a beautiful move from him. Not something heroic expected at all, but BB are bringing the heat in this game 3. They are not going to get outnumbered. They are not going to get out-fought. And you have to respect the Dawnbreaker's capability to join these fights. Barry's just in the river, but that can easily be a Solar Guardian to protect that DK on mid. So you need the numbers. You need the ults to go in, and a beautiful Sonic Wave connection. You caught Whisper going into it after the ult. That's just pure juice.
And then Pure being able to go into their triangle takes the hard camp stacks. We'll see if they're prepared to deal with the other stacks that Heroic have managed to build up themselves, but that combination of plays was huge.
This will still be a really nice accelerant for Yuma, because he doesn't want to go to that other ancient camp this early, but now this jungle is just pre-stacked, super efficient for him. You can give the bottom lane to the Enigma if KJ can stand down here without dying. Yeah. If he can just leech some XP, use Eidolons for some CS, he'll be happy. BB do not want to let that happen.
Yeah, they will punish KJ. He steps a bit too far forward, caught by the bushwhack, and gives Miro another kill.
Yeah, he had to be very disciplined down there, just hide in the trees type scenario. There's no way Save is going to let you leech experience on this dead lane.
They're going to give the Ancients to Whisper, so they're not just going to funnel it all to the Templar Assassin, which I do kind of like.
Yeah, he's already doing stacks himself. Like, it's just an insane amount of stacks coming out. Downside of all the stacking, though, is that Enigma didn't get to play the lane as much, which gave a very good game to the Sand King. That Miro has already put that to use, and his game is going to be a little slower. So there is a trade-off to this economy right now for Heroic.
Oh, Whisper, not now! Not on the main stage of TI!
Not his finest moment. I'm sure we've all been there, but not on this stage.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the opposing offlaner, he's clearing out stacks and has his Blink Dagger. So BB team are about to pick up the tempo more than they already have.
He is so farmed, man. This TA has 112 CS, and this Sand King is above him in net worth right now. It's crazy. That is a ridiculous start for the playmaker here on the side of BB. Maybe they insta-smoke with this and try and look for the play, because he has Epicenter available as well. Max Sandstorm is strong. You would love to fight around one of these tier 1s to transition into an objective. If you combine the Queen of Pain plus the Sand King right now, you can win any fight. It's an overwhelming amount of damage.
What a move from BB team, abandoning the off lane here. They baited out KJ. King Jungle sat in that safe lane, expecting BB team to go on him again, but
so
two-man smoke is going to be spoiled, and instead they'll try and take the off lane tower.
There's that smoke.
Here comes that Blink Dagger. KJ going to try and stop it as best he can, using the Eidolons to tank the tower. The Siege Wagon chips away at it, and BB team will reveal some of their heroes. But the full extent not known by King Jungle's, not hit by the Burrow Strike, but the Bushwhack will certainly land, and they'll still have a glimpse back when necessary. Pulling back in a little bit. BB team are very scared to go in on this. They just don't know what's behind King Jungles. They had the right idea. The Heroic was behind him. They finally commit. A bit of an overcommit with GPK dropping the Sonic Wave.
I mean, maybe he just wanted to kill, but he didn't even get it. That was a lot overcommittal. I mean, this is a super important spell in this early game. If you don't even get the tower out of it, you're going to feel a little bad with that usage. Nonetheless, you did save the Epicenter, so you can continue to move Miro around this map. Turn him into a massive threat, and another double stack on this triangle. Just gotten out of control. There was the early ward placed there. Still up, by the way. This never got dewarded on the cliff.
Is Heroic capable of contesting, though?
It's tough. I mean, you have Bane and Enigma. How do you get your supports in here and let them do anything, right? And your cores are not really contested. They're going to smoke for it. They're late to the party.
Schofield, he shows himself first, trying to get Katomi. Instead, the Static Storm for him. But the smoke wrapping up the side, that's going to be the bigger move. Miro committed its Epicenter to kill this Bane. Dawnbreaker ultimate still coming in. Schofield somehow is still not dead, while the Heroic backstab does not land yet. They're still searching for these heroes. Okay, they managed to find save up here in the jungle, but at the same time, oh, the Black Hole is going to whip on GPK, and here comes Pure. A host of magic damage that should bring to the Dragon Knight to his knees, and KJ soon to fall.
Such strong cores for BB to skirmish around a defensive choke point like that with their tower and support coming in. Pure can easily clean these fights up with overwhelming spell damage. And you just glimpse the Dawnbreaker out. It's such a big factor. Whisper, he joins that fight. Looks like maybe you can turn off of his strength. Glimpse straight back to top lane. You're just missing numbers. Yuma's not in the middle of that, giving you overwhelming physical damage. The Deso's not done yet.
Les hicieron farmear Sun Jungla y 3 heroes. Qué huevones.
You gotta respect the damage this Gyrocopter can output.
Ese es mi héroe. Nunca dude.
Particularly since you had another option that was very clear, right? You've got a Dragonite. If they're going to back off and take off, you know, their jungle, their stacks, then you've got a Dragonite to pressure these towers. But instead, the tier 1 mid and the tier 1 safe lane are still up for BBT.
You're also just close to big items. Like that Blink just arrived for the DK. That's a clean initiation when he runs up the hill in the Queen of Pain. You can maybe make a play off that. Instead, it arrives now after that play. You were closing on the Deso. It just felt like the wrong time to try and strike BB. Gain a little momentum off that team fight and save, looking for more.
Yeah, Katomi tried to go for the Wisdom Shrine.
Esto no pasaría. Si hubieran votado por mi Keiko.
But he will be caught and killed on that.
Amp damage rune top as well, GBK. Pick it up for free right here, closing in on that level 12. Such a powerful rune at this point in the game for this hero.
Not only is BB team getting the kills, obviously, with a score of 11-4 to their favor, but it feels like they're actually catching up in stacks.
They definitely recovered the stack game. Early it went Heroic's way, now mid game it went their way, and they're just continuing to play off of Miro's strengths. absolute beast in these smoke ganks. A lot of early smokes committed. That might be something that comes back to haunt you when the Roche is a contestable objective later. But for now, they are working, and it's giving you a lot of map control, especially if you get this tier 1 off this play.
And Pierre's going to make sure they do get it. With Miro behind them, ready to go with the epicenter, there's just, it's not possible for Heroic to stop this.
Taking advantage of the fact that the Enigma's just not that strong on the map compared to the outrange of the Disruptor. Hoodwink, Pierre. Listen, man, your games have been a struggle a little bit. Not make it any more difficult than we need to.
Yeah, there's no need to draw even more enemies on the field than you already have.
There's the Blink Dragon Knight move with the form already committed. They need to get something out of it.
Just using the Blink, they know they can catch him. Dragon Tail, Bean's Grip if necessary, and they feel like it is.
Big kill. That's a 4x streak, almost 1,000 gold to the team after that kill. And some early Deso charges for Yuma, almost level 13. Really nice clean pick off there, abusing the fact that tier 1 went down early in this game.
Speeding these cores along to BKB seems a necessity for Heroic, though Analog's not going to go for that.
Mage Slayer.
Mage Slayer instead for him. You actually think that's the better choice?
It's just so good against BB's lineup. Like, I don't know how you can turn it down. Maybe it's a little slow, but
I mean, by that same argument, isn't BKB really good against BB's team?
Yeah, it is. It is for sure. This item's a little cheaper, a little better of a farming item. You can kind of build some momentum with it. That's
he was just about to get his Aghanim Scepter. He buys it out, but in trouble. Tries to pull himself away from the epicenter. Turns back in with the Starbreaker and the ultimate. He's going to drop it on Miro, and Miro might be the one to be bursting here. Instead, though, the glimpse on the Templar Assassin stops the damage. Miro survives because of that. They claim Whisper's life. Take the tower once again. BB team, every single time it feels like there's a full plan out here where they are getting a kill into an important objective.
And everything is going through the Sand King right now. Like, all these fights in plays start with him going in. It's just not a hero that Heroic want to commit into, especially when you're getting heroes glimpsed out of the fight. If you bring the whole team together, you take that fight head on, you can take him down. You can win that 5-on-5, but not when you're trickling in one by one and Katayomi just gets the punish. You have to be a bit more disciplined around this glimpse in these team fights.
The smoke is going to bypass the ward, but Yuma, he drew on the map. He knew that this play was coming, and despite the ward offering some false security, he will not be caught in this trap, and instead, they'll place their own little play here, a high ground ward, and wait to see if BB team walk into them.
His map reads have been immaculate this event. Absolutely one of the hardest carries to kill this international, and BB trying to accomplish the near impossible. Will not find him. Have to just gate top, but who are you going to find up here? Just Eidolon's pushing the wave.
It does at least ensure that the tier 1 goes down, but they've left Pierre alone here. Heroic, they catch him on this Ancient stack. It's hard to do, though. There's a defensive ward around that Ancient stack. The Watcher is up. Instead, they're going to spot save. A much easier kill. Dragon Tail saves pretty tanky, but they get the Nightmare to pull him back in. Whoa, got canceled there. Fiend's Grip, he'll finally go down.
Nice little pick off this ward in their own jungle. It's designed to do.
And slowing down the vessel is going to be huge for Analog's game.
Definitely helps. I mean, they have a lot of defensive vision right now. Heroic just trying to play on their side of the map, play around these wards that are giving him a little extra info, let BB run into them. It's kind of been the MO of this game so far. They have one ward across the river, and it's that Radiant Ward bottom, which sees literally nothing, by the way, because it got replanted on by trees. So not the most useful in terms of information. And there's the Ags for the Sand King. Incredible timing here. 5-1 and 4 start. He is going to do some serious damage in the team fights if he goes unchecked.
And I don't really know how you stop him unless you get the initiation, which Heroic hasn't really managed to do in this game.
Yeah, it's really dangerous to try and counterplay this team against the glimpse, against the AoE damage. There's just so much waiting for you when you drop in. Maybe the one upside for Heroic here is if the game slows down, like their team is the one that can kill those.
Está interesante. Este juego me recuerda a las charlas de Vladimiro en el film.
That Roche is not so easy to bring down, so it's a little difficult to force objectives right now, even though they feel like they have the team fight advantage. They will likely take Tormentor here. That's the one they can do. There's BKB for the Templar Assassin. This is contestable.
I really thought they were just going to accept that they would give up Tormentor in exchange for,
I mean, look at
playing for farm, but
the item timing, right? You got BKB on the TA, you got the Mage Slayer on the Dragon Knight, and you have Blink Dagger on King Jungles. This could be a super pivotal item. The first fight where that Enigma has Blink, sometimes you clump a little too much, he gets that big black hole.
BB team are not doing the Tormentor. They're waiting and waiting. Patience may just pay off here. Schofield, he's going to be the one to break. They got the vision on him, trying to get a ward up there. Does manage to spot out at least the Sand King. Analog blinks over the initiation. He got the Dragon Tail stun into a little bit more. The Stormbreaker and JPK, but it goes away. And JPK, not dead yet, gets off the Sonic Wave and stays standing.
These glimpses have destroyed them in the fight.
How do you stop them if you don't have BKBs on all your cores?
Still a black hole here.
He still has here. Black hole goes out, an immediate glimpse. Still the Whisper, he is the Starbreaker. Oh, is pure. One more Metal Cannon, they've got him. Whisper, he runs headlong into BB team, accepting that this life is forfeit. He'll help get Yuma out of here. Will Yuma complete the escape? KJ, he'll make sure that Yuma backs away. Yuma, you gotta get out of here. Oh, he's turning and fighting. This is insane. He's got Schofield trying to help out. Tries to blow up the save. Meanwhile, the Fiend's grip on JPK. JPK does end up going down. Yuma fighting for his life underneath the Sandstorm and winning with the buybacks coming out from the heroic support. They'll find another. That's two down. And a third. What the hell was that? Yuma and Schofield make the call. A 2 versus 4 to turn the whole damn game.
You have to play with confidence at TI. You have to go for the big plays. Yuma says, I don't care if we lost the fight. I'm going to make my own. I'm going to win my own. What a turn and what a call from the heroic carry. They're going to get this tournament.
That could have been the game just being over for Heroic. Instead, they've given themselves the lead in a game 3.
Such a difficult call to make, and they played it perfectly. And this black hole, that's as much as you can get there, right?
El Bane dejándole el kill al Enigma que sabe que puede hacer el Dota si se
arma. Have to pay some price to bring him down, but man, I was like, why is Yuma lingering here? There is nothing left to be done, but the Bane coming in with grip is just enough to give you confidence to go for this play, and nobody could cancel it.
Yeah, what happens if Miro was able to, if he had Burrow strike up to stop that Fiend's grip in the first place? It could have been such a different fight, but instead, Heroic, now they've got quite the lead. 2,000 net worth up. Schofield, he'll be picked off by BB team, who were threatening the Roshan. Schofield got some information on that. Get it.
Looking for the glimpse.
Not quite.
I mean, they were threatening Roche, but this is a very slow Roche.
Yeah.
Again, they can't force the issue when they feel strong. That is the good news for Heroic. And man, Yuma is massive now. Level 18 on this Templar Assassin, 12 Deso charges. He gets this Daedalus, he is going to cook them in the fight. This lineup has a big weakness in it, which is the man fight potential, the ability to stand there and fight a BKB carry. The Gyro cannot deliver in that department for some time, which is why he desperately wants this Aegis right now.
It's slow, but BB team confident that they could still win the fight. Oh, no! What a fast reaction from King Jungles. Pulled back in, but he's completely went down on that Static Storm. Still though, wait, JPK's in trouble once again. Do we see this one before? But the Bushwhack saves it this time, and an epicenter demolishing Heroic right in the middle. Still though, Yuma had a chance, couldn't kill Miro. BKB TP out, Whisper dies as he gets run down. Same as Schofield. BB team, they hit right back.
Saves Hoodwink is so goddamn good. It is ridiculous. He has delivered time and time again on this hero. He always finds the Bushwhack at the exact moment BBT needed in the fight. They get a swift Roshan into a team fight victory. The momentum swings back their way up 2K, and now this Gyro can take the fight to the Templar Assassin because he has 2 lives to do it. Ags online, Manta online, and then Ags delivered for the Queen of Pain. That will be GPK's item of choice to try and scale into this one.
Esa cope se parece a tu prima, aguanta full gun.
That much mobility along all 3 other cores. You get hit by these daggers, it's just going to kite you out. It's going to make your life miserable. You're going to be stuck in the sandstorm. This team fight is not getting easier for you right now. You have a black hole available. Go for a quick solo pick off.
I mean, the Sand King is everything to BB team.
So when he's dead for this 45 seconds, it does give Heroic free reign.
Nice find. Absolutely drop this Enigma ultimate to take a core off the map. That's a lot of time to recover, get the farm back up. But I will say Analog's road ahead of him looks difficult. I mean, this Dragon Knight 1-4 start. He went the Mage Slayer, didn't get the teamfight victories out of it. Yeah. Now this item feels like he should have gone for something that's going to scale a bit harder. Very tough position for him to be in. He's just going to have to play on the front line, use his strength and tankiness to deliver a teamfight victory for Heroic while Yuma cleans him up with the damage.
Do you think that that the Dragon Knight's lack of scale right now is why the game favors BB teams so much? I mean, they've given it a 70-30 matchup. Well, why do you think that is?
Their cores are out ahead, and they're going to be able to kite the Dragon Knight out. The Dragon Knight's not delivering enough damage. This Dawnbreaker's not delivering enough damage. They have some decent sustain, but BB can push through that, as we've seen, especially Queen of Pain with an Axe build. She delivers a lot of sustained damage over the course of a long fight.
That's why Heroic could put so much effort into killing this Quav at the start of every fight. But that last bushwhack
was
saved
so nasty.
GPK's game, though caught out by the Fiend's Grip here.
Beautiful catch. Heroic finding some openings on this map right now. This Aegis period has not been clean for BB. In fact, I think they're losing net worth lead. The solo ultimate pickoff game between these two supports is amazing if you can just continue to do it. There's nothing global to bail you out. There is no Dawnbreaker ult. There is no global silence. Found some big ones here. And Yuma's been involved every time, which is the one here that's continuing to scale and power up for Heroic. Level 20 now in this Templar Assassin. It's about to finish Daedalus. Continuing to find the Deso charges. It'll be a fast butterfly for Pure. Try and bring some evasion to the field against this TA, who's not going to have MKB for a while. Would be a really nice timing to get it online. You combine that with a Satanic later, you're going to be very tanky. But Heroic definitely recovered this period. I thought this was going to be a lot worse for them. Instead, they just took the lead. They found two big pickoffs. You're almost doing Enigma BKB here.
That's crazy. They have nothing to stop that.
Nope, it is a free Enigma BKB black hole game, and that is the terrifying part of this pick. I think KJ has itemized absolutely correctly. You could have gone for some auras. You could have, tried to build a pipe or something. No, just go BKB Blake, get in there, and deal the damage. If you're in a situation where you can black hole the Queen of Pain or the Gyrocopter, that can just be the team fight over. Yeah. You're taking so much damage out of BB's lineup, which is another reason why they have to continue to scale 3 cores here. You are up against some very strong debuff piercing ultimates between the Bane and the Enigma. You cannot rely on one hero to be the say-all, be-it-all. You need to get in there with everybody and deal damage across the board.
BB team, with less than a minute left on this Aegis, want to take the tier 2 top, completed a butterfly. A lot of timings coming together here. And Pure likely to just brute force it. Level 20 as well.
You have to get something out of this Aegis. You have lost around 4 or 5K net worth lead.
It'll also be the Wisdom Shrine.
Another big one.
See, Whisper, he's going to try and stop Miro on the other side, but Miro gets there first. And that means they're going to chase after the Gyrocopter.
Unable to find the stun. Put a Solar Guardian into that. That was a dangerous play for Pure.
That was.
KJ playing with fire on the back line here, just taking camps away, getting wards out.
Yeah, look at all the vision he's gotten down. He placed that lane ward up top. Like, they know what the game plan is. KJ, he wants to just rat the map as much as possible, and he's doing a good job of it with his Eidolons.
Yeah,
the wards enable that.
I mean, this is an impactful 0-8 Enigma. It does not feel like he's 0-8.
No, it doesn't.
You can also just potentially find a solo hero with Black Hole into Solar Guardian. Like, that is enough damage to bring some of the heroes down in this game.
He commits for the Courier.
That's the Gyro Courier.
Got off the shield. That means Pure will still have a TP scroll if that Courier can get to him. Who are currently smoke wrapping through triangle, getting deep into Heroic side of the map, and wrapping into Yuma. Yuma, see him right past him. He blinks away. Instead, they get the Bane. Even getting the BKB out of the Templar Assassin would have been a small win, but smaller still is the life of Schofield.
Maybe they try and kick Analog out up here, but there's Radiant Vision up here. He can play it to the limit. That was an amp damage Queen of Pain for GPK. That was something they wanted to turn into a team fight. Won't get it. We'll have to probably wait for this next Roshan if Heroic continue to dodge. So there's the BKB for KJ. Their team fights online. It looks scary, man. This black hole is going to be a big problem if you clump.
I think it's always scary when you have the rat combined with the clump punish, because you're so busy running around the map that sometimes, you know, maybe discipline, it wavers a little bit, and you don't maintain that positional, you know, distance between each other to make sure you don't get black hole. You're so busy chasing after the Enigma or the Dragonite who are ratting you out that you may find yourself in a turnaround situation.
Or you Heroic. May not expect the move to come into you because you've been on the chase for so long. Now you are the chase.
And it's Katomi. Two-shot casually by Yuma. The rest of the smoke not revealed yet. Now it shows on a save. Save shoots himself down to the low ground, but revealed. The trees are taken away from him. All cover gone, and Yuma, a godlike spree for him and his Templar Assassin as they regain control.
Just feels like Heroic have a better read on this map right now. Yuma just playing out of his mind. A perfect game from him so far, 9-0. TA has an insane amount of Deso charges, an insane amount of damage, and if you give him an Aegis in this game, that was an important reason why BB took it away. You do not want to put Aegises on this Templar Assassin. That fight becomes impossible. Oh, just outmaneuvering him right now. They have found more pickoffs. They've gotten the lanes in better. They've got deeper vision, more information to play off of. And it kind of feels like they're outscaling him. Like, they have this Enigma backup. They have this Bane grip that can come out. I don't know what this Gyro is supposed to do in these late game fights against all these debuff Piercing ultimates. You can recover this Dragon Knight's game. It's not impossible. He already has that BKB done. He can build into some damage. You can get a Bloodthorn here. You can eventually get to Black Dragon if you want it. You can get a Mjolnir. Whatever your choice is, this DK is going to do some serious damage. There's a lot of pressure on BB to try and find something here in the next 5 or so minutes leading into this next Roshan. You have to execute, have to find a jump, have to make Heroic clump so your AoE can go to work. That's the best thing about your lineup.
Are they ever going to have anything that stops BKB TP out? At this rate, it feels like Heroic could do this indefinitely as long as they have the right vision to see the initiation coming. It feels like they could just keep splitting the map until they're finally ready to fight again.
Con la chuaca fija sí o sí llego a ese cofrecito.
Heroic fights you. Okay, if they're stronger, they're going to force the issue.
I guess the question remains, do they think they're stronger?
Oh,
they're trying to play for Roche right now. They know the exact timing of it thanks to the Templar Assassin in it.
Max respawn.
A double meld hit.
It's fast.
It's going to be so fast that BB team, even if they were to move right now, they wouldn't get there in time.
Such a big win. I mean, it's not just a win because you get an Aegis on a TA. It's a win because there was never a team fight around this point for BB. That is one of the places they could have gotten a clump out of Heroic, just naturally doing the Roshan. Their lineup could have punished that. That fight never happens. You missed that opportunity. Now that team fight's going to happen in terrain that is far better for Heroic to fight around.
I will say this, without a doubt, BB team just looked more scared. Right? They've clumped
you could feel
all the way. They're just 5-manning across the map non-stop. Heroic, they're playing with some risk, right? Their heroes are split up around the map, and as a result, the net worth that they pulled back into their favor has swung this win probability to almost an even game.
I will say Pure is hitting his power point, right? That Satanic's done. He has the butterfly. There is no evasion Pierce on this TA yet. You get some good evasion procs in that fight. You get a good Satanic off. You can live for a very long time here. You can maybe even survive some of those big ults coming out from the supports. But you're right, they're playing a little scared. I mean, there's a Tormentor sitting there right behind him. They're expecting the fight, but how long can you wait for this? Everybody waiting for the fight to come to them right now. This is what happens in a TI elimination game. You do not want to be the first to pull the trigger.
BB team, how long are you willing to sit here?
You got to just do this Tormentor, right? They're trying to bait it a little bit.
But what if Heroic never want to contest? What if they just want to farm?
This is where patience can be rewarded. They just walked over that Observer Ward, BB. They got information. That's what they wanted. They saw 2 cores up here. Can you get the jump?
A little bit out of sight. They spot Yuma. Yuma's right underneath the ward. Can Miro get this initiation? They've got to chain the stuns. Yuma's walking into them. Oh, wait! They make a little bit of a jump there, but this gives Yuma. They don't want to go after this Aegis hero. But
they want Analog.
That was your option. They go for Analog. Miss Burrow! And the BKB goes off from Analog. BB team, can they recover this? Instead, they find Schofield. But Dragonite, he jumps into the back line, and that gives the opening Whisper. Hit three, a massive ultimate, and now a black hole! Starting right over the top of Solar Guardian. That will be the nail in the coffin for BB team.
You clung against a lineup that punishes.
Gente, lo estoy viendo. Lo estoy mirando.
The confident jump from Analog, knowing his team will back.
Estoy a tiempo, creo. ¿Tu fantasy? En este caso, mi predicción, weón. Mi predicción, caracho.
Una cerveza S Yuma mi RD.
Va a ganarlo, Heroic, parece, gente.
Entregará las predicciones, Pipi.
Va a ganarlo, Heroic.
No, sigue durmiendo Merck y le dan voltis a Heroic.
No, ya no, ya, cállate, ya no, ya.
¡Despierta, Chetuma!
Ya gana, Heroic, carajo.
Ese
Gana,
chugo
ya,
como
mata mi
duerme.
predicción.
Ya saliste de invernación.
Descansa en
chugo.
paz, predicción de Wakacoins. El Yayo está muerto, bueno, quedará Scofield nada más.
Todos me decían no comiera ahora, pero...
Estamos con el Chubabot, dices.
Hasta oficialmente se terminó las predicciones día y mañana el fantasy.
Sí llegué a ver la partida de String. String gana sobrado. Eso sí, ganó sobrado en la mañana. Está más descansado que Heroic. O sea, String va a jugar contra Heroic ni cagando. Mi predicción. Heroic, piensa en mi predicción. Con esto sería que Heroic llegaría al top 4. No, yo he llegado acá exactamente para salar a Heroic, gente.
Más larga la hace.
En este
Ese
momento
giro puede
preciso
voltear.
he llegado para salar a Heroic. No puede ser.
Chubi, mis predicciones no.
No puede ser, Heroic. ¿Cómo puedes
Pero
ganar?
sí, y
¿Cómo te
ganó
atreves?
Mr. Chubi. Estoy triste y enojado.
Estás triste y enojado, dices.
Mi plata con Extreme, pero mi corazón con Heroic.
Yo no, mano. Por mí que gane Whisper, por mí que gane Scofield. Tengo que verlo, que se haga realidad. Que se haga realidad. 37 minutos, gente. ¿Cuándo me va las hits? A ver, 460, 461, 4 por minuto. Kills. 9. Uy, que me estás diciendo que Yuma va a un juego perfecto 904. Su madre.
Pero que vas a salar, tío Chuy. Si hace 2 días todavía mi fantasy ya se carga. Estaban perdiendo 11-22. Están remontando.
Así es ver la gráfica. ¿Qué tanto? Había 3000 de diferencia nomás. O sea, en kills era la diferencia, pero no era ni tanto. Minuto 30 y que Jen llegó al tenga en el BKB, ¿no? Va a sacarse refresher y ahí me tengo un cómo detenerlo. Iniciación. Pucha, man, he llegado a tiempo. He llegado a tiempo para salvar la predicción, gente. He llegado a tiempo. Solo tienen que forzar una iniciación de Heroic.
El fantasy.
Eon Dis que alguien saque de repente por ahí como carnada. Y ya está. Pero no hay eso. Así que lastimosamente no va a pasar lo que yo digo. Templar. A la shit. Dragonite. Oh la mierda. ¡Ah, su madre!
Pero la Templar siempre estuvo primero en GPM.
Y acá el juego largo más horripilado. ¡Oh, yo me se encontró con él! ¿Qué hace acá? Uy, se cae también. What the fuck? Son copias. Pero Whisper está aquí. Viene acá el epicentro de Miero. Terrible la iniciación de Miero sin BKB. Ah, no, espérate, sí tenía BKB, perdón. No tenía BKB. ¿Qué? Lo chévere es que Yuma aguantó y no activó BKB, así que pues está fino. BB Team con Sankino. ¿What? ¿Van a iniciar Coffee? ¿Tienes detección? Sí, tienes detección. Inician a Dragonite con el cetro de Gani. Uy, bien, pero te activó la Satanic, ¿será suficiente? Vamos a ver, Sonic Way otra vez. Se cura todo por el Satanic Pure, pega con todo. Está en problemas el equipo de Heroi y va a caer por fin Yuma. Van por el Analog, aguanta con todo Pure, Sigue pegando, doble kill de GPK. Excelente la iniciación de BB Team. ¿Y quién llegó, papá? ¿Quién llegó? Dímelo, cántalo. ¿Quién está aquí?
¿Qué pasa aquí?
Palacano de Pure. Excelente la pelea de BB Team. ¿Saben quién era la carnada nada más? Pure que va a activar la Satanic. Va con todo.
Gracias, Chewbacca. Nunca dude de ti, Chetumare.
Nunca dudes de mí, caracho. He llegado aquí. He llegado aquí para salvar tu predicción.
Tenemos a Heroic. Juegan bien.
Sí, con todo el equipo de Betín. Katomini tiene cetro de Ganin. Y ahora va por Roshan. Pure va a sacarse de Bay Reaper después de este Roshan. Va con todo GPK también. Va a safe. Y el Courier entrega los ítems. Va a sacarse cetro de Ganin. Sí, con todo el equipo de Betín. Por este Roshan número 3 que tiene Refresher Shard. Que va a ser para GPK.
10k BBT Monobols.
Égida que va a agarrar Jairo. Cocter va a guardar las Power 3. Ya está a nivel 25 Jairo. Tomomi debe tener cuidado porque aparece esto.
Sigue durmiendo, Chewbacca, la está salando.
Suelta ahí todos los ítems. Mío, dice safe. Minuto 41. Jairo con Égida. Como la partida empezó. Con con el bot, dejar el bot, ¿ya? Y a la siguiente serie sí desactivo el bot. La maldición existe y ese eres tú, maldito, dice Danubio. Oye, ¿verdad, Danubio? Toma tu mod. Ya pasó el día ya. Voy a poner acá los comentarios de YouTube en otra parte.
Salado y desviador.
¿Desviador? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué voy a ser desviador? A ver. He venido a salvar las predicciones, las apuestiñas. Todo he venido a salvar, gente.
Silencio, tío Chu. No malogres mi apuesta o te electrocuto como a tu tía Susana.
Uy, mejor no voy a decir nada sobre apuestiñas. No voy a decir nada.
No más. Y despierta cuando hagas un sorteo.
Ah, ya, voy a sortear ahorita. Bueno, casi digo una palabra horrible. No. Casi digo algo feo. Algo digno de clip. Pero dije mejor no estoy tan ebrio para soltar algo una barbaridad de ese tamaño. No, está huevón. Casi caigo, casi piso el palito. Porque ahora vamos a ver un humo de engaño de BB Team. Que va con Jairo Cocter. Con Égida. Jairo que va a sacar, no. ¿Pero es que sacar Butterfly? ¿Qué has desarmado por la Butterfly? Estoy pensando, estoy pensativo. La de agilidad. Ah, no, creo que... No sé la verdad. A la firme que no sé qué ha hecho el señor. Puro misa Jairo, dice Marco Antonio. Bueno, Chubi,
si hoy pierde, ¿qué le hacemos, gente?
Si hoy pierde, ¿qué es? Me alaban, pues, señores. ¿Por qué?
Porque te duermes como un oso en la segunda partida.
¿Qué? En la segunda serie, señor. No segunda partida,
ganar una predict que ver ganar a un equipo donde tenemos peruanos 1000 de humildad.
¿Peruanos? ¿Has dicho? ¿Pluralidad? ¿Peruanos? Ah, ya. Más de un peruano hay. Por supuesto que ya lo vi, ya lo estoy mirando ya. Por supuesto. Va con todo. Ah, sacó Daga, dice acá Sanky Largo. Muchas gracias, señor, muchas gracias. ¿Alguna novedad, Dotita? Sí, después de esta serie parece que van a anunciar algo.
Terrible doxeada al tío Chu.
Van con toda la parte de arriba el equipo de BB Team. Estandarte de Roshan. Uy, mira qué es lo que hace Quiñango. Corta la línea, pero las otras líneas ya están presionadas. Ya Pure tiene Butterfly de agilidad. de guardar también de paso el equipo de Heroic. Scofield tendrá cetro ya. Vamos a ver los stunts. No, todavía no. Están que guardan para buyback. Todo buyback tiene Heroic. Solamente Queen of Pain no tiene buyback. Refresher doble. Oye, este Sonic Wave va a dolerme. Oh, 1008 de daño. Da con todo, Pure. Retrocede de inmediato. La jateada. Alguien despiértelo. Ahí está. Viene el epicentro. Inician acá. Dragonite se mete con todo. Y va a caer Dragonite de Analog. Viene Whisper con su cetro de Ganin. Cae también Sankin. Se compra Dragonite. El problema es Queen of Pain. El problema es Queen of Pain. Nadie lo salva. No hay porta. Va a caer Queen of Pain. GPK no se salva. ¿Qué está haciendo GPK? ¿Refresher? Sonic Wave se mata. ¿Qué hace? GPK se cura todo. Whisper va a caer. Viene King Jungle con la... Ok, va a caer también acá Jairo Cortex, se compra Queen of Pain, activa Satani. No hay Black Hole, Analog va a hacer dieback. Viene la jateada, pero va a caer Analog. ¿Dónde está el Fortas? Acá me salvan. Nada, bacán, gracias. Viene acá Hoodwind 16, mira lo que hace. Se lleva también el Scofield Pure que se cura poco a poco. Viene acá el Martillunque. 21 a 32 el marcador, el valor neto ha bajado 2000. Heroic que tiene 3 buybacks todavía. Ya Queen of Pain que se ha comprado. Goodwin tiene buyback también de BB-Team. Se cura Pure con Satanic. La torre de medio ya a punto de caer. Todavía queda 30 segundos de égida. Heroic debe tener el cálculo preciso. Tiene la refresher. Preciso. Tiene la refresher. Enigma tiene que aguantar los 20 segundos. Heroic van contra Templar Assassin. Está silenciado. Tiene el cetro de Ganin ya Kataomi. Cae Kayuma. Hay refresher, recuerden. ¿Dónde está la...? Cómprate... No hay un... En Smoke. Enigma. BKB. Ya va a acabar el tiempo. El timing. ¿Qué hora es? ¡Ya acabó la égida! ¡Tiempo! ¡Vamos, Enigma! ¡No! Pure sigue vivo. La Satanic que no activa el queso. Se curó Pure. Recuerdos de Vietnam. Recuerdos de Thunder Awakening contra Liquid. No tiene buybacks Heroic. Y perdió solamente porque revivió un Chewbacca que estaba jateando. Nada más por eso pierde el equipo de Heroic. Dios mío. Dios mío, he llegado a tiempo para salvar mi predicción. Pero ¿a qué costo? ¿A qué costo, gente?
Tío, Chuy.
De nuevo te detestamos, Chewbacca, te detestamos. Así. Algunos me detestan, otros me celebran. Va a Pure a la parte de medio con todo por la torre. Va por la segunda torre tier 4. Solo quedan 2 contra 5. Whisper aguantando. Ya tiene Divine Reaper que avisaba. Y esto va a ser partida para el equipo de BB-Team. No hay fortificación. Trata lo posible. Whisper cae. Y esto es todo, gente. GG a manos de Heroic. Y BB-Team avanza al top 4. Lo remonta el equipo de BB-Team.
Tú sé dónde vives. Nadie se mete con mi querido Chala.
Predicciones salvadas.
No salvaron al Decal y perdieron.
Tío Chuy.
Vamos avanzando, gente. Paso firme.
Con gripe.
Seguimos avanzando las predicciones. Paso firme, caracho. Aparece el equipo de BB-Team. Pero qué costo.
La cual escribió uno de ese 9.
Ese quesito del final, terrible. Terrible quesazo. Y hoy solo llega el stock 6 y listo. Ronald se quedó hasta el final. Ronald, no te fuiste a jatear. Bueno, yo sí jateé feliz.
Buenas, acabo de llegar.
Buena. Buenas, Grano, buenas.
Pero hoy las risas no cantaron.
Lo dieron todo grande.
Chuyuma nunca completó la MKB. No, Marco Antonio, no me digas eso. No. ¿Qué hablas? Estaba jugando pero... ¿Por qué Chu compró daga de agilidad y otro es un MKB? Que no era de contra obvio que iba a comprar Butterfly.
He did it for BB Team. Let's talk
Quintita, ya tengo el clip para que el Chala le dé su castigo al tío Chewbacca por salar la partida.
Minuto 30 compró beca Butterfly. 30 compró Butterfly. Minuto 30 compró Butterfly. Y nunca compró la MKB. Seas ratón P también tú, Yuma. Pero bueno. Tú eres el profesional, yo no. A ver, vamos a ver qué es juicio. Tú estás jugando lo mejor en ese TI. Hay una gran redención aquí. ¿Hay una redención de ti? Sé que los he decepcionado muchas veces. Contra Falcons en la Upper Break, lo siento. Voy a regresar más fuerte para mostrárselos. Estamos mostrándolo ahora. Vamos a intentar lo mejor. Vamos a llegar más fuertes que estos días. Esas son las finales. Van a llegar las finales, dice acá. Pure. O GPK ¿es Pure o GPK? No, es Pure, ¿no es cierto? Es una locura, dice. Como el último, como el anterior TI. Ha sido un gran performance, dice, de ellos. Y está contento de que ellos se enfrenten con Heroi.
Last question from me then. Of course, we do say goodbye to the South Americans here, but as an incredible carry player yourself, how do you feel about how Yuma and the rest of Heroic played in that series?
¿Qué piensas sobre Yuma y el resto de Heroic en esta serie? Que han jugado bien. Han hecho mucho progreso que el último, la anterior TI. ¿Qué? ¡No! Dijo si tuvieron un buen carry, alguna vez podrá ganar un torneo. ¡Qué cagó! No, fe mano, también. No te pases de frío. Frío de fríos. Qué frío mi causa. Ah, la mira, Marco Antonio, te dio la razón. Te dio la razón, Pure. Nunca sacó a la Monkey Kimbar y por eso gané, prácticamente acaba de decir. Si tuvieran un mejor carry ganarían torneos, dijo. Ah. ¿Y la mentira? Es que no ha sido mentiroso, Roderick. Ha dicho... una entrevista ha sido... Es un genio, dice. En última pelea, gran pelea de equipo, dice Jenkins. Pero Elvis, acuérdate que todavía no son eliminados el equipo de BB Team. Todavía no. Pero que acabe las entrevistas, Danubio, que acabe.
Yeah, thanks. I am here with KJ.
Se cae con King Jungle, dice Piron Flags.
You guys played, in my opinion and the crowd's opinion and the panels, the best Dota that we've seen in this tournament, the most exciting games.
Han mostrado unas partidas muy emocionantes en estas finales de TI. ¿Qué puedes decir sobre ello? Sí, dice acá. Soy a todos los fanáticos de Spirit. Estoy contento de jugar acá y demostrarles a ustedes, chicos, que somos un equipo de clase mundial, que jugadores de Perú, Brasil y Nicaragua son de clase mundial. ¿Y de Bolivia? ¿Y de Bolivia lo dijo? ¿Qué fue? ¿Qué fue, mano? Es que está carreando, te olvidaste. Primero menciona Whisper. Papu. Gracias por apoyarnos acá a todos, a la torcida de Brasil, Galera. Meu Deus. Estoy muy feliz por ustedes que están mirándonos, en especial para ustedes. Pero con ustedes es un sueño. El siguiente año van a verme aquí y voy a ganar. Ah, la mía, ¿tanto? No, mano. Ni yo me atrevo a decir tanto. No, King Jungle, no lo hagas. Ja. No sé, mano, yo que Whisper, Safo, ¿cómo te olvidas de mí? ¿Cómo te olvidas de mi país? Soy un boliche. No me... No, pero también lo confunde mi causa de... No. ¿Quieren que vea el replay? Ahorita pongo el replay, esperen, ahorita viene Purge y pone el replay, un toque, esperen nomás. Bolivia es provincia y Perú dice no. No, mano, ¿cómo te atreves a olvidar de mi causa Whisper? Él yo lo pongo en primer lugar.
In every future tournament, I can guarantee you, this is going to be a fan favorite team now. Like these guys, they're
un equipo de favorito para el fanático, dice fan favorite.
And they're so likable, all of them.
Yeah, you can't help but feel yourself cheering for that team. Unfortunately, no longer here, but we are going to be looking at this game number 3 a little bit more, trying to break down what happened in that earlier part and why we had such a close fight, why we had such an amazing comeback from BB team. And it all started with that first blood.
I mean, the first blow was kind of like a really good outplay, a little bit of
outplay. A ver, replay. No vi la partida. ¿Qué pasó? A ver, empieza así. Aparte de arriba. Van a hacer Firlo contra Pure. Easy, buen combo de Scofield con Whisper. Bueno, hay un problema acá. Si se va Whisper, se va Scofield. No pueden separarse ellos. Ellos tienen que siempre ir juntos. Son un solo cerebro, mira. Mató 2 veces. A Pure lo trataron como un costal de oro.
You have to be playing against a very skilled opponent that is paying close attention to your levels.
Quiero tomar mi cafecito. Quiero despertarme más. Llegué justo para la final de llave alta. Estoy despierto para la final de llave alta. Para Falcon contra Parivision. Para el anuncio de nuevo héroe. Para el anuncio de posible nuevo evento. Estoy listo, Dota.
Yeah, it really did. Something though that we weren't really sure about is how Position 5 Enigma is going to fit into this meta. It's been out of the limelight for so long when it comes to
poner el bot ahora sí. Si es que hay otra entrevista o algún anuncio, voy a estar atento. Posición 5 Enigma, farmeando jungla, stackeando doble. Ven ahí, no, stackeando triple creo. Vemos acá safe, haciendo también la chamba de doble stack. Pero está el sentry del equipo de Heroi. Jugó bien tryhard Heroi, ¿eh? Inicia mira con Blindagger acá a Yuma. Yuma no va a caer. Mira, cortó. No, pesai. Si no había árbol, ¿por qué pones un bushback? Bien ahí, what? Ah, lo anticipó el Glins. Bien jugado también por el Disruptor. Chubaca nos costó un TI. Mano, ¿qué nos costó un TI? ¿Qué va a costarte un TI? Yo he llorado el TI de Thunder Awaken, papu. A mí ya me ha dolido ver a un TI perdido ya.
Ahora sí no, estoy toda la mañana. Y no esta me tiene descuidada.
Pero hoy jugó demasiado bien hasta que llegaste, Chubi. Pucha, mano. ¿Y por qué piensas que llegué? ¿Acaso?
Ahora sí despierto, ¿no?
¿Acaso? ¿No estaba mirando todo el tiempo la partida? No lo sé. ¿Qué escribes? ¿De qué hablas?
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I think the second Dawnbreaker ulti which I felt like
Scofield.
they were able to force the Dawnbreaker ulti.
El hermano perdido de Freddie Mercury, Chewie.
Cayó acá. Iba ganando Bebetín. Quiñago le atrapa a Hoodwin. La Fall por si acaso atrapa a Queen. ¿Dónde está Yuma todo esto? ¿Dónde está Yuma? 4-10.
Pero la de hoy nada.
Inician con toda la parte de arriba. Bush, bueno, Sharpshooter, Epicentro, Whisper, Backer Whisper.
Mi rey Yuma no usó BKB de la última Black Hole. Lo lograron y no hizo.
¿No usó BKB en la última Black Hole? ¿Lo ulearon y no hizo daño a Jairo?
Era lo mismo Extreme. Les sacaba la vista bebé.
a very, very strong pick at the right time, especially when silencer is banned, right? I think you mentioned that a couple of times. When there's no silencer in the game, the other
Dice Camargo Antonio, no mires el replay, Chuy, vas a ver 2 veces en ocasiones decisivas que Yuma inicia golpes y el Gyro se salva con poca vida. A ver, sigue la pelea, sigue el replay. Pelea de tormentos. Se manda acá Scofield. Viene ahí por Yuma, pero puede blinkear igual de caer el daño.
El anillo de la familia.
Otra parte. Queen of ¿cómo aguanta esa Queen? C16, 3000 de valor neto para BB.
Pero perdió por no tener
MKB. No lanza Black Hole. Ah, esa es la repetición que vimos hace poco, ¿no? La continuación. Black Hole, Vince, pero estaba en problema Pure y Pure se va a caer. Viene ahí por Yuma. Whisper que se manda. Cae un carry al final. Sigue vivo Templar Assassin. Viene Scofield. Ultime contra Queen of Pain. Pega a Yuma a la Queen. Cae en Queen of Pain. Viene también acá Enigma. Viene ahí por Yuma. Doble kill. Por el triple kill.
Ya dame mi maldito héroe, rechuche tu madre. Me llega al pincho tu partida acá.
Y Chuy, dormiste bien, supongo.
No sé qué castiga teniendo la partida. Quiero que una vez inicie la segunda, la tercera serie, o que anuncie mi nuevo héroe o algo.
No quiero tu caramelo melá.
Chuy, me voy un ratito, mi corazón no puede resistir ver más, dice Choco.
Chuy, me voy un ratito, mi corazón no puede resistir ver.
Dormiste bien, supongo. Más o menos. He despertado mal de la barriga. Dylan dice, hola Chubaca, viene a ver a tu stream a ver si aquí sí gana Heroi. Pues han perdido. ¿Cuánto duró la partida todo esto? 47 minutos.
Eso no podías hacer, Tundra. Me cagaron todo mi fantasy para que quiero que me regalen un Dota Plus, mejor me lo compro. No quiero tu caramelo, Val.
A ver acá. Yuma pega que pega.
Por no tener
se cura todo con la Satanic Pure.
Y luego por no tirar BKB.
Bueno, 2 cosas acá a preguntar.
Por lo menos llevo un peruano a evento
Templar no tiene
Chuy para el
Satanic.
próximo año.
Templar no tiene Mojikimbar. Templar cae.
Pancho, ayer Pancho justo defiende a muerte. A Yuma decía que era el mejor HC del Titu que piensa.
No, no lo es. No lo es, obviamente. No anticipó los ítems del otro carry. La pelea mental del Dota en carries es carry contra carry al final. ¿A quién vas a enfrentar? ¿Al support? ¿Al offlane? No, tu chamba al final es tumbarte al carry.
Guiño, guiño.
Después de esta partida, gente, sigue el juego entre... ¡Ah, la miércoles! Analog tanto cayó 1-8-8.
They lose the game there.
Yo, Chuy, recién me levanto. Dijeron algo.
Bien bajito ese Analog en la última partida, no más dire.
Good lord, what a comeback it was.
Yeah, what a game, yeah. That has to be by far one of the best games I've seen this week.
It wasn't just that game, it was this whole series,
A ese
right?
cuatro Analog le hicieron anal 1-8.
From GPK. It feels like it was so long ago, but that was
El mejor HC no activa BKB.
These teams pushed each other as far as you possibly
No sabe
could
comprar
with all
BKB.
of them. So yeah, Pure going to be our standout player for that game.
feo?
But BB team are going to have to play later today. You're going to find some more energy in the back pocket here.
Está muy a la mierda. Y el medio del otro equipo. ¿Sabes qué es lo bueno que tiene? O sea, acá ves la diferencia del peso. BB Team, si bien Pure a veces es mochila, como ves, muriendo 11 minutos, 0-2-2. Mochila. ¿Qué cosa?
Porque Freddy Mercury en Dota 2 nuevo.
Lo siento, Pekirtex. Me ganó el sueño a veces. Uy, ¿Deadlock? ¿Qué? Se volvió dentro de este torneo. ¿Qué fue?
Es carreado por Whisper siempre, pero él decía que Yuma era el mejor AE.
Déjame escuchar. Anunciarán algo. Coordinación con 10 jugadores de público. Van a jugar un juego muy simple. Van a hacer dos actos.
GG with GG, knees have to hit the arms, or you do well played. Hands up. We already got some people who know it. Let's get a little practice run. If I say
con las manitos?
GG, or we do well played. And we'll keep the chain going. But if you mess up, you're out. All right, Slice, you get it?
Bueno, es como Simón dice, pero con mímica.
It's fine. Oh, we'll figure it out.
Ni le entendió.
GG's well played. All right.
¿Entendieron las reglas ustedes? Ok, porque yo no, dijo. Ya, bacán.
No one is eliminated.
Make sure we all know the rules.
We're gonna go quick. Are you ready?
Ay.
3, 2.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
Sácate. Ya, perdió.
GG. Well played. GG.
Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
Bueno, hay que esperar. Todo hay que hacer hora. No está Chewbacca, se lo dije. El único que le gana a Parivision es Falcons. Está entre Falcons y Parivision final porque Eren será el terco, dice Osvaldo Ramírez Peña. Pechur, ¿cuándo analizamos el replay? Espérate, que acabe esto. Veo el replay normal, Normal pongo replay. Un toque que acabe esto de acá.
Well played. No hands.
Oh, no hands. No hands.
You're out, my friend.
I'm sorry, my friend. It's a brutal series. What can you do? All right. You ready to start again?
GG. Well played. 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 GG.
No.
Can't have two GGs now. You gotta say well
ZZ.
played. It's kind manners.
All right, we'll start from here.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
Ooh, Cloud.
Thought about that one.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. GG.
No. What do you think?
Crowd, one more chance.
Did this man do it correctly? Cheer if you think he should stay in.
All right. Lucky.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
A ver. ¿Quién ganó? Bebé Oro y pregunta Alexander. Ganó Bebé.
Here we go.
Bebé Team ganó, Bebé Team.
GG. Well played. GG.
No. We had a knee well played.
Oh no, they're dropping. All right, here we go. We'll start from here.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Lift it.
No. We had a double tap knee well played.
Sorry.
Oh, we're getting down to the wire.
All right, here we go.
GG. Well played. Well played.
No.
Bring it in. Here we go.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
Oh!
GG. Well played. GG.
No.
Does he stay, audience? Cheer if you want him. You're in. Last chance for you. And here we go.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
No.
I'll take it.
Well played.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah.
Well played. GG.
Whoa! So close. I'll take last hit. I'll give it. All right. Here we go.
GG. Well played. GG.
No, not this time. I'm gonna count that out. Sorry, my friend.
The final 4 remain.
All right, here we go.
¿Qué pasó? Osvaldo está feliz, mano. Osvaldo Ramírez, papu. Si estás viendo las predicciones, te felicito, papu. Bien ahí. La gente que está viendo las predicciones con 8... Miren, escuchen una cosita. Espérate, quedan 3 creo. La gente que está con predicciones, 8 predicciones correctas para arriba también. Vuelvo a avisar. 8 para arriba. O Kirte, ¿qué pasa, mano? No vuelvas pez, ¿por qué? Ah, su madre, Kirte. También no se pasen en el chat. Estoy mirando, queda atento. No se achoren. Igual que String. Tutu dice Capal. Apareció Sillasor y subieron los espectadores. 8 predicciones da 4000 puntos. 4000.
GG. The crowd saved you. That's the last save, guys. All right, here we go.
All right. Zero tolerance from here on
Zero
out.
tolerance. All right.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played.
I saw the crouch. I'm sorry, my friend. It's zero tolerance, but you are still a bronze medalist. Congratulations. The final 2 remain.
No, como digo, 8 acertadas están bien en predicciones. 8 acertadas es lo correcto. Yo no sé si llegaré a las 8. Falta todavía saberlo. Pero...
Esperen.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
Robot,
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. I think we've reached a deadlock here. I think we have 2 winners.
2 ganadores. Ya.
Congratulations. We'll get you guys some prizes.
Felicitaciones. Van a recibir sus premios ya. Gracias a todos los demás por participar. Ok. Vamos a seguir con el show. ¿Cuál es el show? ¿Qué sigue? ¿Quién ha ganado? ¿Y quién ha ganado? Un abrazo. Gracias, Slax. Muchas gracias. Hemos empezado la segunda mitad del día. 4 equipos quedan. Y otro equipo más va a ser enviado a casa al final del día. Llegó Shiver. Y aquí está, gente, el resultado de las llaves. Por ahora, toca Paribicho contra Team Falcons. Resumen de hoy, perdió. Me pregunta si el año que viene irás al TI y sortearás un carmesí. Si voy al TI y si consigo un carmesí por ejemplo, sí, pues lo sorteo. ¿Qué ganaron? No sé. Ni idea, ni idea qué ganaron. Una escena romántica entre ellos dos. Marco Antonio, gente, público en general. Que aparezca Falcons y Paribicho en el escenario y veo el replay. Y veo el replay. He reunido los esferas de dragón por este momento. Levanten las manos, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué hablas? Quiero el review. Mira, a mí me ha alegrado la entrevista de King Jungle, cómo está feliz, porque han demostrado un buen nivel, bla bla bla. Pero lo que me bajó fue que no nombrara a Bolivia al comienzo y ni al final. Se olvidó de Bolivia y mi causa Whisper. Eso me pareció injusto. Y apareció, ahora sí, replay, veamos replay. Tengo unos 5 minutos para ver el replay. Vamos a poner las predicciones también. A ver. Ya, momentos finales. Vamos a ver. Reproducción 0.75, ¿ya? Llegó a la Divine Rapier. Ah, espérate. No, acá no. Tiene que ser antes todavía. Acá. Acá.
Where is it? Yuma,
Ya no tiene. Se le va a acabar la égida. Le quedan 5 segundos. 4. Se compra Yuma. 3, 2, 1. Viene. ¿Quién viene? Llegó Yuma. Acá abajo llegó Yuma. Tiene que blinkear. King Jungle. No, la égida se va a acabar. 0 segundos. Blinkea King Jungle al costado del Gyrocopter. Empieza a atacar King Jungle con Black Hole contra 3. A punto de caer Gyro. No tiene égida. Quedan 2 segundos al Black Hole. Break encima de Templar. El crítico, un golpe más. ¡No, Leul! En el último segundo. Ya, en ese golpe moría, tenía 300 de vida. ¡No! ¡La BKB recién! ¡Recién la BKB! Eran 6 segundos de BKB. El Black Hole apenas dura 4. Sí podía pegar. Ese Eul que le usó Save le salvó la vida. O creo que fue al final de Black Hole, ¿no? Claro, al final de Black Hole. ¿Quién? Save creo que es el que manda, si no me equivoco. Sí, porque todavía sigue el Black Hole. Y están aturdidos los 3. Save es el que usa Eul. Yuma metió la pata no activando el BKB a tiempo. Ahí hubieran sido 2 golpes al Gyro. Y ahí es donde Scoffy lo jatea al Gyro. Ya. No se fuera todo peor, ¿verdad? Todo esto. Ya. No, espérate. ¿Quién le entrega el queso? El queso lo tiene Sankin. Le entrega el queso a la mochila. Y apenas acaba... apenas se da cuenta. Creo que ayer Sankin le dice, ¿te he dado queso? Le dice. Úsalo. Sabiamente. Y ahí usa el queso y ya está. Y llega la Divine Rapier. Y viene la Divine Rapier. Bueno. Ya está. Gracias a Marco Antonio y los demás que han estado revisando. ¿Por qué la Templar? ¿Por qué Scofield durmió? Por hacer algo. Pero ya nada se podía hacer. Es que ahí debió activar la BKB. El problema era que Yuma debía tener BKB. Yuma tenía que tener Monkey King Bar. No lo tenía. No había. Cuando debió comprar la Monkey King Bar antes todavía. Porque ese Gyro no tenga Butterfly. O de repente desista. O lo desarme. No sé. Pero bueno. Ya está hecho. El incachable aparece. No one.
And he's back. Like this guy, he deserves these type of placements because doing this to come back in Dota, this is one of the hardest things you can do.
Especially doing it on the mid lane because normally you start out on the mid lane and then maybe when you're older you get relegated to one of the side lanes. That is the normal trajectory. And speaking of being young and being on the mid lane, I feel like we got a good dynamic going on in this mid lane with no one on one side and see Malreen at the start of his career on the other.
Yeah, Malreen filled with youth. You know, he's starting his career with Creepwave. He actually was a stand-in, kind of like on and off the roster for 3 tournaments, and that's where he was playing with ATF, right? And then when you moved to 2022, 2023, he was playing with Amiga. In both the Pinnacle Cups, they actually beat BB roster. That was when GPK Toronto Tokyo, they formed that new roster. So on a random kind of tier 2, tier 3 Eastern European team, he was able to dominate and break the likes of, you know, big household names of the region. He stood in for Tundra and Entity. It didn't go so well, but then 2023, Falcons pick him up. He's won pretty much every tier 1 tournament you could ask for, both online and at LANs. Yet to get the Aegis though.
Yeah, his stand-in stint at those Dream Leagues with Tundra and Entity is what really put him on the map as a player, because in the pubs he was known as one of the scary mids to go against, but a lot of people perceived him as a pub star, maybe one of the Creepwave members who didn't shine as much. After his stand-in stint, Falcons, when
Bueno, voy a aprovechar en desayunar mientras tanto.
and they said, this guy is good, we need this guy on our team, he's way better than a lot of the potential mids, and they took a shot on the best possible choice. He has fit their team so perfectly.
Oh yeah, and they have like this really nice mixture too, right? We talk about it a lot, the veterans with the young guys, you have the experienced coaches. Because to me, I didn't really have Marino on my map maybe like 2-3 years ago. Yeah, you see even pubs. To me, he was like one of the annoying guys. You know, the all chat, the tipping guy.
He still is.
Yeah, exactly. Like he hasn't changed. He's like Amar 2.0, but he didn't have like, you know, I would say the experience and like the placements to back it up. But now, like we're saying, he fits in so well. He plays amazingly. Yeah, just tip top.
But what is any core without their support, Effie?
Yeah, it's support.
Lo fregado es que pasó 2 veces esa jugada con el Evo. Por no tener a Monkey King Bar. Solo los pros entenderán, no entiendo, dice. Ni un cofre, ni héroe nuevo, ni nada. ¿Qué vamos a TTI? Dice Omar. Pero Omar, todavía no acaba. Hola Chubi, ¿quién ganó? Pues como va mi fijaza. Ganó. Bebetín ganó.
Especially snaking, 443 average GPM on a 5 compared to the 343 of Deculus. He is a greedy player. This guy will play for the late game. Like, both of these support duos, incredible, very different though. P-Vision on the other side, they're going to be playing for the map, they're going to be playing for the D-wards, the vision, and you do have 9 class who does tend to scale as the games get longer.
Gente, son sacrificios que tengo que hacer para que mi predicción avance. Yo quiero ganar mis ítems morados. Oh no, crashó mi Dota. Ah no, sí, vivo. Vamos, Chubasor, sube. Hola, miércoles. Oye, gente con 15.000 puntos. Tengo miedo. El miedo me invade. 1.800 puntos, ¿qué significa esto? 5 correctas, no, ya voy 6, papu. Ya voy 6, ya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2.500 puntos. Terrible. Necesitamos una más. Bebetín, tienes que ganarle stream. Nada más, no queda otra. Ah, ya no puede llegar a la final. Olvídate de ellos. Tú tienes que llegar.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm just going to mention the ones that I know of, because when you get to this stage, they're going to be cooking up stuff. But from the ones we've seen, you've got the Sand King, the Beastmaster, Fall Marine, can be flexed to Amar as well, and the Amar Mars, like absolutely like hero of the tournament for him. Hoodwink from the support role. We've also got the Pucks, you know, that kind of come in and out, I would say, for both the mid players, and then P-Vision. A lot about this map play, being annoying, being toxic on the map. You've got the Carry Tinker, you've got the No One Invoker, he absolutely stomped in some of his other games, and then the Slark, the Monkey King from 9 class is just the absolute bread and butter from these two teams.
Voy a desayunar mientras tanto.
And there is a lot of pressure, and I'm sure that both teams have done their prep to, you know, maybe alleviate the pressure a little bit as we see Skeeter getting in the zone for the upcoming series. We'll see if that proves to be correct. On the right track, that is absolutely for sure. But can Falcons deal with the heroes that P-Vision is bringing? Because it's definitely a different style.
Yeah, when Kazu and I were talking about the heroes that they were playing, I was like, you know what, let's double check what Falcons actually play from the P-Vision hero pool. And it's only 3 of them, right? When you look at the contestables, Naga, Beastmaster, Monkey King, all Falcons have played on 7.39. But they haven't touched at all Enigma, Lycan, Tinker, Invoker, a critical hero for no one. So in this upcoming draft, we're either going to see Falcons play heroes they have not touched at all in the patch to take them away from P-Vision, or they're just going to be unable to play them and have to use them in the bans. But it is quite interesting that a lot of the staples of P-Vision, Falcons just have not tried playing so far.
Yeah, Falcons are a very particular team, and they have their hero pools that they like. They have their idea of the game, and they're not too keen on changing it. If you give them away their Sand King, for example, they'll take it. Give them away their Chen, they'll take it. I don't think they're the type of team to get too concerned about, oh, could the Broodmother come out here? Could the Invoker potentially come out here? If that does come, they will address it, but their style of Dota is so strong that they should just stick to their fundamentals.
One thing to note, Amar did play the Slug previously in a different patch, but on the offlane role. So if you want to go absolutely crazy, then Amar would be doing that. But, you know, upper bracket TI finals.
If the right game calls for it. I mean, yesterday he busted out a 24 Huskar. You cannot say he's not going to pick something else.
Exactly, but he's done it in the past. But of course, Crit, he's an honest man. He's not playing the support slot.
Yeah, can we talk for a second about the road that both of these teams have taken to get to this point? Obviously, both from the upper bracket, so nothing but victories. That's good. P-Vision has
Dios mío, me tengo que desayunar. Osvaldo sigue opinando. ¿Qué fue, señor? A ver, voy a resumir.
Maybe something about the mid game, because if I remember correctly, they were also doing very well.
¿Por qué esos juegos de loca no se equivoquen? ¿Qué pasa? No, estos ya son finales. ¿Voy a ver un Huskar off otra vez? Pues sí, probablemente, porque todo vale para ganar en la Aegis, ¿no? Prácticamente. Menos la Monkey King Bar. La Monkey King Bar está baneada, yo sé. Algunos carries no compran Monkey King Bar. ¿Cuánto ves en el Fantasy? Uy, en el Fantasy estoy fregado, pero ¿habrá cambiado el Fantasy? Es una buena pregunta. No se ha movido mucho por ahora el Fantasy. La partida que viene de Bedboom contra Stream es clave. Es clave esa partida. Comparación de Hero Pulse entre offlaners de M con Amar.
Few patches will fixate on a handful of them, and for this patch it just seems to be the Mars and the Bristleback. Those will be the most contested.
Héroe pierde por cosas básicas. Ese es el problema, Marco Antonio. Esos fueron cosas básicas. Más, como digo, hasta ahorita, más me duele la derrota de Thunder Awaken contra Liquid del 2023, si no me equivoco, ¿qué fue? No, fue eso en el TI 2022, fue, perdón, 2022. Del 2022, que esta derrota de Heroic contra BB Team. Porque siento que BB Team era más accesible que ese Liquid que tenía Matumbaman con Sai. Y un Matumbaman que estaba recontra este OP. Juego 1 de Parivision contra Falcons.
We got Falcons on the Radiant side for this first game. P-Vision on the Dire side. First pick also going the way of P-Vision, and that does mean that
si miraba Fade Strange, no miraba eso. Bueno, señores, es momento de activar la predicción. Es momento que ganen Waka Coins en el kick. ¿Quién gana el juego 1? ¿Ganará Falcons? ¿Ganará Parivision? Gana Parivision. Yo, como siempre, pondré mis Waka Coins para el equipo menos favorable. En este caso, Bet, Parivision, 7.000, no, ya estamos en finales, 10.000 Waka Coins.
P-Vision, I believe they haven't touched this hero too much, but this is a hero that is on their radar. Lucales has played it a lot,
Bacán, no
so if you
funciona.
don't want to ban it, you could go for like a cheeky
Bacán, no funciona, bacán.
take it away
Me
from them,
emocioné
because
por
like
las
I said,
huevas.
you get to this stage of
Chévere.
TI, you're gonna be cooking up
Chévere
stuff.
con
You
tu
know what
bot,
the enemies
Chewbacca.
want to do.
Ni
Falcons as
funka.
well, do they want to go for like more the snaking? He plays like this big body, you go for more of the 5-man. Do you want it to play more of the map hero to kind of like contest what P-Vision want to do? We're just gonna have to play it.
F5 ya.
Going back
Tamaño.
to the Mars ban from P-Vision, right? It's a lot
Otra
of
vez
respect
hace la
for this
predicción.
game one. I don't think any other teams banned Mars in the first game against Falcons yet, but with the way that Mars
Gana
playing it, in
Falcons.
some games it's Blink, Lotus, Link,
Parivision.
others it's the Blink, the Beacon,
Gana
the Refresher.
Parivision.
He's not just going for one build like you used to see in, 6 months ago on Mars. He's trying to
Ya
read
está.
the game and make sure he has the right items. And against the Zoo aspect of Paravision, or P-Vision, sorry, Throwdown Arena, happy days.
And speaking of respect, the 9-class Slark is respected in that opening ban phase by Falcons.
I'd also like to see, because usually when Falcons play, Monkey King
Ya
is
está,
banned
ahora sí.
against them. P-Vision, they have first pick, they play
Ya
a lot of
metí
Monkey
mis
King.
10.000
Their
Waka
other,
Coins
substitute
a
guy
Parivision.
with Slark is banned out, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they want to snag. But then we need to remember, they will be trading Monkey King very likely for the Chen, or maybe even the Beastmaster that's also left in the pool.
And there's also Nature's Prophet left in the pool. Kind of hasn't been that successful on the main stage, but still a very popular hero for these teams.
Oh, here it is, the 9-class starter to the draft. You already know that unless you put some, melee guy mid and then no one is like, okay, I'll snag it. This is your 9-class Monkey King +4. You're gonna combo it up with DM in the offlane like we saw with the heroes. It works so well. So, good start. It's what they want.
Bueno, voy a activar el bot mientras tanto, hasta que empiece la partida. Está el bot activado. Y listo.
If you're reacting a lot on mid lane, then suddenly it just takes that one ward at your kind of safe jungle area, bottom side of the map, and
Earthshaker, pick Ayo Carry.
Yo ya tengo miedo, tío.
Espérate. Falcons le ha dejado el mono. Entre mono y Slar decidieron jugar contra el mono. Ya. ¿Sacarán Nix Assassin Falcons? Ya que el Nix puede ver que si un enemigo, bueno, en este caso, si el mono está sobre un árbol con su innata. No, no es la última partida, gente. Sí, después de esta partida sigue stream contra BB Team.
mid hero that can start the fight and get the follow-up damage from his ports.
And if you know Helmet Dominators are coming out from P-Vision, then Shaker's already a correct step in fixing that. With the Kaya, with the Shard, you push wave so quickly, it doesn't matter if there's a Dominator.
Sí, Sebas, así es. Nyx Assassin es clave contra el mono. Banea Parivision a Pangolier, a Bristleback, Beastmaster, Sankin y Mars.
The only thing I'm wondering, like a little bit, most likely this 9 class should be on Monkey King, but I will say, at least when it comes to the laning stage, Monkey is one of the strongest heroes against Shaker to like shut him down. But maybe they're gonna be like, okay, even if that does happen, we have the Shaker with the Hoodwink, with the snap. Sure, you only like the first 5, 6, 7 minutes. Then what? I have a triple.
¿Acaso la Nyx revela al mono sobre árboles?
So maybe they just don't care.
And you have to respect the flex for sure, but if there is a player in this tournament that does not mind getting into bad matchups, it's Snellrain. He's perfected the art of not laning.
Yeah, he's like the king of whatever.
Acá eso Nyx revela el mono sobre los árboles y acá así es. El Nyx Sense, su innata hace eso. Mono versus Shaker, no seas malo, dices. Hero ya hizo mucho llegando a ese top 6, dice Osvaldo. Pero Osvaldo, Heroi podía llegar al top 4. Todo el mundo ha visto. Heroi podía llegar al top 4.
I think P-Vision is respecting the fact that you can ban supports, but it's the front line that Falcons need to utilize to get themselves into a game, right? And I think a lot of
estaba cerca, solamente que itemizó mal el carry. El carry jugó bien de Yuma hasta que no sacó bien los ítems para enfrentarse a Jairo. Lastimosamente, la daga de agilidad era después. Primero era la Monkey King Bar. Como sea, ya está ya.
Podía, pero despertó Chewbacca.
Pero mi poder fue más fuerte, Ainear, dices. O sea, las antijijas no son antijijas al final. Yo no entiendo mi poder cómo funciona. Supuestamente yo pongo al equipo que pierde, pero al final gana.
Por hacer tiempo y confiarse, pierden una partida ganada.
Supuestamente todas mis predicciones son malas, pero al final son aciertos. No tiene sentido. Bueno, he fallado algunas, pero las que supuestamente no debía fallar, fallo, ¿no? Como que String pierda. Ah, sí, no, verdad, solo quedan dos equipos rusos, Parivision y BBT.
¿Cuántos aciertos vas, Chu?
Oracle.
They're trying to make sure this Earthshaker does not have a good time, right? During the combo, you've got Oracle, any of his defensive spells, you throw them out.
Confiarse es cosa de latino, siempre pasa, Chuy.
No. Acuérdate del equipo de Perú Unite
Deja de mentir, desviador.
Pokémon Unite
Todo para llegar a la
ha ganado el campeonato mundial y literalmente somos campeones nacionales de ese juego.
Es que te duermes.
O sea, no es campeones nacionales, ¿cómo se llama cuando eres campeón mundial de un juego? Ese videojuego se vuelve deporte nacional prácticamente. Bueno, sería eSport nacional, ¿no? No deporte, viene a ser eSport nacional. Es que te duermes en las partidas importantes y despiertas en las que no, dice Kirtes. Me duermo en las partidas importantes y las que no despierto. Ah, o sea que yo tuve la culpa que pierde String. O sea, cuando me jateé, cuando perdió Tybon, yo tuve la culpa. Y cuando gana Enigma contra Tybon, no tuve la culpa. A pesar que me quedé jato. Ahora yo soy combinado, soy un antifijas y fijas. ¿Cmo es eso? Tengo que hacer una sola cosa.
Cuando jateas pierdes tu antipoder XD.
Cuando jateo pierdo mi antipoder.
Todavía confío en Extreme Gaming.
Bueno, la verdad es que yo no creo en eso ya desde hace mucho tiempo. Yo no soy el culpable de que pierda o no gane. Son las acciones de las personas las que determinan su destino y su futuro. Así que pues...
They respect the monkey flex, but they don't really care. They just want to get their items, get online, and play for that mid game.
Yeah, that wasn't a good doom stat for Falcons, though. I will say with zero.
Como sé cuántos Wakacoins tengo, dice acá Sebas. Escribe exclamación Wakacoins.
Eres como la pasiva del caos con sus críticos, porque no sabes cómo usar.
Ah, ya.
El LOL ya está en caída libre.
Ah, si te vuelve, no tengo la culpa.
Hasta eso
Yo
ya el Dota.
soy inocente.
Chuy sobre las predicciones. Sí, sí,
El bot se huevió. Si String gana la final, pero está marcado arriba, ¿aún cuenta? No, no cuenta. Tienes que haberlo marcado que gana desde abajo.
Dewey, si alguien pone algo que no es un meme en el lugar de los memes de Discord, lo borro.
Tiene que ser un meme relacionado al Dota, pero supongo.
Si no gana el T-Extreme Gaming no vas a comer ni con 10 solcitos, chihuahua.
¿Quieren que mufle para Vision? Pucha, gente, lo siento, pero yo tengo que hacer que las predicciones no den tantos puntos.
64.
Acabo de meterle 10.000 Wakacoins a Parivision. O sea, el favorito es Falcons, ¿no? Debería ganar Falcons. Si yo duplico mis Wakacoins, ustedes están fregados. Todos los leros con sus gráficos de Nintendo. Dices, ¿qué importa los gráficos, Danubio? Lo que importa es que divierta. ¿Acaso no juegas Mario 64 o algún juego antiguo que te haya gustado? Yo sigo jugando Counter-Strike 1.6 y no importa los gráficos, es muy buen juego.
From ages would be super good. It's one of the biggest counters to do. Sure, you have some like map play and tower push with the Enigma, but if you can get an Aegis or secondary, even a hero that plays enemy triangle, that would be great because you have a quad beat shaker in the mid lane, but you know where he's gonna go. He's gonna go to the triangle section. Can you contest this?
Jala solo sea puro turbo. No quiero que sumen muchos puntos.
He's not going to be able to invade the triangle, but he provides more. He does the rest. So after you finish the triangle part, he does everything else.
Dice que no pierda la fe en Extreme Gaming.
Ojalá sea puro turbo, dice Kaká.
It's definitely one of the heroes I was looking at too. Let's see, they're gonna go for the Sven dive.
Cierto, Chubi, te doy la razón entonces con su jugabilidad. Para retrasados mentales.
No, Danubio, ¿qué pasa contigo? Cálmate. Bueno, ya.
Primero, no soy su amigo.
Pero Argentina está bugueado, sí.
Usted? Y
Yo
tercero,
volviste al parecer.
importa?
Oh, es el Airo, calma, cuidado. A mí me... ¿Qué salió? ¿Anti-Mage? ¿Qué? Espérate, Huskar. ¿Dónde está el Huskar? Elige tu Huskar. Saca tu Huskar. Saca tu Huskar, tanto que te gusta sacar Huskar. Saca tu Huskar, pues Falcons. Elige tu Huskar y manda al Duna al medio. O de carry. Saca tu Huskar. Elige tu Huskar.
Mis puntos ya no suben Fed por mi
¿Por qué no sale tu Huskar? ¿A qué le temes?
Ya mariconea te saca Huskar.
¿Qué pasa, man?
En esta vida.
¿Y tu Huskar?
Como apuesto.
¿No que quieres ganar el TI? ¿A qué hora sale tu Huskar?
¿En qué percentil estás?
¿Qué percentil estoy? Ni lo sé.
Mi Kinchu, ¿ya compraste algún cofre
Sacó Troll Warlord
actual o ya abriste algo?
No quieren quedar como cabros pez. Ameo Chuy XD.
¿Quiere abrir? Oh, va a abrir su caja, a ver qué sale. A ver qué saldrá. ¿Qué sale? Apúrate, que ya empieza la partida. ¡Apúrate! ¡Apúrate, Papu! ¡Ahí está! ¡No, se fue volando el muñeco, creo!
Solo lo saca cuando es tan desesperado por ganar.
¿Es una Mirana? ¡Oh, es una Mirana! ¡Qué bonito! ¡Qué bonito! Oh, ahí está. Oh, no. ¿Qué está pasando? No molestes. No hagas la de Coldplay. No lo cagues a mi causa.
Mi Quinchua, ¿ya compraste algún cofre carmesí actual? ¿O ya abriste algo? Mano de pajero tiene ese cojudo XD.
There is a chance that P-Vision just accelerate this game through these heroes, but I really hope to see this game go the full distance. Like, there's so many beautiful, back and forths that these two teams can provide.
Do we feel that Falcons has what it takes to draw out this game then? Because they are kind of known for these very long games.
Shaker is a very skilled hero, and you've seen.
Gracias por seguir el canal, la maldita Tima, no, la maldita Tima ha llegado.
Yep, so does
Gracias por estar acá.
also. I think both teams have incredible things. And
Pásala bien, su
Falcon Nocturne, vea.
Ya voy. No, voy por allá, voy por allá.
Get to that late stage. I do know we're going to go on the stage right now because it is Astini that we're going to listen to Bitslice.
Va a haber una entrevista con Astini, el coach de Parivision. A ver. Aquí está Astini, la última esperanza de Sudamérica. Para Astini.
I mean, you finished drafted and you were here. You beat me here by like a minute. What was going on?
Llegaste acá muy rápido, apenas acabó el draft. ¿Qué pasó? Ni siquiera tuve que ir a preguntarte.
And see if I get greens on first blood. So I run like I know they know what items they need to do, what they need to do.
Y así saben qué cosas hacer, lo del smoke.
So, job is done.
Okay, all right. The boys know and the man wants to see
ya empieza la partida.
Good luck to you, my friend. All right. Let's talk a little bit about this Monkey King.
Un momento sobre este Monkey King.
Unbreakable win rate here. Do you feel
Tiene win rate que no ha sido roto hasta ahora. Ellos entenderán cómo funciona el Monkey King. ¿Qué crees que va a pasar?
What I say to my team is
Lo único que voy a decir a mi equipo.
They're gonna have 5 heroes.
Ellos tienen 5 héroes. Ustedes tienen 5. Cada uno tiene sus héroes confort. Jueguen la partida y ya está. Nada más. Algo sencillo. Las pick de Medusa o algo más había. Quería que ellos jueguen su payaso Huskar, pero lamentablemente no lo eligieron. O sea, forzaron que elijan su Huskar al final, pero no sucedió.
Yeah, we want a lower throw win rate in the tournament. I believe we can do.
Bueno, vamos a ver si lo consigue Astini y llega a la final y asegura el top 2. Vamos a ver, empieza el juego 1, gente. Pero ya empezó la partida y pausa. Hay pausa. Ah, ya, por eso.
The work is done.
El trabajo está hecho.
Welcome to the upper bracket finals here at TI Sunshine here with Center. We got P-Vision versus Team Falcons. Quite the matchup. We've cast them feels like 100 times this year, and it feels like they're always very hype matchups.
Empieza la partida, gente. Empieza la batalla. Falcons contra Parivision. Tenemos acá al Chen que empieza con el Satiro. Va a poner Satiro quitamaná. Troll Warlord con mala influencia. Earthshaker con Tectonic Build-Up. Doom va a vender ítems por el valor. Bueno, tiene un Devil's Bargain que puede vender los ítems por un precio de 85% de su valor. Pero el buyback cuesta más. Fire con el Scatter Blast que hace más daño mientras más lejos esté el enemigo. Anti-Mesh con set de maná. La pasividad que si el héroe enemigo no tiene maná, pues Anti-Mesh va a poder verlo en el mapa. A Enigma que ha puesto la faceta que cada vez que recibe daño invoca un Enigmita, un Eidolon. Bondage Queen of Pain para devolver con el daño devuelto. Con Blamer por ejemplo, recupera vida. Se cura. Satanic que tiene Blink y se va. Se lleva la runa. ¿What? 4 runas de recompensa empieza Parivision. Se caga de risa de ese Anti-Mesh. Monkey King posición 4 de 9 class. Va a jugar con Simen Strike. Nivel 5 ahora tiene Tridance. No tiene cooldown esta habilidad nivel 5. Y último pick pues tenemos a Ducalis, que no puedes. Sí, Ducalis con Oracle. Que cada vez que sube el nivel incrementa su amplificación de curación. Y acá aparece Snake que pues es lo que digo. El Satiro quita maná, va a estar en el medio todo el rato quitándole maná. Y tiene algo genial, que es el aura de maná. O sea, acá Malrin puede spamear todo el rato su enchant totem. Y siempre que cargue la quita de maná, te quito tu maná. Ya. Quítale maná. Listo. Uy, no, que Snake, ¿qué hace? No, pero... Y se murió. Lo que hizo Snake es invocar otro Satiro quita maná y lo va a mandar a la parte de medio. ¿O va a estar abajo? No creo que lo van a mandar a la parte de medio de vuelta. Bueno, está en la parte de abajo por ahora ese tiro. Lo dejó casi sin maná, seco a no one. Pero mientras tanto, vamos a poner las hits. Ya empezó el primer juego, gente, de este BO3. Chuy, tengo 7 aciertos, dice Nairo. Yo tengo 6. Tengo 6 yo, papu. No, Marco Aurelio, no, mano. Ya estás tú recontra... obsoleto, no. Bueno, esto fue un cambio de las facetas, ¿no? Las facetas llegó... ¿Qué año llegaron las facetas? Este año, ¿no? Si no me equivoco. Con las aguas errantes llegó las facetas. Estoy equivocado. No recuerdo bien. La cosa es que invoca un crit neutral. Aparte tienes la habilidad que es Holy Persuasion, que te permite controlar un amigo del bosque, así que pues puedes invocar desde el inicio y aparte también controlar como es normal. Esa es su faceta del Chen. Y además puede invocar el que quiera, ¿no? Un centauro si quiere, un oso malévolo, etcétera, etcétera. Y esa habilidad, el Holy, bueno, el Sumo Convert se nivela dependiendo de la habilidad de Holy Persuasion también. Si está a nivel 4 este poder, esto de acá incrementa ya no el satiro que mamana, sino el satiro del Tormentor, que lanza el Hadouken y tiene el aura de regeneración de vida. 9 class haciendo la chamba de eliminar couriers. Así que si alguien puso 9 class y tiene lo de courier al máximo, pues bueno, debe estar feliz de que va a seguir farmeando couriers ese torneo 9 class. Hasta lo que vemos. Puede ser que haga otra vez 5 couriers en un solo juego o más. Si en un solo juego hace unos... cada courier que haga, el support, en este caso 9 class, son 850 puntos para tu fantasy. Eso puede reventar hasta 50.000 puntos ese jugador nada más. Muy loco. Carayo, dice Senki Largo. Chuy, ¿habrá descuentos en compras para los comentaristas? No lo sé, Luis D, no lo sé. No estoy seguro de eso. En problemas Malrin. Y Malrin cae. Paribillo se acerca. Uy, no es que se acerca. Está bien, ¿ah? No one justo a 9 class que acaba de derrotar. Se lleva este kill importante en la parte de medio. No one. El incachable quiere su TI. Va por Clarity. Botella que viene en camino. No compró botella No one. Ha comprado lo que es lágrima y un talisman. Viene un Clarity también extra. Para recuperarse de ese maná que le quitó Chen hace un rato. Y Chen, que ha controlado ahora el arpía de la tormenta, pues va a lanzar ahora rayos eléctricos que hacen mucho castigo a 9 class. 9 class que tiene botas. Sneki no lo va a poder perseguir tan fácil. La miércoles, todo el rato aquí. Pero lo bueno para Vision es que esta habilidad cuesta mucho maná. 60 de maná, apenas tiene para 2 lanzamientos. Malrin, runa de agua que consigue minuto 4. Igual, bueno, No One tiene botella también. No One, ok, acá está su botellita. Sí, qué raro está la botella de esta Queen of Pain. Monazo haciendo sus travesuras de mono. Uy, apuntó la placa al Troll Warlord y su curry. Uy, mira, está escondido en forma de árbol. Hola. Oh, su madre, quien puso 9 class, vuelvo a decirlo, quien puso 9 class para los couriers va a reventar en Fantasy hoy día, creo, papus. Segundo courier que se lleva 9 class. Ya son 850 más 850, 1700 puntos. Vamos contando los couriers que se va llevando 9 clases esta partida, por favorcito. Espérate, el courier de Ducalis cayó a manos de Crit. Ok. Vamos, 2 couriers de parte de 9 class, 1 de Ducalis. Hay que apuntarlo, eso es información clave. Vamos a apuntarle, un rato se va a lajear un toque va a estar así con 30 FPS, un toquecito nomás. Voy a apuntarlo aparte. 9 class, 2 couriers. Crit 1, un courier. Enfrentamiento versus Falcon versus Pari. Ya está, listo, ya lo anoté. Anotadito. Bueno, un toque voy a traer mi desayuno. Ya vuelvo. Un toquecito. Van por crit. Mira, oye, yo que Falcons, honestamente, banearía ese monazo. Pero la partida no acaba, así que vamos a ver qué pasa. Vamos a ver qué pasa. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Y esta autorización es qué cosa? Cada día tengo menos porcentaje, dicen. Maca con quinoa. Maca con quinoa. Qué rico es la maca con quinoa. Bueno, gente, después de esta serie, o sea, la serie, lo más seguro es que hagan anuncio de algún héroe nuevo o un evento. Algo va a pasar. Gracias, papi. No, dice Diego Calle. Justo necesitaba Firlo para el Fantasy. Ahí está. Te ayudó 9 clases en eso, ¿ah? 9 clases se está comportando muy bien con los fantasy del pueblo. Y tienen problemas. Viene ahí por crit a tiempo la galleta de Notfire. Amar sin mana. Satanic. Se manda contra Mar. Muy golpeado Mar. Viene No One. Dale la manito nomás. Satanic va a seguir persiguiendo. Bueno, tiene visión sobre Doom por el quitamana, pero por la faceta no pasa nada al final. Sí, Sebastián. Sí, Sebastián. Stream y BB Team juegan hoy día, más tarde. La última serie de días.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
No, no es grid medio, gente, no es grid medio. Espérate, ¿cuántos tienen Dominator de estos señores, ah? ¿Cuántos Dominator hay? A ver. Ya, Falcons no ha sacado Dominator ninguno. Minuto 11, Parivision, Dominator Satanic, Dominator Enigma. Bueno, peinó. Va por Dominator Monkey King. Veo 3 Dominators que vienen. Bueno, el tercer Dominator ya viene para Parivision. El juego largo es para Parivision. Falcons, no sé cómo va a aguantar sin Dominators o Midas en su lado. No estoy casteando porque estoy desayunando, gente. Acabo mi desayuno y casteo. Un toque.
Radiant should look to their middle tower. Dire's middle tower is no more. Scanning for enemies. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire are scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower is under attack.
No, le acabo mi desayuno, un toque, perdón.
Magic is an abomination.
Te rollan. ¡Oh, Black Force la del Shaker! Va a caer Shaker. ¿Cómo lo curan? No, ya cayó. No one se manda, se acabó el Doom. Sonic Way contra Snake King. Van contra Chen. Va a caer Chen. Mucho daño encima. ¿Cuánta armadura? ¿27 armadura? Pero no va a ser suficiente. Égida para el equipo de Falcons. Roshan también. Y si está en combate el Fury, va a recuperarse. Bueno, más que recuperarse, va a farmear rápido. Todavía no hacen anuncios, gente, todavía no. Después de esta serie empiezan los anuncios. Atentos a eso. Raiden Courier. ¿Así que otro más? ¡9 class! ¡Déjalos Courier en paz, maldito! ¿Qué pasó? Tercer Courier que se lleva 9 class. Sí, tercer Courier de 9 class, amigos. Ya es mucho puntaje. Sería ahí 2550 puntos. 3 Couriers llevan 9 class en esta partida. Ya acá ha llevado 3 Couriers, gente. Muy valiosos Couriers para la gente y su fantasy. Los Singa dice que este juego va a pasar los 50 minutos. Pero, ¡uy! ¿Ya tiene manta? ¡A la miércoles! ¿Y troll? BKB, ya tiene BKB troll. O están que se arman muy rápido los cores. Enigma va a sacarse Forstaff. DM ha ido más por ítems de utilidad, podría decir. Monazo ya con Dominator va a sacar Spirit Vessel, Diffusal, Scadi. Oracle tiene Blind Dagger para usar falsa promesa. Queen of Pain de No One, del Incachable. Sangue y Kaya. O Kaya y Sange. Kaya ya en Sangue. Blade Mail va a ir por Cetro Dagani. Fortificación de Party Vision. La égida quedan 30 segundos. Skitter se manda igual. Todo Falcons está arriba resguardando a Skitter, que pues va a llevarse la torre. Sí, lo va a conseguir. Ahí está la curación de Snaking con su Chen. Y cae la torre. De parte de Falcons tenemos al Chen, que ya tiene el fragmento de Gunning. Con este puede controlar los Kriegs ancestrales. Ya viene el de el aura de Lifesteal y regeneración de vida. 11 puntos, tanto. What the fuck? Esto es una Vladimir, pero recuenta la brutal. 11 de regeneración de vida. Humo de engaño de Party Vision. Ya no hay égida en Troll, así que se mandan con humo. ¿Qué más? Mechans, Guardian Griff va a sacarse Pipa, Chen. Y hay Forstaff en Enigma. Troll Warlord, BKB, Battlefield va a ir por Sangan Yasha. Earthshaker tiene Blind Dagger, Kaya va a ir por Bus of Travel, más velocidad de movimiento. Doom, Midas, Black Kimbar, tambores y va a ir por Blind Dagger. Fire de Crit ya tiene su fragmento de Gunning. Tiene nuevo Tarkana. Y el humo de engaño de Falcons posiblemente se revele en breve. Ahí está. Uy, el mono se encuentra con Amar. Sigue en humo el equipo de Falcons. Vladimir completado por Chen. Roshan revive en 3 minutos. Bueno, 2 minutos más. Vladimir completado. A la miércoles. Full auras. Full auras. Aura de velocidad de movimiento del Cobol. Del tambor. El tambor creo, si no me equivoco, en 1, claro. Más velocidad de movimiento. Tiene muy buena rotación en el mapa Falcons ahora mismo. Crit viendo cómo farmea DM. DM está, mira, está en una zona muy cómoda al costar la torre tier 2. No sube porque sube. La fisura en Chantote. Eso de Mortimer. Aguanta porque tiene pipa, Fortas. No sé qué por qué inició mal ring. Ahora se ha puesto en mala posición ese Shaker. Puede caer. Llega a Satanic con Manta Style. El Real está en la izquierda. Y el Doom es que hizo Satanic. Se regala el Doom. Bate el 3 de inmediato de Skitter. Pero viene el Fortas de Enigma. Viene acá el Enigma. No tiene maná. No puede lanzar el Black Hole. Falsa promesa de Ducalis a Satanic. ¿Salvará al anti-mid? Sí, se salvó. Salvado. No cayó. Se manda el mono. Va a pelear el equipo de Parivision. Satanic tiene toda la vida. Doom que usa su ultimate. Ya usó su ultimate. Ya usó BKB. Viene acá Satanic con todo por el Doom que va a poder blinkear. Está con veneno nocivo. No puede blinkear y cae. Amar. Va por Skitter también. No tiene bate atrás. No tiene BKB. Lo desarma también Oracle. Va también por este Chain. Va por otro más. Van por Snapfire. Va por Crit. Es un double kill de No One. Y esto, amigos míos, creo que es excelente lo que hace Parivision. Si bien no mente el Black Hole acá en Enigma, pues aguanta mucho. Y ese Forstaff que le da a Satanic le ayudó muchísimo. Y va a sacarse ahora Butterfly. Uy, la fisura le cancela el teleport. Quien dijo que esto va a durar 50 minutos, temo decir que Parivision ha estado anticipando a Falcons muy bien. De excelente manera Parivision. Y ahora va por Snaking, tiene Spirit BS, no se va a poder curar mucho Snaking. Va a caer muy rápido a manos de No One. Y de 9 que le deja el kill. Otro veneno encima. Y el incachable va como Monster Kill. Se manda Dundamar, pero 9 que las aguanta. Acá tiene el crit. Dark Troll. Se manda Mar. Blade el activado de No One. Falla acá el Bonus Strike y se lo lleva crit. Cae Monkey King. El intercambio por un Chen no es tan malo al final porque el kill se lo lleva Queen of Pain. 5-14 el marcador. Segunda baja de este monomonazo que tiene 11 asistencias y ya tiene Spirit Vessel y va a comprar ahora. ¿Qué va a comprar? Fragmento de Gunning, supongo. Sí, ya tiene fragmento de Gunning, eso mismo. Ahora tiene el bonus strike que le permitirá escaparse. Eso es lo que más Cochino lo hace al mono monazo. Tú me chubacoins a Perivision, dice Cabale. Tú le apostaste a... en los Wakacoins le puse a Perivision. 10.000 Wakacoins. Esa lágrima de troll le falta cetro en vez de sangre Yasha, sí. Para purgarse los efectos negativos y para también quitar los efectos negativos a... bueno, los efectos positivos a sus rivales. Ya volvió la luz, dice Daniel. Dígame que ganó String y Bebetín. Así es, Daniel, así es. Tío Chewbacca, ¿cómo se consigue los cofres TI que andan regalando? Tienes que ir al mismo TI, a Alemania, Hamburgo, comprar tu entrada y presencialmente allí ellos te van a escanear tu código de Steam y van a enlazar tu cuenta. Cada vez que hay un First Blood hay una chance que te toque un Crimson, un cofre carmesino. Es una chance, no es sí o sí que te toque. Hay una chance. Como de engaño de Parivision. Van por Roshan, Falco, segundo Roshan. Pero ahí está el Krieg controlado, el Krieg dominado. Y ahora está el problema con P. Pero tiene justo la recuperación acá, la sanación de este Oracle. No pasa nada con No One. Está contento Osvaldo por el rendimiento de Parivision en este primer juego. Candela dice: Chuy, solo soy un cochino divino. Pero que cuando alguien saca mariposa no se saca MKB. Así es, señor. Así es, señor. Así es. Todo lo que dice es cierto. Es lógica. Lógica de dotero. Carry contra carry. Carry de agilidad casi siempre asegura que va a sacar Butterfly. Entonces contrarresta con Monkey Kimber. Es lógica eso. Es pura lógica. La mayoría le fue Falcon, dice Osvaldo. ¿Cómo va la serie? Va ganando por ahora el primer juego Parivision. Vuelve a Roshan el equipo de Falcons. Skitter esta vez tiene más daño, pero ruge Roshan y avisa. Y acá está el Lobo Alpha de 9 class. Avisando también, bueno, dándole visión a Parivision. Parivision ya está cerca. El scan se activa del lado de Falcons. El mono monazo por ahí brincando, manda un centauro. Falcons retrocede en sus ganas de llevarse este segundo Roshan. Mi fantasy lo sufre, dice Aldair. Solo quiero que pierdan Falcons. No sirve de nada Sangre y Yash aquí. Bueno, él ya lo decidió. Él es el pro. Sangre Yash completado por Skitter y ahora va por Monkey Kimber. Ya que Parivision con el anti-mage ya tiene Butterfly. Y tiene Basher. Mela, ¿cuánto tienes oro por minuto? Oh, su madre. Oh, su madre. Palazo contra el troll. Ruge otra vez Roshan. Otro Krieg dominado. Runa de ilusión que activa Satanic. La Timbar que escucha de Enigma contra el Doom. Y el Doom también activó BKB, creo. No se salva gracias al Chen. Satanic le recibe el Doom encima. Fortas de inmediato. Botan el Enigma. Le ponen a buen resguardo Roshan. Y otra vez, bótame de buen nuevo, dice DM. Gracias por salvarme. Ya, pero ya no me botes. Se manda No One también. Se acaba la BKB de Doom. Ya se acaba el Doom encima de Satanic. Satanic que se cura. No hay Echo Slam. No hay Battle Trance. Skitter muy golpeado. Tiene Spirit Vessel encima. No One que tiene... Va a caer. No, aguanta. Oracle desarma al troll. Bien jugado por Satanic. Se lleva mal ring. Va por otro support Satanic. Tiene Basher. Tiene Butterfly. Sigue este anti-mage. Y Parivision gana la pelea. Krieg nada más, bueno, quedan dos. Krieg y Amar. Pueden ir por Roshan, Parivision, pero va a presionar. Va a la parte de abajo, va a entrar a la tier 3. En la parte inferior del mapa. 5-7 el marcador, 5-17 el marcador, 12.000 de valor neto para Parivision. Llegando a la torre tier 3, fortificación. 5-17. Si aposté 150 Wakacoins a Parivision, ¿cuánto gano? Pues vamos a ver. Vamos a ver. No sé. Es que es una apuesta comunitaria. Todo se suma. Obviamente se suma todo el conjunto de los que han ganado, de los que han puesto los Wakacoins para Parivision y los que han puesto Wakacoins para Falcons. Y de ahí se sale el porcentaje. Y obviamente, mientras más Wakacoins pones, más de la torta te llevas. Así funciona. Depende de cuánto pones, te llevas más. Va por Roshan, el equipo de Parivision. Segundo Roshan de la partida. Este Roshan no ruge porque, pues... anteriormente se lo llevó Falcons. Que Falcons ahora sin ultimate. Bueno, ya cargó el ultimate de Earthshaker. También hay ultimate listo en Troll. Consigue una runa de amplificación. Malring. Blink Dagger en Enigma. Cae Roshan. Égida para Anti-Mage. Para Satanic. ¿Qué pasó acá? Le decían incachable por feo. No, le dicen el incachable porque nunca nunca lo vencen en medio. No, igual siempre gana, o casi siempre gana las peleas en medio. Parivision a la final, dice Kevin Sandoval. Ahora Parivision con una égida encima va a presionar tier 3, pues ya se llevó las barracas de abajo. Una pelea más que gane Parivision. Y esto es todo. Vamos a ver los buybacks, cómo va. Tiene Earthshaker. Tiene Nightfire, le falta poco al Chen, le falta poco al Troll Warlord. Falcons resguardado en la base. No sale así nomás. Es una frase que le puso... Bueno, un apodo que le puso Beñas. Me dio mucha risa. Muy buen apodo le pusieron. El troll está muy atrás en network. Dice, llegó el experto de hard carry. Juanito llegó. Dinos, Juanito, dínoslo. Juanito, ¿es verdad que ayer dominaste la mente de Pure cuando jugaste contra el Huskar de Amar? Se te bloqueó la mente. ¿Es cierto? Confírmanos eso. Pero no importa. Sí, dice, me bloqueé. Me lanzo de un puente. Y el otro, no. Chubi, ¿dónde está la tienda? Dice, exclamación, chop. Exclamación, chop. Papi no sigue rompiendo torres, por favor, dice Diego Calle. Mientras que Falcons no lance GG, eso va a pasar, amigo. La parte superior, Satanic rompiendo la torre también. Hace lo mismo el equipo de Parivision arriba, da vuelta. Sigue presionando, cortando el espacio al equipo de Falcons que apenas farmean la jungla. Viene Deme con su lobo alfa. Vienen los enigmitas también, aprovechando el lobo alfa. Fisura, enchantoten. Y en Eki. No, bueno, el mono monazo haciendo sus monerías, 9 class. No va a sacar Diffuse al de frente, va a ir por ojo de Skadi. Satanic ya tiene Abyssal Blade. Próximo ítem probablemente sea cetro de daño. No. Yo creo que sacaría una cobraza de asalto, puede ser. Se manda contra Satanic, tiene 2 minutos de égida. La torre va a caer por los Eidolons, ¿sí? Ahí está también, se manda PDM. Se manda contra este troll. Viene acá la galleta, ya está. Marrin todo el rato, enchant totem. Viene No One. Recuperan acá Satanic. O puede ser que saque también Satanic. Así que vamos a ver si pasa eso. Barra Camili. Skitter atacando. Uy, buena fisura. Le limpian todo. El problema es, viene acá. ¿Se va a caer? No, todavía no lanza el Black Hole. Sigue vivo este Anti-Mage. Qué loco. Se sigue recuperando. Se manda 9 class con Wukos Command. Fortificación de parte de Falcons. 9 class en buena posición. Fisura otra vez. Enchantoten. Satanic va por esa barraca melee. Ya perdió las barracas de medio el equipo de Falcons. Probablemente pierda las de arriba. Se manda justo Satanic arriba. El humo de engaño. Se podrá revelar acá al Doom. Doom que tiene BKB, tiene Shivasgar. Égida que le queda 50 segundos. Está el Observer Reward también del equipo de Falcons. Tiene Black Kimbar Enigma. Y se posiciona. Presiona Anti-Mage. Uy, inicia el Enigma. Solo está baiteando el BKB, no lo usa DM, no se asusta porque igual puede usar la BKB cuando tiene el buen encima. No pasa nada. Ya está. No usaron BKB, solamente se perdió la sorpresa. De guardia también. De inmediato No One. Está Ducalis con el Sentry por ahí. Y nada así. Satanic le quedan 20 segundos a la égida. Skitter pegando a Satanic, palazo. Skitter. No, Satanic con doble daño. Cae la torre, tier 3. Solo quedan las barracas. Va a esperar a Satanic que se recupere por la égida. Que va a acabar 5 segundos. Eondis en Oracle. Se acaba el efecto de la égida. Falcons ya lo sabe. ¿Habrá humo de engaño por si acaso? No. Gema de parte de Chen. Chen que tiene pipa también. Va a sacarse Guardian Griff. Y lo compra. Ya tiene full auras este Chen. Se volvió la fuente andante. Te va a curar todo el tiempo. Y ahora va a ir por cetro de Gani para activar el canto que activa BKB a los aliados. Este paso no creo que salgan más couriers, a menos que los manden arriba. Se manda Mar contra el Kirk de 9 class, que se manda con Wukos con Max. Uno encima, corre por su vida. ¿Dónde está el Forta? Bueno, hay falsa promesa por si acaso. Se manda Satani contra Mar, no puede usar BKB, no tiene maná. Tiene visión sobre Amar. Satani apunta, pero no se lanza. Sabe que está cerca su equipo. Falsa promesa para evitar que caiga su Doom. Bueno, su Doom no, su mono monazo. Ya está. Salva, recupera la pelea al mono monazo. Linkensphere en Enigma. Tenemos mono monazo con ojo de Skadi, más aguante que nunca. Anti-Mage va a sacarse Disperser para quemar más maná. Ducalis es encontrado. Es un desactivado. El problema es también DM. BKB tiene DM, tiene Linken. BKB activado. Y de inmediato Black Hole contra 3. No, contra 2. Disculpen, van con este troll que va a salvarse. No, cayó Skitter. No puedo utilizar Battle Trans. Van por el Doom que va a caer. Se salva las justas. También cae Chen de Necking. Este puede ser el final de la partida, gente. Acá van a ser los Mega Cricks. Acá Parivision se va a llevar el primer juego y se va a acercar a la final. Va por la barraca de rangos. Anti-Mage de Satanic. Satanic por todo. Fortificación. No, no hay fortificación de Falcons. Satanic se manda. Ahí avisa Blade. No. Aguanta. Se compra el Troll Warlord. Palazo. No activa BKB todavía. No activa BKB. No activa. Va a tratar de esta. Lo activó. Va a tratar activado. Fortaf. Se muere Skitter. Se lanza el mono monazo. Bien No One. Va a lanzarse. Cae Satanic. Cae Skitter también. Dieback de Skitter. Se compra anti. Me quiere acabar el juego. Cae Marine. No tiene para buyback. Y no hay buyback disponible. Así esto es todo, gente. GG. Por parte de Falcons. Y gana el primer juego Parivision. Parivision. Mano, No One está imparable. Satanic parece como si lo tuviera easy. 9 class está muy insufrible. Como es tan... ¿cómo se dice? Tan fregado. No te deja tranquila en la línea. Se lleva a los couriers. Te persigue a todos lados. Da visión. Da tu visión. Da tu ubicación todo el tiempo. No te deja hacer el Roshan tranquilo. Etcétera, etcétera. Ya, creo que hizo tres couriers. Debe ser eso, si no me equivoco, 2550 puntos. Creo. Y Creed hizo solamente uno.
I didn't think you'd actually do that on TI main stage, Sunsan, please. But thank you. We're gonna make this game down because this was a beautiful game of Dota 2 actually. We saw a lot of cool little things come into play, a lot of fights for a long time. Nobody died, all because of little tiny plays we're gonna all highlight here with Kezu, Effie, and Tigov. Kezu, this game was beautiful.
No, absolutely. Like both teams doing so many small things that
Ahorita voy a activar el kitbox.
Vamos con las predicciones que yo ya estoy
Pagando,
debiendo puntos.
pagando y apagando, Chubaca. Pagando y apagando.
Mi héroe rana Tazumare hace rato.
Tu héroe rana, dices.
It's a hero that many teams don't give him. There was so much pressure. They just kept responding to the safe lane. And P-Vision, they took full control of the game.
And this fight looked beautiful for P-Vision as well because they kind of baited a Mar to use a Doom very early on, kited back from the pit. Once they knew no one was safe, then they re-engaged with the black hole. Like the amount of layering.
Pierdan rápido P Falcons. Quiero ver al nuevo héroe.
Then following up with the damage in the farm of Satanic and
Uy, porque los chinitos de Extreme no tienen ningún courier, son vegetarianos.
A la firme.
Esos juanos de Falcos tuvieron que ser eliminados ayer de suerte. Les toco los chinos. Me llega al pincho. Si ganas o no. El tichibó los cojudos.
Oh, ¿qué pasa? Oh, Danubio, cálmate, mano, cálmate, tranquilo. Tranquilo, ¿por qué tanta agresividad? Pagando y apagando. Deberían banear al mono, por supuesto, pues, pero Falcons, terco, terco.
Ese 9 class seguro coloco su fantasy de cachar couriers. Quítate el modo otra vez.
Pagando a Parivision. ¿Cuánto ganaré de Waka Coins? Quiero ver.
I'm just really impressed with P-Vision, like being able to keep your cool. This is this is semi-finals.
Quítale el modo otra vez, dice Kuiper.
Like these guys, they pop up, and I'm sure too, if we could like listen to them what they're saying, I feel like they played very cool and calm in this game. Like the pressure, it didn't get to them because, like we're talking about, Falcons in the mid game, they get to you in the early game.
Gente, no one hizo 12-0-10. 12-0-10. Ninguna caída. Wow.
Where normally they're the ones applying pressure to the teams mid-game. They felt that they had to use their cooldowns, that they weren't...
Chuy, dime que ya gane mi arcana Senta. Miénteme como a ella.
No sé.
Que mod me quitara si no tengo ni mierda Tazumare.
Pero si tienes mod.
Chuy,
¿Qué hablas?
Yoda subió a 83,000.
Que suba más Yoda, que suba más.
El verdadero intachable.
Pero ya
Marlene,
fue...
ahora quien tiene la habilidad.
Mis Smurfs ya fueron, ya Locotex. He puesto a uno de Taiwan, sí o sí.
Pero cuando lo puse en el anterior Fantasy no mataba ni Crips SMR.
¿En qué subiría? Dijiste
Es
Yoda, ¿no?
el equipo más estable del torneo. No le tuve fe al chibolo.
Ahorita el único que puede salvarse es... Bueno,
pero ahora se viene la de verdad, Falcons.
Ahora quiero ver que Marlene escriba.
Pero Falcon parecía muy sólido, Pipi.
Pipi, así es.
I would say that no one did really well. I mean, I'm not too surprised with like type of the hero matchup because
hasta minuto 12 estaba así la pelea, ¿no? Le llevaba 1000
¿A
de
qué
oro
hora
ya.
juega Extreme, Chuy?
Acuérdense que no one hizo Fearblood a Checker porque llegó 9 class. Deben banear al mono, al equipo de Falcons o elegirlo, pero yo creo que deben banearlo. Deberían banearlo.
Came to this lane, he was a difference maker, and this is a big reason why Falcons kind of struggled in this game.
Yeah, and then, yeah, sorry, if you go.
I was just going to say that typically when Falcons win, it's off of Malarine's first 2 rotations.
¿A qué hora juega stream después de esta serie, Debbie? Después de esta serie. Acá es donde debe durar 1 hora cada partida entre Bed Boom contra Stream. Hora y media, 2 horas, no sé. Hagan que el Fantasy reviente, por favor. Que plante 100 wars en esa partida. No, 100 wars, no me sirven los wars ahí. No tengo wars, no. Que agarre un montón de lotos y watchers, Shinkyu. No tengo wars ni humos en mi fantasy.
tier 1 level to the next. Look at Satanic in a moment. He's on edgy
No
tracks.
tengo, no
Okay?
tengo,
Before he
no.
gets jumped here, he will make sure we don't even see it, but he goes into strength threats here. He
Me
has
Ya lo
cuelan
soltaste, Chuy.
fisura,
Yo sí tengo Barça, iba a
enchántate.
poner más webs.
because he understands it. Not only these two things, with
Eso es de Chuy, yo sí tengo wars, ahí vas a poner más wars. No.
on his neutral item. If any of these three things don't happen, he dies there and this entire game could change. But the small things, you do it properly, you don't slip up.
Yo le puse Roshan al support. Ojalá se haga uno.
Yeah, I mean, Dakalis had a stellar game, right? And
Ya
against a
fuiste.
pro Warlord, any type of disarm is incredible. So positioning is key. Getting off the Fate's Edict, getting off the False Promises. You want to be able to enable your team both
Franco,
kind of
¿quieres un ban?
aggressively through disarms and
Pero tu ban ya va a acabar,
yeah,
supongo, ¿no?
getting that Blink Dagger Rush. Other support players might be, you know, talking about additional healing or Solar Crest or maybe even like drums and stuff. But for Oracle players, the good ones, they know when to buy Blink Dagger. And Dakalis already was popping off in the first 22 minutes without the Blink Dagger. Once he got it, it felt like he was on another level in this game.
Yeah, he only died the one time, which was already after he used his ulti to save MK, who got doomed, and his death made it so that they saw they revealed who their heroes were. He tanked a few spells, instantly buyback, and
Yo le puse Tormentor al mid. Da más, me queda rezar.
like he mentioned, there was no Manta on Troll versus Oracle, which is quite
Tormentor.
unusual as well.
I mean, he did so much in this game, like even in the early
Falta
game,
tuyo qué cosa, loco, ¿a qué te
warning
refieres?
only triangle, blocking this, like, he's laning with an anti-mage. This is not a notoriously like very strong lane, but they make it happen. They know what they're playing for. They do it in the game, and overall, just yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it was a beautiful game. Both teams really danced around each other, and you really saw that they really only wanted to get the fights that they exactly wanted. And if it wasn't right, they would just back off and go again another time, prodding and poking here and there. And until at least a big fight happened.
Yeah, I wanted to show you the sadness of this fight here. Malrine gets a beautiful echo in this backline, but
Chuy a estas alturas como se asegura una arcana.
there was no follow-up damage. And
Con muchos puntos de predicciones y fantasy.
Para cazar a
or they couldn't get anything
Iken.
off of the instant initiation into kills, they would just lose the fight. Anti-mage, who got doomed here, didn't even need to be false
Los puntos de
promised.
fantasía se
Force
suman.
backed out.
Los
Así es,
puntos de
Jensen, así es.
fantasía se suman.
Así es,
Este
señor.
y con lo del camino al hijo.
Así es, señor.
On the troll warlord. Everyone played that fight
Chuy,
so
hola.
on P-Vision.
Including Roshan.
Yeah, he was a real big.
Chuy, yo te dije que ese héroe del Chen es muy tonto.
It doesn't happen very much.
Está bien, Leonardo, está bien, está
Y si
bien.
predije todo al revés, ¿cómo hago?
Si predijiste todo al revés, ¿cómo haces? Pues no
Porque
sé.
no sacaron otro support que hagan counters.
Thanks, Trevor. There's a lot that led to that moment, and most of it had to do with creeps pushing towers.
La fase
So
de
we saw
grupo
this
se
throughout
llama,
this
o
entire game,
formato
just a
suizo, se
super
llama Road
abundance
to
of creeps.
the
The
International,
Dark
o Camino a
Troll
TI.
push on the tier 1 was very scary looking because you're pairing
6
the Vital
esqueletos
Every
invocados.
single
Oh,
one of these
espérate,
guys
también
is getting like
Satanic invocó
27
esqueletos.
bonus damage
¿Tantos
due to all
esqueletos?
the skeletons that they have. So this
Mira,
Echo Sun,
9
the first of the
esqueletos
game,
creo que hay ahí.
ended up
Ah, la
looking
mela.
really
Y el Eco
beautiful,
Slang
got him a huge
limpió
amount of
los
net worth,
esqueletos.
but it does
Adiós,
stop the push, which is
popó.
ultimately a good thing. But this kind of kept happening
Y ahora
the entire
mira,
game.
mira,
James
pelea
pressuring the
de...
mid lane
O
with his
prácticamente se ha
Eidolons,
vuelto
with his
Pokémon
helmet dominator.
en la parte de medio.
Sanking's
Mira,
trying to
pelea
offset
de...
as much as he can.
de
But the Eidolons
mascotas.
do have a lot of single target damage, so they can actually
Ataca,
really go
Pioto.
toe-to-toe with
Mete
these
tu
opposing
Hadouken.
Le
no sé
puse
cómo
a
se llama,
Exnova
ese
mata
tiro.
Courier. Ojalá y mate un hito.
Parece un zoológico literal el Dota ahora.
Ya no sirve el Chen desde que todos ya tienen dominador.
Vayan a la torre, vayan.
El Troll Warlord es buen carry.
Adiós.
Peor era obvio que iba a perder contra Antimash. El Seeker contra Kane pierde. Era
Pura
que saque
presión,
un
pura
Viper.
presión. Sigue la presión. Pura presión. Toma, 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 toma. Ahora. Toma.
Using these satyrs once again to push out creep waves. But what's really important about this is that by pushing the lanes down like this, it makes it very difficult for Falcons to go look for their kills.
Sí, pues, porque tienes que defender todo el rato la base. Y eso le da espacio. Eso que dice Purse es cierto. La presión constante evita que Falco salga.
Algo me dice que Ice Frog
Y le queda mucho espacio
removerá
al
el
Anti-Mage.
Dominator y lo pondrá de neutral para luego desaparecerlo, así como el Necronomicon.
They have to play near Amar, because if they run away from him,
La cagada
they're
ese
gonna have a
Pokémon
bad
tirando
time
su
if
bola
it's two
sombra.
fighters. So they both can't. They basically can't
Disruptor
actually
era
get
para
aggressive at
Falcons.
They would prefer to be like circling this tier 2 tower, but because he cuts this wave and denies the shield rune,
Satanic el que edad tiene. Parece de 18.
Acá fue una mala iniciación de Falcons.
he's really close to his tier 2 tower.
Pero DM hace muy bien la jugada acá. Sabe que no hay nadie en el mapa, así que es obvio que Falcon está cerca. Igual dice Mario, ok, lo iniciamos, no importa, vamos, ya, vamos. ¿Pero por qué si tiene pipa? ¿Por qué si tiene Forta? Claro,
Este tipo es una píldora para dormir como
mira
habla.
Satanic, en vez de ir a ver Shaker,
Creo que para nerfear el dominador simplemente van a quitar la recompensa del dominador.
Y DM ya no tiene maná. Y le lanza el forza para salvarlo y la fase por su cáliz. Yo creo que si no llegaba
Uy, una
el
pregunta
Forza de
en fuerza.
Enigma,
¿Quién
caía
gana
Satanic
que
por el
nos
Doom.
no? Porque el Doom lo vi bien malo en este Dota.
Bien jugado por parte del equipo de Parivision, ¿eh? Buen juego. Quita la voz de esa tía, qué cosa. Cállame. Solamente es para diversión, Nairo.
Ya recorde porque es que me llega el pincho ver el competitivo CCM. Cometen errores estúpidos y hacen 322
Ah, el Mr. Ghost está molesto porque perdió
Se
su
troll Nakago en
apuesta.
ultear le hizo targetear a la copia.
No.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of talk going on behind the scenes right now to see what they can do different and what they can do to push out to a third game in this series. And while they're talking, we're gonna watch.
Ya, pero el anuncio para los mortales.
Como la Queen of Pain está en buena racha, Chewbacca.
No. Tamare, ha estado todo el rato en la transmisión mostrándose las cinemáticas, ¿no? Pucha madre, alguno tiene copy, pero ya este stream ya murió, ya. Ya no, pucha madre, ya no importa, ya. Igual mutearé por si acaso. Está la matrona pidiendo plata y impuestos, aranceles, un tetrón diciendo aranceles. Marcy.
Tío Chuba, dime que las arcanas serán tradeables.
Silencer porque no sacaron.
Marcy paga tu arancels.
Ese es tu castigo por cobrar sabor por tus predicciones barberas.
¿Yo? ¿Qué hablas? ¿Yo? ¿Yo estoy castigado? ¿Yo? ¿Por qué? Estoy ganando. Yo ahora soy el culpable, cubitos, yo. Chuy, pero no entiendo algo que el tan malo tiene que ser el hard carry para que todo se... Es que al final, el juego depende de que tengas un buen hard carry. Mano, el torneo que gana el año pasado Heroi contra Falcons se debió al maldito Parker. Ese pata carrió como nunca. Era el diablo prácticamente.
Ya don nadie no le des más subs. Así paga. Y no hay beneficios.
¿Cómo? ¿A qué te refieres? ¿Qué beneficios quieres? No entiendo. ¿Quieres que suba tus aranceles? A ver,
Ahí tienes el héroe que hace al diferencia Dazle.
Satanic es muy versátil en picks. Y 9 clase en el mejor support 4 del TI.
Cubero subiré tus arancels al 190%.
Chu, ya me vengará Heroi, dice Nelson Candela. ¿Ah? ¿Tú crees? Puede ser.
Chubaca, ¿cuántos ya canjearon su menú de 10
Nadie, solo hay 3. Y
Que tiene que ver el T del año pasado, Chewie, explicar quién ganó.
Tiene que ver el TI del año pasado, explicar quién. El año pasado ganó el Team Liquid, pero ¿yo lo mencioné? Bueno, este TI siento yo que la... Bueno, que igual cada TI es así, ¿no? Los carries son los más fuertes. Los más importantes. Y este año sigue igual. Solamente que de algunos equipos uno que otro jugador sobresale del resto.
Uno apuesta por los chinos y no hacen ni me la TMR ahora Falcons. Paltea con ese troll y pure de asco.
Por ejemplo, del lado de...
Chiver te dedicaré una como cada mañana.
No. Por ejemplo, del lado...
¿Cuánto cuesta hacer un video así para ganar mis $25,000?
Carachos.
Pero porque ya no hay peruanos en este T.
Si hay un peruano, fue Scofield. Bueno,
No,
fue
y si
eliminado,
estoy en
pero sí
Europa, el menú canjeado se convierte en 10 euros o como es.
Si estás en Europa, se convierte en un...
Una
en
pregunta,
un euro, creo.
porque no sacan
Porque ni siquiera
supports
te voy a-
básicos
allá no
como
hay yape,
Shaman y Lion o
no te podré ni
Disruptor.
yapear.
Amigo
convierte en
Chewie, es hora de hacer la jugada. Por favor, dame los 3 yapes para donarlos a mi amigo Chewie y ahora poner arancels, muchos arancels XD.
Oh, eso nadie se
Porque
pasa.
yo que estoy en Reino Unido si cancelo los 10 se vuelve en 10 libras esterlinas.
No, tampoco, señor. No.
Hacer esos videos es gratis. Solo sé, tienen que bajar el editor de Valve.
Ah, sí, eso es cierto.
Pues ya está eliminado, creo.
Heroi ya está eliminado, sí.
¿De Falcons de qué país es?
Falcons, ¿país?
Lo único bueno del TI es la mamazota grandota de Shiver. Uff.
Que me mate a centones.
¿Cómo combinaste dos voces?
¿Cuánto cuesta hacer un video así para ganar mis $25.000?
Oh, qué feo. Ese Mr. Ghost da miedo. Tiene demasiado uso del bot. Exceso de bot.
¿Cuántos chubacoins valen mis brainrots? Te los vendo para poder comprar mi menú de 10 soles.
No, gracias. No deseo brainrots. No apoyo el tráfico de brainrots. Eso es ilegal.
El mejor off del TI y mejor 4 son Whisper y el Chala lo demostraron hoy.
El mejor dúo, dirás. Pero no de todo el torneo. Es uno de los mejores.
Hacemos negocio con las Bitcoin.
Solo este TI reafirma lo que todo el tiempo los fanáticos peruanos y sudamericanos vieron siempre. El combo, el dúo de Whisper con Scofield nunca debió separarse. Muy fuerte ese combo. Pero... No, sí, pues está bien. Sí, ese es el combo que funciona, sí. Combo de Whisper con Scofield.
¿Crees que el mejor carry es Satanic? Y el Dino 10 el que usa Pivisión, que es calvo con bigote.
Y el Vin dice que usa Parivision, es que es calvo con bigote. A ver, ¿quién tiene primer pick esta partida número 2? Vamos a poner también la predicción.
Terrible lo que haría si conozco en persona a Chivel. ¡Ah, mi corazón! ¡Ah! ¡Chivel! ¡Ah!
Primer pick lo tiene Parivision.
Malditas casas de apuestas malogran el competitivo. La mafia nos tiene así. Uf, ¡qué terrible!
Vamos a poner la predicción, los Waka Coins, que tanto.
Waka, explícame por qué juegan 2 partidas los rivales.
Es mejor de 3, señor, mejor de 3. Segundo juego. ¿Quién ganará el segundo juego? ¿Ganará Falcons? Gana Falcons. ¿Ganará Parivision? Gana Parivision.
Qué rica rompida de rabo les dio la guaguita.
Chewbacca, pero porque 3 partidas no crees que solo en una y ya eliminadi.
Oh, Leonardo, papu, se nota que no ves competitivo nunca, ¿no? Ahí está Analog mirando el torneo. Ahora Analog con King Django le apoyará a Parivision.
Todo mi dinero a Satán.
Es así, amigo.
Prepárense para yo, Carry.
Son series al mejor de 3, así funciona. No se define todo. Es que definir todo en un solo juego no es tan bueno. Puede ser que haya sido una mala partida y ya está.
¡Ya, Parivision! ¡Acábala rápido! ¡Que me palometa me la está mordiendo! ¡Ah!
O sea, ese Doom sigue vivo después de que le hayan roto. Solo veo fútbol XD.
Ya, pero Leonardo, está bien, está bien. Por eso te expliqué muy sencillo. No tienes que darle vueltas a las
División,
cosas.
ya termínalo.
No le des vueltas a las cosas. TI 2025, el TI de los Dominators. ¿Quién ganó? Chubi, dice Elvis. Ganó Parivision en la primera. A ver, voy a ver si está ahí Tui en el Compórtate, Tui, la próxima va a durar un montón. Ah, no estás ahí.
during
mono
his rolling
avance.
under and just gets beat up by the enemy carry, but before that he does a
No
lot
sé si
of...
Yo te apuesto a que los turben, tío Chuy. Parivision es mejor equipo.
Señora amigo Leonardo, por eso tu pedir tanto Lian y Shaman yo poner Iron Cell 6D.
When you play against the beast, you need to be aware of the roar into like range carry with high DPS. Your TAs that can close out the phase later. You get this roar, destroy the hits, and see you later, Pango.
Yo ahorita hablarle a doña Nelly, mi palomita ahora, necesito mi pastillita azul. ¡Wow, wow, 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 wow!
Si ese chibolito gana el TI, terrible lo que le haré a sus potitos. Seré su acechador nocturno. Le meteré full terror.
Pues verdad, nadie está que le mete Wakacoins a Falcons.
Todo mi dinero a Satán.
Su madre. Ahí está Valerie Trat. Si Valerie Trat gana su apuesta de 10 Wakacoins,
Otra vez, Chen.
estos 10 Wakacoins se van a volver 12.046 Wakacoins, creo que son 12.048. Toda la panca se va a llevar.
Ya perdieron
si es que
de nuevo.
Parivision pierde este segundo juego. Así funciona. Espérate, pero ¿qué le pusiste? ¡Ya estás apostando! ¡No! ¿Para qué? No, pues mano, solo puedes meterle una vez nomás. Una sola vez. No puedes meter más. Solamente es una vez.
¿Cómo se apuesta?
Escribe exclamación. Ahí sale en pantalla. Falcons, exclamación bet, espacio Falcons y número. O exclamación, espacio, exclamación bet, espacio Parivision, espacio el número. Entro con mi otra cuenta, espera, dice. Pero acuérdate que no hay transferencia de Wakacoins entre cuentas, ¿sabes? Te voy avisando. No hay transferencia de Wakacoins.
Ahora todos a Falcon X.
Nadie me va a decir, no, que Chubaca en esta cuenta, no sé, se me
Ojo,
hackearon.
métele todo tu bitcoins a
Tengo
Falcon,
no sé qué
hermanito
cosa,
lindo.
espérame.
Vengo del futuro y ganarás
¿Qué
el
quieres, farmear
doble.
en 100
Recuerda
cuentas
que
y
al ganar
llevarte
solo me
todo?
yapeas a mi YouTube.
Look at his here, like he's got Rubik, everything else I'm like,
And his fake ones are out. His Lark and Monkey King, they're still alchemists.
And the next fake one is alchemist, because it's really hard, generally speaking, to play a range position.
Qué rico sacaron Chen. Todo a Parivisión.
Bueno, Waldo, acá está que le escribe a la gente. Yo por mi parte.
Todo mi dinero a Satán.
Ya, Falcons aprendió la lección y ha baneado 2 héroes de 9 class.
Ese amigo tomo demasiada cervecita fresca XD.
Nagasaire y Lycan Phoenix baneados. De Parivision banea Mars, Sun King, Earthshaker, Jair Coster y Bristleback. Está la parejita.
Soy terco Mirce.
Falcons elige a Snatchfire y Chen. Otra vez el Chen aparece Snaking. No perdió la elección. Parivision elige a Beastmaster, esta vez para No One parece. Centauro para Snatchfire para 9 class. Es lo que parece también. Snatchfire para 9 class. No One empieza a reírse, se burla de su rival. Que va a elegir Falcons. PDR dice, hay Chen, todos Falcons.
Mis 10 solcitos para mi postrecito a Satanic.
Que el juego 1 lo perdió el equipo de Falcons con Chen. Y sale Hoodwin de Kate y Dragonite también para Malring. Falta el carry para Skitter. Puede ser Dragonite carry,
por
pero
primera
no
vez.
recomiendo.
Creo que no hay favoritos en este team.
¿Qué?
No lo dije, pero odio a esa larva del Snaking XQ.
Los
Le hizo
favoritos
perder
ahorita-
el tía y a mi papi Rensolucho.
Rensolucho. Ya llegó, ya apareció el top 4, cubitos. Por ahora es Falcons, Parivision y le sigue String y BB Team. Los 4 mejores del torneo ya aparecieron.
El bot ron se loquea de tanto que lo usan, pues ron ni se quise.
Se huevió ese botón.
¿Cuánta caca lo de Falcons?
Enigma de vuelta, what? Espérate, ¿qué?
¿Cómo vas, amigo Chewie, estos días? La Frostumurne me mantuvo ocupado con tareas para la corona de hielo.
Cansado porque es de madrugada este torneo. Pero contento porque hoy anuncian algo. Espero que anuncien algo. Quisiera que anuncien algo.
Solo le doy a Falcon por joder a los demás malditos de mierda.
Ya, pero porque Parivision está con 4 ops.
La miércoles.
con Dominator.
El nuevo meta, dices. 4 offlaners, los 4 van a sacar Dominator. Sí, de hecho que va a haber pelea de Pokémones. 9 clases le gusta ser el cuarto carry. Habla Chompix. ¿Quién le va a decir?
Cansado porque Chewbacca si prendes para dormir XD.
Está cansado porque Chewbacca si prendes para dormir a la firme. Pero me despertó a las 3. Ni siquiera me desperté. Me fui de largo. 3 de la mañana estaba ahí de largo. No había dormido.
Antimague.
Yo he puesto los Wakacoins a Parivision. Exclamación, Bet, espacio, Parivision o Falcons, espacio el mundo.
¡Rechazo los cargos!
Albert, todavía no anuncian nada. Siguen piqueando Chen, se creen pros. Sí, pero obviamente, pues son profesionales, por eso están ahí. Templar y Félix Boyd.
La ardilla, ¿por qué? Ese pic.
¡Oh, chévere! ¡Qué rico! Me prenden por ti. Si soy padrastro y te lleno de más hijos, te llevo a mis cerros en Perujista.
¡Qué rico!
El otro, qué rico.
Pito Antimague.
Ya fue eliminado Heroic, ya fue eliminado Enigma. Aparece Terrorblade.
Falcon saco su ardilla Gozú. Cuidado, gentita. Este B0 se la lleva Falcons.
Va a sacar que de nuevo vas a ver.
Falcons have to be ruthless. When they leave their lanes and they feel like they have their first core item timings, every move needs to be
Porque no sacaron si a casa.
any point difficult, as we keep harping on about
¡Shum! Todo a mi ardillita, malditos.
really nicely. I mean, when Falcons group up as 4 or 5 heroes, they're going to be XP starved, farm starved. They cannot let the first game, affect them in this one for sure.
Todo tu ardillita, malditos. Anunciaron algo nuevo todavía, después de esta serie.
Satanis tendrá algo en la piel, porque tanta mancha que se vaya la joven promesa.
¿Qué pasa?
Ya fue, ya perdí, Falcons.
Este Dota es para Chaos Knight.
No.
Buenas, Chewie, ¿cómo va?
¿Underlord qué?
¿Qué hace uno con su Switch XD?
¿Por qué crees? ¿Cuándo juegas en Nintendo? ¿Qué más vas a hacer?
Ojalá borren a Falcon de una vez, cagones de predicciones.
Que XD.
Oh, el bot. Lo están matando.
No me digas que Falcon quiere jugar Under HC, igual que Darkcito XD.
No. Está jugando a Mar offlaner con
Por
él.
la santísima cruz del señor de Cachapampa que te devoro, Chiver. Voy a ahorrar para ir al tía y pagar capricho por ti.
Ya les dije, primero gana Paravisión, Tampeyo. La segunda gana Falcon, Tampeyo. La tercera Parivisión.
Por la santísima cruz del señor de Cachapampa.
Otra vez la misma, ya no, ya.
of Vision, they're gonna reset and take that fight so easily with metamorphosis. Just like
Apuesta para Falcons. Nadie apostó Falcons. Oh, mira, esos picks de Falcon que quiere acabar Dota de 10 mil. ¡Soy inocente!
Mira, vamos a la partida.
Yo ya me fui a la mierda, creo, así que solo queda ver todo arde.
You should have a game, and you mentioned earlier, T, that you want Falcons to play very crisp and clean.
¡Ah, qué sueño! Otra jateadita de control, creo. Apenas he dormido 3 horas, gente. No sean abusivos también. Apenas me he dormido 3 horas. Solo dime, Chubi, si digo lo que predije, me yapeas. ¿Por qué te voy a yapear si ni siquiera estoy apostando? What the fuck. Ese es Osvaldo. Mano, tú enfréntate a la casa de apuestas, no conmigo. Yo que soy yo que me crees cara de y ¿qué soy? Soy chúntala, ¿qué hablas, mano? Huevadas, ¿no? Empieza la partida, señores. Vision contra Falcons. ¿Un mito de engaño utilizará alguien? Nadie. Todo Falcon, dice Benjamín. Por el draft. Chubi, si stream pierde, fuimos pipipi. Algo así. Sí, algo así, es cierto. Si pierde stream, sí, pues algo así fuimos. Tú eres Chubaca, le dice. Tu apuesta segura para el bolsillo. Oye, ¿qué? Tu apuesta segura para el bolsillo de Chuy. Ay, meu Deus. A ver. Primero un toque. Toque. Ya está. Como de engaño, todavía no hay primera sangre. No. A ver, 9 clases, Centauro, posición 4. DM vuelve a 0 Flaner con Enigma. Se manda 9 clases, se lleva la runa de recompensa. Vision en la de Radiant. 9 clases puede ser que caiga. Viene Bushwhack, bien jugado por Crit, plantando ese arbolito. No va un poco tarde, come ese arbolito. Y ahora el problema, viene quién más, Malrin. El problema es Crit, puede caer Crit. Y está el halcón. Firflo para No One por segunda vez. Quien puso Firlo de No One y puso 300%, se va a hacer un montón de puntos hoy día con No One. Segundo Firlo, son 1850 puntos allí. Casi 2000 puntos de fantasy. Si lo tienes en 300%, vuelvo a decirlo, son hasta ahorita 12.000 puntos de Firlo. Doble Firlo de una serie nada más. No One reventando en el fantasy. 1-0 el marcador a favor del equipo de Vision. Lo único que necesita que puso No One es que la partida dure mucho. Lo dices por el fantasy, dices, ¿qué pasa? ¿Por qué estás triste? Pero la gente que está que pone a No One, o sea, mira, yo no he puesto No One en el fantasy de mi equipo, pero yo estoy contento que funcione para la gente que lo ha puesto, así que bien por ellos. Por ejemplo, acá Diego Calle, yo te pedí eso nomás, dice. ¿Ves? Diego Calle lo celebra. Diego Calle celébralo, ponle ahí. Pon Tron, sí. Menos aranceles para No One, no sé. Diviértete nomás. Disfruta la partida. Empezó la batalla, gente. 1-0 para Vision. En la parte de todo, Snakey trae a su Satiro que me mana. 9 class, le quitan mana. ¿Qué? Espérate, ¿DM se dio junglear? Ah, no, se dio más atrás a farmear. 9 class que... sí, farmea alguito al menos. Breathfire contra 9 class. Skitter está con faceta de veneno. Y algo nuevo acá. Condena, Splitting Image, Beast Mode. No, Horsepower, velocidad de movimiento en base a la fuerza. Satiro que maná. Thunderbolt, Rolling Thunder. Obtiene más velocidad pero dura menos. Demon's Reach. Ha puesto Underlord para que tenga cliff por cada unidad eliminada. Cuando tiene Atrofia Aura activado. Y Gonads. Hoodwin Mientras activas Curry, tiene más rango de ataque y de casteo. 9 class jaleando la línea. El Chen ha convertido uno en enigmita. En la parte de medio no one. ¿Cuántos las hits va, verdad? 11 da las hits, 5 de negaciones. 14-3 va Pangolier. ¿Quién o qué va a parar al Terrorblade? El Terrorblade, terrible, ¿no? Underlord, pues supongo que el Pangolier. El Underlord puede un poco con el daño mágico del Firestorm, ya que es daño porcentual. Puede ser. Yo puse primera sangre para Vision Me, dice Streamboy. Viene por ti, mano, bien por ti. Alégrate, alégrate. Oye, sí, digo, calla. Ay, perdón. Pero Leonardo, ¿qué hablas? Si no, buena está que juega bien. El anterior partido con su Queen of Pain fue muy importante de todas las jugadas que hizo. Creo que no estás mirando bien las partiditas, papu. Estás mirando otra partida, parece. Inician acá Satanic sin problemas. Aparece Snapfire de Ducalis. Bien, el problema más importante de Falcons es el juego largo por el enigma. Como la única forma de huir, va a caer Satanic ahora sí, se cura todo lo posible. El daño mágico suficiente. Kill para Mar. Y lo que mencionaba era que de parte de Falcons la única forma de cancelar o evitar el Black Hole sería que el Pangolier compre Basher. Porque luego de eso no tiene aturdimiento que traspase inmunidad a la magia. No, solamente sería eso. Que el Pango compre Basher y lance un Flashback, un Shield Crash de lejitos y se active justo el Bash contra Enigma. Solo falta que ponga Wars y reviento en Fantasy, dice José Mina. Ah, que ponga Wars no one, no seas mal. Él solamente le gusta agarrar alguna que otra runa por la botella. Bueno, o varias runas si es que la partida dura mucho. Que se alargue para que se alargue, dice Deus, para que Satanic me haga ganar más puntos. Ni humos utiliza, tampoco utiliza humos los medios. Rarísima vez compran un humo. Y el problema de los humos es que solamente dan 283 puntos, mientras que las runas dan 120, 150 creo. Y hay más runas obviamente en el mapa que va a agarrar el medio, ¿no? Mientras que el humo pues sale cada cierto tiempo en la tienda. Cada 7 minutos creo. Y además el que lo activa normalmente es el support. Sí, José, ese puntaje de AME es casi para todos. A mí me ha dado 40.000 puntos casi. En la parte de abajo Amar va a caer a manos de Satanic. Rolling Thunder que... pero vienen 3 en la parte de medio. No van a problemas. A ver, Ring activa Rolling Thunder. Bastante giro y va a caer. Bien jugado por los supports de Falcons. Si bien dejan solo a Amar en la parte de abajo, bueno, en la parte de medio, Beastmaster también estaba solito contra esos 3 jugadores de Falcons. DM en la jungla, farmeando su Dominator, farmeando ando. ¿Un solo Dominator esta partida? ¿No quería sacar también su Dominator Satanic por si acaso? ¿No? Hay que ver Dominator todo el rato, ¿no? Todo el día. Power Threads en Dragon Knight. ¿What? Farmeando los stacks, bien hecho por Falcons. Que lleva los stacks. Bien ladrón el equipo de Falcon. Uy, acá Snaking controlando el jabalí de Beastmaster. Pelean la runa en minuto 7. Esto es malo para 9 class. Va a caer 9 class. Sí. Bien jugado por parte de Crit. Breathfire. No, se lo lleva Snaking finalmente. El Courier que cae también. 2-3 el marcador a favor del equipo de Falcons. No sé si hacer mis jateaditas de control. Llegué a 89.000 gracias a Ame, pero Chinky no me dio nada. Pues Marie sí la hago, dice. Vamos a ver si pasa eso. Kitter como te ocurre Gosu. Mar, en problemas, pero se va. ¿9 Class no ha usado humos? 9 Class no usa tantos humos. El que usa más humos en Parivision es Ducalis. Normalmente no compra humo el... Ah, espérate, también va a sacarse Dominator. Ya me voy a jatear, ya. Tanta cosa. Ya voy a ponerles el caso en inglés. ¿Qué? Espérate acá. Voy a operar a las hachitas. Crit. Ya. Me aburrí, ya. Me voy. Ya. También nota el... Ya vengo.
Still, the writing on the wall is more than likely, should this game go the distance, then P-Vision's lineup with Enigma, Terrorblade, and Beastmaster insane in the late game, and you don't have solutions once again for the BKB black holes. Like, the best tool you'll have is a Pango Basher, and then hope for the best, but you don't really want to get there if you can avoid it. Of course, Kazu did predict.
Espérate. Ya sé. ¿Que lo Cortés va a mutear a Franco? Uy, este cago ese mañana. ¿Qué chucha tienes, Zoe? ¿Qué chucha tienes? Te voy a quitar mod basura. Unmod Locotex. Ya está, ya. Ya volví. Gracias por despertarme, Locotex. Te agradezco. Me activaste el modo show. 2-3 el marcador. A favor del equipo de Falcons. DM se acerca al Dominator. Qué bonito juego. Dominator acá, Dominator allá. Dominator en la vida real, ¿qué más? Diffusal Blake también va a sacar Pangolier. Ducalis va a llegar a nivel 6. Ban Twitch, ya, te voy a quitar tu ban, ya. Chamadre, tanto fastidioso. Vamos a ver. A ver. Pobre de ti que te pelees con Danubio. ¿Cuál es el primero que empiece? El primero que lo baneo un mes, caracho. Me aburren ya. Peor que ratón y gato. A ver. ¿Dónde está tú? Y aquí está. ¿Cuánto acaba? 1 y 21. Ya te quito tu... Ya está, ya. Eres libre, caracho. Y Locotex terminó pagando los platos rotos. Gracias, Locotex, me has despertado. Voy a lavarme la cara, voy a cambiarme, voy a alistarme para la última partida de stream, para el anuncio. Agradecido con Locotex. Tengo un toque, ya voy al baño y vuelvo. Un toque.
Radiant should look to their middle tower. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Is under attack. Radiant should look to their middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is no more.
Volví. A ver, ¿qué fue? ¿Ah? Sí, le cambié la vida en su copia. Bueno, sigue vivo al menos, pero ¡ah! Llegó al Remington. A dormir, Satanic. No, sigue vivo. Aguanta Satanic, pero ya no. El Firestorm Load acaba, también la Ducalis. Y mientras tanto, Neveclass también cae. Todo Satanic, todo el equipo de Parivision cae. Este segundo juego parece que Falcon se lo lleva. Falcon haciendo su chamba. De M. Farmeando la jungla y va a sacarse después del Dominator su Vanguard. Ahora, si Falcon solo acaba en 30 minutos, 40 minutos y se alarga, sí habría problemas por el enigma. Pero, ¿llegarán a eso? No sé. Veremos cómo presiona Falcon y veremos cómo aguanta Parivision, porque esto de Courier se lo lleva DM. No One, ya viene el cetro de Ganin. No creo. ¿Tan rápido? No. ¿Qué viene ahí? ¡Uy, ya! ¡Y tiene cetro! Minuto 14 se llevan el santuario de experiencia. Acá los jabalíes ya se dan cuenta que acaban de capturar ese Shrine. Neveclass se acerca para cortar el humo con su valla. Y él está muy lejos de la Dominator. Le falta 500 de oro todavía. 600 creo. Una regeneración abajo. Mientras tanto aprovecharé para cambiarme mi ropita. Más rato también. No, más rato sí jateo de después de stream. Ahorita voy a ver también la partida que viene, la serie de stream contra BB Team. Pipa en Underlook. Que hoy día salió solo en Lima. Neveclass con vida. ¡Uy! Llegó el enigma. Viene también Underlord. ¡Uy! El Black Hole para detener los tres. DM, tanto cráneo. Cae ese Tauro. Aguanta DM todavía. La galleta. No lanza las hachas. Intercambio de support por core. Por carry. A favor del equipo de Parivision. Vuelve Amar, vuelve Malrink, ya tiene Diffusal. Le quema el maná no one. Problemas Ducalis y se corta los árboles. Mala jugada, lamentable. Ah, no, no es mala jugada, perdón. DM fue el que hizo eso. DM salvó a Ducalis con mana pulse, corta los árboles, destruye los árboles y listo. 4-9 en el marcador a favor de Falcon. Van por Rocha, minuto 16. ¡Hala! ¿Cuántos esqueletos? Cuánta maldad de parte del equipo de Falcon. Estos esqueletos ya desaparecen poco a poco. Vuelven a invocarlos. Vuelven a hacer su chamba los esqueletos. Demasiado daño. La gira se lo llevó Pangolier. Ya que Dragon ahí estaba abajo farmeando y tiene Orchid. DM, pues sí, le falta poco para la Crimson. Vladimir va a comprar No One. BKB, bueno, Crimson Guard también va a sacar, parece, Amar por el Terrorblade. Que todavía no se une a las peleas. Solo farmea Satanic. Qué chévere, una Ducalis. Ok. Va a entrar el Falcons una vez. Tienen que presionar al Terrorblade. ¿Que no entró al final? Apuntó a otro lado. Encontraron al Terrorblade. Uy, llegó Underlord, llegó No One. Detienen al Pangolier. ¿Le va a cambiar la vida? Está esperando Satani que venga Underlord. ¿Sabe ATF que si aparece le cambia la vida? Se fue, menos mal. Se fue por otro lado ese Underlord. Sacó la vuelta en una. Ya tiene Orchid y se le escapa. El Centauro tiene Dominator, va a sacarse ahora Blindado. Bueno. Mando tiene Satanic y ahora va a comprar Hurricane Pike. Bueno, Dragonlance y luego Deadeye.
Don't underestimate the power of pink.
Runa Arcana de Ducalis. Galleta. Orchid un poco tarde. Bien jugado por Hoodwink. Y ya está. Tormento minuto 20. Fragmento para Snaking. Ahora puede controlar Kriegs ancestrales dependiendo del nivel de Janus Dota. Mientras más niveles, más cantidad de Kriegs ancestrales. Acá DM esperando minuto 21. Ya huele que viene alguien, viene Underlord, que no se arriesga. Y arriba más bien No One se lleva el santuario de experiencia. Tiene que ganar Falcons o cometer una locura, dice PDR. Tengo 11.000, 113.000 en esta fantasía. Chuy, ¿alcanzaré estos 1.500? Probablemente sí, dependiendo de tus predicciones. Las predicciones importan mucho. Acuérdense que el percentil de la fantasía te dice cuánto estás bien, ¿no? O sea, tu colchón de puntos. Lo que importa es la suma total. La suma de las predicciones con la suma del fantasy. Eso es lo que va a valer al final. Porque hagas bien solamente el fantasy no te tienes que conformar. Tienes que hacer todo bien. Bueno, lo mejor posible, las predicciones también. Chuy, que ya terminen esto para el anuncio. ¿Qué importa de verdad el héroe rana? Dice. O sea, ¿qué importa esto? Porque significa conocer al primer finalista del torneo. Y luego de esta partida hacen algún anuncio. Así que hay que estar atentos. Va a haber concurso de cosplay de repente. Junto al anuncio del nuevo tráiler de héroe, ¿no? Que debería salir. Ya que el último tráiler fue de Kes. que salió con el evento Correo el año pasado, con el acto 4. No, sin nombre, no deseo. Mañana se stream contra Falcons. No, señor Sebas. Más rato empieza la pelea entre stream contra BB Team. Tiene BKB, no one. Viene con un modo de engaño Falcons. Se va a revelar el humo justo ahí. Uy, lo va a iniciar en fire. Problema error, se va de una vez en problemas Ducalis. Bueno, ya sé cuál es mi destino. Haré algo de hora. Ajá, mata. Cayó Ducalis. No one. No pierde su vidita. Y lo vuelvo a decir. Esta partida no está nada bien para que vaya juego largo para Falcons, ¿no? Enigma ya va a acabar su Black Bar. Luego de eso quizás vaya por Octaricor. No, por Blind Dagger debería sacar. Más seguro, más tranquilo. Para iniciar más rápido apenas hay una pelea. Y pues sí lo veo complicado para el equipo de Falcons, juego largo. Así que esperemos que de una vez presione como lo estamos haciendo ahorita. Falcons entra con todo. Tiene que hacer esto una vez. Pero defiende el equipo de Parivision. Se complica todo, gente. Parivision defiende la base. No one cortando línea y presionando al otro lado. Y Falcons es donde acá se pone a pensar. ¿Defiendo o presiono? Defiendo o presiono. En la parte superior también presiona Enigma. Ambos costados son presionados. Y Falcons tiene que retroceder a defender. Y no puede mantener su presión de un solo punto porque es una pelea. Quizás no ganen. Y al mismo tiempo pierdan sí o sí una torre. Ahora DM se encuentra con Crit, que viene con runa de haste. Con problemas Enigma. Probablemente caiga. Activó el Crimson Guard. Va a ayudarle un poco, pero no lo suficiente. ¿Se cura? ¿Teleport? No. NX se lleva ese kill contra Enigma. 40 segundos Enigma. No hay Rolling Thunder. No one sigue presionando abajo, cortando línea abajo. Falcons vuelve a la parte de medio. Sigue presionando mientras espera que salga el siguiente Roshan, segundo Roshan del juego. Parivision por su parte. Terrorblade ya compró Crystalis, Dragonlance, va a sacarse Dédalo. 9 Class se acerca mucho a la Blind Dagger. Ducalis va a comprarse fragmento de Ganin. Roshan va a salir arriba. Cetro de Ganin en Amar. Su ultimate ahora, donde lo coloque la salida del portal, va a aplicar un Pit of Malice que también va a amarrar. Y también incrementa el radio de ese Pit of Malice. Así que pues, tanto en la entrada y la salida tendrá un foso del malicio. ¿De malicio? Sí. Foso. Pit of Malice. Foso de malicio. Bueno, de engaño de Parivision. Creo que se huele que viene el siguiente Roshan. Ahí está el War. Ahí está el Sentry. ¿Y el War? No está el War. No hay War. El Mandamar. Ataquea bastante. Tiene Crimson Guard. Tiene Gema. De guardea Snake de inmediato. Presiona al equipo de Falcon con. Mira cuánto zoológico. Toda la people de parte de Falcon llega. En otra parte, 9 Class. Viene su Blind Dagger. No, está que ahorra. Va a juntar para Cetro de Agani. Para tener la carreta y salvar a su Terrorblade. Quizás. Un valor neto. Uy, verdad. No está puesto, ya lo puse antes. Disculpa porque no había puesto antes el valor neto. Perdón por eso. El Exit. Ese tiene mucho far, poca emoción. Dice acá Brian Ortiz. Sí, es que es cierto eso. Hay una explicación por qué no se hace tan emocionante cada TI como antes, ¿no? De bordea tanto a Mar como a No One. Blind Dagger en Pangolier. Uy, ¿qué fue eso? Ultimate Snapfire. ¿Qué? ¿Lo lanzó por la...? ¿Qué? ¿Por qué metió ulti? ¿Ducali se volvió? ¿Qué pasó? What, Ducali? Se quita, se muestra. Y arriba va DM. Tiene Black Hole, no lo va a lanzar. Ok, encima. Va a caer DM. Estampida de Centauro. Sáquese ahora. DM se va a poner un costado. Uy, le esquiva. Bueno, va al ring, pone roll up. Viene acá el stun. Todos tus Malrin se va a llevar acá el Enigma. Cae a manos de este pangoliero. Se tapa gol para Malrin. 6-0-3 su marcador. Vamos a ver el oro por minuto. Está topeando todavía Terrorblade. Uy, no está tan disparejo en lo que es valor neto de carries. Solamente Enigma está más atrás. Va por Roshan, el equipo de Falcons. Segundo Roshan de la partida. Tiene banderola. Ya sé. Ruge el Roshan, avisa que está en peligro. Firevision no lo va a pelear. Enigma se acerca más y más al Black Bar. Terrorblade. ¿Qué viene allá en el camino? Sí, ya tiene Day de luz. Complicado. Beastmaster va a ir por Modifier. Centauro ahorrando para el cetro de Ganin. En Fire con Mutarcana, corta, necesita el fragmento de Ganin para la galleta que cura. Y además ocasiona un besito de Mortir en el piso, la mitad del daño ocasiona. Ahí está. Consigue poco a poco su objetivo el equipo de Parivision. Poco a poco. Mientras que Falcons trata de entrar a la base rival, Parivision está presionando las líneas de los costados. Ahora arriba está cortando Ducalis. Ducalis va a cortar línea. Y acá solamente tienes que limpiar los bichos. ¿Cómo lo hará? Uy, banderola de Roshan. No puedes hacer eso. Torre tier 3. Que puede caer. Metamorfosis. Esquiva el Dragon Tail Satanic. Con su man Style y problema Satanic. Problema error contra Pangolier. Viene Black Hole con BKB, lo dije. Black Hole con BKB es visitito de Martin, pero murió. Terrible, ¿cómo? Skika se lo llevó. Y no cambió la vida. Esto puede ser todo para Falcons, para Parivision. Falcons va a ganar el segundo juego. Este era el momento para que remonte Parivision. Y esto es todo, gente. Va a ganar los Falcons muy rápido, como decía. La partida no va a durar nada. Porque Falcons sabe que este juego largo no le sirve contra Enigma ni Terrorblade. Cae la barraca de rango, la de Mili, cómo destruye ese Chen. Skitter presionando la torre de medio. No dura nada la partida. Los puntos fantasy no van a ser tan buenos. Lamentablemente para la gente que puso a Falcons. Está casi turbo. El anterior juego también fue un casi turbo. Va a caer la torre tier 3. Rapidito nada más, gracias al Chen y sus crías. Fortificación. Pero qué importa, no tienes Black Hole, no tienes Metamorfosis. ¿Qué vas a hacer, Terror? Ni siquiera hiciste bien la pelea, caíste. Te compra No One. Va a caer la barraca melee, va a caer la barraca de rango. Y esto es todo, gente. Minuto 30, que te hagan Megacrix. Está en modo imposible ya la partida. Megacrix en contra. Snaking compró cetro de Agane. A diferencia del primer juego, esta segunda partida le fue muchísimo mejor. Ahora tiene su ulti que mientras, bueno, mete ulti, cura a sus aliados y después de eso empieza una canalización. La canalización da BKB a los aliados. Así de fuerte. Gracias, No One. Siempre dudé, dice Diego Kai. Este tiene mucho far, porque lo mismo. Lo dice Jean-Pierre. Se manda No One que pues ha hecho buyback y puede ser que caiga. Se cura con el Otto. Manda mal ring, que tiene runa escudo, ataque bastante. Eso por decir, la runa escudo le da demasiado aguante y cae. No, bueno, ya está todo listo. Y mucho. Skitter también se lleva al Centauro. Ya debe lanzar GG nomás el equipo de Parivision. Gana el segundo juego el conjunto de Falcons. Y nos iremos a la partida número 3.
That was good, actually. Not quite sure why they're having such a good time. But I mean, if nothing else, you can have a little bit of a laugh at it. 9 class looking at his monitor, dreaming of Dota. But in this game,
dice cada Juanito.
Played a little bit of
¿Por qué el Enigma sacó Crimson? Para tanquear el daño físico, pero no es suficiente, es demasiado. Siempre teamfight solo cuando hay Roshan, bla bla bla, cree que nada más muy fácil. Sí, okay.
Y si hacemos como que no pasó nada y hacemos tablas.
¿Qué cosa? Todo chido.
But this game, maybe you want to put it out of your mind a little bit sooner rather than later. We're still going to break it down because a lot of things happen in this game. Effie, how did you experience this unusual game of Dota 2?
Unusual game of Dota 2. I want to say that I was expecting a little bit more out of that support centaur because it looked cool in the draft, right? You think it's an offlaner.
Pagando y apagando, pagando y apagando.
Me gustó mucho esta partida.
Turns out didn't have to do anything.
Cobren desviadores.
Handled himself.
Pero lo que más me va a gustar es ver el tercer juego y pagando y apagando. Tienes razón, pagando y apagando. Pagando y apagando.
This early centaur, like Nikas, he didn't find that much success. Yeah, he's pulling some waves. He did go into the safe and like catch one kill, but from start to finish, this was Falcons like setting up everything.
Ganó Falcons. Uy, ¿cuántos habrán puesto Falcons? Se va a llevar un montón de panca.
Ya les di su oportunidad de ganar, pero ahora me voy a otro stream.
Ganó Falcons. Bien ahí, gente. Vamos a ir en el tercer juego, vamos a ver qué pasa.
Supongo que estarás para el juego con extremo hoy.
Skip waves, prolong the game, find that smoke, dodge the smoke, get the team fight. Then P-Vision, they look human. And I think Falcons in the second game, they identify
Qué micrófonos tan exagerados.
break the map, force the objectives before
Tío Chuwi, comparte el enlace que te decía que no compartas para usar mi script.
Amare mi postrecito.
Les dije metanle todo a Falcons, hasta sus calzoncillos.
No, gracias. No.
Como se calcula los puntos es igual que en fase de grupo.
Sí, es igual,
Confirma.
Así es,
Tratan de aceptarnos pretérrita.
Also, crit on his hoodwink was
Estoy
everywhere.
barriendo
But
mi
who I
cuarto
really
que
wanna
un
shout out
ganó
is
Chuwi.
Malvin, because he came back swinging.
¡Ganó
He had
Falcons!
game 2. We didn't see much out of him. He was shut down on lane. They really heavily focused on that mid. He didn't get much out of his initiations. This time around, it feels like they thought, okay, they want to shut down Malvin. They want to take away his
Preparando
game
ese
hero.
almuerzo, Vila.
Let's just play tango. That hero can be active from the very start of the game, and that's what happened. They brought the supports mid. They were able to kill no one on that Beastmaster with the first Rolling Thunder. He then goes to the Wisdom Shrine and crit on his Hoodwink, of course. Everywhere. He's wherever you need him to be. There's a reason why this is
Ay,
his
qué
most played
sueñito.
hero.
Yeah, he's absolutely just destroying any game that you give him this hero. You've gotta be careful, sure.
Tienen que sacar otro héroe PTMR Pivisión de mierda.
Gotta make the choice.
Yeah, we saw the combo.
Ahora ya saben a quién meterle. Gracias por su platita. Fue de chills. Con este dinerito me voy a comprar mi mansion.
Yeah, it works so nicely on the map, and the way that Skidder played it as well, like, he wants to be more aggressive to play with the Hoodwink. Other DKs, be it from the carry role, they'll still play for scaling, and later they connect. But Skidder's like, no, I want to be with you. I want to play that aggressive game.
Yeah, and they got the chance to play the aggressive game after having a good early game, Kazu.
No, absolutely, because from the lanes, you know, they always do this. Like Falcons, when good stuff happens for them, they're always able to take it into one. I want to show the levels of how.
Pero como le aposté a Falcón hoy feliz.
Minute 6, we talk about Malvin's Pango, boom, the crit Hoodwink, he's here, snaking on the gen, you lose game 1, doesn't matter. What's most important here, no one dies, which means when he respawns naturally,
Tío Chuwi, ojalá gane te ambia X stream. Así mi predicción es un puntito más XD.
Ojalá gane Stream Game también, ajá, para mí.
El que gana ahora se lleva la llave picante.
Pero si gana Bad Bounty, yo me friego ahí. Bueno, o sea, si gana BBT, la predicción es para mí, ¿no? Pero si gana Stream Gaming, el Fantasy sigue vivo.
Extreme Games creo que gana.
Sí, está mucho más fuerte.
They look towards the Roshan. Look at the time, right? 16 minutes, 27 seconds to take the Roshan. Less than a minute later, they're hitting the bottom tier 2, utilizing the Chen, utilizing the aggression of Skidder, the natural playstyle he wants to make. Fast forward another 30 seconds, now Marin on the other side of the map.
Tío Chuwi, pierde nomas y pasame tu arcana de gobierno si no me llego solo el Bad de Paz para pobres.
Satanic was pressured. That is exactly what you need to do against P-Vision.
And I wonder, when you look at what P-Vision did within this draft, they kind of baited the Centaur pick, made them think it was offlane so they could get an Enigma and catch them off guard. What did the Enigma do for them in that game? He got his tower taken very early on. He was behind on farm, and he ended up buying auras, right? He bought a Crimson card, but his team ended up just playing whack-a-mole, hiding around the map.
Mis dólares no.
They couldn't fight off of that aura, and they got nothing out of that Enigma pick. It just overcomplicated their draft.
It very much overcomplicated the draft. And in an episode of Please Don't Try This at Home, we're going to look at Purge explaining that centaur a little bit more.
Bueno, el chin no es tan malo. Después de todo, cada héroe tiene su función, su pierde. ¿Es por el equipo o por no saber usarlo?
Vamos a escuchar. Gran momento de Centauro como support.
But you got to get the Helm of the Dominator first, and that is
Mira,
basically what we're going to watch
hasta
not happen.
jalando
He did a
línea.
great job pulling creeps. He did block the small camp the first time he did that pull. The second time, though, the camp respawns, so Snake King gets to fight him every time. And what's happening is this hero does not have good armor. He's got 0 armor. It's somewhere below 1. That means that any damage that he's taking is way more than a regular hero. Most heroes have like 3 to 4 armor. That means they're going to resist like 15 to 20% of damage. So that means all the tangos that he's using are worse because that regen that you get then doesn't get blocked, doesn't block very much damage afterwards. It basically just makes his life kind of bad. He pretty much can't contest the lane because when he actually fights heroes, the amount of damage he's taking from just a creep and a hero ends up being way more than he's dealing back. So he just can't actually fight. So he basically has to leave the lane. Here's the first time he did something good. It was 5 minutes into the game. He stacked a camp. He pulled some waves. That was okay. But this is the first really good thing that he did, which was a gank. This one was solid. This nice gap.
Yo que siempre que peleé contra Paravision baneo Slar y Mono. Ya está.
But that was pretty much the only bright spot. We saw a little bit of this earlier, but look what's actually attacking him here. It's just 2 creeps. There's like 1 right click from Hoodwink and 1 spell and he dies. It's so simple to kill his hero. 7 minutes in, he's level 3. He's again like, well, there was one thing that worked. It was this bot gank. So he tries to get a kill on Amar. He's blocking him. But Amar's now more leveled and he has more items. So Amar actually kind of just survives this one. Satanic didn't have Metamorphosis either. So one downside. And now he's thinking, okay, I need to get this Helm of the Dominator, so he's going to start farming creeps. And he does finally have an armor item, which is great. But unfortunately, he didn't get the Chipped Vest. Chipped Vest would have given him some ability to farm. And he wasn't going to put points into return because he kind of needs spells that deal damage. Otherwise, he isn't a good hero. He doesn't actually like get kills, which is a downside. So he got a little unlucky on the neutral, but this build is still ass. So don't think that that was really going to change anything. And then while he's pushed on the top lane, Skitter, who's 75% through his Dragon Form, is like, I can kill this guy that's in front of my tower. So he actually just hurt himself even more, giving Skitter this free kill. So this build was bad.
Voy poniendo una vez la predicción del juego 3 ya, porque si no voy a quedar
I
jato.
do realize he said this build was bad.
Jato.
That means Centaur as a support with a different build, T.
Don't try this at home. Let's keep it at that. Don't try this at home.
You can make a case for 5 Centaur, but I think for a team like P-Vision that are very dependent on 9 class and his early game rotations, his map play, the way that he wards, de-wards, makes the enemy team chase him around. You put him on a hero like Centaur, it does not recreate what Monkey King does. Last game, he's Monkey King, he goes mid-minute 3, kills enemy mid laner. This time around, do you think he's going to do that on a Centaur?
No, you're right. Unfortunately, I do like a little bit of experimentation, and why not in the main stage? It's upper bracket after all. We're going to see, of course, what happens in game number 3. Before we get there, though, we're going to see another submission for the short film contest. This one is Icy Side.
A ver, ¿qué pasó acá en esta? Voy a activar el bot. Es la Drow Ranger. Es una elfa. ¿A dónde vas, Drow? ¿Te acuerdas tus días de entrenamiento? Ok. En la vía, o no sé, aldea, no sé cuál. Ya. Qué bonito. A la miércoles, ese Drow está que parece Monkey King. Acá está la Crystal Maiden. Está el Shadowfin. Creo que este video sí vi. Este es el que más me gustó. Ahí mete sus poderes Crystal Maiden. Obviamente casinos en el juego.
La voz de Mayev. Olina inversete cuando.
Cuando salga. Pues. Oye, esta Drow que tiene alas. ¿Hasta cuándo va a volar? ¿Y acá qué es? ¿Quién pelea contra quién? ¿Quién es ella? Salve la Drow. Es que es la Wind Ranger. No. Parece que sí. No sé.
¿Quién pasó a la final, Chuy?
Todavía no termina la partida.
Parece Arcanio Wind con coletas.
Wind con coletas. Parece Arcano.
Es la draw del futuro. Me hecho sale draw, persona y nuevo héroe.
I think it'll come down to which team.
Ya tenemos Arcana.
Tiene que ganar Falcons para las predicciones.
Loli Draw y
Es nuevo héroe Loli Draw.
Ya volví, dice, va 1-1. Tiene
Va
que ganar
1-1, Chuy.
¿Sí? Para su predicción tiene que ganar Falcons. Ok, lo
To me, it's also a lot about like the emotional side. Like in between this game, like both teams are 1-1. You're going into game 3, upper bracket finals. What are they talking about? Yesterday we heard that both of them like praised their coaches. You know, AOI 2000 gave a speech mid-series. Whenever you hear P-Vision, they're talking about Ostini. What does he say in between the game? How do they go into the next game with? What is your plan? How do you want to go against? Like, are you gonna try to have another Centaur 4, a different replacement? What is your replacement? So going to next game for me, it's a lot about
Chuy, si no gana Falcon hoy, te llegará un regalito a tu casa.
So far in the playoffs, 9 classes played Monkey King and Slut. The first time he plays a different hero, they lose in like 20 odd minutes. So if I was Falcons against Heroic,
ya llega 90 percential, al menos que Rico sale Arcana.
All of them dominant, map breaking, everything. Finally, when they're both banned out, again, like I said, so I feel like if you're Falcons, trade those bans. Even if you're on first pick and you only have 3 bans available, ban both of them. Just get rid of them. Maybe first pick the Monkey King, ban Slark, ban 2 different heroes. But in my head, get rid of those 2 heroes. And then 9 classes are very different players.
Maybe that is exactly where the teams had said. When we saw the draft order, both games, it has been exactly the same. Potentially Falcons.
Un rato voy a echarme, ¿ya? Media horita, déjate edita. Ya vengo.
¿Sabes qué les pasa a esos mortales que no llegan ni a 99 percentil?
P-Vision and Falcons, only one will emerge victorious and will secure top 2, which for both teams, Kazu, would be immensely big.
It's absolutely crazy, especially when you remember there are some people here that have barely any experience at all. Like already just getting top 3, like one of your
Acaba la partida me despierto.
It's very rare. It's like nearly unheard of. So first of all, this happening, you should already be very happy with what's happening. You want to be confident, like going into the next game as well. But yeah, here we
No he dormido nada, gente. No he dormido nada, weón. No he dormido. Me he quedado de amanecido.
Ese sataní que está que se jala la tripa.
They know that this is happening. So what are they talking about to correct for themselves in the next game?
Ese chico se está recordando la paja de ayer.
Pucha, si me despierto cuando acabó el TI, ya empezó imbaboso. No me despierto cuando acabe esta partida. Ponle alarma media hora.
I think they were probably cooked it, maybe tried it, and Scrim talked about it. But the point of the Centaur was to hide the Enigma. They wanted to give them a false sense of security on Falcons that they weren't going to be dealing with an Enigma, and they did the swapperoo at the
Por andar mirándole la tabla a Oshino.
their previous strategies.
Yeah, you can only get away with that once anyway, and when they did, it didn't work out. And I'm sure that Falcons is on a tier where, regardless, they will
Vida por la gorda.
they know who they're facing, they know what can come at them, and I feel like flexibility for both of these squads, because when last year, every time, we were talking about Falcons, it was always about the overlapping hero pools from the players.
Para eso te pago, Chuy. Para que jates.
Vision now, maybe even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking... Actually, I'll be honest. Don't worry. Back to you, Shiva.
What?
What happened? I have no answer for you. I'll be honest.
No answer for
you asked a question, I was nodding, and I was staring at Skidder doing some like prayer hands. And
he's been doing that.
Yeah, and he was like really focused, and I just was fixated on Skidder. And I'll be honest, I'm not even going to try and hide it. I have no idea what you asked me.
Oh, that's fine. I wasn't necessarily asking a question. I was just posing a topic because the hero flexes have been very strong.
Yo solo quiero ver el nuevo héroe.
Heroes just have been flexed because a lot of, like the Beastmaster we just saw from No One, we see that being flexed so many more times now.
Now I got it, yeah. They overcooked, let's be honest. I think Ostini's the type of coach that gives the vibe of, in the moment he might have an idea, and his players trust him so much that no matter what, they're going to go with it. And it feels like that's the type of draft where he's smiling going into the booth knowing, you know what, I suggested an idea, it didn't work, it's on me, don't worry players, let me fix it for your game 3. That's probably why they are still in good spirits after that game 2.
I mean,
Hopefully that was a good enough answer for you now, Shiva.
I think that was good enough. And obviously that is also good, like,
Chuy,
you wanna take
activa las
pressure away. You can also
apuestas.
see, like on the camera, you know, no one with his low bro satanic, you know, like fist bumping each other, giving each other a handshake, because you gotta remember, he's very young, but in my opinion too, they're very confident players. No one himself satanic too. You see it in the pubs, you see it in the games, like, you know, they know what's up. So this game 3, I'm honestly expecting just a close game, because game 1 and 2, very one-sided affairs.
What I did learn from that game 2 though was that Malrine, he just picked that Pango and showed them his stuff. Like typically the way we've seen Malrine play is 2 heroes, right?
La apuesta ya, esta quedan 5 minutos.
Do fine on the lane, go into the triangle, get his Blink Dagger off of stacks, and then make his key rotations. Without the need for Blink Dagger on a hero like Pangolier, he was able to do that a lot earlier, and it took away from all of the pressure that P-Vision were building on him in this series. It seems like they talked about the mid lane and how they want to address it. And I just want to talk about the interview we heard from Tidebound a few days ago, where NTS said that he thinks Falcons is the strongest team because their mid laner always hits such a good tempo. And maybe that's the read every other team has, that they need to shut down Malrine's heroes. But Pango is back on the menu now.
Yeah, and I mean, in game 1 they succeeded, right? They had the co-op with the Monkey King, with the Oracle against the Shaker, they shut him down. Game 2...
Ahora que todos sabemos que gana Parivision, porque no se ejercitan más sus mentes puercos.
What happened in game 1, try to shut down Malrine and try to make it happen.
Well, we're going to see exactly what they're going to make happen. It is the final game in this best of 3 series, P-Vision versus Falcons. Let's see what they got.
P-Vision versus Team Falcons, Game 3.
Alrighty then, we got P-Vision on Radiant, we got Falcons on Dire, and they did switch up the draft order this time around, where we do have P-Vision having overall last pick, Falcons first pick, and therefore only 3 bans to their name, so we might see things changed up a little bit. The Mars still unfazed banned, just like the Chen here as well.
Yeah, key thing as well, Falcons had the priority, and they actually chose Dire, which then gave P-Vision the ability to take second pick. So the way in which you want to utilize 4 bans, Falcons don't care, but as I said before, if they are to be first pick, ban Slark, entertain the idea of taking the Monkey King on first pick, and then you also solve that problem that I...
Uy, ya canje para mi menú, pásalo rápido, por favor.
The Monkey King, you can just go for like maybe a quad ban or something, whatever you want to protect it, to have Malrine play it. Because Skeeter, he doesn't play it as much, Amar does, so try to keep it open between your 2 and 3, because I believe those are 2 of the most likable options, or most likely options that will come out here.
We also see a Hoodwink Respect ban coming out for Crit, but something P-Vision did in this banning stage was they broke 2 of the combos that Falcons love to play. By banning Mars, you take away the strength of Snapfire. We saw her without a Mars, and that game 1 didn't look as good. And by banning the Hoodwink, the DK becomes less strong as well.
Yeah, for sure. And that's gonna open up some other heroes too, because you're still gonna... It is Falcons, they will try to find replacements. So with Hoodwink out, Snapfire maybe with different combos is still in, you've got the Sand King, maybe you look for more, like, Grimstroke's priority should be going up in this draft too.
And the fact that you were talking about banning like a co-op to protect the Monkey King, they don't want to put themselves in that first pick Monkey, so they ban it as well. 2 bans on 9 class, take the Malrine Sand King, and honestly, I couldn't ask for like a better start to a Game 3 draft from Falcons.
So now the question is, what have they prepared for Malrine Sand King?
Yep.
We've seen a lot of teams do things like they'll pick SF and try to win on lane versus it, but for SF to work versus Sand King, you also need to be able to invade his stacks early on, and they go back for the Oracle.
First pick, that is a lot of respect on the Ducalis Oracle. I would imagine that he's going to be the one playing it. Now the question is, Oracle, how much effort do you want to put into countering that? Because I feel like when there's an Oracle in the game, I mean, that's great, no, but it offers you a save.
Todo mi fe a Parivision.
See him, kill him. That's pretty much the 2 factors. So with the killing aspect, you have the Sand King. Now you need to find him. There needs to be another hero to locate the Oracle, and it cannot be the only way. So yeah, I think Sand King's a step in the right direction for it, at least. If you have...
Chuy, como que te miran solo 70 gatitos y a tal lechita lo miran 400 gatitos, rol.
They had 1 jump hero in Shaker versus Oracle in that game 1. It was not enough, especially when you look at Oracle as a hero who can just give himself free magic resistance. He puts the Fate's Edict on himself. If he gets solo epicentered, he protects himself.
And at the same time, if you're P-Vision, you need... Like,
yo le voy todo a Falcon, estúpidos mortales.
You want a strong mid lane. Abuse the fact that you have the innate, you know where the runes are. You want people that go in for you, because you will need to protect the Oracle. What we're talking about, you want backline jump, you want to see these heroes. you know, your Centaurs, Night Stalkers, they're gonna go in, and if you cannot protect your Oracle, if you don't have people in front of you or front line, you're food.
They banned the 9-class Pudge, which is really funny. They're just taking out all of his flavorful heroes. We haven't seen it yet this TI, but it's good to remember it.
I know I've also seen like no one played a little bit in the mid lane.
A ese tarado te compara números, una más, y te meto bala en el poto.
Because a lot of fights, they're actually quite slow in like the laning stage with how they maneuver. One hook, see you later.
Another option for P-Vision to go down, if you want to think about 9-class kind of creative heroes, he's already played Zeus so far in the tournament. Get some of that vision, apply it so Sanking can't hide within the
Falcons,
the
a
sandstorm.
la
On top of that,
Fronera.
it could lane well with, let's say, like a Centaur, a pipe-buying hero. And now you have Oracle protected by the Stampede, the aggression of a Zeus Centaur lane. Like, I can see some pretty cool combinations that P-Vision can utilize.
Or, and this may surprise you all, but what if they pick something normal for a 9-class? He's capable of playing normal supports too.
I'm pretty sure Estini has like a grid of heroes to draft.
That's normal enough.
Pretty normal, actually.
That's pretty normal. He's a normal guy sometimes. I do want to defend 9-class a little bit. A lot of people think if you take away his cheese,
Toda mi sala Falcons 322 Waka
he
Coins.
was really good on heroes like Willow and Batrider. Like, he was a standard 4 player at some point as well.
That's true.
Chewie, ni se te ocurra dormirte. Si no tendré que despertar a full cable pelado.
Banning out both Slark and Monkey, we are going to see him return to the at least a couple more traditional heroes.
I mean, if you're Falcons, it's sometimes a bit annoying to pick your 5 into clock. Like a lot of the Pugners, you don't really want to play into this hero. So snaking, what is like looking for? Generally, I would say there's a very high chance they would look at Ench. I don't know exactly how this matchup goes at the moment in the meta with clock against Ench in the lane.
La apuesta real es otra cosita, Mendo. Comes como pobre y ganas como rico.
A normal hero once again, Snapfire. I feel like we've said it before, this is one of the few series where the bans in terms of crit bans have not been, or support bans with the Pugna potentially as well, have not been very dominant, but we do this game at least see both the Hoodwink and the Chen ban, so maybe the Pugna will still come out in this one as well.
The only problem with it is it's not perfectly answering the Oracle as of yet. Whilst you stun him, yes, it's good damage, but outside of that, if Oracle's free casting his spells, then Snapfire, Mortimer Kisses, it's not really applying too much to the fight, as Oracle will mitigate a lot of it. They do pick up the Enchantress, though, to try and lock down and secure that lane.
I mean, it is nice. At least Oracle early on, it's one of the biggest weaknesses of this hero. It's not a strong laner. If you get dove or if someone else gets dove, you're not as strong at like TPing around. And in Ench creep, you have nothing to deal with that too. So Falcons, they're playing more for, again, the stack. Help Malrine in the early game. Contest the tower. Collapse.
The tempo that we see from Falcons, it's reminiscent of the previous game, right? Where the Enchantress will unlock the ability to play the map, and P-Vision, they want to try and mitigate that. They go for the Phoenix. Now you have a clock Phoenix in the off lane. They're going to try and win that lane. You win a lane, you buy yourself another 5-10 minutes to enter that mid game.
Yeah, we've seen Phoenix be very successful.
But as a blind pick Phoenix, normally you see like the carry or some type of core that you know you can't punish, and
I mean, it's
Chewie, despierta que se viene el comeback, Verori.
The little Shredder is one of the most annoying tools versus Supernova, but if you're an offlane Phoenix, you're not that concerned about it. When you're an offlane Phoenix, you're just getting so much value out of an early Vessel and an early Shiva's Guard where you're doing so much damage based on your spells alone that sometimes Supernova is just an afterthought. And in that regard, it's good versus both Snap and Enchantress. These heroes suffer very heavily versus Sunray and early Vessels.
And people might be calling for an anti-mage right now, but you can't really pick anti-mage to counter a storm because Phoenix in the offlane will absolutely dumpster the anti-mage.
It's also not really like the Skeeter type hero that you want, like that you want to put him on. He's generally not the one that's going to call for this. Yeah. I think for them, they're more looking at maybe some type of Weaver. I had a different hero in mind also, because I think here you can look for P-Vision. Right now they're very magical based. So if you can look for an offlaner that you like, that builds an early pipe, would also be super cool. And at the same time, Falcons...
Uy, sabe que Falcon la voltea. Por eso se escondió bajo las sábanas. Y no quiere ver la cachada.
There it is again, the Pango. Now there is flex for both sides. We can see the Sand King in the hands of Amar. We can see the Pango in hands of Amar. They can just pick and choose whichever one they want.
We're asking for ways to provide vision for the Sand King for the jump to get to the Oracle. Again, lacking in game one, Pangolier is one of the best heroes at providing vision. You just roll throughout the fight.
Chewie, tú no eres inocente.
Might be able to, punish the roll a bit, but yeah, Oracle, if his positioning isn't perfect, there will be plenty of heroes finding him in these fights.
Okay, because P-Vision, I mentioned it before, they are fully magical.
El peladito ya salió con su paravisión. Si bien aseguramos los Wakacoins con su mejor héroe.
I mean, Satanic has ultimate last pick of the game, so he will be able to decide then. So before it's on Falcons to decide what they're looking for.
Surviving the lane could just be enough, right? Going for like an Abaddon carry for Falcons, you can dispel the Fire Spirits, you chill, eventually you can go Orchid down the line to punish the Storm Spirit. Because as long as you don't feed to the Phoenix and provide tempo through the Clock and Phoenix, the game will be very playable for Falcons.
I think it's important that P-Vision's carry pick is also fine left alone on the lane. You know, the Kunkka style of hero, where if your supports leave you, you'll be okay. Because the way that they beat Falcon's strategy of farm triangle and get that blink dagger mid laner was running around that mid lane. With the Oracle, you're going to have vision of these power runes. You're going to know where they spawn. You're going to be sending Oracle and Clockwork to the mid lane very early on. So Satanic's hero cannot be dependent on his support existing all of the time. They should be playing around the mid lane.
Satanic, el representante de Anata, no.
Go through the gate, go to the mid lane, and do something similar that you did last game. I would say your support matchup of Snap Ench, if you run into Oracle Clock, you should be honestly pretty good to go. Like Ench kind of overtakes those two heroes.
P-Vision have last pick in the draft, and as I say, they can go for Anti-Mage, they go for Medusa. There's a lot of carries that can kind of just get themselves into the mid game by themselves, based on Falcons having to bring multiple heroes to truly punish.
Let's see, what else do we have here? I feel like Skeeter is like not your...
Miren, los picks solo tienen daño mágico. Les falta físico a los de Parivisión.
Does play the type of hero that goes in. Like nearly always he helps them play the map. He helps them to make space for Amar and for Marie.
We'll just go for
Hay mis puntos. Posta sumare.
Amar, estos juegos no duran ni mierda. Deberían durar siquiera 100 minutos para que mejoren mi fantasy.
Hero versus Phoenix as well, because once you get that BKB, you pop Flat Cannon, you can kill the egg, you're also hurting the rest of the team. P-Vision respond with Juggernaut, who honestly, I think, is kind of an underrated hero if picked in correct drafts. The biggest strength of this hero, in my opinion, is this healing ward and what it does for you in teamfights as the game goes on. Like,
Tremendo cabro, con Giro.
Pangolier is going to have to buy Ghost Scepter this game. I think he's going to be a big target, trying to Omni Slash him during the roll. And then Satanic's also going to have to think about Nullifier to try and kind of compensate that and play around. But yeah, last bit Juggernaut. In regards to stuns from P-Vision, what you've got, Hook Shot and the Vortex. Stuns aren't their friends, really. There's a root here and there.
I really like it.
It's still strong.
Like this Jug pick, in my opinion, is really cool. There's very few players who would have called for this pick. It's quite good against the enemy team. The healing ward also that we talked about, very strong. You've got the Oracle. I feel like we're in for the most even game that we've seen in the series.
I just hope the game goes.
Despierta, Chuy, ya estamos en el internacional.
A gyrocopter, then crit coming in, like gobbling up the gyrocopter, then save him. Like this game needs to go a long way.
¿A qué hora chucha sale el héroe nuevo?
But it's also dependent on the offlane going very well. Like this Phoenix needs to hit its timings early on, and they play around it, and they make it so that people are looking away from the Juggernaut while he's hitting those timings. I also think Pipe goes a long way here for P-Vision as well, but Phoenix isn't much of a Pipe buyer, so maybe DM does like a hybrid build here with like a Pipe into a Shiva's Guard. We'll see.
And if it is going to go late, if this scenario that T is describing is happening, how's it going to happen? Both teams are going to farm, or is it going to be just skirmishes and nobody really finding an in?
Realistically, it's P-Vision winning lane.
No te escondas, Chuy, da la cara.
Because Falcons have the identical recipe to overwhelming the map they did in the previous game. They can do it again. So P-Vision have to go better in the lanes.
Yeah, these guys, they have to fight each other. Like if you're just going to run around and farm and dodge, the enemy team will take over your map, no matter who wins the lanes or not. So you have to fight back. You have to turn it into a longer game. And, well, you have to defend your ground.
It sounds like we got one good one coming for the viewers here at home, and of course in the Barclays Arena as well. And speaking of in the Barclays Arena, in the middle of it right now, Sir Action Slacks with the Steenie.
Oh, I got more than a Steenie, my friend. We are here with two of the greatest minds in Dota 2.
El pan con chicharrón perdido. Despierta mierda.
We talked together, and both of you agreed, 0 Helm of the Dominators this game. Now, you said you'd do it. Shake hands and promise. The first team to buy a helm, everyone will boo them. Shake hands and make do on the promise. No helms. No helms. Yes! All right, fantastic. Let's get on to it, my friend. Now, You guys, by the way, favorite team at the International. You guys absolutely dumpster Team Falcons in the first game. Made them look like foul clowns. And you're coming out again in a very aggressive Phoenix pick into that team. How confident are you?
Every team's banning the hero for one reason, and they're gonna find their reason.
Okay, there we go. Owie 2000. My favorite team in the world at this International, Team Falcons. You made them look like absolute clowns in game 2. But in this game, will we be seeing the same result?
I hope so.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's get that handshake. Somebody's got to go to the finals. Gentlemen, put it in. Let's get this game started. It's time to go to game 3.
And game 3 has arrived as 9 Class, playing the clockwork this time around, finds his way in the middle of 3 enemy heroes as Falcons will be getting first blood and Malrine will be the one to secure it. That is maybe the best possible scenario for Falcons.
Yeah, it
seems
seems
who gets
like,
the first blood.
Depending on your perspective between game 1 and 2, it seems like the starting conditions for Falcons have been getting better from game
Quiero
2.
ver el nuevo
First, they
héroe,
lost all
carajo.
bounties, and they lost 3 bounties in first blood. This time, they got 2 bounties and they got first blood.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, this time around, not starting off as a deficit is a good sign for them. I agree with what a lot of the panel talked about here. I think this is a very different game in nature to some of the previous ones we've seen. The main overlap, if I could pick one, is probably the Enchantress, even though she wasn't picked in any of the 2 prior games. It's a little bit more of that Zeus style. Chen was banned first phase, Here's a Snake, he couldn't play it. But fortunately, he could go for this
nacional por ganar el Mundial de Desayunos.
records in Dota on. It's not #1, but I think he has the 2nd longest win streak out of any player-hero combination. I believe earlier this year his 20 win streak on Edge was broken in a game. I think it was around the 20 mark at least. Kind of incredible. So he is comfortable without a doubt. P-Vision bringing something new to the table though. This Juggernaut hasn't been played very much. They're putting 9 Class on the clockwork now, so they were like, all right, 9 Class, now you're actually playing a normal position for this game.
Que potón está el Sun King, como tu prima la tarrona.
Centaur, he went for Workhorse and tried to play his way around it. With boots, it is a lot easier to pull those waves and to navigate that offlane when you're playing in a deficit. So hopefully for him, he can find some more impact.
Yeah,
He'll advise to fight Snapfire, though. I don't think we're interested getting in there.
Well, Crit will be able to play this for I believe the 2nd time this series. He played in game 1, if I'm not mistaken. His 9 Class is going to be stealing some creeps. He's going to be taking heavy damage, though, from Crit.
Oh, he lost the range creep. That's not ideal on this creep.
Going to lose that one overall as Snake King now going to get Blade Furied upon by Satanic. Will pop the Fairy Fire. Snake King going to continue to heal thanks to those Nature's Attendants. Amar will oversee operations.
Yep.
Does survive.
He also killed the healing ward, so nice little bonus. I believe you did say that.
I did not, but thanks for covering your bases.
I was being generous. Oh, Malrine. What
Really
seems to be the
high.
tradition of this main stage has been Sand Kings have to miss certain stuns. It's a tax we have added to the game.
Yeah, how does this matchup typically go?
I mean, I feel like Sand King can draw against any hero. If you play it like Malrine does, you're just cutting waves. If necessary, in the good matchups, you're standing in your Sandstorm, you attack the enemy hero once they're blinded, they can't really trade with you very well, and this is no different. Of course, he has a little bit of an unfair advantage from the first blood, which you know, if this is played in a vacuum, maybe Storm can pull out a slight advantage, but I don't think it should ever
Qué
be more than
rica
64.
electrocutada full cable pelado te daré si no te
Doing what he can
despiertas,
to
chulo.
put that pressure.
Yep, 15-4 versus the 15-0, so no denies from Malrine, but still very, very, very close in this mid lane. Ducalis again playing the Oracle with, it looks like Satanic actually went for the Blade Storm facet. I'm not sure what I've seen the other one more often in the very few games that we have seen as 9 Class gets gone on by Crit and killed off in his own cogs. That is a bit unexpected, but I guess it was just a matter of time as he was continuing to steal those creeps.
Level 2 Snapfire is really hard to pull waves against. When you go this skill, but when you go to 0-1-1, you have so much damage. The cookie is always going to connect, because in order to pull the wave, you have to make them trail behind you, so you're never going to miss. It's just very easy for Crit here. Some nice bowling from 9 Class there, though. A little bit of mana burn coming out.
Yep.
But overall...
Enjoys his bowling. We'll see if he's as effective
No sé
as he
quién
was
tiene
in
peor horario de sueño, Chewie o yo.
now. We'll see how far Snaking can get this game. Like you talked about, not only just that winning streak, but this is a position, well, typically it's a position 4 that will just get right-click items, like a Dragon Lance, Hurricane Pike, and then that's when they certainly start to hurt.
There's a world here where you go a lot of auras. You can go Solar Crest Pipe.
Me preocupa que se duerma tanto cuantas veces se lo habrá cachado su tío.
DM and 9-class, he has to dive away. It's something you do have to worry about if you're the P-Vision side. So DM, we have not seen him on the Phoenix so far this series. We have seen a decent amount of this hero, though, as an offlaner. Has felt pretty strong. Now, you are going against the little shredder of crit, but it does feel like as the cookie is going to hit with the Rocket Barrage to follow. DM has no dive. This is a kill going
Bueno, hermanito lindo, lo intentamos a buenas maneras. Es hora de despertar a Chuy a cable pelado.
As a core that the little shredder only has slight impact in the game.
It's very much contextual. I think in this game, between Little Shredder and Gyro,
Ya se durmió Chuy otra vez.
Of taking down the egg. I was wondering what DM was going to do with that helm because he was waiting on his quick buy, but he does commit to the helm of the Dominator instead of potentially going Veil. Yeah, not too surprising.
Promise broken, it seems. Yeah.
Now, Astini, in his defense, he was already out on the stage, and when you've left the player booth, you can no longer talk to the players.
That's true.
So they might not know that there was this.
Yeah, maybe if they check their voicemail, they'll see a message. Very important, but
check him PC.
No one now level 6, along with Maureen. Are you expecting a slower start to this game, or like how does the Juggernaut play? Like you go for a farming item, and at what point do you join the fights?
It varies a lot from game to game. I think there's it's a hard question to answer. Whoa, hang on. Oh, surprise. Storm got away.
Espero que estés preparado, Chuy. Listen, hoy te caen 10.000 voltios para que...
Gente, Chuy no está dormido, solo se está metiendo su jaja. Y si Yasor ya está presente.
Some other carries are just way more overwhelming level 6, and it's just obvious you want to go through the gate and put pressure, or others are way more passive where you're clearly staying in your lane and going jungle. Jug is a little bit of both, where if there's a good opportunity, you can play around it, but I think a lot of that comes down to how good DM's game is going to be. You want to rotate to a Phoenix that's ready to fight.
Some trouble.
There we go.
No one shows up. The cookie. The Cog's actually on the outside. He gets hit by another one. A big dive coming in from DM, and they will clean up Skeeter. As 9-class, one more right click, so there is a trade of sorts, but Maureen actually walked up here, I believe.
Late to the party.
Yeah, a little bit too late to find a connection. No one is relatively low on mana, though.
Oh, can Crit get this?
He's going to try to go for the 7-minute
There's no way he just walks past and gets this, right?
9-class makes his way close by. As
he's not going to get it.
Yeah, will have to back away now. In fact, might die for his troubles. Well,
he's stronger
than a level 4 versus a level 2. No one does have mana to zip up if needed, and he'll do just that. So Crit will be brought down. A good attempt from him. Tries to deny himself onto the creeps. Not going to happen. So
that would actually have worked if he wasn't slowed by the fire spirits on his attack speed.
Yeah, that's true.
Couldn't get the swing in.
Kind of looked like a replay of the last game where 9-class had to give up the Wisdom Shrine, and he was like level 2 at that point, I believe.
Yeah. This is a better start for him.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going for the Tranquil Boots here on the Clockwork, so he will have plenty of resources to trade with. Has the Infused Raindrops as well to have a little bit more staying power.
¡Hola! ¡Soy Mickey Mouse! ¡He venido para darte una sorpresa!
So the cookie does nothing. Fate's Edict applied to no one.
No, Reed did get the rune, though.
I mean, that is one benefit, is the Juggernaut. I mean, he has Blade Fury for the BKB, essentially. Fate's Edict maybe for the Storm Spirit this game, but might have to buy it anyway at some point.
Oh, Malrina's bullying him down here. Really trying to put on that pressure. I say Malrina, of course it is a Mar.
Yep, same thing.
Easy to get them confused as they play all the same heroes.
This is true, and that is the true power of Falcons. They've taken advantage of this time and time again. TP mid lane, though. Good pressure applied to the tier 1 from Falcons. They'll have to back away now. Say that. Of course, Malrine has that facet.
Esta bug, esa vaina no te da los fragmentos completos.
Very powerful for pushing. I do wonder if that is going to be changed in the future. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't see why this needs to blind towers.
Wow, that was a shriek.
Yep.
Okay.
Gets his level 6 now on DM. Maybe that's why he's happy. It's like, I am online. Nice stack here for no one to build upon. But similar to the previous game, you mentioned it, 9 class had a tough game on that Centaur and was low level. This isn't much better. He just cracked level 4 minute 9. It's gonna take a while before he really gets there.
This, I don't know, it does feel a lot different than he's Clockwork.
This time he has a hero that's more traditionally good at playing.
Por eso estudien, o tendrán que cargar papas todas las noches.
Some experience there from the stack and the D ward. So
No reclamen los fragmentos. Te roba lo parcharan, pero capas no te los da completos.
Doing work against
he has to egg here if he wants to live, probably.
Most likely will have to. TP's coming, though. He'll withstand the damage and be just fine.
Crit will force the reaction. He keeps trailing him with the threat of the cookie. They bring in Ducalis for protection. But once again, it is Falcons picking up the pace here. Haste,
the cogs! Gets the haste, beautifully done, no one. Applying so much pressure to Mallory.
Yo los reclamo, pero me siguen apareciendo para reclamas y ahí dice, ten 300 fragmentos por cada 1000 puntos. Creo que al final te descuentan y cagado.
Niños, no estudien, trabajen en el mercado. ¡Ay, sí está el dinero!
Mid tower will be gone in a moment. That blind lasting for so long.
It's pretty crazy.
How long is that? 5 seconds. Huh.
Tier 1 tower secured for Falcons. 3K lead as they are continuing the pressure overall. Carrying over from this game too.
Exactly. It's the same recipe. They forced 9 class off of his most obnoxious heroes onto something, a melee 4 without the same playmaking as Monkey King and the Slark arguably. And they just run them over in the early laning stage. They've taken 2 towers already. All 3 of their cores are happy and farming.
Sigo entonces cargando papas y déjame pegar creeps tranquilo.
Concern for P-Vision in this game is how long do you have to wait? In the previous game, they kind of felt like they couldn't fight for 20 minutes and then they
¿Qué hacen viendo Dota? Vayan a la marcha contra el gobierno carajo.
Can you bring Jug to fights? Because when it comes to just raw team fights, Falcon's lineup is really tough. Pango roll, FP Sandstorm, everything about Gyro, Snapfire's massive AoE damage. And one of the most obnoxious things about snaking on the Ench that we have seen for so many games, not as many this tournament, he's a really good scout on this hero. Just runs out in front, tanks up, becomes the primary target, the enemy team commits so much stuff on him, and then his team just cleans up. So how do you enter a fight correctly?
Chino, me cago mi fantasy, maldito chino. Te voy a encontrar, ahora me dirijo a la calle Capon para sacar la Merceda.
For Falcon's side, of course, Satanic doesn't have his Battle Fury yet, and that is when he'll feel a little bit more comfortable in, I mean, I don't know if he even wants to join a fight, but if he has to, he technically could. Snaking.
Chino, me cago mi fantasy chubaquita, donde venden.
Inside the cog, Snaking in a 1 versus 4. He's surviving for now, but not for long. They do get the kill as Mallory finds a bigger target. Epicenter Burrow with the Mortimer. Satanic uses the Blade Fury. He has the healing ward up, but it's not going to be enough. Crit takes him out in the end. That is a huge kill for Falcons, and like you said, it required 4 members of P-Vision to take out the Enchantress in the top, and that's your trade.
And I wonder if Snake could have maybe played that a little bit better with taking out a cog. Probably not because of Fire Spirits, but
con este comportamiento sé que no eres inocente, chulo.
That is worrisome.
Yeah, it feels like they don't have a ton of damage yet. Of course, the Storm Spirit is going to be the most of it without Juggernaut showing up. I mean, it does feel like this is maybe a game as Ducalis has a false promise himself. Amar, nice disruptor from no one. Gets off the electric vortex just in time, but Amar able to get off his ult in the end as he attempts to get out of dodge. TPE, looks like he'll be fine. No hook shot yet. 9 class, actually pretty close. That would have been a huge pickup.
I think that would have been a kill a year ago when I believe cogs placed on top of that roll would interrupt it. Do you remember? You played a lot of Pango. You could interrupt it with like Fissure and cogs.
Was that only a year ago though?
Maybe it was more, but
I feel like that's been
maybe 9 class was hoping it got bugged again in the most recent patch.
Yeah,
like,
you never know.
Maybe wishful thinking. Not the case though. This game has no bugs anymore.
That's right. We're out of beta finally.
They fixed them all.
No one has gotten, I think, every single rune. Am I wrong? Like, this is crazy.
And they haven't converted them.
Yeah, exactly. They haven't been able to do much at all with it. 5K lead for Falcon. Skeeter on the outskirts of the map with his Crystallis in tow. Aghanim Scepter's going to be next. Already about 1,000 into that, so he is having himself a good old time. In fact, all 3 cores for Falcons. Top net worth in the game. But this is where things potentially can change. Satanic finally gets his farming item in the battlefield.
Yeah. I think the way it's going to change is that he will farm faster and everything else will be the same. That counts as a change, then I'll agree.
For him it is.
Yeah, sure. He is like, guys, I got my item. I'm going to continue farming. Good luck.
Would you agree with me in the fact that Satanic is one of those carries as Ducalis getting pursued?
Nothing connecting.
Amar, Fate's Edict applied, but
no
doesn't have False Promise, so he is down and out. But Satanic does feel like one of those carries that could get, I mean, dependent on the hero, of course, but feels like he has put his team on his shoulders quite a few times in the past. He's one of those like, old school type carries, it feels like.
He's been one of the most stable players of the tournament. I can't really recall any game where I was like, man, Satanic really dropped the ball in this game. Like, he's had games that are tougher than others. This could be shaping up to be one of them, but it begs the question, how much could you really have done with the hero you were playing? If he was convincing them to pick Jugger and it turns out there was a bad pick, then maybe you could talk about that, but his overall play in the game so far has been quite solid, given the circumstances. As we are looking at that about 5,000 lead for Falcons, worth noting, almost all of it is in supports. There's a very big lead, and just 1,200 ahead of the clock, and Snapfire about 2K ahead of the Oracle. So the brunt of the lead is in those supports, which is worth keeping an eye on, because there's going to be some extra utility items.
Satanic has to use the Blade Fury. Amar continuing to roll. We'll focus on the support first, it seems, as the epicenter reserved for Ducalis as well.
Oh, he's not done yet now,
he actually does get clipped by Amar. Uses his shard as well, Satanic. He's going to get some help in the form of no one, though. Amar maybe overstepping his bounds a little bit too much. Call down, though. Skeeter makes his way over. Amar blocked off now. Gets the hook shot from 9 class as well. Amar looks to be dead. No, he barrier! He's so much damage applied to him. Now no one will drop as well. The kisses raining from above. Crit. Double kill. 3 for nothing. Falcons somehow lose no one.
And so do P-Vision.
I knew you were going to do that.
That is... Oh, that's the dream fight. This is the dream fight for any hero that can generate barrier, is that you tank all of the damage and then you get a very last-second barrier off there. Not only do you survive, but the enemy team used all of their resources trying to kill you. No one depleted his entire mana pool, used hookshot, used egg, and you didn't kill a singular hero. The map is falling apart fast. No one, unfortunately, blinked or
Y así los pobres le habían apostado todo a Parivision, pensando que iba a abusar a Falco.
This is feeling a lot like game 2. Now the question is, do you force the issue with Satanic joining a fight before he gets
Soy el tío de Chuguiane. No se preocupen, en una hora vuelve. La oscuridad se
He didn't
acerca.
have enough mana to use both of his spells because he got swashbuckled once.
Well, that's part of the fact that they're the ones getting gone on, right? They're not doing the initiating. They have 9 class with a hook shot. They have Storm Spirit. They have Dive from DM. They have a lot of ways to get on top of Falcons, but they're just not providing the opportunities.
I think you have to play keep away for the foreseeable future. I just don't see it. I don't think... I mean, it's kind of strange to see these 3 games in this series play out, and it feels like the losing team has the same problem every game. Like, damage issues, the inability to pierce through and win the team fights, and then you're playing this keep away that... really difficult. Yeah, crit. Okay.
Crit is going to be fine. It seems like some good bowling going on here. Amar, though, not too happy with this exchange as 9 class. Looks like he is going to be the one to ultimately fall, although DM is close by, but just throwing out some fire spirits as Amar gets the killing blow.
This is going to be Ducalis TV for the next 10 minutes. If you want to look at some riveting support gameplay as an observer right now, you follow the Oracle and you notice how close he stays to Jugger. He is going to literally just stand behind him everywhere he goes, because there's no better play. Okay, he's following Satanic. I've got my eye on it.
Yep, keep us surprised. They have the stun lock for the Storm. No one dead again. Falcons, 11K lead at 19 minutes.
It's a huge problem here because even if the Oracle conceptually is really powerful at counter-initiating these moves, you have to pick your poison because Storm and Jug can't farm in the same area. Then you're losing on efficiency. So you're kind of, as Oracle, it's one of these damn it if you do, damn it if you don't moment where you protect the Jug, he's not the target, too bad, Storm dies. You protect the Storm, Jug gets jumped, he dies. And there's no obvious way for Ducalis to know where Falcons' move is going to be because they have no vision on the map except around the mid-tier 1 tower and at the bottom, which is not where they're farming. So every move Falcons is making is very untelegraphed for P-Vision. And as a result, it's very, very hard to play the Oracle this game. Man, look at it. They're 2 supports. The combined net worth of Ducalis and 9 class is lower than both enemy
Bueno,
supports.
si intento de Banto de Alice Fantasy, Nadios puntos de cera de vender chicles.
Feels like they don't know how to play Dota anymore. This is a pretty crazy state of affairs.
It's honestly, it's a valid concern if you get so used to a specific playstyle that is hero dependent.
Yeah.
9 class can play a lot of heroes really, really well. It's not like it's Monkey King, Slark, or Bust, right? We've seen him have outstanding performances on tons of heroes, but when you play that archetype strategy 8 games in a row, and then you suddenly get thrown out of it, and things don't go according to plan, might take a little bit of warming up. Fortunately for them, of course, this is not an elimination game, so there would be another chance tomorrow if things go wrong. But P-Vision, of course, didn't come here today to lose, and well, in this game, they're not exactly doing a particularly good job at avoiding that.
Yeah, the shard ended up going to
They're not going to get a wisdom either. I mean, the whole map is just on lock, right? You lose the shard, you're losing both wisdoms most likely, and you have taken 1 tower at 21 minutes. Maybe mid will fall here. I'm not sure Falcons really care that much.
No, Malorine seems to.
He could deny
Give them
it.
an inch.
Just deny it to remove more gold.
Yep, he'll do just that. And the question only remains
Ya
for
Chubi,
Falcons,
ven, no
when
llores.
is the
Ya
first
pasó.
Roshan down?
Ven, por favor.
I mean, their team is not crazy good at it, but it's okay. I mean, the Enchantress can slow it down. You got the minus armor of Little Shredder, and Pango pretty good as well.
It's not that good at killing it, but it's really good at controlling it.
Yeah.
So if P-Vision do try to access the fight, as long as Ench is tanking, you're not really taking much of a risk. Snaking can kind of tank it forever. So, but not the plan here. They're hoping to find a lone Satanic or no one down here, but not going to be the case. They still get a good ward out. Now, no one might show himself on the next wave, which could be his death. Or on the ward
Chichuy
below.
vuelve remonta para visión. No tengo pruebas, tampoco dudas.
He's not farming.
Playing perfectly around the vision means standing still, so it's not very useful for the progression of the game. Satanic somehow is almost top net worth, though. Honestly, really impressive that he's able to find this space on the map.
Feels like he always finds a way.
But it comes at the cost of other heroes, and here is that anticipated Roche. Not really much P-Vision can really do about it. They can scout it with rockets all they want, but I don't think they're going to try to access it.
No. Absolutely not. I don't believe we've seen Egg.
Puta que rico, eh?
We have?
We saw the one supernova when they tried to kill Amar.
Okay. No, we haven't seen Omni Slash then.
Okay, you're just going by one spell at a time and hoping you're right?
That's right, 50-50. Aegis goes to Skeeter. How many buildings can they take with this? There's 2 tier 2s remaining, so I assume at the very least they want to do that. But how is their high ground at this stage versus game number 2, where they were able to pretty much take it uncontested?
It's definitely worse. This time you don't have DK Chen, but you can... This is the type of game that could follow the classic Falcons recipe from a half a year ago, where you're just constricting the enemy team on the map and winning by 1k GPM. Because I think going high ground very early in this one compared to the previous one would be a mistake. I'm not really concerned about your ability to scale and your ability to win later team fights, but I am worried that if you go high ground too early...
Regresa para la saladera, solo me queda confiar en mis paisanos de ex.
You know, going a little bit too deep, setting yourself up for Omni Slash, just unnecessary. Just keep winning the map.
Satanic working his way towards the eventual butterfly.
Ay, carajo, yo le aposté Falcon en la final.
Smoke him to run away.
Yeah, this is the state of affairs for the P-Vision side. No one is actually camping up. They might want to take this fight. I know that maybe Gyro isn't nearby, but he is. Satanic, he's going to show himself. Now we'll attempt to run away. Skeeter's trying to wonder if this is a trap of any sort, but they don't have to worry about like black hole, anything like that, as Amar won't find no one.
Perdón, Chewie. No sé qué te hice, pero perdón, regresa.
Trying to keep things at bay from the P-Vision side. As they push that top lane, which is the last remaining tier 2 tower.
I'm just looking at Skitter's inventory. Okay, there we go. He swapped around. He had a backpack BKB instead of one.
Oh.
There's some efficiency there being lost. Doesn't matter, though. Okay, maybe they just go for it. I mean, this is...
Ducalis attempted TP.
Oh. Chewie Papas debe cargar, porque el camión debe llenar.
Okay, is this a siege or not? They could just be pushing in the waves and keeping control. They are posing like they want to force something. And, well, Skitter is a little bit timid, but here we go.
Now, homing missile right now onto Satanic. Sagnum Scepter from Skeeter. They're going to get the sunlight. There's a lot of damage. There's the false promise on the Satanic at the last moment. And that required very little from Falcons.
Yeah, they used a homing missile and a cookie.
That is insane. And now the high ground attempt. They do not have Healing Ward as it's about to run out. They don't have false promise anymore. As Amar jumping in pretty deep, gets the swashbuckle, it'll bounce down to the low ground. Skeeter is getting a little bit low as the Mortimer's Kisses onto 9 class, but the Fate's Edict will be able to mitigate all of the damage. Now BKB online for Malrine, yeah, for now. And that Aegis, I mean, still 2 minutes. If we get some Nature's Attendance for Skeeter and maybe have a round 2. But this will buy some time for Satanic to get that butterfly. Does feel like that is certainly not enough.
He needs that and Ags, then maybe.
The Ags does feel... I mean, we saw Chrysalis play it without Ags, which I wanted to talk to you about, because...
I feel like that was a mistake in that game, personally.
It feels like Jug is so hard to play without Ags.
I would agree 100% with that. On a pro level, I think it's almost an essential item every single game, but... There's always going to be outliers. I don't think that game was the case.
Spotted along with Snake King. This is going to be a good pick-off for P-Vision.
It's something.
They get a kill. Amar. Oh, he's going to take an Omni Slash with the creep on that. And he bounces back to Amar. Satanic completely snipes him. RNG gods in favor of P-Vision. For that particular moment, at least.
They did a good.
Let's see how much time this buys. I mean, that's basically the Aegis, 45 seconds. Yep. So P-Vision showing some life in this game 3.
Falcons are in a position where this is not...
Siempre tuve fe para ir abusando.
Malrine, Epi, on to Ducalis. Satanic Blade fearing away. Has the butterfly at base.
Even the thing is, even if that's not that big of a deal in terms of the overall progression of the game, just a little bit of a morale boost doesn't hurt. Like, feeling like you can do something in the game successfully has to be nice. You've genuinely made 0 successful moves for like 15 minutes, and you finally find 2 pickoffs and get your Jug to that butterfly. The thing about this game for Jug that's a little bit tricky, though, is if Oracle is not in a good position at all times, and especially if he dies, I think Jug can just get bursted by spells. Even through spin, he can die. There's so much magic damage from the Sand King, there's so much physical damage from the Pango. Kisses are also going to matter, all of it. It adds up. Even though you have 80% magic resist increase, it's still... like, a lot of the times when you see Jug survive in spin, they get away on like a beat stick of health, right? It's not enough here. There is just so damn much output. Now almost a Satanic for Skeeter. Looking to go to the grand finals by killing P-Vision with their carry.
Man, your puns are on point today.
That's right. I talked to Lacoste earlier. It's that aura. Had a good conversation with him in the green room for about 10 seconds, then we
Con
nodded
ese
at each
kill del
other.
Pango ya el Jugger le ganó en farma al Guido que babosos.
Keep it up.
And then he left and never talked to me again.
Yep, that's the Lacoste style. Love the guy.
Shout out to Pyrian Flax.
500 gold away for the Aghanim Scepter on Amar, and then he's going to go for the Ghost Scepter so that he doesn't have to deal with the Omni Slash anymore, which would mean a nullifier at some point will be needed for Satanic, but of course he has bigger fish to fry. He needs this Aghanim Scepter first.
I mean, for what it's worth, P-Vision aren't...
Chubaca, sigo esperando mis 10 lujares para comer. Despierta, carajo.
It's kind of flatlined now. Storm is going to get his BKB, Jug is going on his way to that Axe, he's already halfway.
Esa cacate del Giro que te ve arriba teniendo Roshan de 2 minutos y dejando a su team.
I feel like they slipped up a little bit because they could have maybe kept this lead growing.
Right.
So, in relative terms, this is actually a pretty good 5 minutes for P-Vision that I would consider a clear win. Yes, you are behind, but hope dies last in this game.
Oh, Satanic is spotted. Nice Blade Fury. They're going to continue to pursue, though, as Amar with the Rolling Thunder will eventually catch up. Ducalis is there. Healing Ward placed. They're going to get some more TPs potentially. There's the Omni Slash, so on top of Amar. There's a lot of them applied to Amar himself, but the cookie's going to help him survive. Satanic does get the fall from the blind, as no one will try to zip to kill off Amar, but this is not going to be enough mana. Amar, so much shield, so much Lotus, he's going to be able to heal through it. No, does end up going down to be the cost of the Oracle, though, as Malrine. Big hook shot from 9-Clash, gets 2 stuck in the cogs. 0 follow-up, though. Truly unfortunate for P-Vision, but ends up being a 1-for-1.
Que pendejo ese pango a la firme.
Exchange for P-Vision. Sure, it's not an overwhelming win, but it's, again, something. You just keep it alive. You don't have to win a big fight to come back in this game. If you can get even trades or slight victories here and there, we're approaching.
Gracias, pango pendejo.
Start actually becoming scary. The problem for this hero in a lot of the games that we've seen in the last half a year to a year is you kind of sometimes your power curve is
Está bien que
a little
pierda
weird.
ese
Like you
giro
can be good
burrito
in
por
some
regalar el
lanes,
juego.
then you enter this stage in the mid game where you're like kind of meh. But when you get to 4, 5, 6 items, this hero can be a complete beast. One of the few carries that can also kill a hero like Ench in a matter of seconds, which could matter here. We've seen so many games where Snake King ends up winning the game for his team by just soaking up abilities and not dying. Juggernaut, not a problem. He's going to cut through Ench in a few swings with the Axe, which is now complete.
Yeah, Swiss Slash ready. So Malrine has the Ghost Scepter against the Jug. Amar, like we talked about, that's the next item for him. Does Juggernaut have to get, does Satanic have to get the...
Lo peor es que el Giro espera el momento para comprar su rapier, es un todo o nada.
I think the Phoenix one is just too difficult to pull
Don Nadie despierta a Chihuahua, tal vez con una sub se levanta por el hambre.
Probably needs to get it himself if he sees enough of a problem.
Malrine gonna be able to get the first strike onto no one, but there's the false promise, keep him alive. And the egg from the low ground, no one will be able to zip away safely. It's a big slash. Snake King is destroyed, but now Satanic completely isolated from his team. Burrow strike now, right on top of him with the call down to Bell, but he still had the Blade Fury. That's doing a lot of damage thanks to the fact that his Skeeter getting gone up by no one. He's dead. And now the Sunray healing everybody up the Mortimer's though. Double Burrow strike, and now Falcons will be able to win the fight in the end. 4 for 2, it looked pretty good for P-Vision, but they just run out of steam at the end.
Finally, an unpredictable fight. I think neither team really understood the state of the fight. They're just going in there, throwing in everything they had.
El pango es pendejo, pero el juguer es peor, XD.
Separating himself from the gyro, eating the Omni Slash alone and dying.
La voltearon
he
feo.
He did not create distance from Skitter there. He just dies with Satanic ready. He would have had no target to hit. Look at this replay. So first of all, that rocket flare going to cancel off some blink daggers and the nice save from Ducalis. But keep your eyes now on the Jug. Gets off the Swift Slash and then this Omni. If Snay does not get over here and end that Omni, Skitter is dead on the spot as well. And the fight is just over. Now instead, Skitter gets to get all of his output through. And
Ese Giro es bien burro, en serio. Si no fuera por el Panda, la Snap y el Sun King.
Estaría en la nada Bob. Good spacing from Crit, getting a lot of impact out there.
Yo tengo, pero es para emergencias. Igual le dijo a su Onichan que lo despierte.
Go to Skeeter unless they kill it slowly. He's not able to take it. Well, they are definitely killing it slowly. This is a Mar out of the pit, so I guess this is deliberately delaying it.
Looks like it.
They want that Aegis on the gyro. And Skitter almost has the Daedalus as well, so big level up for the upcoming fight.
Skeeter will get the goodies. Roche banner as well. for Mr. Snaking.
CEO Gyro arriving, taking the credit for all the team's hard work.
Yep, he dies, they win team fight. Good stuff. Satanic looking for the Scotty next. Do you agree with that? Obviously, a very good item, but it feels like in these stages of the game, this item could make or break their potential for the comeback. So these ones are really important.
Despierta mierda para desviar y cobrar sabor. Ay, si estás maldito hambre.
Uy, ¿a qué hora el sorteo para los que no acertaron nada en la predicción?
When you talked about the nullifier, I think that was an interesting idea as well. Scotty is a very nice all-round item, and perhaps the logic is with this, he gets way more value out of Healing Ward, he gets more value out of Sunray,
Y Chuy, me deja yo hago sorteo.
So much more to get through. But being tankier on Jug doesn't necessarily convert to teamfight wins if you can't kill the heroes while you survive.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit worried that Falcons are just going to kite him with multiple Ghost Scepters, with Cookie, Glimmer, Force Staff. He needs a way to connect on heroes, and I don't think you can rely on Storm to constantly zip in and find them for you.
Yeah, I think it's not the fact that the Scotty is bad per se, but it's more about you might not be able to get another item.
Sorteamos el poto de Franco, pero dudo mucho que alguien participe.
Right now in this Aegis advantage. Yeah, now a refresher for Malrine.
He is so decked out. Very strong right now. I think this is part of the reason why the pros have largely strayed away from Juggernaut. It's just itemization is proving to be a challenge in a lot of games. You're looking at it now and you see Satanic is rich and can buy all the stuff in the world, and you still feel like you need your next 2 items, right? It's kind of weird that you can sit on 23 net worth and still be unhappy, but holding the high ground, hoping that Falcons are going to overstep, but not the case. And even if Gyro were to do so, you have to get through the 2 lives with BKB and Satanic. Tall order. And now they're going to advance, but they're doing it together this time. So Division have given up a bit of ground. Snaking going to lead the charge. A tough kill. Pike, Pipe, and Drums.
Now, one thing to consider is plenty of buybacks right now. For the side of Division. Hook shot right now on the Snaking, but a cookie to keep him alive.
Feliz si gana Falcon para mi predicción de esta Facoins, pero no de el Fantasy.
Does have the buyback. See if P-Vision want to continue. Likely not, as no one going to push the waves. And he is going for a big ticket item into the Aghanim Scepter, the blue hole, as we like to call it, DM. Let's take some damage, but we'll get back to base.
That Enchantress situation is the perfect example of just standard snaking.
He spotted out the zip in. Gyro takes the brunt of the damage to start things out. Roche Banner applied. Only 2 hits away from dying, which would be pretty big. There's a fortification to start things out.
Tengo 2 jugadores en Falcon en mi fantasy.
And exit it very successfully. And now the creeps can die, but the tower will fall. Minute 40 on the Aegis. Falcons not having as easy a time going high ground as we saw in game number 2. Satanic extremely scary. Has 4K in the bank as well, so very close to his next item.
And no one could buy the full axe if he wants to take the risk and not have buyback, which...
Buyback Storm is so good, though.
It is. The axe could also lead to a big fight, though. You kind of feel like Falcons as heroes a lot of the time are kind of stacking on top of each other. 9 class.
Oh, that was a swift slash, actually. The Ghost Scepter comes out.
Yeah. I've got my eyes on Satanic's itemization. He hasn't changed it yet. You saw the Ench attempt. He doesn't feel like he can Omnislash because the kill takes too long. Ench is going to pike away. Maybe you jump over to another hero with Ghost Scepter and then you're just dead.
Yep, Skeeter going to secure the range.
Es todo o nada, Storm. Cojudo. Ya saca tu cetro.
Homing missile, it will hit. It's going to take considerable damage, but there's a Fate's Edict. Mitigate the rest of the magic damage. Swift slash.
Oye, mis 10 Lujanes, no te hagas el bodoque, porque solo hay uno acá.
First to fall. No one already popping the BKB. Fighting some pressure out of the gyrocopter. 30 seconds on the Aegis. No creeps though, so backdoor protection is here. Do they have enough damage to actually get through this barracks? Finally, it comes to be. And Falcons gets their first barracks of the game.
Outworld Staff is just something else against Jug.
True.
It's such a hard counter. He swift slashes Skitter. Skitter presses 1 button and then it ends.
Hace rato debió hacer lo mismo abajo, seguido con el Roshan anterior.
If he can't die in a stun lock, he can always just bait Jug.
True.
Just waste out one of the abilities. An item that we generally see a lot of pros pick up in a lot of games, and a lot of the time, honestly, it feels like a little bit underwhelming. But against Jug, it's so easy to use correctly. I think part of what makes Outworld Staff interesting is the skill cap of it is very, very high. It's kind of like old Monkey King Mischief, where you're trying to
hijo de perra! Quiero mi nuevo héroe. Igual no ganaras el tiche tu madre.
But yeah, against Jug, it's just obvious.
Yeah, having 3 is pretty nice for the Falcons side, have to say. Good RNG on the neutrals.
Refresher Phoenix.
Yes, that is a definite big-ticket item. And no one actually opted to finish Parasma instead of going for the blue hole.
Okay. I think the call they made was we don't have enough damage to kill a single hero. We need the damage from Storm.
Yep, Swift Slash actually baits out the Outworld Staff. Has no one, zips in, zips out.
He can't go on it.
Ese Danubio necesita penicilina para que se calme.
Oh, Epicenter, that's a lot of damage. Can they get the saves on the Satanic? Gets off the Omni Slash at the last moment. He's isolated for the rest of the team. No one pops BKB. On top of Snake, through the first ball. Satanic in a lot of trouble. He has the false promise supply. Will attempt to get out. Mortimer's not going to reach him. Malrine super low on HP. For all that, it was a 1-for-1 with a buyback coming up from Ducalis. Satanic back to relatively good HP levels. The zip from no one won't find one support, and Amara gets away safely.
That was such a heads-up play from Malrine, but just not quite enough. He manages to find the angle through the Jug and threatening Oracle in the backline at the same time with the Pango. So Ducalis has to ult himself.
Costillas, amigo Evito, me da ese Jugger. No tiene daño ese cojudo.
He might have died with a Nullifier, for example, needed the extra tankiness.
A small little detail, obviously they have the tools to deal with the Omni Slash, but when they grouped up, the cleave is no joke on the Omni Slash. That was a lot of damage coming out from Satanic.
Part of why the Axe on Storm could be interesting too, but I understand no one's perspective of buying the Parasma, because you're kind of struggling to kill a singular target that's isolated, and that's what Falcons is taking advantage of. So if the Storm has that extra bit of output, perhaps you can bring down the first guy.
Todos me fallan en esta internacional. Carajo, chu, y, we.
Buyback is a very important thing to hold on to.
If Falcons were to find Ducalis now and kill him, it could end the game.
Esa guaguita tiene los ítems que se sacan minuto 30 y son minuto 41 pixd.
Ese jugador es bajito, así solo me queda disolver, disolver.
Ducalis' buyback being forced there, though, should open up the map. Now you have to play exceptionally carefully as P-Vision. Tormentor will go to Skeeter.
Yeah, that's all 5 shards now for Falcons.
I don't know where I'm at right now with no one, if you should buy out or save buyback. I kind of feel like you have to all in and buy that Axe and hope for the best. Satanic is queuing up MKB in an attempt to try to deal more with the gyro. Guess you could make a case that gyro is not your primary target.
Mira mi fantasy chun, por favor, soy Growler.
They got 3 of them, and Ench has Outworlds.
Lo peor de todo es que siempre matan primero a ese oracle, maldita caca.
It's not easy out there. It's about to hit level 25, though.
As you don't really have a solution to the Outworld Staff at all, because Nullifier is not going to do anything. All you can do is stun lock.
Send an email to Gabe Noel. It's the best solution you have is to try to make a case for it.
I have to say, the Outworld Staff, even though I thought it was going to be a terrible item in this patch, everybody's going for it. It's felt underwhelming, but against like,
it's just so good against Jug.
It's just a hard counter.
It's the best hero in the game to have it against. So, unsurprisingly.
That's why he hasn't been picked that much. Now we know.
It adds added to the pile of problems, right? There goes Roche.
Yep, another Roche for Falcons. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, Roche banner.
Who do you give the shard to? Probably the Pango. Yep.
Well, MKB is what Satanic went for.
And they already have a wave all the way down here, so I think this is just straight up to the high ground. Skitter is going to perfectly line this up with a level 25 as well, get the additional flak cannon attacks, or the cooldown rather. So now that's down to a 16-second cooldown. A lot of pressure about to be put here on
Capaz estos mierdas harán la real barba y pierde Falcons.
This is such a hard defense.
Es hora de la chua. Señal. Soy Grow. Soy Grow.
The first to fall. Big egg with the Sunray, but Skeeter is being able to heal through this quite easily as Malrine does get stunned by the egg. Now gets Cookie to the low ground. Falcons A-OK. Force the buyback on the 9 class. Now they can reset. Roche Banner will be cleaned up. There's a damage rune in the bot side of the river. Not sure if they had vision there.
That was egg number 1 and a buyback on Flock. So now both supports really good targets for Falcons to take down.
And they will spot it. And they will bottle it from Malrine. So likely to wait for the epicenter to get back. You got the Dazoon blood right, by the way. Not sure if you mentioned that.
Luckily for you, I did not.
Extra AoE for Malrine. Probably the best tier 4 possible for this.
Ese Yuger hace cosquillas. Tazumare tanto farm para rascar. Gampis no más.
In general, yes. This is the best.
All right, well, no one. Yeah, definitely holding on to his money for this buyback, for this eventual push, this next 3 minutes that Falcons have to work with.
He got his 25 as well. P-Vision, despite being 27k down, are starting to have a lot of damage.
Franco, despierta, Chu. Tú sí lo puedes lograr. Confío en ti, hermanito lindo de mi corazón.
The main problem is that your supports offer so little. I mean, look at the pitiful net worths in this breakdown. It's kind of unreal just how far behind they are compared to their counterparts. So they don't offer that much. The cores, even with this deficit, I feel like can put up a fight, but can you protect the supports? If they die first, the game might just end. 25
there
as
it
well
is.
on Amar.
There it is. Aghanim Scepter for no one. Blue hole ready to go. He has 2,500 in the bank. So buyback still intact. Skeeter now. They have the 1 lane. It's going to take
22.
a lot of damage.
9
That's life number 1. Falcons need to be ready. Rolling Thunder coming. Malrine misses the burrow strike. Gets the epicenter off, though. Satanic easily be able to clear. That's a beautiful egg just in time. No one, they kill off the egg. Double kill for Skeeter. And now the pressure applied to Satanic. He gets off it big on these slash. Actually kills off Malrine on the other side of the screen. Somehow, a huge blue hole on the 2.
Pega, mierda.
Somehow P-Vision is defending. Snakey goes down.
Pega, restumare, pega.
The last remaining member of Falcons will TP out.
Estos cojudos de Paravisión están vendiendo la partida más rápido que yo al país.
That bounce on the
Soy Grow. Soy Grow. Soy Grow.
So I thought for a second that he blinked after
Uy, siento que te cambió la voz. ¿Qué pasó?
¿Pega o pega?
I think seeing that, maybe no one should buy his shards.
No te digo esas mierdas de Falcon hacen la real barba.
Jump in, pop everything, just blast them before they
Qué buena junta de Fénix con Storm.
That's scary stuff. I mean, look at this.
Hasta que por fin saco daño ese juguete.
This is without using Swift Flash. It's just attacks. I think Falcons just did not expect the damage to come out so fast. Malrine is stunning heroes that aren't in the game there.
They did kill off the egg really quickly, but the buyback obviously helping out big time. Look at this jump. Look at
Mira mi fantasy Chubby, por favor. Soy Grover, soy. Despierta.
To finish the job.
I will say though, in this situation, Falcons did actually not use their outworld staffs all that well. Malrine used it outside of the Omnislash, and then when it came toward him in the end, he had it on cooldown. Trying to use it in anticipation, perhaps, of Satanic going for him, you have to hold it. You have to wait and try to clutch it up. But there's so much to keep track of in these fights. Gotta be careful you don't waste it. But what a hold. P-Vision. Now Satanic is gonna get that refresher soon. He has the gold for it. Might just synth his Ags first into a blessing. How much is he missing for that and buyback? It can't be more than like 2,000, which sounds like a lot, but really isn't at 48 minutes. It's quick to farm. This game is...
Drover le llega al pincho tu predicción.
16k lead, I think it's It's largely inconsequential because the 16
Barbero de
KD
mierda.
sitting on the supports.
Ya
and
lo
in spite
dije,
of not having
Barbero.
those big items on the supports, they're still getting their spells off every fight.
Esta remontada me recuerda a la vez que perdí con Coledo, pero igual gané yo. Mira mi fantasy, Chewy, por favor, Messi, soy Grover. Despierta mi predicción, mi BDA, que fue cagada. Soy Grover, que va a pasar mucha huevada.
And conversely for P-Vision, maybe you feel like, okay, we're actually strong enough to fight them head on now. We're going to contest the next Roshan for once.
Who thinks P-Vision is going to go to the grand finals? All right. And how about Falcons? All right. Slightly Falcons favored, I'd say, in terms of crowd. But I agree, this is, I mean, the buyback for the Phoenix was a very big deal, but the game has slowed down dramatically now.
It feels like you can
¡Despierta, Chuy! O te meto un pichulapazo y no pasara ni mierda. Soy Grover.
You're looking at this Phoenix, and yes, there is room to grow, but essentially for the key part of this game, DM has everything he needs until the game is over. He has 2 Shivas, 2 refreshers, 2 ultis, and almost level 25. Everything after this, it's nice, but it's not necessary.
Apoyo totalmente al amigo Danubio. Si pierde Falcon es barba como dicen XD.
Yo me pongo a pensar en qué momento la cague con mi predicción soy Grover.
Of course, there was that very famous clip with Nightfall where he basically killed him and lost the game.
That was rough.
That's one of those things that's not easy to bounce back from, but...
They're still teammates.
Yeah, I suppose.
Chuy. Ahora si te despierto a cable pelado más que lo pongas, te van a caer 10.000 moltes. No pasa nada aquí.
Ese Kiro puro vende humo, parece Chewy con las predicciones. Soy Grover.
Soy el verdadero Grover y me lelga al pincho las predicciones.
I'm not kidding.
You get Helm of the Undying if you get all.
Well, okay. Well, sure. If you're going to get something completely broken, obviously.
Maybe you replace it for Sister Shrek.
Oh, yeah.
Grover. Y porque todos somos Grover.
Temer aún no termina. Me importa una damier esta game.
You definitely want to get
Ya despierta o te meto un tabazo. Te escupo y no pasara ni mierda. Soy Grover, tu terror.
Book of the Dead, more trash.
Yo soy Grover Insectos.
I mean, you laugh, but it's queuing up Manta. That's the only reason.
That is true. Smokes on
Yo también soy Grover.
Invis for Malrine. Another rune about to come. It will be
Arcane.
No one Arcane. Oh boy, he's going to start this out right off the bat onto the Sand King. Sunray applied as well.
Yo soy Grover, tu telol bebecita.
Now, the roll was actually very deep for
Es mentira, soy el verdadero Grover. Nada más si me importan las predicciones, ya te dije. Soy Grover.
Y ese fantasmón. No, Chewbacca, no despiertes por el bien de Parivision.
Revive el quite.
No, Chewy, te tenías que quedar 5 minutos más dormido.
Despertó el señor Chewy.
Oh, that was really close for no one.
Te queremos, amigo.
He gets saved by
Te
the KD. He gets
queremos.
a big Lotus as well, if not 2. That transfusion really helping, but nobody dying in that exchange.
Amar with the bash into the abyssal. The face Phoenix apply though. Now there's 3 members of P-Vision nearby. He uses.
Nadie fue Grover solo. Fue producto de tu imaginación. Grover es solo un holograma.
Super tense. And now an abyssal blade finish from Malrine. They just want to bash Satanic.
It is
Ahora
so
sí
hard
por
for
las
Satanic to use
hijas.
his spells correctly. He's playing into, let's see how it's that, 3 Ghost Scepters, 2 Lotuses, and 3 Outworld Staffs. Like, how do you use your spells reliably unless they're used on a stunned target? The risk-reward.
Yeah, those Lotus reflects can be
Estos cojudos de para. Visión están vendiendo la partida más rápido que yo al país. Soy Grover, real terror.
That everybody can hear as P-Vision attracted to the sound.
Creo que era lo Nichan de Chewie.
Yeah, Battle Fury has been backpacked finally. As the Blink Dagger will eventually be a Swift Blink, but obviously wants to keep... Well,
trying for the rune here, Satanic.
It is a haste top, so nothing super consequential at this stage of the game. 3 gems in the game right now as well.
So it's 2 abyssals as well on the Dire side, so 2 times the lockdown.
Chewie ya salió PV como ganador en las predicciones. Lo hizo de nuevo Valve.
Effectively, their entire itemization is against 1 hero.
Ya mucha huevada. Yo soy el verdadero Grover, nadie más, y Chewie es cacanero.
How dare you forget such a thing?
A lot to keep track of in Pro
Como
Dota.
que Falcon ganó la segunda, peta madre mi plata.
Well, you say, how did I forget? It was Jug
Mi
who went
palomita me va a negar.
How did he forget?
Pi, 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 pi.
55 minutes in, smoke from P-Vision. They scan out as well, so they know Falcon's location.
Un nuevo dibujito nació Grover.
Yep. Feels like an item
Careando el stream de Farruko.
Yeah, for sure.
There has been 0 purchased yet.
Gano la segunda, pata madre mi plata. Me palomita me va a negar.
It's not easy to get into the offensive purge. But nobody's queuing it up. Jump in.
Falcon ganador o Grover frío. Tú decides, Chewie. Enter.
Yo soy Grover. Ya dejen de hacer eso, mucha huevada.
Will pop the Blade Fury, getting healed up.
Kick, 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 kick,
Get out of dodge as a result. They lose 2, buyback on 1. That was a huge kill on a Skeeter. Obviously has buyback available.
No, pendejo.
Doesn't want to expend it unless he needs to.
Una barra para Parivisión.
Spotted high ground.
Icy Veins not buying back there. A really tense moment. I feel like a lot of players just insta-click the buyback and take the fight, but stays patient. However, this would be a big grab.
Yes. If it's scouted by Falcons, does Skeeter buy back? It's already at half health. They're running out of time here. There's a lot of shit inside Roche.
Yeah.
Fine class.
Known to be
some
constipated.
vision. Oh yeah, he's big time. He's about to blow. Snake King. Gonna get some vision. Gonna get
hasta di que Parivisión ya la tiene ganada, por
There's
favor.
still goodies inside as the epicenter's about to come, I believe. Amar with the rolling thunder. Stuck inside the cogs as DM pops the refresher. 9 class goes inside the pit. Uses the shard to get
Estos
out.
mongolitos son Grover. Yo soy el anti-Chewbacca.
Vision, despite being down and out, it felt like early on. Now, quite possibly might be at an advantage despite being 20k down.
Estos cojudos no son nadie aquí. Ya van a caer. Yo sí soy Grover, hermanito
It is
lindo.
lying to you. This is not 84% dire.
I
refuse to believe that they're a 6-1 favorite in this game. This feels like a 50-50 to me.
Man,
that is crazy.
Maybe he has brain lag. Few minutes
Si
behind.
gana Visión, yo seré un anti-Chewbacca. Ya lo dije, soy Grover.
Okay, no one is going to get the refresher shard
Ya
from that Roche, so now...
terminen. Me la que le daré a cable pelado como a mi Susanita. Keiko. Recordar cuando le pasaba con...
It could become a little bit problematic here for Falcons to defend their primary targets at this point. When the damage is getting this crazy, you don't have a hardcore, reliable save like the Oracle, Shadow Demon, you know, something like this. You've got a...
Amigo Chewie, vuelve. XD. Grover.
This makes it even worse.
Está desatado.
For Satanic now.
Oh my god.
The amp damage. You've got to look for trouble here, surely. You've got 3 minutes on the...
Yo sí soy Grover, el verdadero mala, no como estos carneros.
See anyone and jump them with a stun and they just die in the blink
Sé
of
que
an eye.
estás escuchando esto. Despierta, despierta, no es real. No es
The
real.
bottle, of course, that he will use soon enough. MKB or Manta will take its place. Still going for, actually changes Abyssal to a Moon Shard.
No crean nada a estos falsos desafiados. Yo si soy Grover, el real terror. Rechazo los cargos. Soy inocente.
Not been burst really a single time.
Yo sí soy Grover, el verdadero más nano como estos cacaneros kipipipidín.
No lo escuchen, Chewie, esta pechuga es real.
Rechazos los cargos.
And then TPing back. A strategic move like we've never seen before.
Ya
Unbelievable.
hace 1 año y 2 días que fallecí y no escucho sus plegarias, por cierto, aún busco a Alan aquí.
El verdadero Grover es cabro. No soy Grover.
Who loves Sister Shroud?
Hola, Chewie. Soy Grover. Puedo mandar mi spam de Bob Esponja. Bob Esponja.
Ahora sí, disolver al Team Grover. ¡Disolver!
That's the thing about Dota players, though. Everybody hates or dislikes something.
Skeeter.
Doble daño y Roshan es el final, gente.
But fortunately, we love way more. Isn't that right, Shannon?
That's right.
We love the cart.
Oh, man. Let's talk about Centaur
the
cart
love
right
is
now.
bigger than anything you would dislike.
Grab ally and the cart,
yep,
man.
That's right.
Permiso, voy a prender mi moto. Per.
All right, how many Helm of the Undyings are we going to see?
Oh, yeah. That's honestly, that might be the story of this late game.
Nadie me felicito por haber fallecido. Rechazo los cargos. Soy inocente.
Thinking about it.
Mi botoncita Chewie. Como estás preciosa.
Okay, very, very confident young man.
Audacious Stitchin is a lot.
Farmé no más 1 hora y media. Y mi fantasía sube al cielo con Satanic.
Ah, interesting. Fallen Sky for DM.
Proelia sin ser la fila de Chewie para que me mate a pelos.
For every enemy hero within 600 units, just trying to not get comboed, I suppose, on the Storm.
Yeah, I think Unrelenting Eye is definitely an underrated tier 5. It doesn't sound all that sexy, but it's gotta be good. It's just Helm of the Undying, though.
Rechazo los cargos.
Okay, who can craft?
Soy inocente.
Okay, all 5 of them on Falcons have crafts ready.
No crean nada a estos falsos. Un mansos. Yo sí soy Grover. El real terror.
Amar has...
Esta serie debió tener mínimo 2 juegos de 100 minutos. XD.
Rechazo las predicciones. Soy Grover.
2 supports have it.
This is a game where recrafting could become a real thing, though.
All full smoke from Falcons. They have 5 out of 5 tier 5s. They're not going to find any opening, though, unless they want to go straight for the base.
Amigos míos, familia querida, no quiero asustarlos, pero está grabado todo XD. Declaro disolver.
No, Satanic chibolo de RCTN, te daré a cable pelado. Oh, sí. Oh, sí.
Con permiso.
He swift slashed the Lotus first, and then he omni slashed the same target. I think so, at least. I mean, it's hard to keep track of everything in those fights, but they both definitely got reflected back to back. Satanic stuck in an enemy team fight loop.
qué rico lo todo. Oh, me vengo.
No crean nada, esto es falso, se dicen. Yo solo diré que soy Grover, inocente. Ese Lotus, qué rico, esa Bambi se hizo el team.
They're getting it in 64 minutes. They had map control for like 20 of these. Yeah. Just never went for it, but now it's time to strike. They really want this buyback.
Puta madre, otra vez. Ese Yuga rascando los huevos, carajo.
Oh, qué buen loto, ¿verdad?
BKB on Oracle, for God's sake. It's 64 minutes in. No one gonna force everybody else back. The Falcons, they're actually gonna live on most of these members. Satanic looking for a target. E-Blade now. There's the Hex. The Malraid is gonna be able to get bashed though. Gets the burrow to the low ground. 9 class.
Juguera, aunque sea araña como mi gato ron ron.
45k net worthly for Falcons. Another E on this process. 9 class onto the high ground. He's stuck up here now. Oh no, he's dead. Helm of the Undying activates.
Ahora que miércoles hago con mis guatacoles.
Ese Yuger no pega ni mierda. No es padrastro, puta su madre. Por fin este Dota está siendo como lo de antaño, con muchos gritos de los narradores XD.
Hasta mi viejo borracho hace más daño que ese Yuger.
Chuy la hacen más larga que mi juicio por mandar a dormir a los estudiantes de la cantuta PCDT. Soy inocente. ¡Manda, Gigi, mierda!
Cántalo mierda, cántalo.
Eso fue gente. El jugué pega mucho, pero 40.000 de oro es mucho peso.
Ganó Falcons y llega a la final,
Esta partida
señores.
estuvo de puta
Más cerca
madre,
del TI.
What a worthy game of sending a team to the grand finals from.
El fantasy va a cambiar probablemente, ya que Satanic y Falcons han hecho muchos puntos,
La
demasiados
Bambi
diría.
hizo el Dota. Le hice rico con ese loto.
Demasiados puntazos.
Carajo, Satanic. Mi predicción no.
Vamos pagando y pagando.
Yo voy a ir contra mis 10 libras esterlinas.
I will say, though, perhaps the good news for the opponents of P-Vision is Falcons have perhaps exposed a little bit of a
Servicio, 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 servicio.
Falcons clearly figured something out.
Te extraño, mi querido Chu. El peladito ya no se ríe.
Thank you, Sunspan and
Y ganaron, pero a qué costo, chino de mi TNT, me fregaron todo.
Internationals. Does it ever stop feeling this special?
I think the
Han estado en 8 internacional. ¿Qué sientes especial este TI?
So it doesn't matter how many times I've been to TI.
No importa cuántas veces estoy en el TI, siempre es un momento especial. Tú has llegado otra vez, por segunda vez en tu carrera, a una gran final. Esto significa mucho. Todos queremos llegar a la final de TI. Tanto trabajo duro está hecho en el juego para llegar aquí, ¿no? Así que creo que sí vale la pena. Lo vale, dice.
And you only need to do it one more time. I mean, have you thought about it at all? What it would feel like to go all the way?
Obviously, I've thought about it, but you don't want to get ahead of yourself. So just one step at a time. We just need to focus on what we need to do tomorrow.
Van a enfocarse en la de mañana para la partida de la gran final.
How you got here. What have you been doing better than any other team at this event, would you say?
Making a lot of mistakes in group stage and learning from them. Because I think we play like utter crap in group stage with all those 60-minute games against
una fase de grupos muy difícil. Partidas muy largas contra Skirmishes y Taibon.
The only reason why we won this third game is because we really learned from our mistakes in the group stage.
Han aprendido sus errores y por eso han podido vencer a sus oponentes.
You had more experience than any other team here when it comes to game time, that is for sure. My question as well,
Mi pregunta es, Prevision, ¿qué piensas sobre 9 Class? 9 Class, ¿qué piensas sobre él?
I mean, I think he kind of just ran out of heroes. I think once Slark and Monkey, he didn't really know what to play.
Oh.
All right.
Dice que si no hay ni el mono ni el Slark, no sabe qué jugar. Eso creo que es lo que dijo, ¿no? ¿O estoy equivocado?
The most strong team outside of us, obviously.
Obviamente quieren el equipo más fuerte en la final, dice. No importa quién venga, hasta que esperan nomás y ya. Bueno, gente, prepárense, se vienen anuncios de nuevo héroe, quizás, nuevo evento, no sé. Pero vamos a averiguarlo en breve.
Players in the running to being that two-time TI champion, and 3 times if you couch coach AUY, who has already won as a player and a coach, and potentially twice as a coach. Depends on who they're facing, though. At first, let us break this game down.
Y en Falcons hay probabilidad de que se vuelva 2 veces campeón. Snake King, Skitter y creo que no hay más, ¿no? Espérate, el Support 4 que viene a ser. No es Saxa, Grid podría campeonar TI por fin. Bueno, y los nuevos, ¿no? Que no son tan nuevos ya, pero fueron la sangre nueva hace unos años atrás, que son Amar y Malrin. Así que pues podrían conquistar su primer TI. Y pues tiene también camino todavía para recorrer y conquistar otro TI. Mientras que Snake King sí está, ya sea perro viejo, ya es Snake King. 8 TI ya va. Ha jugado desde creo 2013, 14 lo he visto en los TIs. Con equipos de Norteamérica en primer lugar. Ganando primero con Tundra y ahora probablemente con Falcons. Acá vemos las repeticiones de la partida. Ha sido una buena partida, me ha gustado. En general me ha gustado la partida de Falcons contra Parivision. Va a soltar un montón de puntitos. La gente está feliz en las predicciones. Muchos contentos, otros molestos. Así funciona esta cosa. En breve debería haber anuncio y en breve empieza también la partida entre Stream contra el equipo de BB Team.
When they took the Aegis, right, for Skidder to die and when no one died, Skidder didn't like rush buyback, they didn't panic over this Roshan. The game.
Llegamos a las gran finales, gritan allí, celebran ahí, un fuerte abrazo. ATF con Malrin.
How important the international is and how much it means. You could see that in the game. Falcons, they made sure that every move they made was so that they could punch their ticket into the grand final.
You have to be so happy for them. Like, first of all, Crit hasn't made it to a TI Grand Finals before. You have Malrin and Amar who've played together for so long. Yeah, they've won LANs, they've won other events, but this is something absolutely different. So the fact that, of course they need to celebrate. They're also playing out of their minds. Their itemization, what they're doing. Yeah, I can only sing praises for this team.
Yeah, Malrin in particular really stepped up these last 2 games. That game in his Pango was excellent. This one in his Sand King, he got his bread and butter. Their idea of camping mid with the Oracle and the Storm Spirit did not work out. He hit his timings and he was a menace on that map. You pair him up with Amar on his Pango and they were like causing chaos in this mid game. It was so hard for Fusion to take these fights. They were constantly on the hunt. Amar also playing on the edge so many times. He was just going in. It looked like he may die a couple of times in that mid game, but he got away, clutching the mid game again for them.
Yeah, it helps that they also have this like double abyssal. So when you do enter this,
Malrin te dio casi 40.000 puntos. Bien, mano, bien. Ya debe estar por arriba, supongo yo. Como digo, esto va a cambiar de todas maneras mañana. Va a estar en otra posición. En la noche se va a actualizar más que todo el puntaje del Fantasy. Y si pusiste el team de Full Falcons, es probable que explote mañana, ya que llega a la final. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Pero fue mochila, dice.
It's just beautiful to watch. You want to have moments like these on the main stage. They don't always happen because I do think that they're Well, there might be mistakes in mind because you don't want to omni-slash a Lotus Orb target. Let that be a lesson. Now, you also don't want games to go that long. Why did it go this long?
¿Por qué duró tanto?
It might be over in 18 minutes.
Dice acá Chive.
P-Vision are just really good at like delaying the game, like in terms of they're like, okay, we're behind and sure, like maybe this is happening. But we also need to like talk a little bit about like why did Falcons even have such a big lead in the start? And their lane swap is so genius. Putting Snap against Clock.
Espérense, que me está reclamando el yape de Soles. ¿Quién? No. Juanito, ¿cómo te atreves? ¿Qué dice? Te mando mi ID del Dota para que no me manden fotogampis y paso mi número GA. A las 12:21 reclamó. ¿Tendrás los puntos? Voy a revisar. ¿O los has perdido? De que tengas los puntos, te daré tu yape de 10.
Your party vision. That's why I feel it's even more impressive that they could hold on.
Así usaste los puntos.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Chiefs, about why
muy bien, señor, muy bien.
Falcons to close it out, it was satanic. I mean, that
acabando la transmisión, le entregaré sus puntos.
Him and Ducalis, they positioned themselves in the map such that he was always
no, estoy poniendo el bot porque quiero escuchar si dicen por ahí sobre el evento o algún nuevo héroe, no sé.
And Satanic really showed discipline with his Omni Slashes too. He didn't join any bad early game fights.
Que ya más quedan dos nomás. Con esto quedarían dos. Espérate, queda uno. Bueno, queda uno, quedan dos. What?
And he waited for his opportunity until the very end
where he got that really cool Omni Slash
with the Vortex. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, but it was awesome to see.
It was great to see. Obviously, on the other side, you got carry gyrocopter by Skeeter, and I think T-Gov, he deserves
no, acuérdense que lo del yape solamente es para Perú, gente. Ya saben, ya, solo para Perú.
We already mentioned it earlier because we're talking about itemization, but of course the outward stuff comes in clutch, and it's just the key thing. I think the way that Skeeter played this game was, you know, exceptionally strong.
A mí no me subí mi fantasy, dice. Tengo 3 jugadores de string. Es que no duraba nada la partida de string. Vamos a ver cuánto dura la partida de string contra BB Team. La de Falcons contra Parivision, como han visto, hace una partida muy larga. Muy larga. Un poco vamos a ver del lo que ha sido el no este juego. No fue 1000 last hits. O a pesar de eso, lo único que ha farmeado es Satanic. No hizo tantos puntos el hitter con GPM ni... Bueno, last hit sí, pero GPM no tanto.
Bueno.
¿Qué pasó?
They also killed the gyrocopter 100-0 when he had it because they had the stuns, the teamfight, the execution.
So
they knew how to play into it.
It makes it so difficult for yourself, though.
It does. Yeah.
It's one of the downfalls of the hero, and it's also what Falcons like abuse in the later stage of the game. They have the double Abyssal Blade that T-Gov mentioned. They have a double Lotus Orb as well. You have multiple E-Blades to like try and save the targets so they get Omni'd. And even then, Satanic did so much. I would say that to me, they still impressed me a lot because I could see that they're not like crumbling under the pressure of a TI stage.
Yeah, I don't want to criticize that pick at all because he did incredibly with it. It was his call, was what we heard from Asuni backstage. Satanic wanted to play the hero. He saw something in that, you know, Gyro versus Juggernaut matchup. Unfortunately, there was a really critical error in the end when Phoenix dove in without buyback and got Abyssaled. Had that not happened, we may have seen a longer game.
¿Por qué quieres que revise WhatsApp? ¿A qué te debe? ¿Qué cosa? Espero que sea para algo de verdad importante, ¿eh?
Fortunately for Falcons, who are our first grand finalists. This game in particular, though, had them be on the front foot the whole game long. They were ahead, isn't that right?
¿Qué hablas?
That's right, Shiver. Yeah, the early game for Falcons was their bread and butter, something they've been doing consistently throughout the road to the International leading up to this, and that's the Sand King mid and its ability to pressure towers. I did a segment on this during during that road, and when you attack towers with this facet, you're giving miss chance of 50% to the tower. So that means anything that is tanking the tower is doubling its HP. Any regen that's going on, if you get a second neutral feat, using your Helm of the Dominator or whatever else, it just makes your pushing so much better. In this case, they always pair, not always, but when they can, pair with the Enchantress because that's going to make it easier for them to supply this tower pressure at such an early point in the game. And then Mallory instantly shifts to the bot lane because his opponents had reacted decently with the defense. And they do the same thing here. This one creep wave, they basically traded a tower for a single melee creep, which is insane, but very, very valuable. And then what Mallory does is he goes back to the mid lane. He says, I need to play for this rune, and watch what 9 class does. Does a great job with his cogs here to cause some disruption, and this one especially is going to shoot this cog right over the rune. the exact same
Terrible.
time that it spawns.
Al final del stream voy a
so that
hacerlo.
even when Malrine burrow strikes in, he gets
Falta un
stunned,
yape más,
and they
creo.
pick up the haste rune, which is great.
Déjame
But again,
revisar.
if Malrine just attacks them,
Y los
50%
yapes de 10
miss
se van a
chance, and
duplicar
Storm is
a...
definitely a huge part
Bueno,
right
van a
clicking
aumentar a
at this point.
70.000
So
Waka
he
Coins.
basically cleans
Pero
that
ya
up,
para
no
más adelante,
problem,
ahorita no.
and then they walk mid with the
Tengo
brunt
que
of their
recargar.
energy, including the gyrocopter, and they get both towers killed at 10 minutes and
Después
30
va a haber
seconds,
inflación,
which is a
gente.
huge early
Los
point in the game.
Waka Coins van a
They go on to defend their
inflarse.
safe lane, have a nice big gold advantage,
Tío
and
Chubi,
that
¿qué?
is
Ya
why
está
the
de
game
modo
is so
capitano.
hard for P-Vision.
Chubi, ya no hicieron
Cannot
algo
slow down
tampoco.
this tower
Ya
for
acabó
sure.
todavía. Tengo algo de Core a Shiro. Uy, ya fuiste. Si tienes a Marlin, estás bien, porque todavía puedes conseguir puntos.
Kino, and speaking of Kino,
Kino?
that's going to be the name of the next short film contest that we have right here. Kino.
Va a haber otra cinemática. A ver. What? No, el Lion. Kino es. Nadie daba ni un sol por Falcons, dice Marimir Goss. Mr. Goss. Roblox, Manrezo me dio un K más con Bebe. ¿No les dio tantos puntos? Pucha. Prácticamente esto es un video de 1 minuto 30 de puros memes. Con héroes de Dotita. Sí, pues, puras capturas o escenas de algunas películas hechas en héroes de Dota. Thanos alquimista, ok. Ya está.
Of that one, there were so many in there. That was fantastic to see. And something that is going to be fantastic to see is our upcoming series. We had our upper bracket finals.
¿Qué?
It was great. It's
¿Y mi héroe nuevo?
to do the thing that's necessary. Eliminate one more team because there's
No.
only space for 3 teams on the final day.
Que ya mañana entonces. Pucha madre. Menos mal me fui jatearon.
Take a look at the bracket to see where we stand because 2 more teams
Otra vez estofado.
to see who has the honor on playing
No
on
me hagas esto,
Championship
Chiver.
Sunday.
Mañana ya es la final. Mañana no anuncian nada, normalmente.
Also the lower bracket, it's really,
No.
I would say, you know, you have the winner bracket and you lose. This is where it makes or breaks the team. So you drop down below and you have to make it work. You don't have a secondary life.
Hoy ya no hay
But both these
anuncio.
teams that we're seeing in the next match, I've seen them both level up a lot. Both BB team and especially Extreme Gaming after the, I would say, really devastating loss they received by Extreme Gaming, they've leveled up a lot.
They really have, especially.
Estas eran las reales hijas.
They've just
¿Cómo no
flipped
fui al
the narrative
futuro
on
y
its
copié
head
esto?
of how we perceive this team. Like in the past, you look at this
Pucha
team as
mano.
early game dominance, strong laners, aggressive hyper carry who's always owning. This
El
entire
nuevo
team,
héroe será el
entire
gato
tournament, they've been,
ronron.
like losing lanes, struggling, making big comebacks, and winning off of that. So they're on their TI anime
Estofado,
journey
señor
right now.
Chuy.
They really are. And with these top 4 teams that we have here
Tabu
in
Gestuns.
Germany, it does also mean we got
Tengo un reina apenas 3000. Buenas tardes,
Yeah, I
gente.
did a
Dice
little bit of
señor
a
Don
deep
Gato.
dive across the last 14 internationals that we had. You know, when you get to the top 4, you're like, we're at the international. What is the regional split, right? Looking at TI1, we had 4 different regions.
Los 14
at the
TIs.
international, but then when you progress through
La
the years,
las
TI2,
finales,
TI3,
¿cómo han
TI4,
sido?
TI5, China was so dominant. But look across the screen. You just don't
Ah,
see
top
these
4
teams
dice cómo
anywhere
quedó siempre.
dominating the top 4 until this
2 de
TI.
Europa,
Both
4
P-Vision
China,
and
2 de
BB
China,
breaking into
Europa,
the top
China,
4.
Europa,
It's the
Europa,
first
China,
time ever that the
Norteamérica,
region
China,
holds the
China.
majority at an international.
China.
Yeah, I feel like usually we have, like, you know, you have your team spirit at the top. Of course, they didn't make it this far. But
¿Qué
BB
dice? ¿Sea decía?
It's the first
Ah, en TI1 desde acá, no, claro. Sea, este era el. En la final, en el TI1 habían así, las 4 regiones. Habían 4 regiones. Acá. Pues. Bueno, ahorita hay 2 de Europa Oriental, ¿no?
Yeah, I feel like usually we have, like, you know, you have your team spirit at the top. Of course, they didn't make it this far. But BB team, they're always like in the contention. They kind of make it, but then it's like top 5.
Tu mod. Más rato. Chuchu, ¿qué es? ¿Quién ganará? ¿Screen o Bebe? No sé. ¿Por qué tan... Uy, estaba tan atrasado en el stream? ¿Qué fue, mano? Esta es la partida de hoy día, que ni siquiera vi. Solo vi la final. Que había Anti-Mage, ¿de quién? De Pure. Peter con BB-Team. ¿Quién ganó la primera partida? BB-Team supongo, ¿no? Ah, la Marcy de Yuma cayó.
Yeah, I mean, if at any point Pure fixes his laning phase, this team can level up even further. The fact that they're not all operating at 100% is scary. The fact they're top 4, based on Miro or Save or GPK, just dominating these mid portions of the game, it is just a scary prospect. At any minute, when they fully wake up,
los puntos de fantasía aumentan hasta el final del torneo.
Yeah,
sí, siempre y cuando hayas puesto, o sea, depende el desempeño siempre, el desempeño del jugador que has puesto. El desempeño es muy importante, amigos. Stream va a barbear, dice Missy.
It did. I mean, it's not the 3-game series we're used to seeing from them. Like I mentioned, they've had to make so many comebacks, but I think the really cool thing about their long journey here is that Pure has learned a lot of humility. Like, he's gotten his ass handed to him in a lot of these lanes. And today, with his gyrocopter in that Game 3 versus Heroic,
sí hay la voz de Guillermito Martínez Timba, sí hay. Pero he muteado el bot ahorita. Estoy esperando si es que anuncian algo, pero me están baiteando.
Speaking of pulling through extreme gaming on the main stage as well, they did have a rough time in that upper bracket, but since getting dropped down this morning, because they looked very good.
Héroes únicos que han elegido a Stream: Mirana, Chaos Knight, Sniper, Oni Knight, Hakiro, Elder Titan.
The individual heroes we've been seeing coming out of Extreme Gaming, because we talk about P-Vision being the spicy team, but Extreme Gaming has been a little bit spicy for themselves. Today we saw Carry CK come out of Ame, the Sniper, that was an XM staple coming out. There's even been a Carry Omni Knight at some point.
¿Cuántos puntos tienes Chewbacca? 104.000.
They run the ET from the 5.
Casteando cuando acaba la transmisión. Falta todavía Alejandro Quispe, todavía no acaba. Va a jugar una serie más. Va a haber una serie más. Falta Stream contra BB-Team. Desviador, no hay nuevo héroe. ¿Por qué no quieres prender el bot? ¿Por qué? Porque vas a estar molestando con eso, pues. ¿Qué crees? Usa el cerebro, úsalo. Yo sé, estoy adelantado a ti. Sé que vas a fastidiarme con lo de nuevo héroe. Te conozco. No, mira, me baiteó. No hay ni pincho. Madre, no hay nada. No hay nada este año, no. Bacán. Bacán, no hay nada este año. ¿Seguro que no hay nada este año? Todos no me puedes hacer esto. Primer año donde no va a haber nada. No va a haber ni pincho. Ya llegó BB-Team. Si gana BB-Team, predicciones siguen funcionando. Si pierde, Stream llegará mañana al día de final y puede sumar puntos contra Parivision y vencerlo, no lo sé, porque ya perdió contra Pari. Aparece Stream Gaming.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
¿Cuánto durarán las partidas? ¿Serán turbos? ¿Serán reñidas? Ambos estilos son parecidos, van a juego largo. Probablemente dure 1 hora cada juego. Ojalá que dure 2 horas cada partida. Quiero irme a los 180.000 puntos del Fantasy. Vamos. Hola chiquis triquis. Chubi, Falcons demostró que String puede ganar para Division. Sí, señor Sebastián Bonet. Así es. Así es, señor. Sí, ahorita activo el bot. Un momento, un momento. Bueno, durante la partida sí voy a mutear el bot, ya saben, como siempre. Modo torneo. Voy a estar mirando las 3 partidas. O 2, no sé.
Dealing with this meta of map play, of split push, of these Helm of Dominator creeps, and I think GeBytes cooked some stuff up from yesterday
Bueno,
to today.
vamos a ir ¿cómo se llama?
It depends on how Gigabyte wants to
Actualizando el
approach this
bot.
draft. Like,
Acá.
does it want to look at the tempo coming from GPK on the
Puntelo
mid
de
lane or
acá.
Mirror on the
Acá
off lane?
pongo
Depending on
total.
which one they navigate, like could try and deal with in the draft,
Aquí
maybe some
abajo.
bans. I think that's when they have a game on their hand, right? Like realistically, is BB as quick as a team as let's say P-Vision, right? I don't think they are. So I think the game should last a lot longer. We should see the real depths of both teams kind of shine.
Looking forward to seeing that. And if we're talking about the depths of both teams, one thing that is not really deep for both teams is the Mars. It's quite on the surface, actually, Tigo.
Yeah, of course. Coming into this TI, we do have some incredible specialists on the Mars. I did look at these stats this morning, so I don't actually know if it includes.
Uy, ¿qué? Uy, ¿Darmago? ¿Qué?
That alone, we do have
TI 2025, ¿qué tiene que ver Darmago? Espérate, a ver. Altimer a Mars Players. Ok. XXS 170, 163, 123, 124. Darmago ha jugado 124 veces con Mars. Y tiene win rate de 61%. El más alto es Amar, con 66%. Jugar más partidas también.
I honestly hope to see Mars here with XSS, because again, that game earlier, I don't think I got the clip for it, but it was just iconic. So good, some of these arenas.
I mean, this guy's Mars has been like famous for
Bueno,
years.
apareció Darmago. Aparecen jugadores peruanos a veces. Curioso dato de International.
So I feel like they've got a pretty good shot in this series.
And Extreme Gaming are very team fight heavy as well. Unlike other teams in this tournament, they haven't really been winning by, split pushing and Helm of the Dominator. They've been winning by making it to late game, winning off of Ame's back, getting these clutch team fights.
But what you just described there with team fight teams need time to get online.
¿Dónde está el equipo de BB Team? ¿No lo he puesto? No he puesto BB Team. Mientras vamos a sacar la info contra Enigma.
Of course, we can entertain Miro playing the likes of Lycan, but he's probably not going to
0-35-18.
Yeah, I'm sure both teams have had a lot of fights. You can easily read that too in the KDA records, Kazu, that we have, I believe.
Yeah, like we've talked about GPK before, and I mean, if you're a mid player, this is the guy
Hay más info,
Because this guy, he's on this, like, his
KDA. Uy, ¿qué? Yuma, primer lugar. Ya está eliminado, pero quedó en primer puesto con su KDA de 8.88. El mejor carry ha sido eliminado. GPK le sigue, GPK es medio, ni siquiera es el carry. Satanic carry, XXS offlaner y Malring medio. Curioso que este Yuma del mejor con KDA. Al final Stream vs Falcon y Stream. La nueva Falcon, dice el caso de este. El mejor carry es el que pega más cracks. Ya, voy a activar el bot. Ahora se activa el bot. Ya está, bot activado.
El mejor Whisper del torneo.
To me, it's also like one of the things that you have for XSS for me specifically. Maybe I'm biased because I'm an offlaner, but I think this guy has played so well. One of his, like the reason he has such a good KDA, I think this guy barely dies. Both him and XM to me have been incredible like standout players for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, and on the topic of XM, he's no joke either. We talk about
Chuy lindo si salía Aero y te llamo para levantarte. No te enojarías, ¿verdad?
No.
Hay pruebas, pero flojera para buscar.
Ojalá la mafia no meta mano en este game y les dejen ganar a los chinos, pero que dure.
Volví, amigos, gracias por rezar por mí. Los visitaré cada 1 de noviembre y cada 31 de octubre también.
He's got a couple of standout heroes as well. We saw he was 3-0 on his Lesh, 3-0 on his SF. Like, these are heroes that kind of carry from the mid lane, do a lot of damage for your team. And if you're talking about XXS playing heroes like Mars, these teamfight anchors,
Vamosame mi terreno contigo.
capitalizes off of that incredibly well.
Chuy, estás en el top 100, revisa, loco.
No voy a revisar eso.
Chuy, mete 15.000 puntitos o eres arrugador y desviador.
¿Qué cosa? Ese lo voy a banear. ¿Quién chucha fue? Ah, Locotex. Ah, ya ese sí, ya. Quitar. ¿Cuánto tiempo? Ya, Locotex, te voy a mutear 30 minutos, ¿ya? Justo en la predicción. ¿Te parece? ¿Qué te parece eso?
Uy, dime la verdad, cargas papas de noche.
No, yo no. Yo que ya se despertó, dice Ronaldo Poco. No, ha sido jato. Estás mirando un holograma. Está Diana Castañeda también, saludos. Acá, ¿qué más? Francisco Moreno dice, va a ganar 2-0. Sí, he sufrido para ganarle a Heroi. Este Dota de Malrin solo me subió 3K, dice Diexis.
Chuy, ¿cómo es posible que calles al oprimido?
¿Lo oprimido? ¿Y por qué? O sea, eres el oprimido ahora reclamándome Waka Coins. Mejor dime, Chubaca, regálame sí mi Waka Coins. Voy a reclamar toda tu tienda. No quiero dejarle nada a los demás. Ha sido más claro. Chuy, ¿qué tal las fijas? Pasa las fijas. No, no hay fijas.
But this was the previous
Soy el
version of
antifijas.
BB team, the one that stomped their lanes. There haven't been that kind of BB team this TI.
Yes.
I mean, for some reason, laning stage is not working out for this team, but that is why they were such a bane to Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming in the
Te dije
past
regálame,
really needed
te dije
better
apuesta.
lanes, even
Eso
or
es distinto.
fine because they played for that late game.
But it's also, so I say, XG, you're a team that just didn't show up in the entire year, right? Like coming into TI, it was like, okay, here we go again. Arme, you might get out of group stage if you're lucky. No one really predicted them to, dominate the group stage. So I think that, the TI magic is in the air for clearly both teams, it seems.
Yeah, the pressure is on. Both of these teams, of course, would love to reach top 4. Top 3, because they have already reached top 4. The only player on the side of BB Team that has done so before is Pure last year with Tundra. The rest on the side of BB Team has never gotten this far to begin with. Let alone be third.
La Frostmore me dice que AME tiene que ganar sí o sí. No me queda de otra que tener que invocar a la Legión Ardiente para desatar el caos en el internacional.
Gente, es lo que pensé. Alguien va a hacerlo
Mira
perfecto.
Ronaldo poco del rojito,
posiblemente.
diciéndote humeador y no
Si
dices
gana
nada.
BB Team, avanza y le faltarían solamente 2 correctas. ¿Será que pasa esto? Porque ya todo lo arriba está listo. Acá también falta que pase estos 3 y ya tiene todo perfecto. 12.000 puntazos.
Si gano Falcon, si eso que pensé que Pivision era invencible con sus tácticas. Parecía el Barcelona del año 2009 de Pep Guardiola.
Chévere, tu edición.
No es mi predicción, por si acaso, no es mía.
And Arme has shown he is ready to go back into some very old tech in the hope to try and convert into a win.
Yeah, I do have to get this out of the way, by the way. There's obviously Extreme Gaming played first series of the day. That was 11 hours ago when they started their game about it. What's up, T?
I don't think it matters.
Okay, good.
Because behind BB
Ese de la captura te chuchas
the
del
entire
futuro,
crowd
qué
that
pedo.
supports XG. So they're going to be screaming at the backs of BB the entire time, potentially carrying over.
Lo siento, pero estoy con Extreme, no con Bebe, y no soy Grover.
Yes, there's a lot of
No eres
Extreme
Grover.
Gaming fans in the arena, and that will amp anyone
Ese
up. I
jude
will
con un
say
Nintendo,
that
borran su
because
juego.
when we saw BB Team face the previous crowd favorite, Enigma Galaxy, they were able to pull through as well. So potentially it might level BB Team up as well. We'll see how that goes, but it is indeed good to know that the team
Tendré que
will not play a
cazar.
part. If you played
Pronto tendré que
those
cazar.
Dota games every single day, you're gonna make sure you're,
I mean, they
you're in
play
your
like
time.
17 hours a day at home. Like, who cares? Like, it's gonna be 12 hours here on stage. It's fine. The adrenaline is here. It's your friend.
Quick confessional. I've played like 27 pubs once in a day before. Have you ever played more than 20 games of Dota in a day?
Yeah.
Yeah, on like if you're doing like some 24-hour, I'm a degen, I don't go to bed. Yeah, you. But
Guille Mortal.
is it in ranked? Did you start the day losing and then you had to keep playing? Like, what was this? Why did we play 20-odd games?
Because we're freaks and we love Dota too.
Wasn't there a crazy stat from Seb that he played 36 games in 24 hours?
Mis paisanos tienen que ganar. Si lo defendiere un disolver del más a la.
Just fine with that. And I do want to touch a little bit more on the offlaners. I know we talked about XSS, but I do want to also focus on Miero, who is actually, in terms of TI plays, on the side of BB Team, the least.
Terrible todo lo que está pasando.
In 2024 last year.
Don Fujimori es de Japo, soy estúpido. Ajá.
I think this guy is also like maybe even like
la
the
partida
best
todavía.
form that he's ever been in. Yes, he had a phase where he tapered
Qué
off a
raro
little
que
bit, but
duermas.
now he's coming
Tanto
back.
que harás en las
both in a similar
noches.
boat where they don't get the most resources from
¿Cómo
their
dices
team,
qué?
but they still make it happen in like nearly every single
Qué
time
raro
they
que
do play.
duermas
And we
tanto.
see here
¿Qué hago en
they
las
have a
noches?
lot
¿Cómo
of
que
unique
qué hago en las
heroes
noches?
to
Estoy
their
casteando si 3 la main he prendido. Esta madre ahí a veces también usan la chimba, por algo tienen cerebro.
His hands on the Lycan, for
A
example,
ver,
or XXS,
Wars, me
the
caen
game
Wars.
changes entirely. But
A
Miero,
ver.
he's gone 3-0. Is it 3-1 now? Or 4-1? I think he won another
Chuy,
game on this first one.
revisa los puntitos de Marlene, por suerte. Xtreme me dio los suficientes puntitos, ahora quisiera saber de...
No, yo voy a ver de primero de stream.
Ahora se castea dormido. Da su madre, qué rica chamba.
¿O quién fue?
I honestly hope to see
Ah,
Bristle,
pucha,
like Ball
otra vez ya.
said. These are the type of games where
Ya está, ya,
Lycan
listo,
from
ya.
that pressure, Sentinel from
Gracias.
scaling, and then the Bristle, of course, like you just mentioned.
Ya,
which
onta
is
Locotex,
chaotic
toma tu
energy.
Locotex,
Any
ya.
of these heroes will give people a very
No sabía que tenías kick, papi.
Toma.
Listo.
Pedís Locotex, alégrate. Alguien vino a darte mod. 11 por 103.
If that's bad,
Soy Grover, no
then maybe
cubito.
it'll go towards offlaners. But from how they've been drafting at the moment, it's
smokes.
along the lines of hoodwink or
4
shaker
smokes.
slash offlaner.
Chiñaña.
What's gonna happen, and it is finally time to get into the draft of that first game.
Soy Grover, no cubitos.
Team versus Extreme Gaming.
6
Game 1.
por 170.
We've got Extreme Gaming on the
Ahora
Radiant
le
side,
damos
BB Team on
moda
the Dire side.
Chumpies.
First pick to Extreme,
Para
that means
que
overall last
chambi.
pick going the way of BB
Yeah.
Team. We'll see how that will go. A couple of usual suspects already eliminated in the sense that the Lycan...
Pásate las fijas, Chuy. No seas botado.
No hay fijas, no hay fijas.
Beastmaster, Shadowfiend. And I will say, I feel like, you know, we see that Marcy on the banning side of Extreme, and we basically have
No
not
hay
seen
fijas,
Marcy
señores.
over the last few series, I feel. It's been
No
kind
dijeron
of
nada.
weird, but
Sí,
they're
pues
putting it
Cacana,
back
no
on.
dijeron
Chuy.
nada. ¿Tú crees que ellos también
No
estoy
dijeron
molesto?
nada. Me mentí.
Estoy recontra molesto, papu. Normalmente hacen anuncio hoy día, pero bueno. No hicieron ni
So
pincho.
you only have one ban in the second phase. Generally speaking, SF is good against like offlaners that lack armor, you know, like your bristlebacks.
2 y 14 de la tarde. Voy a traer mi almuerzo. Mientras tanto, Stream y BB Team ya empezaron. No creo que anuncien algo más rato, pero en fin. No creo.
Que así es, pa.
Así es, no hay fijas. Checker aparece.
Yeah, I think that what they wanted to do
Para BB Team.
Es la
no, para
partida de
Stream.
Stream.
doesn't
Es
have that
real.
hero that will counterpick those typical melee styles. You know, like the Earthshaker that just came out for Extreme Gaming. With XM, you can't take any risks. He's 3-0 on that hero right now. If you give him a lane for it, he will always pick it.
Ahora sí, Chuy, ¿cuántos puntitos meterás?
¿Cuántos puntos meteré? 10.000 puntos, Locotex. 10.000 puntos. Al equipo más que yo creo que posiblemente pierda.
No te preocupes. Chuy acabando sale Gabe Calato y anuncia nuevo héroe con Dendi bailando junto a Loda.
Chuy, esta es la voz de musculoso en el TTS.
Chuy, que esperabas ese Haven, está molesto porque lo putean en su propio juego.
There is a chance that if they see something even better for the mid lane, they might just throw that Earthshaker, give it to XSS.
Ya están mis Wakacoins apostaditos.
Spellcasting backliners and like you enable your team to like play the fight that they want, he excels on all of these heroes.
This is
La Locotex, 9500 Wakacoins de golpe.
The Templar Assassin, this early.
Ya puse Wakacoins
¿A quién le va?
a Bebetín. 10.000 Wakacoins a Bebetín.
With your second pick, you'll have last pick in the draft. You can now follow the Shaker the entire time. And
Los míos también, suerte, Chuy.
¿Cuántos puntos fantasy tengo? Más de 100.000 Diexis. Cameraman MVP, denle algunos aplausos.
Yeah, the flex is always open there, but I wonder if there's an element of
Regálame puntos, Chuy.
have an easier time than it has been having. Let's just pick a very stable laner for pure one of his signatures and make sure that he doesn't get his heroes banned out later on.
¿Quién vino que regala mis puntos? Fuera,
Soy nueva, papito.
Bienvenida al stream, Diana. Bienvenida.
Sure, it's a very good hero. It farms a lot. It does very well in those lanes, but you don't help your
Todos
team very
hacen
much. And I
ricos.
think
Chewbacca, tú eres mejor que Macarius. Creo encajas más en transmitir evento.
¿Qué cosa?
Mira cuántos puntos me dejas comprar puntos.
Chewbacca agrega un ruleta
No,
para
no sé.
perder mi plata.
Si eso es un halago, o me lo dices por pena, no sé. ¿Cómo debo tomar eso?
Now you just need your hoodwink
¿Eso es algo bueno o algo malo?
from mid, anything that can set up to take advantage of this hero's early game impact.
Chuy, pero yo aposte más que tu Chuy, que fue.
Yo puse 10.000, tú has puesto 9.500. ¿Cómo vas a hacer más?
¿Cuántos puntos tienes en el Fantasia, tío Chuy?
¿Qué? Punto fantasía y 100.000 puntos. Voy a poner acá. Bueno, ya, 100.000 puntos
When you
tengo.
want to look at like the regional differences from our top teams that we have left, XG always wants stuns. They always want ways to take fights, and like you just mentioned, that layering.
15k, ¿cómo has puesto 15k?
Yo aposté 15k, tú solo 5k.
Stun, you have grip, you have slam. There's so many ways for them to save, kite, and prolong engagements that if BB misses.
¿Qué porcentaje vas, tío Chuy?
Volatile here when you blink in. If you don't have the pike and ways to disengage, if you're getting locked down, you can just get 100 to 0.
No entiendo, ¿qué te refieres, Locotex?
By including Vayne so early in
¿qué
your draft,
hablas?
you're making it an anti-carry draft as well. You're making sure that this TA that goes picked first does not go
Mira.
unpunished.
Ya nos perdí por eso, yo ya repartí más cosas, pero...
10.000, tú has puesto
Los chinos de
9.500.
Mela con su hojita.
¿Dónde está tus 15.000? No te entiendo. ¿Dónde está tus 15.000? Estás ciego, ni siquiera sabes qué cupones. Para eso te doy mod. Para
Ya no
agrandarte por las
bardearan
huevas.
los chinos, ¿verdad?
La madre.
I loved watching Katomi play the disruptor. I feel like there's this kind of
Hola, Matt. Bienvenido al stream,
Me
bienvenido.
aparecías como primero en el fantasy, pero te acaba de pasar un tal teólogo.
will find that time to have that turnaround.
Pero Locotex, ¿por qué hablas de las partidas anteriores? Habla de esta partida nada más.
Yo ya ni quiero revisar cada serie acabada baja un 1% de Guillermo Búlgare con Chala.
I just want to say this is the first Storm.
Cálmate, Chuy. Ya sabes cómo es Locotex.
Pero es que es desesperante a veces, man. Es desesperante. Le voy a quitar mod y
Chewbacca, quítale mod y devuélvemelo por
They
terco.
put the Storm mid, they get the Oracle to secure the runes,
Yeah.
and they just play around him. It's very clear here that BB team are wanting to play.
Los chinos ya se les acabó la barba, ¿cierto?
Aparece el Anti-Mage para Stream Gaming. Oh, meu Deus. Anti-Mage contra Templar. Partida de juego largo. Ah, meu Deus. Debería estar durando esta partida al menos unos 40 minutos o una hora. Debería.
Axe, right? Blink Blade Mail, Happy Days.
Night Stalker's already out.
Yeah, yep.
¿Qué hora son? 2 de la tarde con 20 minutos.
We'll see. On the side we are.
Fue Chubi, están pasando el mod todo el rato.
Así es, señor.
Mostly also for XXS, assuming that the Shaker's going mid. Do you still want to place the Shaker mid with the Storm there?
Esperemos. Chuy 2 horas mínimo.
Espero yo también que sí.
Acá me conviene que alarguen la partida en esta serie. Están mis 3 players del Fantasy.
I think for XG, Shaker goes mid, find the offlaner, right? Create tempo.
No sé qué está pasando.
Shaker will go 50-50 with Storm. It's whatever, right? Storm will hit some creep, you play for Rune.
¿Dónde está la blanquirroja?
Life goes on. I think if you shut down the TA, if you
No
put
entiendo nada.
an independent offlaner around minute 4-5, if things are to be tri-laning into Ange, take some fight there, you can free up your support. So I think a sturdy offlaner...
¿Tú crees que le den el Shaker a Xnova?
No, deberían darle al medio. Shaker 5 no funciona.
Aburrido este ti. ¿Hubo algún visage Brudro?
Creo que no se tenía.
Chihuahua, porque no se escucha el bombo de Chompix XD.
Soy Chubi del 2023 y vengo a decir que saldrá Brute Moder Persona.
Hará Stream Games Gane porque tiene las fijas.
Las hijas.
I mean, if they feel like that there's 3 heroes in total that really ruin you, and if you take those out, you secure his game, that's an option.
I'm gonna go for a hero suggestion, but please tell me if you don't like it. Don't just hype me up.
Will do.
Brewmaster XG. Chill off lane, you can be relatively independent, you just send in the clones, you kind of delay the game, you're anti-early game skirmish, you buy time. We don't see it too much, but with the Shaker, the Brew, so much team fight control, Arme will be the
Aún recuerdo la meta que todo era romper esa araña que estaba en todas las partidas.
No se puede decir sin FE como receta.
Maybe it doesn't give you like a super
Uy, qué rico te ves. ¿Me quedo con la azul?
Último advance, papus.
Oscar.
Marcy Lycan, Queen of Pain, Centauro, Pugna, Stalker, Slardar. Y del lado de BB Team tenemos baneos de Pangolier, Leshrat, Medusa, Shadowfin, Ismaster, Mars y Naga Siren. Pigmy, dice Puch. En cuanto a picks, Templar para Pure, Judo bien para Safe, Star Spirit va a jugar GPK, Kataomi va a jugar Oracle. Falta el héroe para el offlaner, para Miero. En la parte de Stream Gaming tenemos a Earthshaker que parece que va a ir a la offlane porque la draw del profe le saca la mugre.
Recién despierto, ¿a qué hora juega mi chat?
Ya fue eliminado.
¿Quién es el salado acá?
Va a ir off, parece. Bane que va a jugar Shinkyu o de repente lo juega Xnova. No, debe jugarlo Xnova el Bane Elemental. Shinkyu va a jugar Snapfire, Anti-Mesh para Ame y Dead Prophet que va a ir de medio para XM. Así es. ¿Saben quién aparece que va a ir a la offlane? A manos de Miero. Ya tenemos los 10 héroes listos, gente. 2-0 va a Miero como Sankin offlaner, mientras que GPK ya perdió con Sankin en medio.
Chuy, mi propósito del año 2026 es ir al TI. Te animas si todo sale bien, podría llevarte.
¿Quién era el 1 vs 9 de la tecleada Heroic? Era Pure. Pure creo que era, ¿no? Si no me equivoco. Pure es el que dijo Yuma bajito.
¿Quién es Xnova, Chuy? Necesito saber.
Xnova va a ser Bane Elemental. El Bunny.
Chuy, ¿qué prefieres que pase Extreme o Dead Bull? Tú eres muy inconstante, Extreme es lo más alto.
Vamos sin cuello.
Vamos a ver, gente. Vamos a modo torneo. ¿Hoy qué fue al final? ¿El pan con chicharrón ganó? A ver, voy a revisar el anuncio de Ibai. No iban a anunciar si ganaba el pan con chicharro y no sé qué cosa. Este es el campeón mundial de desayunos. A ver. Déjame revisar. A ver, antes que empiece, ¿qué es esto? ¿Qué es esto? No escucho nada. Ya fue, pues, amiga. Ya veré yo mismo. Dota 2, torneo. Listo. Ya está. Voy a entrar a mí mismo y les diré el resultado. ¿Qué cosa? ¿Están tipeadores?
Flexing on the haters. Flexing on the haters.
$12.800.000, ya. Venezuela ganó. No, perdió Venezuela, ganó Perú. Oh, qué impresionante. Todos votaron. Por 200.000 votos ganamos. Pan con chicharrón, campeón del mundial de desayunos. Y se puso la bandera de Perú Ibai. Y eso es todo. Ok. Ok, señor. Ok, humo de engaño se revela. Pelean la runa. XXS se acerca y fisura. No pasa más. Runas que son 2 para ambos equipos. Vamos, por favor. Stream, no me importa si me quedo hasta las 6 de la tarde. Yo ya jateé. Vamos, Stream Gaming. 2 horas de partida cada juego. 2 horas, 2 horas, 2 horas. 2000 last hits. 1500 de GPM. Que ya me haga 10 tormentos, por favor. Ya estamos todos tranquilos.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Bueno, hace un rato me fui a misionar. Ya volví. Uy, no se falten de respeto en el chat, por favor. Ya saben, cuídense. No estén ahí modo locura. Gracias, por favor. Y si no, solamente entre conocidos. Si se conocen y si pueden hacer ese tipo de bromas, normal. Si alguno se pica, ahí yo sí aplico martillo. La parte de medio, GPK siendo, parece controlado. Vamos a ver los last hits. 18 para el Storm Spirit y 17 para The Prophet. Está parejo. La parte de top, Pure muy golpeado también. Le niega Shinkyu. Anti-Mage. Nivel 2. Un poco molestando safe. Fortificación que activa BB Team. Sankin tiene un talismán Bracer. Tiene aguante en la línea. Buena regeneración de mana y vida. En el parte de medio. Control XM lo mantiene a raya este Storm Spirit de GPK. Que si bien tiene lágrima, va a aguantar el golpe del Crit Sword. No va a caer tan fácil ahora. El courier de Pure. Shinkyu. Cero el marcador. 0-0. 0-0. Son las 2:31 de la tarde, señores. 4 minutos han pasado este primer juego al mejor de 3. Pure va a 22 las hits, 5 de negaciones. XXS 21 las hits, 3 de negaciones. Por ahora Ame no le va tan bien. Va a 18 las hits, 5 de negaciones. Mientras que Pure va a 25 las hits, 6 de negaciones. A cada rato que puede, Kataomi le lanza el... ¿cómo se llama ese poder? Es Purifying Flies, Fate Edit, Falsa Promesa y... el otro poder es... creo que Fortune's End. Creo que se llama la primera habilidad. Ajá. Bueno, el Fortune's End le va a quitar el efecto del Enchant Totem. Así que ahí tiene que tener cuidado siempre que se quisiese de aprovechar ese efecto, ese buff de golpe de daño extra. Uy, no tenía velocidad de ataque para... o sea, no, está fallando los last hits, ¿sabe? Lamentablemente. No le pasa tan bien por ahora al anti-mesh. Y que se quisiese hacer el mismo build. Un talisman, un bracer para tener aguante, regeneración de vida y maná en la línea. Tan tipiadores. Confío en dicen algo, dice, gracias amigo David. Amigo Chuy, que después de este Dotita entonces dirán algo, no lo sabemos. No lo sé. Ya estoy... a estas alturas estoy desesperanzado. No sé si lo harán hoy día o mañana. Elijan el día que elijan. Yo tengo que estar allí, atento. Si es hoy o mañana el anuncio, o si no hay nada, igual espero que Valve pues tenga algo preparado, porque si no, terrible. Terrible. Y que escuchen una cosa, si el anuncio es hoy día para el final, yo voy a estar contento porque analizo un ratito y de ahí me pongo a hacer el video. Y ya está. Porque quiero hacer video hoy día. Más cómodo estaría. Si no, mañana, después de la final... no sé, man. Voy a estar cansado. En fin. Ojalá que sea hoy día que elija Valve el momento de hacer su posible anuncio. Pi. Ahora, otra cosa. Anteriormente, si han anunciado algo al final del día, sí. Lo han hecho anteriormente. Así que hay que estar simplemente atentos. Va a pelear minuto 7 en la runa de experiencia. Pero ¿quién es? Kataomi, que se acerca. Finalmente no consigue su objetivo. Y él es posiblemente el que caiga a manos del Earthshaker. Y se lleva la primera sangre XXS. Abajo también problemas Miero. Pero tiene bastante aguante, así que no puede ser mucho ex Nova. Tiene botas de poder este Sankin. 6 se enfrenta al Bane. Vamos a poner valor neto en estos momentos. Y así va el valor neto de la partida. Está muy parejo por el momento. Ya tiene Dominator Ame. Va a sacar ahora botas de poder. Entonces va a hacer stacks con ese Dominator. ¿Qué hará? Dominator. Sí, Dominator, señor. Ha salido el Dominator. Vuelvo de media, toma mi money y dame más contenido ahora. Muy tarde, pues, señor, para ser alguien con platita. Ja. Bueno, no sé, vale, depende de ellos, ¿no? Si quieren nuestra plata harán cosas chéveres para gastar plata. Si no, ¿no que dice acá Slave? ¿Qué fue? Ame ¿le va a ganar a BB Team? Sí, probablemente, no sé, veremos. Y a farmear la skin de Hoshino entra... ¿O qué? ¿Qué héroe puede salir Chewbacca? No sé. Quiero que sorprenda a Valve.
Dire's bottom tower is in danger. There is little hope for Radiant's.
Sí, el bot lo apagué, ajá. Si no van a estar distrayendo acá. Abajo dame con el Dark Troll que se lo va a llevar Miero, ya está, cae. Y consigue otro, bueno, no lo consigue a tiempo Ame, pero ahora atrapa un papacóndor. Estaba ahí en la jungla. ¿Dominator va a sacar el equipo de BB Team? No va a ir por Dominator, solamente lo hizo Ame. Ame ahora va a armar Power Threads, Battle Fury, etcétera, etcétera. Xnova se acerca con XM, pero no tiene Ultimate Xnova, también está Shinkyu. Pues quieren llevarse a Miero. No, van por esta Hotwing, vienen Teleport, viene Oracle. Me esquiva acá la galleta. No, Miero, el problema es va a caer Xnova, se cura. Epicentro, aguanta Miero. Epicentro se pega Xnova, viene también GPK, pero no sé qué tan bueno sea. Llegó en este momento Ame junto al piloto. Kataomi va a caer a manos de Ame con el piloto y van a llevarse la torre tier 1. Buena presión del equipo de Stream, minuto 10 en la parte inferior del mapa. Y ahora presiona Ame con ese papacóndor. Ya está, listo. Captura otro. Farmea Ame. Quizás se va a gastar ahí el Equaslam. Sí. Falta un poco más farmear, pero ya se va a ir de ahí. O no, va a quedarse. Sigue farmeando. Vuelve a la línea y ya está. Ya tiene para comprar daga y lo hace. Viene su Blind Dagger para Earthshaker. Limpia las trampas, pero se acerca. Tiene suficientes cargas de Maid One y Loto curativo para recuperar mana si está en problemas. Se recupera el Bane de Xnova, que le falta todavía para Ultimate. Ya está a nivel 8, XXS. Empieza a maxear la fisura. A mí va a sacarse Battle Fury, como dije. El Storm Spirit va con un modo de engaño junto a Hootwing de safe. Y van abajo. Atrapan a Ame problemas. Ame problemas. Link, no, ¿qué pasó con GPK? Electric Vortex. No encadenó. Falla GPK. Primer error de GPK, gente. Chubi, ¿por qué ahora es meta comprar Dominator a los carries? No siempre a todos los carries, Albert. Solamente a algunos en específico. Porque es como un Janos Midas y te ayuda mucho a presionar líneas. Y también a farmear. Controlas el crit, que tanquea por ti. Carga rápido el ítem, controlas otro crit. Y así estás todo el juego. Y listo. Y farmeas, presionas. Vas a farmear y farmear y farmear y farmear. Salen los ítems. Solo continúen en la mínima de Dotita, dice acá Don Nadia. De repente. Pero lo más probable es que no. Lo más probable es que no. Y aquí está... Sí, van contra Pure. ¿Dónde están los teleports? No hay. No hay teleport. Uy, la falsa promesa. Sí, llegó el Oracle de... En este caso Kataomi, que está muy golpeado. Vienen los teleports ahora sí de BB Team. Llegó GPK, llegó Safe también. XM ya activó el exorcismo. Pure que se recupera gracias a la falsa promesa. XXS no saltó y soltó el Eco Slam, lo guarda. Y el equipo de BB Team sabe que no pueden pelear contra una Death Prophet que ya activó a las brujas. Runa de amplificación que activa GPK y se mantiene en la parte de arriba. Viene Miero también. Tiene Blind Dagger, Miero inicia acá al Sanking. En problema Sanking, perdón, inicia el Bane. Ya cayó Exnova a manos de Safe. Los 5 arriba. Mientras tanto, Anti-Mage de Ame se acerca más a la Battle Fury. Pure por su parte va a comprarse Blind Dagger y después de Solator. En la primera partida sí. Sí. Ya tiene Blind Dagger Templar. Pero no, ya no presiona más BB Team. Pure rompiendo la torre de abajo. No viene alguien de Extreme. Minuto 14. Santuarios que son activados de inmediato por ambos equipos. Fortificación de Extreme Gaming. ¿Portal gemelo? No, cancela el portal gemelo. Exnova se asoma. Tiene ya ultimate. Observa a Miero. ¡De niego Ame! Y atrapan a Exnova en problemas y cae Exnova a manos de Safe otra vez. Denegó en la torre. Muy bien. ¿Qué pasa, Danubio? ¿Tanto spameas? Como si no pudiera leer lo que has dicho 10 veces. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué cosa? ¿Cómo que soy cagón? Puse tus antifijas. Pero... no entiendo. ¿Dónde está lo malo? Desde un momento yo dije al principio, no pongas esto de acá. Tú solo úsalo para que sepas qué no poner. Punto. Ahora, si me has dado la contra, pucha, es tu culpa, pero ¿quién te ha obligado? Y si me has seguido, no está tan mal porque hemos hecho 6 correctas. Avanza Snova, pone el Sentry. También Sentry pone Safe, va de guardiar Snova antes y listo. Ahí está la visión del equipo de BB Team. Están más preparados para pelear abajo. Sin problemas, Anti-Mage va a caer. Y ahí está. Cae a manos de Safe. Buena jugada del equipo de BB Team con ese Observer. En la parte medio, XM presiona. Protege la línea. Amarna a GPK. Uy, qué buena jugada para salvarlo a GPK. Bien hecho por parte del Oracle, anticipando todo. Mirando el futuro prácticamente. Runa de regeneración que activaba Earthshaker. El síndrome de Toro cuando no, dice. Terrible. Terrible. Confía demasiado en los chinos. Creo que nunca volverán a la cima. Uy, voy 8 correctas. Bien, Rafa. Ese es el límite que... bueno, no es el límite. Eso es lo que debemos llegar todos. Bueno, deberíamos apuntar a 8 correctas. Si no llegas a las 8 correctas, no vas a poder hacerle el par al resto que tiene predicciones buenas. Porque hay otros que ya han llegado a 10. Hay uno que ya he visto que ya llegó a 10 ya. A 10 correctos. Ya es demasiado futurista el pata. Exnova. Planta un Sentry. En problemas Safe no. Al contrario. Corre por su vida. Safe. Detiene al Bane. Planta auto Observer. Mierosa es lista. No lanza todavía el epicentro. ¿Qué más? Pero sigo con menos 227 de stuns en descuento. Pucha, qué mal. Fantasy dice, debí confiar en Dar. En Dar Dota. Pues sí, tú debiste confiar en que se te da la gana. Yo no te obligo a seguir mis predicciones. Tienes que confiar en el que se te dé la gana. Esa de profe, después que ganó medio, ya no sé qué más hacer, dice acá 10X. Después que ganó medio, ya no sé qué más hacer. Ay, a ver. Atos para el Store, pero el Oracle lo limpia con el Fortune Zen. Pues la verdad que tienes razón, hasta que bueno, va a poder armarse con cetro de Ganin. También ayuda mucho en las peleas. Humo de engaño de BB Team. ¿Van a Rocha? No, van a ir a buscar a la jungla rival. En la parte de medio, XXS lanza la fisura. Exnova también con humo de engaño. Se revela el humo. Miero inicia. Se manda el silence. El problema Sankin. Retrocede. Eso de Mortimer. Atrapan acá al Sankin. Viene acá el enchanto en la fisura. Ecoslan probablemente. No, Finsgreen detiene la huida de Sankin. Y cae Miero a manos de XXS. Más espacio creado para el Anti-Mage. Templar Assassin tiene Desoladora con Dragonlance. Y Anti-Mage tiene ahora Battle Fury. Va a sacarse ahora Manta Style. Tuve una duda. Si te sacas las gemas a un courier inusual, ¿se pueden vender? Las gemas sí, pero el courier inusual pues es destruido por lo que sé. Y si no me equivoco, si en un courier inusual le pones otras gemas, esas gemas se rompen. Si es que no me equivoco. Hasta ahora no he hecho mi ejemplo del... Tengo como 3-4 couriers para experimentar y no he hecho mi ejemplo. Pero creo que en YouTube hay bastantes tutoriales de eso, así que puedes revisar también, Chameco, para que tengas más seguridad de lo que estás pensando. Chuy, hola, ¿qué pasó, Rafa? Está bien, Rafa, ese es el punto al final. No solamente, es que predicciones, yo ya les dije, yo predicciones no soy bueno, porque a veces pasa eso, otras veces no pasa. Un poco engorroso es el asunto. Entonces yo por eso de frente digo, estas son las antifijas. Y los resultados me respaldan. No hago buenas predicciones. Ya han visto muchos los seguidores del canal, siempre han visto las predicciones que las hago. Hago tal cosa, digo, ya pues si ha ganado en fase de grupos debería ganar en playoff. Pierden. Tal. Todo siempre es lo mismo. Se falla. Ya, mejor antifijas, no sigan. Y tú terco me copias. Ah, ya, pues es tu culpa ya. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Y si me preguntas, pero Chewbacca, mejor no hagas. Ahí está el otro tema. Que yo estoy haciendo porque la gente quiere ver que no poner. Ahora, si eres el que me pone todo en contra, ya no es mi culpa. En la parte de arriba, Tormentor que va a llevarse BB Team. Se asoma Stream Gaming, sabe que están en Tormentor. Safe a punto de caer. Pure, esto de Mortimer, da visión. Pure safe. Katomi. Pure por ahí también. Pero tiene Blindager, llega a la fisura, impacta contra Oracle, cae Oracle, GPK con BKB, XXS, Epicentro también. Usó el exorcismo, va a caer Miero va a caer, cayó Miero. Se salva el equipo de X. Bueno, cayó Stream Gaming al final, el Earthshaker. Se compra Oracle en problemas del profe, pero está activado. Hay Feed Grid, se salvó Pure. Pero ya llegó el Oracle, vendrá Anti-Mage, se escapa con Tele por el equipo de Stream Gaming. Se escapará Exnova. No, cae también Snapfire. Bien jugado por Pure. Y por el store de GPK. Double kill para Pure. 5-7 el marcador. 7.000 de ventaja para BB Team. ¿Qué horas son? 2:48. Anti-Mage se acerca a la manta. XM va a sacarse una BKB o Sector. Dame que no puede pelear hasta conseguir al menos 3 ítems. Battle Fury, Manta y el próximo podría ser Butterfly. Skadi. Basher. ¿Qué sacará el Anti-Mage? ¿Qué sacará? El carajo tiene Spirit. Ha sido eliminado, Rafa. ¿Qué hablas? ¿Por qué te burlas de Yatoro? ¿Qué te ha hecho? ¿Qué te ha hecho, mano? El TI es impredecible, dice Diego Calle. ¿Cómo es posible que Stream Gaming que estaba en ronda de eliminatorias? Claro, pero ¿ves? Estas partidas por más que duren pocas kills. Lo de los kills es impredecible también. Creo que ayer fue que hizo Parivision 18 kills con su carry. Satani creo que hizo eso, si no me equivoco. Un modo de engaño de BB Team. A mis problemas, pero bueno, ahí se va. No pasa nada, viene ya la receta de la manta style. Modo de engaño de BB Team. Roshan que está disponible hace rato. XXS que tiene poco mana pero está arriba igual. Tiene runa doble daño, GPK. Tiene Bladkin Bar. ¿Va a meterse al High Ground BB Team? Parece que sí. Inician aquí en AXM. Inicia Miero. No, retrocede más bien. Inicia Pure a The Prophet. Viene GPK. ¿Atrapa a quién? Al Bane. Quieren llevarse el Bane. Dex Nova aguanta. Tienes Grid. No, igual cae por el balazo de Safe. Pure más bien va a caer. No está la falsa promesa. Ahí está. Viene bien. Huele Slang. Muy bueno XXS. Ame. Aguanta el epicentro. XM también. XXS también. Pure se salva con la falsa promesa. El problema es Safe. Galleta para salvar acá al Earthshaker. No tiene maná GPK. ¿Qué hace GPK? El problema es el profe. No, mira, Recampai. No tiene Ghost Sector y cae. Excelente lo que hace Pure. GPK tipendo Pure. Muy buena decisión de la Templar Assassin. 6-9 el marcador. Uy, uy, uy. Ame que se mendó, blinqueó y al toque le cayó todo. Menos mal que estaba el Earthshaker, si no, hubiera sido fatal para Ame. Ame creo que debería buscar los supports, no los cores exactamente. O sea, él se puede solear un support tranquilo. Este debe ser el TI de Ame, Chuy. Sarcasmo gamer se lo merece. ¿Qué tan probable es que gane Tundra? Dice Chameco. Pues, ¿qué tan probable crees que sea si te digo que ya quedó en puesto 8? Recién me conecto. ¿Cómo va el score? Ahí está, como puedes ver. 6-9, 0-0, primer juego. A mi pato, decía si pierde String Gaming. Pure, ¿por qué le quitas kills a mi papi PK? Él tiene el estandarte de kill, dice quiero mis puntos. Égida para Pure. Roya, minuto 24 para el equipo de BB Team. Se han llevado el Tormentor, se han llevado el Roshan. Tienen ahora la ventaja para pelear. Esta es la trampa de Pure, sabe la ubicación de Ame. Se manda GPK y en la parte de abajo avanza BB Team. En la jungla rival encuentran a Sanki, Miero silenciado. ¿Dónde está el Oracle? ¿Dónde está el Oracle? ¿Dónde está el Oracle? ¿A qué hora viene la falsa promesa? Bacán. Gracias. Gracias, papu. Tu falsa promesa pasiva, ¿no? Bacán. Pure, mientras tanto, rompiendo la torre de abajo. Y... ¿qué han roto? ¿La torre de medio? ¿Parece? Sí, la torre de medio creo que ha sido destruido. Manta. Parece Pure que ya va a sacarse de Dalo después. Humo de engaño de Shaker con Death Prophet. Shaker que se acerca a la Black Bar, le falta la receta. El Oracle te recuerda a uno que conozco. No, Davey. Sé que gana BB y si van para los 45 minutos es volteada de string. Chuy, Spirit sin Lar la hacía. Es que el Lar no estaba en buen estado físico. No estaba bien al 100%, pues ese es el problema. Recién empezó la partida, Sánchez, recién. No es culpa del support. Es el sonso de los que salió de la posición. Sí, porque cualquier cosa le avisaba. Mira, voy a estar iniciando en la parte de arriba. Pure se manda, pero se queda sin maná, Pure. Va a caer a... ¡Ah, miren! ¡Le sacaron la mugre! ¡Lo durmió! ¡Qué bien jugado por Dex Nova! ¡Salva! Parecía que a mí había muerto, pero no. Lo salvó con la dormida. Y ahora cae Templar Assassin, cae y piqué por el Grid. XM, fisura. Miero viene acá. Shinkyu lo anticipa. Pure que se salva. Miero se manda. No, ¿qué está haciendo? El BB Team está descoordinado. Están entrando separados. Lo tienen quieto el Sankin. Hay falsa promesa. Lo usa ahora sí Katami con Miero. Pure que se prepara para pelear. Esto es muy malo de parte del equipo de BB Team. Cayó. Ahora van por Miero. Miero que revienta, pero no hace tanto daño. Y que se me sale. El exorcismo ha sido activado. Acá está invisible. Se escapa Miero. Fisura. Ahí está la visión del equipo de String. Echan Totem. Manta hasta el... Ahí está. Mana Void contra el Sankin de Miero. 19 el marcador. Y esto es... Tenemos partida para rato, amigos. Para rato. Vamos a ver cómo va el oro por minuto. Lo que es también los last hits. 322 para Templar. KDA. Listo. Sigue la batalla, gente. Sigue la batalla. Por favor, dame una hora de partida. Una hora o más. 2 horas, si quieres. Y demórate, no importa. Tengo todo el día. ¿Cómo le ganó este equipo de Heroic? Chamare, dice Chocomoros. No lo sé. Debieron retroceder hace rato. Pure... No sé. BB está descoordinadísimo en esa pelea. Tenían ventaja para pelear y pues mira lo que pasa. Totalmente descoordinados. Ah, me consigue el santuario de experiencia. Acabando el TI que voy a hacer, pues uno que otro video de Dota y jugar Dota. Quiero jugar Dota. Yo desperté hablando de Heroi, dices Inier. Yo tengo la culpa. Dices que yo me puse modo Broly y me puse a decirle a Yuma que no compre Monkey King Bar antes de que yo venga siquiera todavía. Ni siquiera cuando... O sea, tenía minuto 30 para comprar y no compre Monkey King Bar. Warcraft 3. Sí, como digo, primero quiero llegar al nivel 100 del pase cuartero. Modo de engaño de BB Team. ¿Cuándo darán las recompensas? El 18 de septiembre. ¿Acaso gane EG, el BO3? EG. ¿Cómo que EG? Cae la torre manos de Pure en la parte inferior. Black King Bar para Death Prophet. ¿Qué nivel estoy en cuartero? 34 creo. O 32. Tengo hasta noviembre para hacerlo. Todo su talento se le acabó con Heroic. Los chinos, dice Charlie. Chubi, veo muchas predicciones con 8 ciertos. Adiós y muerte le cara. ¿Por qué Edwin tu paltrón? ¿Por qué en Pelicon? Si yo estoy ahorita en 6, creo. No estoy mal yo en predicciones. Lo que yo dije es llegar a las 8 al menos. Todavía se puede. Bueno, si gana BB Team tendría 7. Y si gana de vuelta tendría 8. Vamos a ver si pasa eso, no sé. Ahora mismo BB Team, si no entra a la base o no consigue los kills contra el anti-mage, pues sí, puede ser que BB Team pierda. Mientras tanto, String se manda con humo de engaño. Un mito. Buena Sursu. ¿Quién va ganando? Por ahora, Dead Boom. El equipo de BB. Noviembre, ¿qué día? El 3, 4 creo. Van Tormento número 2. Todo el equipo de String Gaming. Ya está. Se lo lleva el fragmento ex Nova. Ahora Brainshot tiene área de efecto y carga más rápido, creo. Sí, reduce el cooldown en 3 segundos. ¿Por qué sacó evasión? Porque la AM va a enfrentarse a la Templar. Y lo otro es que la Butterfly beneficia a las copias. Atributo de agilidad. Beneficia a la copia en lo que es daño base. Ayuda mucho. Este ítem es mucho fuerte. Acuérdate que el Butterfly es... La gente no le queda más 20% de velocidad de ataque base. O sea, si tu velocidad de ataque base por tu agilidad propia es 100, 20% más vas a recibir. Y ahora, en problemas de Prophet, BKB se va. Listo. Es un montón. Es un montón de velocidad de ataque base. Porque tienes la 100 de velocidad de ataque inicial, más la agilidad, que puede llegar hasta casi 200. Estás ganando casi 60 de agilidad base. No, perdón, 60 de velocidad de ataque estás ganando con ese efecto. Y todavía ni llega a nivel 30, así que falta todavía. Es muy fuerte Butterfly. Y además fuerzas a que el equipo, al carry enemigo, complete Monkey King Bar. Y el enemigo ya no puede comprar Butterfly tampoco. Ni Moonshard. Necesita ítems de daño. Monkey King Bar es un buen ítem de daño, pero... También como de velocidad de ataque, pero no es tan poderoso como una Butterfly. O como la Moonshard que da un montón de velocidad de ataque. Así que pues... Ahora por ejemplo, ¿qué espacio guardas para Blood King Bar? Las botas de poder guardas y compras BKB, supongo, en caso estés en problemas. O Satanic. El Anti-Mage, por su parte, hace Blink, avisa Blade, Manta, pega 2 segundos, no tienes mana, Mana Void, acabó. Listo. Muy fácil. Es muy fácil hacer la jugada. Es muy difícil armarlo, porque Anti-Mage no ofrece un juego temprano muy fácil. Los primeros minutos tienes que estar ahí dándole espacio, creándole oportunidades, cuidándolo, curándolo, etc. Por eso no es un pick tan concurrente, ¿no? Tan recurrente, no es. Es muy... se puede decir que es arriesgado, pero en manos correctas, pues, destruye al rival. Dentro de Gunning en Storm Spirit. Ahora tiene GPK el efecto del vacío en Electric Vortex. Como si fuera un mini Black Hole. Activa el bot. No quiero. Estoy en modo torneo. No deseo. No me apetece. Modo de engaño de ambos equipos. Te manda el Thor. Atrapa ahora al Death Prophet. La galleta, la fisura. Activa runa de amplificación. Pure. Uy, el Ghost Setter. Ya lo anticipó el Shaker. Quieren ir por Roshan. Lo atrapan acá. Forzas de inmediato para salvar XXS. Sharpshooter gastado por parte de Safe. GPK no tiene tanto maná. Tiene la gema todavía el Store. String Gaming. Que se alista para ir Roshan. Lo puede hacer rápido, Bebetín. Pero el problema es que Roshan va a rugir. Roshan va a rugir. Y ahí está. Ya avisa que están aquí. Y String Gaming se asoma. Manda las copias primero, Ame. Planta el Observer, de guardea. Miero que quiere lanzar el epicentro, pero no lo suelta. De guardea de inmediato Miero. ¿Qué tal mi Ivana? Dice Diego. ¿Cuántos courier va? No lo sé, no he contado los courier. Creo que solamente va... uy. GQ se ha llevado un courier, hasta lo que sé. Minuto 35, cambia de base Roshan, cambia de casa. No, muchas gracias Ursus, pero envíaselo otro, envíaselo otro. Por ahí de repente Danubio quiere tu delivery, mándaselo a él. O a Cubitos. Va con un buen engaño, otra vez Bebetín. De guardar de inmediato Kataomi. Pelea. Y era un problema, la galleta. El problema es el Bane, no tiene Ghost Sector, cae. Se compra de inmediato Xnova. Miero que ya activó BKB. Y BXM también sus fantasmitas, sus brujas. Ya salieron. De guardia de inmediato también String. Le mandan a Roshan. Y esto va a ser pelea en Roshan. Ame, que está por ahí cerca. La visión lo tiene el equipo de Bebetín. Sabe que va a ser Roshan sí o sí. Amarran el profe, le inician el profe, fisura. Cae Roshan, la égida lo roba Miero. Va a caer Miero. No tiene Aegis. Ame de guardia primero. Se asoma, se alista y silencian. Le sacan la mugre acá. Falsa promesa para Miero, lo salvan. Ame problemas, no hay visión. Manta está ahí. Hay GPK, el vacío. Y finalmente se calma un poco el asunto. Break encima. Sharpshooter encima de Anti-Mage. 10-10 el marcador. Bastante reñido esta partida. Muy, muy reñido. Daga de agilidad comprada por Templar Assassin. Vamos a ver un poco cómo va. Valor neto, oro por minuto. 700 para GPK, no para Pure. Luego tenemos el valor neto. Last hits. Va ganando Templar. Se mandan contra Miero. Todo le lanzan. Y XXS se encuentra acá Kataomi. Ame apunta. Y Ame va, pero ya flinchó. Kataomi se va a escapar. Bien hecho con esa compra del Blind Dagger por parte de Oracle. Nivel 25 ya para Templar. Ya tiene golpe de Mel que aplica Bash. Ya son 3 y 5 de la tarde, gente. Ya pasaron las 12 horas oficialmente de transmisión del torneo en el stream oficial. Mientras que acá recién voy a llegar a las 12 horas en unos 15 minutos más. ¿Va 1-0 recién? No, va 0-0, señor. 0-0. A Heroi le ganaron 2-1. Nadie murió, dices. Chubi, si uno de los jugadores vende todos sus ítems, ¿cuánto cuenta como oro por minuto? No. 1037 están 11.10 PS, dice Urus. Sí, pues están que se miden. Tienen mucho cuidado de esa partida. Runa de ilusión para Ame.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Los aturdimientos con los ítems como Basher cuentan en la fantasy. Sí cuenta. Sí cuenta como Basher. El Basher sí cuenta como aturdimiento. Sí. Para el fantasy, por supuesto que sí. Por ejemplo, para el fantasy creo que no cuenta la dormida del Bane, ya que no se stun. Es un estado de sleep. Pero el Ultimate sí cuenta como stun. El Air Shaker es el que aturde más sobre todo. En Fire con la galleta. De Torfe no tiene stun. De BB Team recién. Pure tiene stun con el talento. Storm Spirit tiene stun con Electric Vortex. Sankin con el Impale. Woodwin con Bushwhack. Y Oracle no tiene stun. Esos son los stuns que tenemos. El Shaker fue a la offlane. XXS ha jugado offlaner. XM es el medio, con su Death Prophet. Lastimosamente en mi fantasy no tengo stun. Tengo Tormentor. Pero en esta partida sí va a funcionar el Tormentor porque han ido los 5. Si en algún momento le dan Exnova un Shaker, le paso a Chubi de largo. ¿Cómo es eso? ¿Qué refieres? Te faltó el mini-stun de AM. Es que ese mini-stun no lo cuento porque es eso mismo, un mini-stun. Dura 0.3 y no es tan... ¡Wow! No. Recién con la faceta del nivel 20 de la izquierda, ahí sí te considero el stun. Mientras tanto con 0.3, pucha, vas a tener que lanzar como 30 mana boys para que haga alguito siquiera. Chuy, ¿qué opinas de partidas de este nivel? Mayormente no han sido buenos. Creo que son contadas las buenas partidas. Unas 5 a 10 y ya está. Otros TIs todo era emocionante. Todo, absolutamente todo. Este año no ha sido tan bueno, la verdad. El meta mismo del Dominator para mí lo ha frenado bastante. El juego también, el problema es que tiene demasiadas cosas o tareas. Lo del Tormentor como que sí es un objetivo para pelear en equipo, pero... Uy, fragmento de Gani para XM. Pero a la hora de la hora no pelean en equipo todos, o sea... Ahí está. La partida de juego largo es obvio que es para stream gaming, pero pues el tema es ¿quién inicia a quién? Templar le saca la Memoria, tiene los 6 ítems. Anti-Mage tiene 5 ítems, le falta vender la bota de poder. Va a comprarse Satanic. Y tiene BKB Ame. No tiene Basher Ame. Hasta ahora no tiene Basher. No tiene Basher. No hay Basher. Mucha velocidad de ataque pero sin Basher. Tormentor es innecesario para las partidas. Y... es como que... no le veo... O sea, han puesto un objetivo nuevo en el mapa, que es el Tormentor hace años ya, pero... yo por mi lado... solo es como... han forzado algo más. que suelte un fragmento de Ganin en juego largo no da mucho impacto, por ejemplo. Y en minutos 70, 80, ¿de qué sirve llevarse el Tormentor? Nada. Debería dar mejores buffos para el equipo que se lo lleve. Ya que también es un poco... Es bastante dificultoso romper al Tormentor. Tienen que estar al menos 3 jugadores con buen aguante en el Tormentor. De guardia Shinkyu de inmediato. ¿Cómo va el oro por minuto? 800 para Pure, 700 para AME. Las hits, 640 más 23 denegaciones para Pure y 591 y 14 denegaciones para el Anti-Mage. 500 ya casi también para X, no, para GPK. ¿Cómo van los guardias? ¿No van? No lo sé, lo veremos al final. Chumi, dime qué tal la de... Estoneano, su tercera dirás. La tercera habilidad de Prophet puede aplicar Stun, pero la verdad como es un Fear no se considera Stun. Así que pues no tiene Stuns en general. Perdón. Esta partida se ha vuelto un poco estática, ¿no? Están esperando Roshan, por fin algo de acción. Humo de engaño de BB Team. ¿Habrá humo también de String? No, pero hay un refresher en XXS. Madre. Sigue avanzando el humo de BB Team. XM se avanza para revelar el humo. Lo hace. Se magnifica y atrapa a Shinkyu. En problemas XM le saca la mure. Eso es lo que decía. Aguanta, gracias a la fisura, bien hecho por parte de XXS. Lanza las brujitas, esa de Prophet, esos de Mortimer, impacta contra Pure. Roshan ya salió, No lo sabe, BBT. Ahí está la trampa de Templar. Pero si pone trampa... Bueno, también... No, BBT sí sabe por la innata, gente. Sí sabe por la innata que ya salió Roshan. Lo sabe muy bien. Y ahora no hay brujas. No hay refresh. Hola, Faust XV, hola. Butterfly. Sí compró Butterfly al final, ¿ves? Guardó la Desolator. Uy, no tiene buyback. Está yendo todo o nada, Pure. Vamos a poner lo que es buybacks. Está yendo todo o nada, Pure. ¿Qué dije? Al final tienes que sacar. Butterfly es el ítem fuerte. Lo guardó la Desoladora ya. Y Ame no tiene Monkey Kimbar. Ame y Monkey. Va a fallar varios golpes contra esa Templar. Está muy chapada la Templar de Pure. ¿Quieres ver KDA? Pongo KDA. Así va el KDA. No ha caído ninguna vez Templar ni Hoodwing. Una vez Anti-Mage, 6 veces Ex Nova. Su madre. Muy pocas veces han caído los cores. Una vez.